Chapter 321 Lange wants to devour the rose. The two did not have to change trains as many times as before, so they took much less time to get back to school. At 7:30 in the evening, they were sent to the vicinity of the school by the aircraft. When they walked out, they were in the commercial district next to the school. There were many students buying materials or food outside at night. The two walked one after the other. Although they were a little distance apart, they seemed to have come from the same place. Their identical expressionless faces made others imagine a solemn atmosphere. So everyone who saw them thought, these two 3S must have gone to a battle. A new topic inexplicably appeared on the campus forum. Who won the battle between Galaxy 3S? 373L. I guess it was Lange. I can't imagine him losing. 374L. Then I can't imagine Shen losing. Look at the position. Shen is walking in front. She must have won. 365L. Maybe it's a tie. 366L. Seeing the two of them, both with stern faces, I think it is very likely that the game is a tie. So neither of them is satisfied. The people in the school are making random guesses. But in fact, the two of them are just guessing. Lange, where is the ice cream shop? Where is the ice cream shop? Shen, I have to buy more equipment when the time comes. There are a few boxes less in the nutrient solution area this time. As if a piece is missing. I feel uncomfortable. I have to fill it up and make it neat. When the two of them crossed an alley and turned to another road, they happened to meet Shen, who was outside to buy special painting materials. He saw Lange following a few steps behind Shen and thought he was seeing things. So he took 2 steps at a time and stepped in front of Shen, Ayin and Xiaokai, who were following behind, grabbed soda and ran over. Why are you and him together? Shen eyes were full of caution. Even if it was Lange. So what? 3S. So what? Commander-in-Chief. So what? In his heart, Xiaofu was so simple and didn't know anything. Did she go out with him these days? When did they become so familiar with each other? Don't lead my sister astray. Really? Shen answered frankly. Mission. Don't you know? She raised her hand and made a 6, indicating the 6th military region. Shen was stunned. I really don't know. His brother would not say anything about things that had nothing to do with him. Not to mention that this was a separate mission. So he was completely unaware. Only Liu, when he asked Shen where he went, covered her mouth and laughed at him. What? Oh, there are things you don't know. In short, she was extremely sarcastic and hesitated for a long time before telling him that it was Shen who said he had gone out and asked for leave. But even if he was very curious, he would not ask more about the specific content of the mission. Are you two the only ones? No. There's also Tujia. Shen. This combination must have been thought up by his brother. But since it was a misunderstanding, Shen was going to politely greet Lange. But he was gone. And he was embarrassed to raise his hand. Shen patted his shoulder and pointed to an ice cream shop next to him. He's there. Lange stood in front of the ice cream shop seriously, carefully selected the mint ice cream, and then turned around and asked the two, Do you want to eat? Originally, he wouldn't ask others, because he had been cooperating with the military district alone for so long, and he had no experience of getting along with people of the same age. But he had been with Shen and Tujia for this period of time, and everything was in 3 portions, so he was a little used to it. Shen was not polite, holding the idea of eating it, dragging Shen over, pointing to the watermelon-flavored ice cream on it. I want 10 scoops. Lange nodded and asked Shen, What about you? He looked frank. The two looked straight at him, and Shen coughed twice in embarrassment. No thanks. But Xiaokai raised her leaves and jumped high. It wants to eat. It was the first time Lange saw such a novel thing. What is this? He never read campus forums, nor paid attention to any small news in the school. It was the first time he saw such strange plants as Xiaokai and Ayin. Shen explained, I cultivated the devouring rose and fed it with exotic beasts. Lange thought about it for a while and figured it out. Oh, I see. Will different exotic beasts have different appearances and functions when fed in? Yes. Xiaokai and Ayin's skills are not exactly the same. But some exotic beasts with the same attributes will give them similar skills. Lange's eyes lit up. Then, can it make ice? Shen raised his eyebrows slightly at Xiaokai. And Xiaokai immediately stood up straight with a start. The two leaves closed together. and then slowly pulled apart. A chill spread from it, and the three watched Xiaokai rub a big ice ball. After the production was completed, Xiaokai held the ice ball in her hand and handed it to Shinshinfu, twisting it back and forth as if to take credit. It seemed to say, "I did it. Isn't it amazing?" Shinshinfu patted its head and let it take the ice ball back. Lucier asked Ain again, "Can you do it too?" Ain just lifted one of her leaves, and a dozen small ice cubes condensed on the leaf, controlled by it to float in the air. Lucier was very satisfied and turned to the owner of the ice cream shop and said, "2 more of each flavor of ice cream. Lianghua, eat for free based on your ability." I have to say that the boss's craftsmanship is really good. At least the construction is very good. Shinshinfu 10 balls of ice cream were piled up neatly by him. The structure was very stable, but it was 70 to 80 centimeters high, and she had to stretch her arms to eat the top ball. Shen Yoxing couldn't help taking several photos. Lucier watched Xiaokai and Ain pour the ice cream balls on their heads. He wanted to stop them, but found that there was a vortex on their heads that swallowed the food. "It's really good. Very clean." Lucier asked Shinshinfu, who was eating ice cream in a weird posture, "Can I buy one?" "What?" Devour rose. "If you can still feed it." "I want to buy one," he added. "You name the price." Shinshinfu had just eaten someone's ice cream. If she refused, it would seem that she was heartless. She was really soft-hearted. But she had caught many times in several competitions with exotic beasts by herself before, and added 3 more shells of exotic beasts. There were still 8 seedlings given by teacher Moulin. It's not impossible. She recalled the date and did not agree directly. "In a few days, I can make one for you after seeing the situation." Lucier nodded without thinking deeply. "Okay." Shen Yoxing on the side thought more, because Shinshinfu had no reason to see the situation in a few days. What would happen in a few days? But since Shinshinfu didn't say it, he could only remain silent. Chapter 322. Whose sister is it? After Shinshinfu brought Xiaokai back to the dormitory, he only saw a Jean lying on the sofa. Liu didn't know where she went. Xiao Fei should still be training in the supernatural department. She returned to the room with a glass of water. Xiao Meiqiu, who hadn't seen her for a long time, sat on the windowsill and looked outside. This is where she and it often stay. Her lazy sofa was placed at the window, with a small coffee table in the middle and Xiao Meiqiu's bed on the other side of the coffee table. Shinshinfu asked it, "Are you waiting for me?" Xiao Meiqiu turned around and replied, "Meow. Meow." Shinshinfu smiled, walked to the window, put the water cup in his hand on the coffee table in the middle, and put a cat doll that looked like it in its nest. "This is a gift for you." Shinshinfu stepped forward and stroked its head, then turned and went into the bathroom. Xiao Meiqiu looked at the black cat doll below, shook its tail, and jumped off the coffee table on the windowsill, but accidentally shook Shinshinfu cup on it, and the water also spilled out. Just when the cup was about to break, the little coal ball's eyes lit up with golden light, and the cup stopped in the air, and then returned to the coffee table along with the water. It retracted its gaze, jumped into its nest, hugged the gift that Shinshinfu bought for it, bit it, and slowly closed its eyes, and fell asleep. The next day at midnight, the location of the simulation training room of the Department of Supernatural Power. The lights in the corridor were not turned off, but there was no one there. The entire Department of Supernatural Power was now silent. After Xiao Fei finished training, she saw the message that Shinshinfu sent her, saying that he was back, and hurriedly picked up the training bag to go back to the dormitory. Although she didn't know where she went or what she did, she completely trusted what Shinshinfu was going to do. She opened the door, and the door of the training room opposite opened at the same time. Xiao Fei raised her eyes and glanced at Shen opposite. Without saying a word, she silently closed the door and prepared to leave. However, when Shen saw her, he couldn't help but ask, Are you still training at this time?" Xiao Fei didn't have a very good attitude towards Shen, the stupid brother who was related to her by blood. Otherwise, should I have a barbecue here? Shen, He didn't understand why everyone was so angry recently. Is he so unpopular? He knew Xiao Fei was the most important sister of Shinshinfu. I didn't have a blood relationship with her, but she was closer to him than anyone else. I thought she was just a malnourished child. I didn't expect to see her training after midnight for so many consecutive days. I couldn't help but ask a question, but was directly retorted. I don't have any grudge against you. Why are you so fierce to me? Shen caught up with Xiao Fei. His face was not very good. Xiao Fei was speechless. She had been eating melons in her busy schedule before, and saw the post on the campus forum. She knew at a glance that it must be the people from the Lange family who led the rhythm, letting the fake and the person who had always been against her sister torture each other. But it's been so long. Had they just started to care about her life? So the more she looked at me, the more unhappy she became. Yes, you have no grudge against me personally, but looking at your appearance, I know that you must have bullied my sister in the past. You even had a fight with her before, but you lost miserably, Xiao Fei said as he walked out. Shen felt inexplicably sour in his heart, and was not very happy. He muttered, "What, your sister? That's my sister." As soon as this sentence came out, Xiao Fei stopped. The originally tired eyes became sharp, although the tone was indifferent. The words seemed to be accusing and venting. "It's my sister, not yours. You lost her, and I picked her up." She was also very young at that time, lying on the ground with blood all over her body, and she was almost unrecognizable. Hearing this, Shen's face turned pale, but after Xiao Fei saw it, his expression became bad, and he even curled his lips, as if he wanted to deliberately stab him in the heart. She pointed to her head. She had a serious head injury. She pointed to her shoulder. It was cracked here. The finger slid down to her ribs. The healing psychic said she had several broken ribs, and her arms, legs, places you can't imagine were injured. At that time, her body was weaker than me who grew up in the ruins. She said she survived by eating raw meat of monsters. You don't know this either, since you are her brother. How do you live? What do you do after she comes back? How do you say she is your sister? Shen was speechless, but Xiao Fei smiled even more. Oh, I see. You think she is very strong now, so you want her to be your sister again, right? If she is weak, she is not worthy. But why? Why should you choose? What are you so great about? Everything you have is conditional. If she is B level or C level, would you still say she is your sister like you do now? Do you know how much she has suffered? Don't think that everyone wants to go to your house. She has survived without you for so many years. You don't know. After I rescued her, she didn't speak for a long time, like a breathing corpse. She always looked into the distance or at the sky. I don't know what she was thinking. Maybe wondering why you didn't come to find her. At first, others didn't know how powerful she was. They said bad things to her or wanted to hit her. She just walked away without much reaction, because she had no emotions. She felt that nothing was meaningful until I said that I wanted her to be my sister. Then she seemed to have a goal and some breath of life, and finally became what she is now. You have never gone to the art department to find her, which means you don't care at all. Now you say she is your sister based on a little blood relationship. How dare you? Now, do you know why I don't have a good attitude towards you? Shen clenched his fists, wanting to refute and retort with confidence, but he couldn't say a word. She got lost by herself. Xian's eyes dodged, and he could only hold back this sentence, wanting to prove that they didn't want her. Xiao Fei smiled coldly. Do you believe it? Don't you know how good the memory of 3S people is since childhood? Do you think she will get lost and can't find the way home? A bunch of hypocritical people. Xiao Fei didn't look at him again and walked towards the exit. Don't block my way again in the future. I may not be unable to beat you. When Xiao Fei walked to the door, he found a person standing in the dark beside the door. When he was about to attack, he saw his face clearly, and finally snorted and left. Xian lowered his head, and his original youthful spirit and self-confidence were severely trampled by Xiao Fei. The ups and downs of life were like a mountain pressing on his heart. He was angry, anxious and regretful, so that his eyes were red. He walked to the door and faced the same complicated face. The previous things were actually not solved at all, nor were they in the past. But she never talked about it, as if the page had been turned. In fact, the injuries were piled on top of the injuries, and it was impossible to count how many wounds there were. The two looked at each other. Their eyes were full of confusion. Chapter 323 Shen Family Laboratory. In the Shen Family Underground Laboratory, Shen Yoli personally delivered the space block of the Star Beast that the three-person team had captured. He was not at ease no matter who he entrusted this matter to. After all, it was not certain how many people in the military district had that strange pattern on their bodies, and what the pattern was used for. After many layers of verification, Shen Yoli was brought in. and Si Zheng and her assistants were already waiting for him. Shen Yuli took out a knife and cut his finger, and wiped it on the box containing the space block. The groove of the box emitted light, and it opened only after the verification was successful, revealing the space block inside. He took it out and handed it to Si Zheng. Grandma, this is a firework star beast, and the space block can be enlarged by injecting superpowers. The assistant stood aside, with a puzzled expression. This looks like a blue star stone, and it doesn't look like fireworks at all, although there are some bright lights flashing on the edge of the star stone. Si Zheng nodded. It seems that this star beast has been beaten to the point where only the star core is left. It will take many years for it to recover, but there is no need to worry that it will resist. Shen Yuli thought of the people who were sent before, and said, Grandma, I want to see Peng Yan. Si Zheng glanced at Shen Yuli, and saw that his expression was a little solemn. She patted his shoulder, and turned to the assistant, and said, Bring him here. Soon Peng Yan was taken to the visual laboratory. His upper body was naked. His hands and feet were tied, and his eyes were covered. At this time, it seemed that except for the scars left by fighting for so many years, there was nothing abnormal on his back, and the pattern that appeared in the military area before was gone. Si Zheng and others were not there, so she and her assistants hurried to experiment with the star beast. Only Shen Yuli was in the observation room. Peng Yan has served the military district for many years. He is older than the others, and is a very nice person. Many people under Shen Yuli have a good relationship with him. After so many years of getting along, Shen Yuli felt bad when he saw him tied up. Shen Yuli talked to him in the observation room. Peng Yan. It's me. Peng Yan has been cooperating with the experiment since he was first brought here, but no one has come to see him for so long. In fact, he was unsure. He was a little excited when he heard Shen Yuli's voice. Major General Shen. Is that you? Yes. It's me. You? Cooperate with the inspection. If there is no problem, we will meet in the military district at that time. Peng Yan smiled when he heard his words. Okay, Major General. But I have some questions for you. Shen Yuli always felt that there was something strange about this. Just ask. Although Si Zheng and others had asked most of the questions, Shen Yuli still had to ask them in person to feel at ease. At that time, he was in the military district, and he was worried that this matter would be discovered by others. So he was quickly sent here under the pretext of transferring him out of the mission. Don't you know about the pattern on your back? I don't know. Has there been anything strange in your body over the years? No. I eat well, sleep well, and there's nothing wrong. When you were on the mission, what caused the pattern to appear? And what did it feel like? I don't know either. I just felt a breath when I was fighting with all my strength and using my superpowers. But then it disappeared. It's just that he has never been on a mission shirtless. So naturally he doesn't know there is something on his back. He even went to check, but didn't find anything wrong. He thought it was just like bloating. A natural reaction when you get older. Okay. I know. After he asked, Peng Yan was taken away. The reason why Peng Yan was so valued was not just because he was from the 6th military region, but more because he was the only person Shen Yuli found whose back pattern would appear and disappear. He found 4 or 5 people with signs of damage to the black pattern on Mingsan's back, and he was not the only one who found it. Another person also found it. Su Ming from the 33rd military region, who was also his former classmate and friend. So the two of them have been investigating this as an illegal experiment. But Su Ming is busier than him, and doesn't have much time. Judging from Peng Yan's reaction, this matter is more complicated than imagined. Not to mention Xiao Yu found by Shen Chenfu. They were all sent to the Shen family's laboratory, because he thought the military area was not safe. They extracted Xiao Yu and Xiao Xiao's memories, and saw Xiao Yu's experience in full, as well as her physical condition, and the scene when Shen Chenfu and the other two helped her fight against the pattern. As it stands now, people with patterns on their backs are more like several different stages. At first, Xiao Yu was injected with strange things, and then patterns appeared on her body. As long as she resisted, she would be in agony. This is the initial process. After Minkin recovered from his injuries, his mental state stabilized and told them that he was captured before he awakened and had been subjected to various experiments. But after he awakened his superpowers, he was injected with a shot of pink stuff. But because he had been injected with drugs too many times, he didn't know what the difference was between this injection and the others. However, he was at a high level, S level, and he fought hard against the qi in his body. On the day when Shen Fu and others rescued him, he said that he had broken the qi in his body, but he didn't know that black patterns appeared on his body, combined with the fact that the green pattern on Xiaoyu's body was broken by Lu Shi and turned black. This might be the failure of some kind of experiment of the other party. The few people he found at first did not find anything wrong with him, but the only common point was that they all went to the hospital for treatment, which is why they kept their eyes on the hospital. Peng Yan is completely different from them. The pattern on his body will only appear when he uses his superpowers strongly, which may indicate that he is a successful person in this kind of experiment. But he has no memory of being kidnapped for the experiment. His memory was sent to Shinyoli for inspection at the time, and there was indeed no fragment of being injected with strange things. It's just that we don't know what this successful pattern represents and what consequences it has. And Xiaoyu's words, "there is another pair of eyes watching," are also very strange. It was Si Zheng who found out that the fluctuations behind Peng Yan when he used his superpowers were somewhat similar to those of star beasts. In the end, it would depend on her experiment. It was unknown whether someone had also captured star beasts for illegal transformation. Shinyoli quickly returned to the military area. After all, it was not convenient for him to leave for too long. The assistant told Si Zheng, who was preparing for the experiment, about his departure. She just nodded slightly and ignored her grandson. She injected superpowers, and Shen Fu's space block became very large, and the star core in it also returned to its original size. Si Zheng held various instruments in her hands and said to the assistant beside her, "Let's start." Chapter 324, The Rose of Painting. On April 30th, Shen Fu finally received a message from Evan, saying that Lange was back, and asked her to go back at the end of the month for the family dinner. But she had to go in the evening, and she had to go to class during the day. It happened to be the weekend, so it didn't delay anything. Shen Fu hadn't been back for a while, and finally sat with the people in the class. He still felt a little nostalgic, but now there were not only 6 of them in the class, but also 3 flowers. Jin, Yin and Xiaokai had nothing to do in the dormitory, so they were all brought to paint, and the teachers naturally didn't care. Xiaokai never went to the Department of Supernatural Powers with Xiaofei, because Xiaofei training was very intense, and he didn't have the time and energy to pay attention to Xiaokai. On the contrary, the art department was suitable for it, and even its color was very similar to the art building. But no one commented on its artistic level, because it was too arrogant. A colorful flower playing with ink there, making its fur dirty. Ajin, on the other hand, was painting oil paintings elegantly, using pointillism, following the impressionist approach. Ayan was different. Her work was hyperrealism. A big flowery head was very close to the drawing board, holding a pencil and painting bit by bit. Seeing this, Shen Fu asked Shen Yoxing, "Will Ayan really not get myopia like this?" Nei laughed. "Even if you wear glasses, you won't know where your eyes are." Only Cici sighed while looking outside. "After coming back for a few days, I don't know why I want to go out again. Originally, I was looking forward to going back to school, but after being back for a long time, I suddenly began to miss the league." Shen Yoxing looked at the drawing paper. His hands did not stop, and replied, "Yes, generally 1 to 2 months after the end of the league, there will be a list of study tours. It is a reward provided by the military region to some outstanding teams in the league. The top 6 military academies will be selected, but there will be no notice issued in a big way." Liu had never known about this kind of thing, and what she heard was, "This is a trip." So she was very excited. "Does that mean we can go on a study tour together again?" Shen Yoxing shook his head. "Not necessarily. TSK. What's wrong with you? You can say yes at one moment, and not at another. What I mean is that we are not necessarily in the same group, because there may not only be disruptions on campus, but we may also be assigned to people from other military schools," Cici said helplessly. "If we are assigned to people who have had conflicts before, won't we have no peace along the way? After all, the league is mainly about grabbing things, and everyone has more or less had conflicts. That's probably the reason. We were opponents during the league, but when we went to the military district, we were all comrades, so it's normal to be mixed into groups." "Okay, how long will the study tour last?" "Not sure. Sometimes 3 months, sometimes half a year, depending on the arrangement of the military district. But most of the time it is very free. The location is free, and the length of time for each position is free." Shen Fu was silent for a long time. and finally asked a soul-searching question. Can I bring a cat with me on a study tour? For such a long time, she couldn't leave out Little Cold Ball. Little Cold Ball is a lonely cat staying in the dormitory. She will miss it. And it should miss her too. Okay. You can bring whatever you want. Studying abroad is to study and play in different planets. You need to experience different life cultures and life practices. Not just to go to other people's schools for academic exchanges. I see. Liu looked at a Jean. If I can go, I can bring a Jean with me. The class started to discuss the study abroad crazily. Everyone thought it was a good opportunity to go out and play. After the afternoon painting time, everyone packed up and prepared to leave. Shen Shenfu told Liu and Shen Yoxing that he was away for the past 2 days. Liu was already very familiar with the process. Before she could speak, she said, I know. Xiufei is my sister now, and I will raise her to be plump and white. Shen Yoxing felt sour when she heard this. Xiufei is my sister. Liu didn't listen, covering her ears and grinning. My. The two of them went out of the door arguing, followed by 3 flowers. And Shen Shenfu followed them with a smile. Just as she was about to walk out, Nai looked at her back as she was about to go out. And suddenly her heart jumped, and a feeling of uneasiness enveloped her. Nai quickly called Shen Shenfu. Wait! Shen Shenfu turned around and looked at her. What's wrong? Wait a minute. Nai walked quickly to her with his bag, rummaged in the bag for a long time, and took out a very delicate white bracelet. In front of Shen Shenfu, he mobilized his supernatural power and continuously added the lucky halo until the bracelet emitted a dazzling white light. After she stopped typing, the light slowly disappeared into the bracelet. Nei took Shen Shenfu's hand and tied the white bracelet on her left wrist. I want to give you this. Shen Shenfu was stunned, then raised her hand and looked at it. It looks good. I like it very much. Thank you, Nei. She used her fingers to fiddle with the bracelet, and the corners of her mouth rose. But Nei frowned and didn't look very happy. Instead, he reminded her, I always feel that you should be more careful. Although I can't tell. At this time, Cici and Xiaolai had also packed up, seeing Shen Shenfu's bracelet that was different from others. Cici put her arm around Nei's shoulder and said with a smile, Okay, you give it to Shen Shenfu now, and don't give it to us. Give it to you. Give it to you. I do it when we get back. That's better. Liu and Shen Yoxing quarreled at the stairs, and found that Shen Shenfu didn't follow them. They shouted to the classroom from a distance. Shen Shenfu, are you going back? Shen Shenfu nodded to Nei and followed the 2 people in front of him. I'm coming. After returning home, Shen Shenfu washed Xiaokai first, then tidied up the room. When she was about to go out, Xiao Meiqiu followed her and blocked her way. What? Are you going with me again? Meow. Shen Shenfu squatted down and touched its head. It's really not possible today. It might be dangerous. I don't agree with you going. But the little cold ball obviously wouldn't listen to her. It jumped directly onto her shoulder again, and couldn't be driven off no matter how hard she tried. Shen Shenfu had no choice but to take it back with her, but repeatedly emphasized that it must run quickly if it encountered danger. At this time, Shiyu and Xian also received the news. But they received more news. That is, they had to stay at home these days, and couldn't go out. But they didn't think about it carefully. After being scolded by Xiufei, they were a little ashamed to face Shen Shenfu. However, this is the world. The more you fear something, the more it will come. The few people met outside the Sky Castle. Chapter 325 3 Days. Xian and Shiyu felt ashamed to call her sister. But it would be weird if they didn't say anything. They could only say, You're back. Shen Shenfu nodded, not knowing what the 2 brothers were doing strangely again, and walked straight to the castle. The 2 behind him really followed silently, as if they had done something guilty. And the servants actually felt a little cautious. But they quickly denied this idea. She was fine. But how could Xian, the little devil, be so humble and cautious? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But at dinner time, they found that this was actually true. Xian had been eating his meal quietly without saying a word. Normally, he would say a few words to the head of the family. I don't know what he had done wrong. Even Shiyu, who usually had a smiling face, had no expression on his face. He looked very bad, and felt that he was even harder to mess with than Xian. Molly didn't know what was going on. She didn't smile when she came back recently. But her servants were said to have a much better life. It felt like everyone had changed. Shen has also changed. When cutting steak, he no longer deliberately makes a crunching sound. He doesn't eat as much as before. But his complexion has improved. She felt the sight drifting over from time to time, and turned her head to look at Shen and Shi. Why do you always look at me? Shi pulled the corners of his mouth stiffly, but did not meet her eyes, and explained far-fetchedly, nothing. I just think your steak is delicious. After saying this, Fang, who was sitting in the upper seat, and Irene and Jasmine next to him all looked up at him. Logically speaking, he never thinks that the taste of very well-done steak is delicious. Although Shi looks good-tempered, he is actually very picky. It can be said that he doesn't eat this or that, and his requirements are very high. But Shen didn't know, and really thought he was interested in the steak in her bowl, and told him, this is very well done. Meaning that if you want a very well done steak, just go and ask for it yourself. Don't covet the one in her bowl. When Shen heard about the well-cooked steak, he looked at the medium-rare steak with red on his plate, and suddenly couldn't eat a single bite. Because he suddenly remembered what Xiaofei said to him before. She survived by eating raw meat of alien beasts. Thinking about how he had mocked her before for not having eaten steak, he really wanted to slap himself twice. What kind of words were those? It was as ridiculous as asking a starving person, why don't you eat? There was nothing to eat. How could he choose? And he had even gone to Xiaofei and said that she was his sister. He was so guilty that he couldn't even look at her. It was so embarrassing. He lowered his head again and again, almost putting his face on the plate. Seeing this, Feion said to him, Shen, you have to use a knife and fork to eat steak. Only cats and dogs eat it directly with their mouths. Shen sat up straight, rarely talking back, but asked the servant to take the steak away and replace it with salad. Jasmine thought it was strange. You're losing weight. She rolled her eyes at her. What do you care? I love this now. She stuffed vegetables into her mouth one bite after another. It didn't look like she was eating, but rather like she was venting. I don't know what made her so angry. But Shen didn't just feel Shiyu and Xian looking at her. Jasmine occasionally glanced at her, and Feiyong and Irene seemed to be looking at her. Shen was a little strange. Is there something on her face? She picked up the steak knife and looked at her face reflected on the knife. She really didn't see anything wrong. Shen looked at Irene. She hadn't seen this stepmother for a long time. For some reason, she felt that her face was not very good. She looked a little weak. Irene was sitting opposite Shen. She noticed that she was looking at her and smiled. Shen was stunned for a moment and then retracted her gaze. Feiyong suddenly spoke up. Hill, how is school going recently? Pretty good. How is teacher Xian? Pretty good too. The two of them asked and answered each other, and no one else interrupted. But she had thought that Feiyong would ask her about his level the first time he saw her. But he didn't. He really just asked some ordinary questions. Questions that a father would ask at home. After he finished eating, he put down his knife and fork and left. And Shen followed him directly. For some reason, the two of them seemed to have some natural tacit understanding at this time. She didn't say she had something to ask. And he didn't ask why she followed him. For the first time in so many years, the father and daughter walked in the castle one after the other. Just like that. They passed by the study, walked through the corridor, walked up the stairs, and stopped at a flower room that Shen had never been to. This flower room was full of lily-of-the-valley flowers. Lily-of-the-valley flowers of various colors and varieties. Shen only realized what the fragrance she smelled when she first came to the castle was when she smelled the fragrance. It was the scent of many lily-of-the-valley flowers. Elegant and fresh, but also with some sweetness. Shen stood at the door, watching Feiyong put on an apron, rolled up his sleeves, and watered the flowers with a kettle. His movements were very skillful. It seemed that he took care of the flowers here himself. She watched this scene silently, and felt that something was blocking her heart. She didn't want to be like this. So she stood at the door and said, I have a question for you. However, Feiyong didn't ask her directly, nor did he look at her, but just said, come in. Shen walked in, and the moonlight sprinkled from the side glass, falling on her and Feiyong, and also on the lily-of-the-valley flowers in the room. He didn't even turn on the lights, and the two of them were like a frozen moonlight silhouette. It was still Shen who broke the silence first. She said, I want to ask you. Why did you? Feiyong interrupted her. 3 days. What do you mean? Shen Shenfu didn't understand what he suddenly said about 3 days. I've asked for 3 days off for you. I tell you the answer. But you stay at home these days. I also hold a party for you. Shen Shenfu frowned. But I don't want to. What party? Is it to tell everyone that she's back? Wouldn't that mess up her life? She disagreed. Theon put down the kettle, fixed his gaze on her, raised his lips, and raised his tone. If you don't agree, then I won't tell you anything. It seemed that he knew what she was going to ask, and he knew that only he could give her the answer to this question. Shen Shenfu looked at Fei On in front of her in a trance. In a trance? She seemed to see the him on Shenyang's photo card, who looked like a combination of Xian and Shiyu. But she still shook her head. I don't want to. Fei On took a step back. Then you can wear a mask. But you must attend. This is the party I'm holding for you. He continued to add. In this way, I may be willing to tell you all your doubts. Chapter 326 Play Together. Shen Shenfu was silent for a long time, and Fei On was not anxious, waiting patiently, but his expression seemed to be sure that she would agree. Okay. I want a mask. Yeah. Fei On smiled at her. His expression was more relaxed than ever before. Just when Shen Shenfu turned to leave, he suddenly said, This is your mother's favorite flower. Shen Shenfu didn't understand why he said this to her, but he didn't mean to stop, because she said that it looks like little bells. And it looks lively. She doesn't like quiet. She likes lively. She said that the lively world is full of vitality, and only powerful planets have the power to be lively. She used to like to drag me to jump into the river in summer, because she said that she wanted to tease me when she saw my serious expression, and wanted me to be more lively. You may not believe it. She likes pranks the most. If she is. At this point, he suddenly stopped talking, even with his back to the moonlight. Shen Shenfu seemed to see the tears flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, as if he was suppressing his emotions, and suddenly said to Shen Shenfu in front of him, You go back to your room. Shen Shenfu turned around and left, but her body was stained with the fragrance of flowers. To be honest, she liked this smell very much, because this smell gave her an inexplicable sense of security. Shen Shenfu walked back to the main castle and met Irene. She seemed to be waiting for her. Sure enough, Irene took a few steps forward after seeing her. Hill, did you agree? Banquet? Irene nodded. It's a banquet. Shen Shenfu didn't understand. What was so important about a banquet? Why even she had to ask her? Didn't want her to participate? Do you think she will block the way of her 2 sons? But she answered truthfully. I agreed. Unexpectedly, Irene seemed to be relieved when she heard her say this. Very good. Shen Shenfu was confused by these 2 people, and didn't know what tricks they were playing. In short, it was very strange, and there was something wrong everywhere. Irene raised her hand and touched her head, smiling at her like she did when she was a child. Go back to your room. Shen Shenfu returned to castle number 9, and the living room had already delivered the latest dresses and jewelry, as well as many masks. She found that even the masks were matched with the dresses, as if they had been considered long ago. There were also more than 20 different invitation styles, and she had to choose which one to use, and it would be sent out on the same day after she chose. She felt frustrated. When she faced Feon, she felt powerless as if she had punched cotton. But he actually dismissed her with just a few words, and even agreed to attend the banquet. It was as if he already knew what she was thinking. But if he was unwilling to answer her questions, perhaps no one would ever tell her the truth about that matter. So she thought it was worth it. Shen Shenfu glanced at the invitations on the plate, clicked on a black one that was shining dimly, and decided on it. May 1st. The first day. Shiyu and Jasmine saw the servants decorating the Sky Castle in the morning. After asking Evan, they learned that the family would hold a banquet the day after tomorrow. And it was for Hill. The 3 of them did not have any jealousy, but were curious. Curious why she agreed to attend the banquet. According to her personality, it was difficult for anyone to force her to do anything. They couldn't help it and ran to find Shen Shenfu. But they came up empty-handed. Xiaoyin said she was not there. Shockingly, she said that the head of the family had found the eldest lady. The 3 ran to find Feon again, but saw the 2 in the tea house between the 9th and 10th castles. The 2 were playing chess, and they had just started. When Feon looked at Xian and Shiyu, the brothers felt cold in their necks. They always felt that he was going to say that they were not training hard and what they were looking at here. In the end, he said, Come in, all of you. Shen Chenfu didn't understand why Fei-on would ask her to play Go early in the morning. She hadn't said she didn't want to. And he threatened her again. What a disgusting adult. The three people on the side didn't know Shen Chenfu could play chess. Looking at her chess gestures, she was very professional. She held the black chess pieces with her index and middle fingers and landed them on the upper right star position. There was a crisp sound, which shocked people's brains. The two of them played chess quietly, while Shiyu silently complained about Shen on the side. I almost killed you when I played Go with you back then. Shen was not convinced. But I was still very accurate when I used chess balls to hit your forehead. Jasmine rolled her eyes. Then you'd better put the chess pieces in my coffee cup for more accuracy. Did I do this? Shen scratched his head. I don't remember. I shouldn't have done that. He just refused to admit it. But he still wanted to win back a point. But why didn't you say anything when you put slugs in my cup? Jasmine also snorted coldly. I don't remember either. I shouldn't have done that. Anyway, she is not pretending to be a perfect child in front of her father now. And she will never endure it like before. And she will directly fight back. They are not impatient people. After an hour, they watched the two of them finish the game quietly. Shen Chenfu lost 2¼ pieces, because the atmosphere was relaxed. Shen opened his mouth and complained, You play SOSO? She wanted to sew his mouth shut, and laughed dryly twice. How long has Sister Hill not played chess? Shen Chenfu collected the chess pieces and replied, More than 10 years. The three people on the side, She lost more than 2 points after not playing for more than 10 years. After Shen figured it out, he wanted to slap himself in the mouth. She was in a remote place. Where could she play chess? Shiyu and Jasmine had figured out this matter long ago. So he had to face the disgust of the two people. Shen Chenfu thought that she could just cooperate with him to finish the game of chess. But he didn't expect that he would ask her to shoot again. As long as she refused, he would raise his eyebrows at her and threaten her with the same thing. So she was taken to shoot again. And the others followed. Because they had never been taken to play chess and shoot by their father. And this was actually the first time they saw it. So they couldn't help but want to go together. The few of them played in a strange but harmonious way for a day. And they had dinner at the end of each month again on that day. The next day was still the same. Fei-on didn't seem to be angry. And he didn't have any heirs as the head of the family. He ran to the 9th castle to find Shen Chenfu, and insisted on taking her to play. Shen Chenfu didn't know that there was such a large game area in the castle. Shen and Shiyu had never played there. So it was brand new. And it was their first time to go there. But she was not a shy person. Since she agreed, she played against them happily in the game. But it was obvious that Fei-on was not as fast as her. And she won the whole day. When Fei-on played with his children, it seemed as if they had always lived like this before. It seemed very happy. At dinner that night, Fei-on seemed to be in a good mood, with a smile on the corner of his mouth. And he was no longer serious. Shen and Shiyu looked at him from time to time, always feeling that he was a little different from usual. But they couldn't tell why. The two brothers concluded that he was so happy because Shen Chenfu had played with him for a day. The family also saw that the head of the family was in a good mood, and worked harder to decorate the Sky Castle. In fact, 2 days was a short time. But there were so many people in the Lange family. So the banquet preparations were completed in the evening, waiting for the guests to arrive the next day. Since this was the first banquet of the Lange family in more than 10 years, more people decided to attend than the Li family's birthday banquet. Chapter 327, Lange Family Banquet. The third day. The evening of May 3rd. All the lights of the Sky Castle were turned on, like a fine work of art floating in the air. The area within 100 miles was the territory of the Lange family, protected by the exclusive guards of the Lange family. The barriers were deployed from the outermost circle, and checkpoints were set up in the air. There was a second check when they arrived at the bottom of the Sky Castle. Even so, no guest expressed displeasure. For them, attending the Lange family banquet was a symbol of status. Shen Chenfu was still in her castle, letting the makeup artist dress her up. And she only wanted the banquet to end quickly. Looking at the person in the mirror, she felt very unfamiliar. This dress was chosen by her. It was not a skirt, but a suit dress. A black shirt with hidden patterns and gold buttons, paired with pure black suit shorts, long socks and black boots, and a white-based, black and gold-based silhouette suit jacket on the outside. This jacket has a sense of military uniform, and the Lange family badge is pinned on the chest. The makeup artist used eyeliner to lengthen the tail of her eyes. raised her long eyebrows, put on a pair of gray-blue contact lenses, and curled her long straight hair into casual curls. After wearing a black mask on the lower half of her face, the whole person looked more aggressive, noble and distant, making people afraid to approach. Xiaoyin looked at Shenfu eyebrows and eyes after the makeup was done, and her eyes widened so much that she attracted Shenfu attention. Xiaoyin, if you open your eyes a little wider, your eyeballs will fall out. She smiled embarrassedly when she heard Shenfu teasing. Miss, I just think that although this makeup artist has done a good job, it doesn't look like you. If she hadn't watched the makeup artist for so long, she really wouldn't have recognized that the person in front of her was Shenfu. That's right. Shenfu lips curled up under the mask and smiled with satisfaction. Ah? What's wrong? Shenfu handed her a tissue and motioned her to wipe her saliva. It's good that you can't see it. She didn't want others to know who she was. Agreeing to attend the banquet didn't mean she wanted to announce who she was and bring countless troubles. After dressing up, she got up and went downstairs, and received starry eyes from everyone in the room. The area of this banquet was in the main castle, and the garden under the entire sky castle. The location was very large. There were guards around and inside other castles, and they were very strict. When Shenfu went out, she saw two people guarding the door of her castle, one man and one woman, who also covered their faces. She had seen bodyguards before, but this was the first time she saw a guard with a Lily of the Valley badge. And these two people didn't avoid eye contact like others, but looked straight at her and met Shenfu's sight. But what was strange was not the identity of these two people, but their level. These two people were both 2S level psychics. It seemed that this guard was much more powerful than ordinary bodyguards. However, she did not leave in a hurry, but walked to the connecting corridor in the air and released her spiritual power to perceive. In addition to the guests from the main castle, there were hundreds of guards in the entire sky castle, not counting those protecting the outer perimeter of the castle. She could sense 2,000 to 3,000 people scattered around, and there were many people patrolling in the air in single-person aircraft. But without exception, all of them had their faces covered. The light brain flashed in her hand. Liu said that she had passed the first security check, and also said that the Lange family had a lot of things to do, and they were as cautious as thieves. Shenfu laughed, returned to the teleportation ladder, and teleported directly to the castle base, and walked out from the base. This time the base was closed to the outside, and the curved stairs connecting the main castle on both sides were open. So she came out of the middle base and attracted special attention. All the guests on the stairs stopped and looked over tentatively, curious about her identity. Who is that person? She doesn't look like Miss Jasmine. She has black hair. She doesn't look simple. Maybe the young lady who made a lot of noise in the Galaxy Military Academy before is her? You mean the person below is the young lady of the Lange family? It was the first time they saw Shenfu, and they were very curious about this newly found young lady. They thought she was a person who was not presentable from a remote place. But unexpectedly, she looked so strong and inviolable. But why did she cover her face? Is she not good looking? Are you stupid? Do you think she looks like that? Maybe she just doesn't like others to see her. Or there is another possibility. What? It's because the Lange family protects her too much, so they don't even let her show her face. Which means that her importance may be higher than those two brothers. It was the first time for Liu to come to the Sky Castle, although she was reluctant to admit it. Her family was indeed better looking than the Li family. Her father only brought her and her brother Li Yao to the party this time. After all, there were so many people in her family, and it would be inappropriate to bring a large group of people, especially if they were not going to play football. At the door, they ran into Song Ke, the eldest daughter of the Song family. She wanted to drag her brother away quickly, but Song Ke, whether she was tactless or intentional, insisted on stopping them. She walked in front of the three people and stretched out her hand. Uncle Li, it's only been a few days since we last met, and you look more handsome than last time. Father Li laughed so hard that he shook his hand back. Uh-huh. Xiaoku, you are still sweet-mouthed. Not like my guy, who always makes fun of me. Liu forced a smile. But in fact, she rolled her eyes in her heart. Uncle Li? Handsome? How could she say handsome against her conscience to her father's face, which was just an ordinary uncle? Song Ke. What a terrifying woman. Liu silently defined her in her heart. And Song Ke went in with a few people. Father Li went over to greet the acquaintances when he saw them. leaving the Li brothers and sisters behind. Song asked Li Yao as they walked. Master Li, do you know about the eldest daughter of the Lange family? Li Yao showed a surprised expression. Eldest daughter? Didn't the eldest daughter of the Lange family get lost? Found back? Song's expression did not change at all, and he cooperated with Li Yao's acting. You actually don't know. It's been widely rumored recently that this banquet was held for her. I see. That's a blessing. Li Yao seemed to be really relieved. Li Yu was speechless, and really didn't understand why she had to watch these two people act. Her brother had obviously started to investigate the eldest daughter of the Lange family a long time ago. But Shen Fu was so elusive that no one thought it was her, and they hadn't found out yet. Now she's pretending to be a little white rabbit with another big bad wolf. But this garden is so big that it takes a long time to follow, and it always feels wrong for her to walk alone. Just when she was struggling, a familiar voice called her, Li Yu. Chapter 328. The three of them looked over at the same time. It was a girl with a mask on the lower half of her face. Her eyes were cold and her clothes were different from those of other female guests. They were simple but luxurious and looked very imposing. Song and Li Yao became serious when they saw her. Years of experience told them that this person must not be an ordinary person. Li Yao was a little confused. Yeah. Is this your friend? Li Yu was also stunned, with confusion in her eyes. If it weren't for Shen Fu's voice before, she would have really thought she was hallucinating. But even now, she didn't dare to recognize the person in front of her. They really didn't look like each other. The color of her eyes changed. Shen Fu nodded to Li Yao and Song first, and then raised her hand to Li Yu and pointed at her light brain, indicating the message she had just sent. Li Yu then realized that this was really Shen Fu. She had just sent a message to her. It's true that clothes make the man, and horses make the saddle. She looked good last time, but this time she looked completely different. Even she, who lived with her every day, couldn't recognize her. The corners of Li Yu's mouth twitched twice, and soon stabilized. She said to Li Yao, "Brother, this is my friend. I go with her first." Song wanted to stop them and say something, but Li Yu had wanted to leave a long time ago. So how could she give her this opportunity? She just walked past and strode away with Shen Fu. Although Li Yao was also interested. If it was someone Li Yu knew, he could just go back and ask. So he teased Song. Miss Song seems to be very interested in that girl. Song smiled. Aren't you? Li Yao lied with his eyes open. Then I really wasn't. But I was a little strict with my sister friendships. You know, brothers and sisters are always difficult to discipline. I think Miss Song and I agree on this aspect. Then I have nothing to say. My brother is not as innocent and cute as your sister. Li Yao was a little surprised that Song would say this in front of him, which probably means that she is very confident in her successor as the head of the family. The 2,000-year-old foxes practiced Tai Chi and walked towards the banquet hall of the main castle, while Shen Fu took a shortcut with Li Yu. Li Yu looked at the sky castle and took Shen Fu to take a photo below, with the sky castle as the background and their two smiling eyes in front. I never thought that one day I would come to the sky castle because of you. Shen Fu was silent for a while. I didn't think of that either. Li Yu couldn't help asking her, where did you come from as a makeup artist? I don't know. Maybe from Lange's family. I mean, the makeup technique is very good. Who can tell that you are, Li Yu remembered that she was still hiding her identity and didn't dare to say her name. But I think it's good for you to wear a mask. Why? Because if your identity is exposed, many people will want to trouble you. She thought of Shen Fu level. Although they can't beat you, you will be very annoying. Are you talking about the enemies of the family? Li Yu nodded. Yes, there are many. When I was a child, many people wanted to kidnap me. Now, every time I go out, there are actually many people protecting me in the dark, and they will come out to save my life when they have to. Shen Fu really didn't think so deeply. She just thought that wearing a mask would make it impossible for others to see who she was. Because Xiao Yin said that all the servants in the family had signed contracts and were given mental instructions. So it was absolutely impossible for them to tell anyone about the Lange family. That was why everyone in the Lange family knew that she was Shen Fu. But no one dared to spread the news. But she suddenly thought that it was Fei Ong who asked her to wear a mask. And he had even prepared it long ago. Could it be that he thought so? How is this possible? After Shen Fu brought Li Yu to the main castle, she was called away by the servants. But even if she walked through the venue in a hurry, many people remembered her figure. At 8 o'clock, the banquet started on time. Feiyong took her, Shiyu, and Emily to the elevated second-floor platform. The strange thing was that Irene was not there. Shinshunfu had heard that she was not in good health before, and he didn't know what happened. Several people came out and seemed to be glowing. And Feiyong said, "Everyone is very welcome to attend my Lange family's banquet. And this banquet is held for my daughter." Then he announced, "This is my eldest daughter, Lange, who I found." The guests in the field applauded and talked about it. The head of the Lange family actually held the first banquet for her in so many years. It seems that the situation of the Lange family in the future is uncertain. However, Shiyu and Jasmine both had decent smiles on their faces, without a trace of displeasure. Could it be that the people in this family really have a good relationship? All of the guests below were skeptical, and they didn't believe that the people of the Lange family would be indifferent to such a young lady who came back halfway. They all thought it was fake. With so much property and one more person to share, and the heir not yet decided, how could there be no reaction at all? This is impossible. This is indeed the eldest daughter of the Lange family. Is it exaggerated to protect her so tightly? I didn't expect Mrs. Lange to not attend. Could it be that she had a fight with the eldest daughter? The adopted daughter looks more like the daughter of this family. I don't think so. I think the temperament of the eldest daughter is more similar. I feel an inexplicable pressure. Now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. When Li Yao and Song Ke saw the people around Feiyong, they were a little bit unbelievable. Especially Li Yao. He really didn't understand when his stupid sister became friends with the eldest daughter of the Lange family. It even seemed that they had a good relationship. When did it happen? Li Yao has been taking care of Li Yu for these years, like an old hen protecting her chicks. He knows everything about her. Now he suddenly feels a little frustrated. He didn't expect his sister to have her own secrets behind his back. Song Ke stared at the person above, and always felt that her outline was familiar. But he couldn't remember who it was. Ji Che approached Li Yu like a ghost again. "Hey, Li Yu. That young lady looks so pretty. Why are you here again? My family also received an invitation letter. I have to eat this kind of melon. But she looks more domineering than you. Where did she come from when she was wandering back?" Ji Che said this without any intention of mocking Shinshunfu, as if he was really curious about where she cultivated to such a noble and elegant appearance. Li Yu laughed. "Maybe it's some unknown ruins. Ji Che, who is brainless, can't turn around at all. Is that so? Then she is really amazing." Li Yu, Even if she told Ji Che that the person above was surnamed Shen, he would probably only sigh, "Ah." It turns out that she had the same surname as Shinshunfu when she was wandering. What a coincidence. Do wanderers like to be surnamed Shen? When the applause subsided, Fan Lang's next sentence caused more than a dozen cups to be broken in the field. Even the children behind him were shocked, because he said, "And I hereby declare that the only heir of the Lange family is Lange, and she will be the next head of my Lange family." Chapter 329. As soon as these words came out, the people below exploded instantly. Especially the many partners of the Lange family, and the heads of various family businesses were all stunned by his sudden decision. After all, compared with other family heads, Fan Lang was very young. And this eldest lady who no one had ever seen announced her return for the first time and directly gave her the position of heir? Many people looked at Song Ke. After all, she was also the eldest lady of the Song family, and had been competing with her younger brother for the position of head of the family. They were both fathers, but they didn't give the twin sons here and decided the heir in their prime, while the Song family was unwilling to give the daughter, and she had to recruit her own men. Although she didn't look strange now, and even applauded with a smile on her face. Others thought she would still feel sad and envious. But the one who was more shocked was Shinshunfu himself. She didn't understand why he made such a decision at all. Did he really find his conscience after so many years? From the initial shock to now, Shen and Shiyu had accepted the reality in just 1 minute, and even felt relieved. Besides, Shiyu had long believed that the position of heir would be given to her. But the only strange thing was why it was announced now. She hadn't even graduated yet, and the banquet was held in a hurry. As if they were in a hurry. Jasmine just smiled and said to Shinshunfu, "Congratulations, sister." Shinshunfu didn't understand what she was congratulating. Didn't this cause her a big trouble? She wanted to ask him the reason. But he didn't even look at her. He just announced the start of the banquet and walked down the stairs into the crowd. He didn't ask her to go down and say hello. As if it was just to announce this matter. And the rest was not important. Ji Che and Liu were choked by the news and only recovered now. Liu really didn't expect that the roommate she wanted to drive out at the beginning would now become the heir of the Lange family. This net worth suddenly became the highest person in the entire galaxy. And no one could compare to it. Ji Che, oh my god. How old is she? She's already the heir? I'm an only child. And I haven't even announced myself as the heir. Liu, she's 16. Ji Che, isn't she the same age as me? Is she of a high rank? Extremely smart? Liu, she's of a higher rank than you. And smarter than you. Ji Che, I don't know what kind of person she is. Maybe my family will do business with her in the future. Liu, she is quite simple. Ji Che, how did you know? Liu, haha. I want to know how I knew too. It's all because of her. She had to tell me this biggest secret. And now she's having a hard time keeping it. It would be better not to tell her this secret. This is too big. Who would believe it if she told it to others? Shen Fu, a 3S who picked up trash in the ruins, returned to the capital star and became the heir of the richest family. Is she the protagonist of this world? This kind of bitter start. But behind it is a golden background. Super powerful and kind. All the novels she read are written like this. At this time, her brother couldn't help it anymore, and looked at her frequently, smiling from time to time, with a look of seeking knowledge in his eyes. How could she say it? Since Shen Fu didn't want others to know. There must be a reason. But her brother is not an ordinary old fox. Can she hide it? But if she doesn't say it, will she still have living expenses? In the future, it will be her, Liu, who picks up trash. No one can understand the despair in her heart. But there is still a fool like Ji Che next to her. And no one can talk to her or give her advice. Could it be that she should ask that annoying guy Shen Yoshing? But when she was distracted again, Shen Fu and her brothers and sisters had gone to nowhere. She only saw the head of the Lange family talking to others. Some people were waiting for her to come down. But if she didn't come, others would not rush up. But today's news was explosive enough. Even the famous and wealthy families were wondering why they didn't prepare some melon seeds at the banquet. It felt like they could eat them all night. Star Network's hot search was instantly pushed to the top. The eldest daughter of the Lange family is back. Hill Lange, the only heir. This topic attracted more attention than the previous league championship. After all, any idea of the heir of the richest man could change the work and life of many people. But no one saw her face. Shen Fu was getting more and more angry, and hurried to the night castle, because other places were not within the scope of the banquet. So there were no outsiders. Xian, Shiyu and Jasmine behind her saw that she was in a bad mood and left the room full of guests, and followed her to the connecting corridor without knowing why. Shiyu stopped her and said, "Sister, there are guests everywhere. You shouldn't just leave like this." Even Xian nodded in agreement. "Yes, I saw many famous family heads. You should go. It would be bad if I trip you up in the future." And Jasmine just followed, but didn't say anything. Shen Fu's tone was not good. "I don't want it. Whoever wants it can have it. I can't be tied to your family forever." Xian couldn't quite understand why she was still dissatisfied. Even if he didn't raise her before, her father didn't treat her badly after she came back. Now even the entire Lange family was given to her. And they weren't even mentioned. And they didn't know how many coins they got. Why was she still so angry? Even if she had a grudge against her family, shouldn't she spend the family's money to make up for herself? Why did she seem to be in big trouble? Father played with her for so long the other day, which was a treatment they had never had before. And it was the first time she spent so much time with him. So he, who had never persuaded anyone before, tried to comfort her for the first time. "Father has been very good to you. What are you not satisfied with?" After saying that, he felt that his tone seemed to be a little hard again, and said weakly, "If you are not satisfied, you have to say it." Shiyu echoed, "Yes, we can all see that you are the most important person in his heart. They are not as good as her." But every word sounded like a knife in Shen Fu's ears. Whatever. Very good. What is not satisfied? The most important thing is her. It's ridiculous to think about it. Shen Fu's tone was sarcastic and disdainful. I am the most important? At this time. Even if she knew that the two brothers in front of her and Jasmine next to her were innocent, she should not vent her anger. But the things that happened in the past few days dug out the most secret pain in her heart. So she could hardly control her words. Then do you know that I didn't get lost? It was Lange who wanted to kill me. He killed me with his own hands. If it wasn't for the irregular free-star hole that happened to appear and swallowed her and the star beast together, how could she be alive standing here now? The three of them couldn't believe their ears. All of them showed incredible expressions. Stunned in place. She frowned. With a very complicated expression. How is this possible? Emily unconsciously raised her hand to cover her mouth. She actually believed that Shen Fu would definitely not lie. And she was 3S. Her memory was much stronger than ordinary people. How could she remember it wrong? Shen Fu's eyes were like the arrival of winter. Cold as a knife. Nothing is impossible. I remember it clearly. When she was about to turn 5 years old, she was taken out of the house for the first time by Fian. At that time, she didn't have her current name. She was still Hill Lange. Chapter 330. Fian led Hill onto the starship. Little Hill was very curious about everything outside, and kept saying, "What is this thing? That thing is so strange." But Fian was always very patient and explained to her one by one. After sitting down, she asked, "Where are we going to play?" "Dad, to a place where you will be happy." "Then when will we go home?" "My birthday is coming soon." "Will we go home before my birthday?" "The teacher also said that when I come back, he will teach me how to make a kaleidoscope by myself. But in fact, I have seen it in a documentary, and I already know how to do it." But the teacher looked very excited. So she cooperated with the teacher. But he did not answer, but said in a gentle and low voice, "Our Hill is the smartest child in the world." But Hill thought about it. "Really? But I still don't understand why you didn't want to send me at first." It was obviously her first time going out. But he didn't seem to want to go with her at first. Fian touched her head, as if he didn't expect her to see it, and explained, "Because I'm busy. But I'm here with you. Don't be angry." "I'm not angry." Hill's eyes were clear. "If you have something else and can't come, I won't be angry either. Although she is small, she is very sensible. Why don't Shen and Shiyu come with us? Is it because they are too young?" "Yes. When you grow up, let's go play together." "Okay. Okay. Then I want to play video games and learn shooting." "Then you have to learn chess first." "Yeah." It was too late to set off, and Hill fell asleep in bed, and Fian looked at her quietly, with many guards standing around. But suddenly the starship shook, and someone ran over with a panicked look on his face. "Master, Zerg bone-eating bees have been detected ahead. We will collide in a few minutes. And the nearest planet is Sanma Star. Should we quickly land on Sanma Star? In fact, the Zerg have been exterminated in the Federation in recent years and rarely appear. I don't know why they are so unlucky that they actually encountered bone-eating bees." Fian was very entangled. If it were just them, it would not be a big deal to fight against such a thing. But there was Hill. Hill had woken up at this time, but she did not interrupt their conversation, but just looked at them obediently with her big eyes open. Fian's face softened, and he quickly ordered, "Land on Sanma Star as quickly as possible." Fian picked up Hill and walked to the front of the starship to look out. At this time, there was no strange thing outside, but they must control the starship to land on the planet quickly. After all, if they broke through the starship, they would suffocate to death. Not to mention anything else. Not to mention the ferocious bone-eating bees, which appear in groups and are one of the most difficult Zerg to fight. Hill hugged Fian's neck and asked, "Dad, is the bone-eating bee the red and black Zerg I saw in the book last time? It can emit 100 poison gas needles at a time, and has 2 pairs of wings." Fian's frown loosened a little. "Yes, it's them. Then we have to run quickly." Hill didn't know how terrible the Zerg was. After all, those things were only on paper for her. Fian didn't let her see the killing scenes of the Zerg star beasts. But when the starship fell into the atmosphere of Sanma Star, they encountered even greater trouble, a flower-shaped star beast. The star beast is not a pure enlarged version of a flower, but is composed of countless small flowers arranged and combined into the shape of a flower. Because it was late at night, the faint light emitted by the flower looked very beautiful. Hill was lying on the window and looking at the star beast, still exclaiming, "There's a big flower there. It's purple." However, what he didn't expect was that the Zerg followed up. They seemed to be coming for the star beast, and the starship was sandwiched between the Zerg and the star beast, so it naturally suffered the greatest impact. They also regarded the starship as an obstacle. and the Zerg seemed to be a group with combat experience. They avoided the starship's energy cannon and identified a point to attack the starship's shield. The other half of the purple flower star beasts also did the same. Those small flowers had a corrosive explosion effect. Under this bombardment, the shield was quickly broken. They were neither up nor down. Theon had to drive his mecha and took Hill away first. The guards followed. But in order not to attract attention, no lights were turned on inside or outside. She didn't make any noise along the way, and followed in the dark. She didn't feel scared when passing through the Zerg and the star beasts because Theon was with her. But just as they were about to leave this chaotic war zone, the flowers surrounded everyone so that they could not see anything clearly. The guards in them were dispersed, and the star beasts and the Zerg hit the mecha and rolled in the air. Theon's face suddenly turned pale, and then the star beasts blew up the mecha, and the Zerg followed and stabbed him several times. He was poisoned and vomited blood several times, and barely blasted it away. At this time, the bracelet on his wrist lit up, and he suddenly stopped moving. Even though Hill was very young, he noticed something was wrong. "Dad? Are you okay?" He was silent for a while, and suddenly laughed softly. "I thought you were nothing, but I didn't expect you to remember everything. Then there's nothing I can do." As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed Hill's collar with one hand and threw her to the center of the star beast without mercy. Hill fell into the flowers, and in the end, she didn't see his expression clearly. There was a bombardment in her ears, and the strange fragrance of the purple flower beast on her nose. She didn't react at all. Why her only support had to throw herself to the star beast and the Zerg. Little Hill watched the mecha being broken. Her nose was sour, and her eyes were soon filled with tears. She might not understand the reason, but she knew in her heart that he didn't want her anymore. She was thrown away. Just as she was swallowed by the purple flower, a burst of orange-red light appeared in front of her, swallowed her in, and the purple flower star beast was also taken in. But after waking up, the star beast disappeared. She floated in the star cave. As a little girl, she didn't understand why she could breathe. Logically, she couldn't breathe without any protection in the universe. She had learned this knowledge a long time ago. But she didn't have much time to think, because she soon encountered the first alien beast. Then she was forced to awaken and fought endlessly, which completely destroyed her former self. At that time, she was neither Hill nor Shinshinfu, but a numb fighting machine. Shinshinfu retracted her thoughts and walked towards number 9. The 3 people who were shocked neither followed her nor dared to stop her. She was willing to give the 2 people a chance now, so she said to ask him for the answer instead of taking action directly. But she didn't expect that he didn't even ask a question and made such a decision directly. The banquet ended at 11 o'clock in the evening. She asked Evan where Theon was. Evan just replied that he had something to do now, and he would tell her later when the head of the family was free. But what was even more strange was that she noticed that the people in the Sky Castle were evacuating quickly, including Xiaoyin and everyone else in her castle, and only the guards patrolling outside were still there. The castle was empty, and there was no sound. At 11:50, the guards also retreated to a farther position, and Evan told her to come to the garden. She had already changed into her usual comfortable clothes and went to the garden with a plain face. When she teleported to the garden, the full moon in the sky was extremely bright, like a bright lamp, shining on the heads of several people. The reason why it was said to be several people was that except for Theon, who had his back to her, Shen and Shi were there. The 2 of them also obviously didn't know what this was going to do, and their eyes were full of confusion when they saw Shinshinfu. Shinshinfu's tone was not good. "Can you tell me the answer now?" Theon turned around and just looked at her. "You asked? Are you sure you want to do it in front of them?" Shinshinfu glanced at the 2 people beside him. Theon nodded. "This needs the 3 of you to do." Shen and Shi looked at each other, thinking that she was going to ask about what she had said not long ago, that Theon killed her, and Shinshinfu didn't know what he was talking about for them to do. But since he didn't care, she asked word by word, "Why did you kill Shen Yang?" Chapter 331. Kill him. When Shinshinfu was a child, she didn't know who the woman she saw was, but she saw it. At the beginning of her life, when she struggled to open her eyes, she saw Theon piercing a person's heart with his hand. She remembered a pair of shocked eyes and a small black teardrop mole. Although she immediately closed her eyes powerlessly, she often felt that it was a dream. After all, who would remember everything since they were born and opened their eyes? until she saw a wall full of paintings about her in the studio of the old house when she was a child. The small black teardrop mole was the same as the one in her initial memory of life. Evan told her that this was her mother, Shen. Maybe he thought that she would not remember anything when she was young. But she remembered it. But at that time, she didn't understand what life and death were. So naturally, she didn't understand what that scene represented. Later, when she was more than 4 years old, she read more books and documentaries, and saw carnivores bite the body of herbivores and take out their hearts. And the animals died. For the first time, she understood what death was. At that time, she also understood that her mother, Shen, died because her father pierced her heart with his hand. That's why she was so shocked when she used the black iris for the first time. Because she had never said a word to Shen, and she had only been held by her once. She originally thought that she didn't care about this mother who was like a stranger. But she was wrong. Perhaps the child was born to love her mother. When she saw the living Shen in her dream, she almost indulged in her tenderness and didn't want to wake up. During that time, she probably understood life and death and thought about it all day long. But she hadn't figured out how to ask. After a while, she was taken out of the house. Or maybe she intuitively thought that this matter couldn't be asked. After that, she was swallowed into the Freestar Cave, and she completely understood what life and death were. But she didn't have the energy to care, because she didn't understand whether she should live or die. And she was also not sure whether he would kill her again. So she lived in a daze, swaying from side to side, and avoiding life. Until later, because of Xiaofei matter, she had no choice but to return to the capital star and pretended not to remember the past. But now she has changed. She wants to know about the past and Shen. After 16 years, she asked this question with a face that was very similar to Shen. This question is more important to her now than why she wanted to kill herself. She thought that when Feion threw her down, he said, "You remember everything." It should refer to the fact that he killed Shen. But she didn't understand why he knew it without asking. Xian and Shiyu didn't understand how many shocking and unpredictable news they had to face this night. They hadn't figured out the fact that their father killed Hill before. They had some impression of the name Shen. Wasn't she his father's previous wife? It is said that she died in the hospital when Hill was born. Although with the current technology, there are rarely any problems with childbirth. It cannot be said to be 100%. But for the people of the Lange family, there is almost no problem at all. At that time, they thought her mother was too weak, so they didn't pay much attention to it. Now he said that her father killed her. Why? Is it true? Xian's tone was not good. He did not ask Shinfu, but asked Feion directly. Did you really kill him? The moonlight left a shadow on Fei Ang's face. He pursed his lips and replied, I killed him. Shiyu followed up and asked, Then you wanted to kill Hill that year? I did it. Xian felt that he had never met the people in front of him when he heard his affirmative answer. Are you crazy? That's your wife and your daughter. He thought he was cold-hearted. But he didn't expect it to be more than that. He was simply not a human being. Feion raised his mouth. Crazy? I hope I'm just crazy. Shinfu didn't want to listen to the conversation between the father and son. You haven't told me the reason yet. In fact, she herself had thought about a lot. Was he threatened? Controlled by a psychic? Or did he make a deal with someone? But there must be an answer. The sound of clang spread in the garden. It was the clock tower of the castle telling the time. It was already midnight, and the bright and cold moon was on the top of the clock tower. You just need to do one last thing to get the answer. The three of them were stunned. He was talking about you. Shinfu didn't understand what this matter had to do with Xian and Shiyu, and they had the same idea. Suddenly, many mechas appeared 2 or 3 kilometers away from the sky castle. One by one, black shadows slowly rose with the sound of the bell. And there was a sense of crisis that was about to break out. Shinfu frowned, and couldn't help thinking that he would kill her again. Shiyu asked, What's the matter? After the bell rang, there was silence all around, and Feion's voice was particularly clear. He said, Kill me. The hearts of the three suddenly tightened. It was the first time that Xian heard such a request in his life. He felt that if he was not crazy, he would go crazy too. He collapsed and said, What on earth are you thinking about every day? There is a hospital at home. Why don't you go see a doctor? Is he talking human language? You want your own children to kill you? You don't need to do this if you are tired of living. He doesn't want to be a human being. But they still want to be a human being. What has stimulated him recently? I didn't expect Feiyong to blast out with a palm directly, and his telekinesis ability burst out. Shen and Shiyu could only reflexively deploy a barrier to protect themselves when they were hit. Let's start. The two were hit, and rolled 2 or 3 times in the air, and slid far away after landing. Shen steadied himself, and asked Feiyong in disbelief. Are you serious? Even if Feiyong was 2S, then the two brothers were also 2S. Not to mention that Hill was 3S. How dare he do it directly? Did he find a new way to commit suicide? Shen was furious, and flames were burning all over his body. But Shiyu stopped him. Shen, don't do it. Are you crazy too? He started it first. The others were all beaten away. Okay. Feiyong raised his hand, and his telekinesis ability pressed down the lawn in the garden. And the 3 people on the opposite side all concentrated their mental power in their eyes, so that they could see his telekinesis fluctuations clearly. Because the telekinesis ability is different from other abilities. It is always invisible. And when it hits, it is like a wave of air. Shen Shenfu no longer held back. If that was the case, he would beat her until she said so. She raised her hand, and the space block protected her from being hurt by him. At the same time, she gathered her superpowers. In the middle of the night, tens of thousands of space spikes appeared in the sky, and there were space spike dragons hovering behind her, which made people panic. Feiyong also began to attack, using telekinesis to pull up all the landscape stones, flower beds, and street lights in the garden, and bombarded the 3 people, and continued to control them continuously. The space spikes collided with those objects and exploded into pieces. Shen's fire had been extinguished at this time, and he and Shiyu were caught in the middle and didn't know what to do. Shen asked Shiyu, "What should we do now?" He looked at the mecha watching in the air in the distance. "What are those guys doing here? Just watch our family fight." Shiyu shook his head. Even though he was very smart, he couldn't understand the development of the matter at this time. But even if he didn't want to beat anyone, if the two continued to fight like this, the whole house would be demolished. So he could only decide, we try our best to stop them. Chapter 332. Shen nodded and listened to his brother completely. One of them released the sea of fire, and the other unfolded the purple garden, covering the entire garden with red and purple half and half. But Shen Shenfu and Feiyong saw this, and went directly into the air. One used the space block to bring himself up, and the other used telekinesis to control himself to fly. Shen Shenfu did not mean to attack them, but Feiyong was merciless. He dug out the things in the garden, and rolled them into 2 large pieces, in the process of fighting with Shen Shenfu frantically. He did not forget to hit them. Shen used a fireball to blast the material block that was going to crush him into a meat pie. After dodging Feiyong's attack, he controlled the vines of the purple garden to grow upwards and tried to pull the 2 down. Shiyu sighed. He raised his palms. His eyes flashed, and flames gushed out of his palms. Firebirds began to fly out from the flames in his palms, heading towards the 2 people in the air. The firebird was in the air with red and orange flames, and from a distance it looked like sparks flying from a bonfire. And Shen looked like the god of fire who released the fire. The whole garden was now in a mess, with several people fighting in a melee. The other 2 people in this family were watching from the air 3,000 meters away with the guards, and saw the scene clearly. But the difference was that Irene was standing in the aircraft, while Jasmine was tied to the seat. Jasmine looked at the flames exploding all over the sky, and the familiar floating space spikes, and struggled to get down, but her mouth was stuffed. Ugh! Jasmine stared at Irene with wide eyes, and made a sound to make her pay attention to herself. Irene looked over. Jasmine, be quiet. Jasmine couldn't listen at all now. What on earth was she doing? Are the father and his children fighting? The guards just watched? Are they all crazy? That's the head of the family, and the future head of the family. What are they trying to do? Although there is a strict father, an unreconciled brother, and a sister who owes her, she doesn't want anyone to get into trouble. This is also her home. The home she tried so hard to stay in. Jasmine's eyes were filled with tears, and she looked at Irene with red eyes and begged, shaking her head. Finally, Irene sighed, looked at Jasmine, and issued a mental command, prohibiting noise. As a 2S psychic, this was very simple for her. After untying the cloth that bound Jasmine's mouth from behind, Jasmine really didn't make a fuss, but just asked, why? Aaron just said, you will know soon. Could it be that you controlled your father? She has such ability. As long as her father is not on guard, it should be easy for her as the person next to her. Aaron laughed. Why do you think so? I can tell you that everything is decided by him. Boom. There was a loud noise suddenly from the sky castle. It was the space thorn dragon, Shen's fire phoenix, and Feiyong's telekinetic impact that collided with each other. It was the first time for Shen Qinfu to fight against a telekinetic superpower. It was really difficult to get close. Every time she wanted to get close, Feiyong would use telekinesis to push her away suddenly. The space block was also difficult to lock. He kept changing positions in the air and almost never stopped. She looked down. Shen and Shi were still trying to make her and Feiyong stop fighting. Shen Qinfu pressed 2 fingers on her forehead, and the domain expanded. The 3 people standing in the center like her were all weakened by her. She raised her hand, and the space blocks quickly rose from the domain and flew all over the sky. 2 of them framed Shen and Shiyu. Almost 10 minutes had passed in the clock tower, and she was a little impatient. Just when Feiyong passed through the space blocks, all the space blocks were locked. Feiyong was fixed in the position of shoulders and legs by 2 of the space blocks. Shen Qinfu reached out and took the space blade sent out from the domain, flashed in front of Feiyong, and stabbed directly into his abdomen. He groaned, but that was all. His eyes looked at her, as if to signal, and as if to ask her, why don't you continue? Shen Qinfu pulled out the space blade, and he took a breath of cold air with pain. She asked, why? What can't you say? He still didn't speak. Shen Qinfu flipped her palm, and the space blade was held in her backhand. She raised her arm and pressed the space blade against his heart. Last chance. Speak. Shiyu used poison gas to corrode Shen Qinfu's space block and ran out, shouting to Feiyong in the ear. Father! Just speak. But Shen, who was usually noisy, remained silent and just watched, because he felt that if it was his father who killed his mother and then killed himself, he might not be able to endure it more than Shen Qinfu. But Shiyu was different. He had always been a more obedient child than him, and had admired his father more since he was a child. Shiyu pleaded with Shen Qinfu again. Sister, I beg you not to do this. He did something wrong. But you are different from him. Can we all sit down and have a good talk? No matter what. He wanted to say that they were all a family. But what his father did made it impossible for him to speak. This was too cruel for her. He was too anxious, with an unconcealable panic on his face. After all, he was only 14 years old. It was not written in the books, nor taught in school. What should he do in a life-and-death duel between his father and sister? Shen Qinfu retracted his gaze from Shiyu's face, looked at Feiyong who was indifferent in front of him, and his mind moved. The space block on his leg flattened his leg directly, and then threw it to the side, turning it into a pile of blood mud and being splashed out. There was no space block blocking the top of his severed leg, and blood gushed out. Feiyong's face turned pale instantly, but he still had no intention of saying anything, but urged her, hurry up. Shen Qinfu really wanted to kill him, because this was her original plan. After getting the answer, she would kill him to avenge Shen Yang, because no matter what, he would kill her. But at this moment, her hands, which had never trembled in the past years when she held the space blade and killed star beasts, alien beasts, and anyone, were shaking violently. For some reason, the image of him holding her and singing a lullaby to her when she was a child was lingering. The image of him patiently explaining any problem to her when she was a child was also vivid in her mind. She didn't want to admit that she still had a little affection for a person who had killed her and her mother. Didn't she give up on him? This was the first time she had such an understanding. She originally thought that she only had hatred for him. She suddenly felt she hated her memory for being so good. If she forgot, maybe she would have a reason to escape. But she always remembered. Sister, please! Shiyu's almost hysterical voice brought her back to her thoughts. Shen Qinfu smiled self-deprecatingly, and her hand unconsciously retracted a little while struggling in her heart. But at this moment, a force pulled her space blade and stabbed it directly into Feiyong's heart. All 3 looked over, and it turned out to be Feiyong himself. Shen Qinfu's hand was on the other end. She never knew that the feeling of the blade passing through her body would make her scalp numb so much that she ignored the space blade piercing a hard object. Why would you rather die than tell me the truth? Feiyong was silent for a long time, lowering his head, and his obviously exhausted body suddenly laughed. and the sound of he was a little weird in the quiet night. Then he raised his head. His left eye turned blood red, and the meridians around his eye were red to black. He smiled evilly, because of me. Chapter 333 Bloody Battle. Shen Fu's scalp exploded when he saw this face, and he instantly retreated 100 meters away. Xian and Shiyu also realized that something was wrong, and their expressions changed from confusion to vigilance. He was wrong. What are you? He seemed to have heard a joke, and seemed a little proud, grinning exaggeratedly, completely different from the previous Feiyong. I am not a thing now. I am also a person. I am Feiyong Lange now. Shen Fu thought his answer was very strange. So he asked again, then were you a person before? No. He raised his tone like a child. I really didn't expect you to be so high level. No wonder he was so careful not to let me find out. He was afraid that I would find a way to kill you again. So he was so anxious to kill me. As he said that, he pulled directly, and Feiyong's left shoulder, which was originally locked by the space block, was cut off by his own red light and remained in the space block. And then red gas came out from his wound, and bones and flesh grew rapidly. His legs and feet also regrew in a breath, including the place where he was stabbed in the heart, and the blood stopped flowing. How pitiful. He thought I wouldn't wake up on the hibernation day, and he wanted you to kill me. How naive. His expression was full of contempt, just like the evil god looking down on ants, showing his disdain to the fullest. Suddenly 2 small robots came out from the ground and brought Xian and Shiyu's mecha necklaces. The 2 were stunned and put on the necklaces quickly. Originally, they were holding a banquet, and they were still in their own home. They didn't think about what dangerous things would happen. So naturally they didn't wear mecha necklaces all day. At this time, they felt more at ease when they got the mecha. Suddenly, Feiyong's face changed. His expression was particularly painful, and he said, "You really woke up." This seemed to be expected to wake up. He asked and answered himself like a schizophrenic or a dual personality. But the other 3 people present knew that it was not the same person who was talking. Yeah. You don't think it's so easy to kill me, do you? You're going to die. So the control is naturally mine. It's really boring. Isn't it good for you to live with me? We accidentally grew together. Shi Mingy. No matter what you say, today is the day we both die. He looked at Shen Fu as if he was suppressing great pain. I didn't want you to get involved at first, but you are 3S. And with you, there is a greater chance of success. Now I can only rely on you. Shen Fu integrated what he just heard at a very fast speed. It's not a thing now. Kill again. Wake up on the dormant day. Shi Mingy. So it was this thing in his body that killed her before? She stared at Feiyong, and after he finished talking to her, he turned to Xian and Shiyu. He was injured by Shen Fu, and his clothes were torn because of his broken arm. Suddenly, she saw that his back, the exposed skin, and his legs were all lit up with red lines. That was something similar to the back pattern she had encountered twice before. And more, it slowly grew all over his body, even on his face. Feiyong focused his eyes on Xian and Shiyu. It is your goal for so many years. The purgatory level star beast. Shen Fu's heart was beating wildly. None of the knowledge he had learned said that star beasts could live in human bodies. Who did it? The 2 brothers' pupils shrank when they heard this. And there was even a buzzing sound in their ears. The dense chill crawled from their limbs to their hearts. Even Xian was a fire element, and his fingertips were cold now. He said, the goal they have been working hard for so many years is a star beast? It looks like a star beast living in his own body. They all remembered the only gentle words Feiyong said to them when they just awakened. He said, you did a good job. And these are all very good skills, which will be useful in the future. So he already knew that there was a star beast in his body. And they were the tools he used to kill the star beast? Why did he have to let them kill it? But they didn't have time to feel sad now. They could only hold the mecha necklace tightly, unfold it in a very fast time, and immediately attack Feiyong's position. Can't think of anything else. Because it's a star beast. Must die. But even if they were driving the mecha, they were pushed away by a strong smell of blood. Because Feiyong was completely suppressed by Qi Mingy after he said that. Facing the encirclement, it fully unfolded its body for the first time in so many years. Qi Mingy felt extremely happy. It was almost killed by Shenyang and her subordinates back then. But now it is alive. And Shenyang has long been dead. It can actually take Feiyong away. But it doesn't want to listen to that old guy. but it is a little bit stronger than it. And it always wants to control its act. Why? It would be too shameful to run away. And it has been silent for so many years. Although he was almost killed because of his impulsiveness. Isn't it okay? Even if he accidentally coexisted with Feiyang, it still avenged itself. Even if he has not fully recovered yet. Killing these people should be enough. The most important thing is Feiyang's 3 children. Mainly Shen Chenfu. Killing her will no longer be a hidden danger. But it also thought, if I can't beat her, I just run away. Is there anything that can stop the Star Beast? Qi Mingya's blood quickly enveloped him completely. With a huge heartbeat, the blood gushed out and almost dyed the entire sky castle red. He was still rising at a high speed until an irregular blood and flesh ball of a kilometer appeared in the air. From a distance, it looked like a huge heart, full of fishy smell and extremely disgusting. And the Lange family guards on the capital star had already set up shielding equipment to prevent the residents of the capital star from panicking. After all, no one would have thought that a star beast would appear on the capital star. However, they immediately contacted the military district. Even if the star beast had a barrier that was difficult to break through, more people would always be more advantageous. Jasmine looked at the star beast in the sky and felt like she was dreaming. She asked Irene, where did the star beast come from? If she was not mistaken, it was from her father. Is her father a star beast? How is this possible? How could a star beast become a human? Or did a star beast parasitize her father? Irene nodded. It's just as you saw. But I didn't expect the star beast to recover better than expected. Their inference was correct. When Feiyang was dying, the star beast could break through their restrictions and appear. Irene pressed the communicator beside her ear and issued an order. Start killing the star beast. And the butler Evan, on another aircraft, tensed his nerves and looked at the star beast in the sky. He could only pray that the eldest lady and the 2 young masters could really defeat the star beast, so that the family head's years of suffering would not be in vain. The escort team began to attack the star beast that was glowing red in the air. Shiyu and Xian also quickly entered combat mode, using countless skills to attack its outer barrier. The star beast flashed red, and hundreds of blood thorns pierced out of it, directly breaking through the mecha and knocking them down. At this time, the second military region, which was closest to the capital star, was sending people to come. Chapter 334. Galaxy Military Academy. Lu Shi was lying in bed with insomnia. Perhaps because there was nothing to do in the past few days. His body did not feel tired, so he began to suffer from insomnia. Lu Shi felt that he might be destined to work hard. Shouldn't he sleep better at this time? Just when he closed his eyes and counted to 1,789 sheep, the light brain on his wrist vibrated like crazy. This familiar feeling made him sigh with despair. Here it comes again. Where should he go to do the mission in the middle of the night? Are there so many alien star beasts recently? He just thought about his own idleness. He had no choice but to click it, and sat up from the bed in an instant. The news actually said that a star beast appeared in the sky castle of Lange's family on the capital star. Although the people of Lange's family were already being killed, it was a purgatory-level star beast. He immediately got up and changed into combat uniforms. The permanent population of the capital star was 3 billion. If the star beast's line of action was not blocked in time, the capital star would be severely damaged. After all, the purgatory-level star beast he encountered for the first time killed 1 million people in 10 minutes. The bloody smell filled her nose. Shen Chenfu entered the mech silently and looked at the star beast in front of her. For a moment, she had no thoughts in her mind. Empty. As if everything was empty. Obviously, the pattern on his body and the star beast, as well as the star beast that the military district wanted to capture alive, and the things that Shen Yoli investigated before, were all related to her. But suddenly, she even slowed down in thinking. After entering the mech, her sight was much higher. When she looked at the star beast through the connection, it seemed that her soul took a step back, as if she was looking at something in another world from the perspective of a bystander. If she killed the star beast, would Fei die? If the star beast controlled him to kill Shenyang, would it still be considered a murder? Her mind was in chaos now. Nothing was clear. So it was empty. Suddenly her mech received the connection. After she clicked to agree woodenly, Shiyu and Xian's voices rang out together. It was Shiyu's voice saying, "Hill, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill the star beast." Xian's voice, "Yes. You are the strongest among us. What are you daydreaming about? Don't think about anything else." We have to break the barrier. The star beast must die. Shen Shenfu gradually came back to his senses. Yes. Yes. They are right. The most important thing now is to kill the star beast. Don't worry about anything else. Kill the star beast. Kill the star beast. Shen Shenfu drove the mecha to the position of the star beast. First used the space block to frame it as usual, stacking 1,000 layers. Then it was to break the barrier. She used a small space block to frame the outer flesh of the star beast. Sheared it flat. But the gap healed in an instant, and the blood from the wound dripped down, like sulfuric acid corrosion, falling on Shen Shenfu's large space block, emitting a burst of black and red smoke. Moreover, its blood-red and black blood thorns connected to Shen Shenfu's space block after being shot out, and a single blood thorn grew more small blood thorns, like a thorn bush. And soon the entire space block was coiled like a messy spider silk hole, and all of them could only shuttle carefully inside. She could feel that after a long time, the space block would be broken. The same was true for other locations. The flesh of this star beast was too thick. Even if it was hit with blood and flesh flying everywhere, it would recover in a very short time. On the contrary, the mecha shields of other people would be damaged by the blood. Even if it was fine after 1 or 2 hits, the mecha would be seriously damaged if it was stained with the blood of the star beast a few more times. However, this star beast called Chi Mingi now seemed to have no intention of running away, and knocked down the mechas of the guards one by one. Shen Shenfu did not restrict the mechas and the people inside, so they did not fall on the space block after falling, but directly passed through and fell to the ground. Suddenly Shen Shenfu smelled a roasted meat aroma, and looked over and found that it was Xian. This smell brought her thoughts back to the human world. Compared with Shiyu, Xian is better at dealing with the star beast than Shiyu. When blood meets the flame, it will be burned and evaporated. He pushed out a large amount of flame, burning the star beast directly like roasting meat. The burnt part of the star beast turned black, and even if it recovered, it would be much slower than ordinary wounds. She flashed to Xian's side, shooting space thorns at the burnt part of his body, and condensed space thorn dragons at other positions to eat the star beast. The superposition of space thorns and flames has a very obvious effect, and the star beast also knows that the two people are the most powerful, so the counterattack is more intense. 7 or 8 bloody hands of 50 or 60 meters in size suddenly stretched out from the star beast and slapped the people in the air, while Shen Shenfu and Xian were avoiding. He shot out 10 layers of space-cutting walls and collided with those giant hands. After cutting through layer by layer, they turned into blood clots and fell down, all accumulated in the space block. And such a large amount of blood and flesh quickly corroded a layer of space block. She frowned and changed the space spike into a cone-shaped drill, evenly distributing it at various positions of the star beast, and rapidly rotating it to drill into the star beast. Like countless nails were driven into it. The blood-red ball sprayed blood in all directions due to the continuous digging of wounds, causing the guards to retreat temporarily. But within a few minutes, the guards who fell below changed. They were originally damaged in the mecha, but most of them had no major problems. However, after landing, they came out of the mecha and stayed in the lingering blood for 2 minutes. And then, they lost consciousness and began to kill each other. The people on the ground seemed to not care about their wounds at all, and they didn't seem to feel any pain. They attacked everyone in front of them crazily until the other party died of blood. The blood that flowed out turned into blood and became part of the star beast. Fortunately, the Sky Castle has a wide territory, and everyone left after the banquet. Otherwise, with the strength of this star beast, everyone within the blood range would become its nourishment. Could it be that this is also the reason why the area around the Sky Castle was bought as private territory? But she didn't have time to think about it, so she could only inject more energy to maintain the space block. And she felt that her space drill hit a hard object after drilling about 10 meters in. She cut more and got closer, and saw a red, transparent, and extremely thick blood barrier inside, at least 7 or 8 meters thick. The thickest and hardest barrier she had ever seen. I didn't expect that the blood and flesh outside were not considered a barrier. At most it was its meat shield. Xian and Shiyu avoided a large number of blood thorns and flew to her side. Shiyu asked, "Is this the barrier? How can we get in?" "It's too thick." Shen Shenfu drew a black space block at the position of the barrier, and the space annihilation was activated, and the barrier at that position was eliminated. But what she didn't expect was that the barrier soon wrapped up the space to be eliminated. and the barrier itself was not affected at all, even if she didn't want to think so. She had to say that it was worthy of being a purgatory-level star beast, and it might take a long time to open. Just when the three of them were at a loss as to what to do, their mecha received a new signal. After the connection, Irene's voice was heard. She said, "You come out of the mecha and go in directly to try." Shen was shocked. "You risk your life? This thing will corrode. And the barrier is so thick. Just go in." Irene's voice became serious, because we guessed that it has already merged with Fian's body. And as a blood star beast, only the three of you who have the same bloodline as Fian may be able to ignore the barrier, and will not be weakened. Shen finally cursed in the silence of his brother and sister. Fuck. Chapter 335. Shen used a space block to plug the wound of the star beast to prevent it from healing too quickly, and then removed the mecha and walked in. Shen and Shi followed her. The three of them used their superpowers to unfold the barrier to prevent themselves from being eroded by blood. Shen didn't say a single good word. I was wondering why they said that only we can fight this star beast. It turns out it's because of this barrier. I should have given birth to more children. There is no need to spend so much effort to give birth to more children. Just like the Li family. 7 people. How powerful is this? Like the gourd dolls. Shi glared at him, and he shut up. They walked into the barrier that was so hard and thick that it was almost impossible to penetrate. It was so easy that it seemed like they had just walked through a gust of air. They were not weakened after entering. What Irene said was true. Just when all three of them entered the interior of the star beast, the people of the 2nd Military Region and Lange hurried to the scene. Since the entire battlefield was blocked by anti-peeping equipment, they could not see anything when they approached, until they flew into the fighting range. Everyone saw at a glance a blood-red meatball in the middle of a 3,000-meter-high space block, and many messy blood thorns. Lange first noticed the star beast in front of him, and he felt uncomfortable and wanted to vomit. Even if the energy was filtered by the mecha, the bloody smell still drilled into his nose. He touched his nose, and the mecha also touched his nose. Then he saw the space block that blocked the star beast from spreading blood thorns to other places, and there were hundreds of space drills spinning wildly inside. This looked like Shen skill. She came so fast? However, Lange thought it was reasonable. After all, she was from the space department, and she must have been much faster than him when she was teleported from school. But he thought again. Since they were all coming here, they didn't take him with them. It was tiring to travel in the middle of the night. 8,000 people came from the military district. Now the star beast has no special abnormality. Some of the 5,000 guards of the Lange family are also in the space block, and some are waiting outside. Seeing the people from the military district, Irene went forward and communicated with them about the situation of the star beast, but did not say anything about the fact that the star beast had been in Feiyang's body for many years. Even if only the 3 people from the Lange family could enter, the others had been constantly harming the strange beast from the outside world, and there was actually a small probability that the barrier could be broken. But it would take a long time. Many people would die, and there would be a risk of the star beast escaping. The last time the barrier was broken was by Shenyang and her people. At that time, the star beast had not parasitized anyone, so they could only use the most clumsy method. But that time too many people died. It was not until it parasitized Feiyang's body when it was dying that there was a loophole. Lange also listened roughly, and then entered the space block, erected a cross on top of the star beast as if to bury it. First, tie up the entire star beast with a white chain, and then start to tear its meat with disgust. His ability would not leave too many traces of blood. He would first cut the meat with wind, freeze it with ice, and then burn the cut part into ash with fire, so that there would not be too much blood. It was a relatively clean method. Lange was glad for the first time that he had so many kinds of abilities. He thought they were quite ordinary, but he still felt strange. Logically, if Shen came here, she should also be cutting meat. Why did he only see the skills, but not the figure? He set his sights on the space drills that were neatly arranged in intervals. There was a position where the drills should be in order, but it was empty. Did she enter the star beast? The barrier of this star beast is so strong. How did she get in? The barrier of the star beast should prevent teleportation. And Lange caught the blind spot instantly. The woman named Irene, who came to talk to the military district before, did not mention this matter, but said that the Lange family banquet was over today, and the guards happened to be there. And suddenly the star beast appeared. There are not so many coincidences in this world. And Lange had doubts about the whole thing. Everyone was doing their own thing. And no one noticed that a black cat ran out of the sky castle. It was neither affected by the blood nor ran away. And then quietly nestled in the grass, looking up at the star beast in the sky. Inside, Shen and the two brothers formed a triangular formation and were bombing in. However, the attack inside was more rigorous. The star beast would use bone spurs to attack them, which was much harder than the blood spurs outside. Leading the way was Shen's space drill, which had an indomitable momentum. She also opened a part of the field, focusing on the inside of the star beast, feeling its changes, and giving bonuses and protection to the two brothers behind. This star beast has 3 layers in addition to the center. The first layer is the initial meat shield and blood barrier. After entering, she encountered bone spurs. Passing through the bone spurs should reach the second layer. But she didn't know what the second layer was specifically. Before entering, it felt like a piece of living meat. They moved forward cautiously, and it took them 2 hours to enter the second floor. As soon as they entered, they felt that the blood inside was darker in color, and the energy fluctuations were also extremely strong. But the density of the flesh and blood was not as high as the previous floor. There were many gaps, but it was also very similar to the human body. Shen still used the space block to move the two people inside. If they stepped on this place, they would definitely be swallowed by it. She moved forward carefully, and suddenly, Shiyu's voice came from behind her. His tone was very careful and serious. "Sister, I sincerely apologize to you for what happened when you came back." Hearing this, the flame in Xian's hand also jumped twice. "Me too. I'm sorry." It is difficult for them to say whether Feong method is right or wrong now. Although they are tools to destroy star beasts, they can only really play the role of tools at this time. But what if they die? This apology still needs to be said. Otherwise, if you enter the grave with this bitterness, the grave will not bloom. Forgive or not, care or not, it's all her business. But they still have to say it themselves. Shen paused after hearing this, and only replied with 3 words. "Got it." The 3 walked in silence for another half an hour. Although they had not encountered any attacks during this period, they were not careless. So when the blood rushed towards them like a flood, they were not surprised. Shiyu's purple garden spread forward, and the strange flowers that grew began to absorb the poisonous blood, while Shen and Xian launched a larger barrier to prevent the space block from being corroded and covered in blood. And countless hands grew out of the blood, and even human shapes, as if they were roaring silently, with painful expressions, one by one hitting their skills. And the visual effect of killing them was no different from killing people. The blood rushed very fast, and their movement speed slowed down. Chapter 336. In the midst of the red, they kept dealing with these bloody people, and their spirits also became noisy. Their minds were somewhat irritable and uneasy, as if they were fighting against the evil spirits crawling out of hell. And it seemed that they were not crawling out, but they were walking into hell. Every nerve was tense, and they dared not relax at all. The people outside who were dismantling the meat had not stopped. During this period, they had only dismantled half of the meat shield, and they didn't even see the barrier. Jasmine on the aircraft watched the fight here, and she was anxious. But her hands and feet were bound by the bandages that controlled the superpowers. When Irene came back, she could only beg her, "Mother, please untie me. I can't sit here alone while watching the star beast." Irene shook her head. "Your father said that he wanted you to stay here safely." Jasmine's eyes suddenly became hot when she heard this. She always thought that she was not a lovable child, but she didn't expect that it was her father's order to keep her here. But she still wanted to go. "Mother, I'm a military school student. I can't be a deserter." Her eyes were firm. All these years of hard work were not just to please her family. She also really worked hard in training. Even if she was weaker than other people in the family, she should contribute her own strength anyway. What's more, that star beast should be the enemy of the family. Otherwise her father would not have arranged it this way. Erin's eyes were filled with deep sorrow. But she couldn't stop her anymore, because this was a brave decision made by a military school student. So Irene untied her, touched her head, and took out the mecha she had brought for her just in case. "Jasmine, you have to be careful." Jasmine nodded heavily, put on the necklace, and jumped off the aircraft. As soon as she flew into the space block, the star beast in front of her began to bleed violently, most of which fell into the sinking space block. If it flowed out, The consequences would be disastrous. Jasmine injected her superpowers into the bright red blood and froze it. Other ice superpower users also injected a lot of cold air to temporarily freeze the star beast. Lucier sighed. Just after he cut the meat, it started bleeding. He had no choice but to freeze it first. How could there be such a disgusting star beast? 2 or 3 hours later, they tried to partially unfreeze it, but blood still flowed out. So they only left a small hole. Everyone attacked at one position, and they really thinned the star beast's barrier a little. Lucier had been controlling his judgment sword to chop for a long time. The star beast's barrier was stronger and more evil than the light-shaped beast he had encountered before. As he was fighting, he suddenly felt annoyed. He realized that even if the mecha filtered it, he was still affected by the blood. So he mobilized his superpowers, and the entire cross emitted a dazzling light, wrapping around the star beast and deeply filtering its blood. This action made the red color of the ground at the bottom fade a little. At this time, Feiyang, who was at the center of the star beast, was pulled up and connected to the star beast, and gradually woke up a little. He could feel that Qi Mingyi was still showing signs of being sleepy and dormant. It was indeed the right choice to act on its dormant day, and he had predicted its arrogant character correctly. It was just that he didn't wait until Xian and Shi were older. And Qi Mingyi had his own ideas at this time. It didn't expect that another strong 3S would come here so soon, and tie it up with white chains that looked harmless but could burn it. And Shen Fu ability was stronger than it thought. It felt that the space block outside had been broken for hundreds of layers, and it didn't know why there were still so many layers. If there were so many layers, it would probably be a bit difficult for it to rush out at that time. Feiyang, this bastard, never watched anything about Shen Fu when it was not dormant. The only 2 times were when he passed by and saw her strength on the big screen, which was said to be 2S. And after a while, the league ended, and he knew her 3S level. So Qi Mingyi didn't know what specific skills Shen Fu had. It only knew that these 3 people could ignore its barrier and enter its interior. But it never cared about Xian and Shiyu. 2S were not good enough for it. It didn't take Shen Fu, who was originally considered a C level, seriously. On the day she came back, it laughed at Feiyang for the first time. But this 3S Shen Fu was different. Before it had time to think about how to kill Shen Fu cleverly, Feiyang didn't know when he started the plan. He went to the laboratory blindfolded as usual, added countless restrictions, and then went on a business trip to other planets for a while. Yes, its body has been locked by him for so many years. Rich people are so annoying. They can even lock up star beasts. Later, when he came back, he watched Feiyang play with the children for a few days. And then it was his dormant day. From the beginning to the end. It didn't know when Feiyang arranged the plan to kill it. Maybe it was when it was weak and suppressed and sleeping. Or maybe it was during its hibernation days. However, Feiyang, who was dying, automatically lost control. It didn't expect that he would find out. But it is also very sleepy now. It only slept for 12 hours in 3 months. And it was deprived. It's really hateful. Thinking of this, Qi Mingyi cursed. You are such a bastard. Feiyang found it ridiculous. You actually said I was a bastard? Qi Mingyi, you arranged so many things while I was sleeping. Aren't you mean? Then why don't you say that you killed my wife when I was not prepared? And you also want to kill my children? How dare you say I am mean? Qi Mingyi is just a star beast, and naturally has different ideas. That's because she killed me before. You want to kill her. Why can't she kill you? What are people? They are fragile and tiny. In your eyes, are ants important? But you? Didn't this elephant almost get bitten to death by an ant? At that time, there was only a little bit left, and it survived by hiding secretly in the body of an ant like me. Feiyang laughed. You will be killed by another little ant today. Hearing this, it was furious. Who knew that I would grow up with you? I originally wanted to go to Shenyang's body. It's all your fault. I could have succeeded, but you stopped me. Feiyang was stunned. Wasn't I your target back then? Originally. But Shenyang is much stronger than you. So of course I want the strongest one. Needless to say, it almost lost its life. Perhaps it has come to this point. Qi Mingyi has said more. Unlike before, when he almost never came out, it seemed to be waiting. And Feiyang didn't know what he was waiting for. Even if it was a body. Qi Mingyi also didn't know what Feiyang was thinking. It rolled its eyes. I'm the only one who can keep you alive for a long time. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. Feiyang continued to test. Can't other star beasts keep people alive for a long time? Heh. Are you trying to trick me? Don't think I don't know anything just because I'm sleepy now. Qi Mingyi yawned and ignored Fei Yong, controlling his body to fight against the people inside and outside his body. Fei Yong stopped asking questions, and his eyes were full of hope, hoping that the three of them could get here and kill it. This must be what Shen Yang wanted to see, Fei Yong thought. Shen Qinfu and the other two had already reached the third floor. When they entered, the people outside found that the blood gushing out of the star beast stopped. They knew nothing about what was happening outside, and they had no time to care, because someone who shouldn't have appeared in front of them. Chapter 337. Even though the three of them knew that the person in front of them was most likely an illusion, they were still doubting whether it was real, because they all felt each other's heartbeat. Shen Qinfu looked even more dazed, and called out to the person in front of him. Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei turned around, and when she saw Shen Qinfu, her expression was a little surprised, and a little aggrieved. Sister, I have been looking for you for a long time. I think it might be dangerous for you to come here alone, so I followed you. This must be fake. Shen directly shot out a fire bird, and it flew toward Xiao Fei without mercy. Xiao Fei only had time to raise her hand to block it, and her arm was instantly burned, leaving a large area of red, swollen and bleeding wounds. It hurts? Sister, aren't you standing by my side? You never let me get hurt before. Xiao Fei trembled with pain, looking at Shen Qinfu in disbelief. Shen wanted to fight again, but was grabbed by Shen Qinfu's arm. Even if he knew in his heart that she shouldn't be able to come here, he couldn't help wanting to protect her because it was too real. This is not like the illusion in the Wushu Bridge competition field, where the flaws of the characters are still obvious. Xiao Fei in front of him is exactly the same as in reality. She still has a heartbeat and bleeds. No one can see a person who is exactly the same as the most important person to them injured without being moved, even if the person in front of them is not a person. Shiyu persuaded her. This can't be true. Shen Qinfu lowered her eyes. I know. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, turned her back, and said to the two, you go. She really couldn't do it. The two listened to her and mobilized their superpowers to attack. The flames and poison seemed to torture her miserably. The voice behind her made Shen Qinfu's eyes red unconsciously. Sister, save me. Did I do something wrong? Please. I'm in so much pain. Don't burn me. You liar. You said you were my family, but you watched me die. Seeing that Shen Qinfu didn't react, Xiao Fei finally revealed his true colors. He looked like a blood-red monster with long arms and legs, and his movements were extremely fast. His claws were longer than his arms. It was a monster that looked like a human, but not a human, until it showed its true colors. The two brothers didn't ask Shen Qinfu to turn around, because it was running around in the blood-bone thorns. The two of them left the space block, suffered some injuries, and were in a lot of trouble, until they cooperated to kill it. They called Shen Qinfu. Sister, it's solved. Shen Qinfu turned around, and was stunned when he saw the wounds on the two people. He quickly took out the wound medicine from the space world and poured it on their wounds, and then set off again. After that, there were always different people who appeared in front of them, all of whom were important people in each of their lives. Fortunately, they cooperated very well. Xian and Shiyu's important people were dealt with by Shen Qinfu, and Shen Qinfu's important people were dealt with by the two of them. It's just that they felt heavy in their hearts, especially Shen Qinfu, compared with killing alien beasts or star beasts before. Killing this kind of thing can instantly make people depressed. If only one person came in, it would be almost impossible to pass this third level. And the more people came in, the more people there were. Teachers and classmates, teammates and opponents in their league. Galaxy's school team. Li Yuan, Lan Kong, Shi Li, Bei Yi, and Kada. They were wearing combat uniforms with medals on their clothes, and they rushed over one by one with roars. The three had no choice but to harden their hearts and fight with them inside, even if they were fake and had no combat abilities. And they were completely using the skills of star beasts. It would be too tragic. It was as if they were killing real living people. If their minds were not firm, they would soon collapse. Every minute and every second was a torture. I almost forgot where I was. In the end, there were too many, and Xian and Shiyu's mental power had begun to slow down. It seemed that they were about to reach their limit. Shen Qinfu pulled the two back and used the kaleidoscope to surround them and started the strongest strangulation. And their ears were full of tragic screams. Shen and Shiyu couldn't help but cover their ears. And their eyes were red, and they didn't want to hear it. But Shen Shenfu didn't. Shen Shenfu, who hated noise the most, didn't cover her ears. She listened to these sounds and imagined that if this star beast escaped, the citizens of the Interstellar would be like this. Even more miserable. One after another. She was determined to kill this star beast. For everyone. Even if Feiyong would die, the star beast must be killed. If it was Shenyang, she would definitely make such a decision, she thought. As they got closer and closer to the center, Qi Mingyi also began a more fierce counterattack. The reason why it is more powerful than other star beasts is that it can directly absorb human blood and energy, which most star beasts cannot do. However, it is locked in the space block, and the people outside are constantly weakening its barrier. So it began to struggle, thinking about at least rushing out, breaking out of the encirclement of the military district and Lange guards. There are too many of them. Even if it kills more than 1,000 people, it is much less than before. Those guards seem to have used weapons specifically designed to restrain it, and were even harder to fight than Shenyang's men before. And these people were very smart. They knew that there were many people coming, so they took turns to fight. Even if the overflowing blood energy passed through Lucifer's barrier, it still turned the space block into light pink. It also mobilized the blood group to crawl out of the barrier, like dense insects, crawling quickly on all fours, along the blood thorns and bone thorns, jumping onto the mecha and starting to dismantle it, or dissolving the mecha with itself. More importantly, crawl to the location of the space block and attack the space block. The star beast's body was still using its body to drag Lucifer's chain to smash the space block. The speed was indeed much faster. At nearly 8 o'clock in the morning, Shen Shenfu's space block had been dismantled by it for more than 800 layers in these few hours. And it felt that there were not so many left. Lucifer felt exhausted. If it was only his chain, he would definitely break free and escape. Fortunately, their relay bombardment of more than 10,000 people had weakened the barrier at one location by 2/3. At this time, the three people who were bloodthirsty finally arrived at the center of the star beast. The moment they saw Feiyong, they even thought that the person in front of them was also fake. Shen and Shiyu numbly wanted to attack until Shen Shenfu told them, "This is real." She felt that this was the center, and the fluctuations of the star core could be vaguely captured here. The two brothers had been mentally dulled by the previous attack, and they became more sober after hearing her words. Shiyu called out, "Father?" The person who was hung in front of him broke away from the flesh and blood, fell down, yawned slowly, and then looked over with sleepy eyes. "Sorry. It's me," Qi Mingyi complained. "I didn't expect you guys to be so cruel. So many people can't stop you." Shen's eyes were full of fire. "They are not human." Okay. No. Children just have bad tempers." As it spoke, its two arms were wrapped in blood. And soon, the original position of the hands grew into two long red blades. And there were strangely several blade tips on the blades, which looked very arrogant. Qi Mingyi tilted his head. "Come on. I'm going to find a place to sleep after killing you." The three people looked fierce. "Don't worry. We will send you to sleep forever." Chapter 338. They attacked Qi Mingyi fiercely from three directions. Shen Shenfu attached a kaleidoscope to the space blade and chopped it fiercely at its head. After it blocked it with a blood knife. It was strangled by the kaleidoscope. However, it actually grew two arms with blood knives from its body and chopped Shen Shenfu's waist horizontally. Shen Shenfu could only avoid it first. And at this time, the attacks of Shen and Shiyu on both sides also arrived. Shen used his strongest skill, the god of fire, without reservation. His whole body was covered with flames, and the flames turned into blue flames. He was like a ray of light, directly approaching Qi Mingyi and smashing one of its arms with a heavy punch. The scorching heat made the places he walked by boil, leaving black footprints with every step. And there was a hissing sound. On the other side, Shiyu unfolded the superpower Poison Lady, a purple woman made of energy, wearing ancient costumes before the Interstellar, with a red spider lily pinned to her ear. When Madame Du flew to Qi Mingyi's vicinity, she was cut into two pieces by it. However, she did not dissipate, but turned into two, floating towards it unstoppably, like a female ghost seeking death, kissing its face and disappearing. It seemed that there was nothing unusual. Because of this, even Qi Mingyi was stunned. as if thinking about why the two women appeared just now. Was it really just to tease it? However, Shinfu and Xian's attacks quickly made it forget about it. For so many years, it was also locked in Feiyong's body, and it was really not clear-headed. His boring life day after day made it feel very boring. People are small and fragile. How can they still live so hard? But the degree of their attacks still made it feel uneasy. And it was only a dozen years. So it was still weak, and could not reach its previous heyday. So when they entered the center, it activated the puppet that the old guy asked it to plant many years ago. 300,000 people. Although its puppet should not be used here. It can't care so much now. After all, what if it almost died like last time? It's not that lucky every time. It didn't take action for so many years. After it was locked up, it asked the puppet to ask, and the answer it got was to wait. It waited for more than 10 years. Although it was not a long time for it. It was too boring. It didn't want to play with those guys. It shouldn't have listened to that old guy at the beginning. It would be great to travel freely in the universe. Peng Yin, who was resting quietly in the underground laboratory of the Shen family, had a pattern on his back without any warning. The laboratory immediately detected the abnormality and sounded the alarm. He began to struggle and tried to attack the researchers around him. Fortunately, he was tied up by the restraints, and the researchers were in a panic. Xijing also hurried over. After the door of the laboratory was closed, he began to detect his energy fluctuations. But the results surprised them. This is indeed the fluctuation of the star beast. At the same time, in many places in the Interstellar, normal people went crazy. They began to attack indiscriminately, cutting anyone they saw. And the blood of the killed people disappeared quickly after flowing out, leaving only a corpse and some bloodstains. Especially those people from the capital star. All rushed to the sky castle. Qi Mingyi began to recover. The external attack instantly became much stronger, and human lives fell down worthlessly. A muffled sound was the death of a person. The people attacking outside were very puzzled why its attack suddenly became stronger. And Irene was worried about the three people inside. Shinfu mobilized his superpowers to create a cutting wall. There was no star core in this place, which meant that it might be in Feiyong's body. But he didn't know where it was exactly. But Qi Mingyi saw this unavoidable space wall and directly escaped into the flesh and blood ground under his feet. The three turned around vigilantly, slowly retreated together, and scanned the surroundings in a triangle. Shinfu was frantically running his mind, trying to recall everything that had happened since he arrived at the garden at night, trying to find a trace of the star core. The range of her spatial annihilation was not very large, and she had to find the star core before using it to annihilate the star core. But standing in the center, she was inevitably affected by the blood, and all the negative emotions were magnified, so that her memories were filled with a violent atmosphere. Suddenly, a clear energy was introduced into her body, like pouring a basin of cold water on a pile of straw that was on fire, instantly extinguishing her impatience. She lowered her eyes to look at her wrist, which was the bracelet that Nai put on her, and she had never taken it off. The urgency and anxiety that was heavily suppressed in her heart also dissipated a little. Her sight shifted from her left wrist to the right hand holding the spatial blade. And at that time, the spatial blade that pierced Feiyong's heart seemed to have hit something hard. It's the heart. The two brothers didn't know what her sudden word heart meant, and asked, "What heart?" "The star core is in the heart." Suddenly, several big hands appeared under the feet of the three people, grabbing their legs and swinging them out. And then more than a dozen Feiyan Lang crawled out from the ground, each with the arrogant expression of Qi Mingyi. Can't tell. Even if Shinfu opened the domain, it was difficult to tell which one was the real one. The three people entangled with him, because the opponent's offensive was too strong and recovered very quickly. They began to get injured and bleed a lot. The ground grew blood thorns endlessly. And if you were not careful after being knocked away, you would be pierced. Shinfu was cut more than a dozen times, not to mention the other two. Even if they came in without being weakened and were directly injured, they were still corroded and invaded by blood. Shiyu was wrapped in flower vines to resist, and calculated the time in his mind. 10 minutes later, he pointed to one of the Qi Mingyi, and two large purple-black flowers bloomed by supernatural powers appeared beside it. Its movements paused, and it couldn't believe that it was stopped. And Shiyu actually found the real one among the many replicas. At this time, it remembered the two strange women that Shiyu had used at the beginning. It was actually poisoned by him. Shiyu used his supernatural power to gather a poisonous thorn and was about to stab it towards his heart. Suddenly, Qi Mingye's expression changed, and he said to Shiyu in pain, "Shiyu, are you going to kill me?" At this moment, Shiyu thought that Feiyong had woken up and stopped his movements unconsciously. "Shiyu," Shen shot a ball of blue flame at them. But it was too late, because the next moment, he was pierced through the abdomen by the blood knife in Qi Mingye's hand. And then it withdrew, letting the blood of the 2S flow down, enjoying the smell of his blood, and raised his hand to chop off Shiyu's head. Shiyu was hit by the piercing wound and couldn't stand up, and couldn't move for a while. Shen Shenfu teleported to his side, blocked Qi Mingye's attack, and took him back, then carved out a space block to help him sit down, and took out medicine to apply to his wound. Shiyu pressed the wound and shook her head. "We must kill it. We must hurry up." When Shen saw that Shiyu was seriously injured, he had already exploded. The flames he waved were like a fire dragon, and he quickly and fiercely fought with Qi Mingye into two shadows, one blue and one red. They were too fast. If Shen Shenfu used his superpowers carelessly, they might get hurt. Shen put more superpowers into the field, adding to Shen and Shiyu on the ground, so that Shen's combat state could be maintained longer, and Shiyu could also use his mental power to temporarily adjust his state. At this moment, he was enduring the pain, and tiny superpower purple vines grew from his fingertips, and began to sew his wounds from the inside to the outside to avoid losing too much blood. However, there was an inexplicable expectation in his eyes, because Madame Du had already had an attack. Qi Mingye felt that his movements were getting slower and slower, and he felt a little dizzy. Although this degree seemed nothing to him, he always felt that there was a hint of purple in front of his eyes. Shen Shenfu, who was beside him, had a kaleidoscope wrapped around his arm, and was quietly waiting for something. And the burning feeling of Shen in front of him made him feel familiar. The barrier outside was about to be opened. This ominous feeling was even stronger than when he faced Shenyang the year. It was going to run now. Qi Mingye made up his mind. Even if he had to take the three people inside with him temporarily, he had to run to the old guy. At the moment when Lu Shi and others outside broke the Star Beast barrier, it started the strongest counterattack, colliding in the space block like a huge ball. After breaking free from Lu Shi's chains, it really broke all of Shen Shenfu's space blocks. The things accumulated in the space block fell down. All the blood thorns were retracted, and it was about to escape with a tremor all over its body. Lu Shi frowned and locked it up with a cage that was just right for 1,000 meters. But this was not a long-term solution after all. At this time, a message came to my ears. Thousands of people are rushing straight to the Sky Castle. They look like they have lost their minds and are going crazy. They have reached the border of the Sky Castle area. At this moment, Irene pressed a button, and the entire Sky Castle began to move. 18 large castles began to transform and change, and everything in the house was crushed. But the castles began to connect into a giant shield, covering the entire area, like an overturned white pot. It is bound to prevent anything from coming in or running out, including star beasts and people. Chapter 339. Even the Lange family's guards didn't know that the Sky Castle was a huge shield. Only Irene sighed. A rescue signal had just been sent to the other 3 military districts. No one could get out of here until they opened the Sky Shield from the top outside. In order to confuse it, it chose the place where it had always lived. This was decided when the Sky Castle was designed more than 10 years ago. If it gets out, more people will die. And this star beast can use human blood to heal itself. As long as it gets out, it will definitely eat at the fastest speed. Judging from the average value that a purgatory-level star beast can kill 10 million people in an hour. It is absolutely cruel. So we can only gamble. Bet that the people inside can kill it as soon as possible. Otherwise, everyone here is in great danger. And one of their original goals is to minimize casualties. The people outside watched the star beast stop moving, and then directly swung open Lu Shi's cage. Then, it threw out countless blood whips without any rules. As if in its last struggle. As if it wanted to smash all these people and the shield in the sky. But it still failed. The sky shield could not be opened for a while. The castle cost not 18.7 billion star coins, but 187 trillion star coins. It was guaranteed that it would not be opened from the inside for at least 5 hours. And the ground under their feet was also part of the shield. The 3 people inside felt the vibration of the star beast several times, and they clearly saw that the star beast began to get anxious. Shen Shenfu said, "Shen, set fire." Shen opened the sea of fire to the maximum after hearing this. and used his strongest blue flame to burn the entire center with a very unpleasant smell. Qi Mingyi had just failed to escape, and was almost crazy because of the fire. He had to quickly switch positions to guard against Shen Shenfu's sudden approach. He grabbed Xian's legs with dozens of blood men and pierced his thighs directly, trying to suck his blood and stop him from continuing to release such flames. But suddenly, it felt a pain in its heart. A hand tightly grasped its heart and pulled it out. It was in a trance. The positions of the three people were clearly the same. It looked over one by one. Shi was still sitting in the space block. Xian was standing in the fire. And Shen Shenfu met its sight. Her hand reached into a small portal, and the connection position was right in front of its chest. She took advantage of Xian's fire to paralyze its perception, used the field to analyze its movement trajectory, and opened the transmission gate at the most likely location for it to reach, and directly pulled out the heart. After the heart was pulled out, Feiyong's body fell to the ground as if exhausted. She suddenly thought of seeing Feiyong. No. Seeing Qi Mingyi pulling out Shenyang's heart, and her movements seemed to overlap with his. But why did her heart feel painful too? It was just that she couldn't hold it. And the star core immediately expanded to a height of 5 meters. And a blood shadow quietly separated from Feiyong's body and disappeared into the ground. Shen Shenfu pulled up the largest black space block so far, framing the entire star core. She looked at Feiyong on the ground and said something. Space annihilation. Ding. The star beast shook violently, and only a pure black and lightless shape remained in front of the three people. Without even the explosion when the star core was destroyed, Xian's fire gradually went out, and the blue flame explosive attack consumed his special power. Fortunately, Shen Shenfu gave him a bonus, so that he could maintain it for so long. We succeeded? He breathed a sigh of relief, dragged his injured leg that was still bleeding, and prepared to pull Shiyu up in the space block. And Shen Shenfu walked in front of Feiyong. His eyes were only open a slit, and he was about to die soon. The destruction of the star core woke him up, but he could only vent his anger. But he curled his lips with some pride. They did it. She did it. Our child did it. At the moment when the world turned upside down, he seemed to see Shenyang. She stood in the sea of lily of the valley, stood in the sun, and smiled very brightly, which could burn him more than any light and fire in this world. Ah, Yang. He saw Shenyang running over and saying something to him. Suddenly her expression became urgent. What was she saying? His eyes were scattered, and he couldn't see clearly. Suddenly he seemed to hear Shenyang's words in his ears. She said, "Be careful. Did you forget?" Shen Shenfu stood in front of him, and saw him open his mouth. He first called Shenyang, and then he said, "Be careful." Be careful? Hasn't the star core been broken? Suddenly a red light flashed from the ground, and it was about to reach Shen Shenfu's chest in an instant. And it was about to pierce her heart. Xian and Shiyu didn't react at all, and there was no time to take action to save her. Shen Shenfu figured it out at this moment. Maybe this is why the star beast survived against Shenyang. But even she didn't have time. The bracelet on her wrist suddenly burst out with a dazzling white light, forming a shield to try to block it. But it was directly penetrated by the red, which only slowed it down a little bit. And after it was used up, the bracelet broke by itself and fell down, just as it had cut through her clothes at the chest. A golden pattern appeared in front of her. The time inside the entire sky shield was all stopped. The mecha that was blown away outside. The flesh and blood falling down. Irene, who was almost praying in the aircraft. And even Lucier, who stopped only a little later than others. Only Shen Shenfu staggered back in disbelief, and quickly glanced at the two brothers, who were staring at her with blood on their faces, and the blood drops dripping from their hands, all of which were still in the air. Who was helping her? This must be a time-related ability. How could such a thing happen? She looked at the beam of red light that was stopped, and it turned out to be an extremely slender and sharp star core fragment. It seemed that just like the snowflake star beast in the undead cemetery, Qi Mingyi hid his body and part of his power in this star core fragment. Because in this small star core fragment, you can indeed vaguely see the shape of a small blood man. So just now, it wanted to take the opportunity to grow on her again. But didn't it say that it grew together with Feiyong? Does it have to die before it and Feiyong can be separated? Will there be other fragments? While brainstorming, her hands did not stop, and she drew a small black space block to annihilate the star core fragment suspended in the air. And the golden pattern seemed to be waiting for her to destroy the star beast, and then disappeared without a trace. Xian and Shiyu were already desperate in their hearts. Did they just lose their father, and their sister also die? But in the blink of an eye, Shen jumped from one position to another, and left a small black rectangle in the air. Shen was startled. You just got stuck? Is there a bug in this world? Or was he so confused from fighting that he saw it wrong just now? Suddenly, the inside of the star beast began to collapse, falling down layer by layer like a melting ice cream ball. Mingya's last thoughts dissipated in the air. It didn't understand. Was it really killed? It was killed by these little ants. And at this last moment, Theon on the ground saw the three siblings who were safe and sound, and Mingyi who was completely destroyed. Finally, the killing plan after more than 10 years was successfully completed. He smiled and closed his eyes. It seemed that Shenyang's voice could still be heard in his ears. I wonder which kind-hearted person can take me to eat delicious pork chops. He sighed his last breath, of course. It's me. When the crisis was resolved, the two brothers who relaxed looked at Feiyong who had died on the ground. Suddenly their noses were sour and tears rolled down. Shen was still using the domain to carefully confirm until he confirmed that the small fragment just now was the last existence of the star beast. And it was really killed. She used the space block to hold Feiyong on the ground, and the crying Shiyu broke through the flesh and blood and rushed out. At 8 o'clock in the morning, they killed the star beast. Also killed Feiyong. Those who went crazy and killed people in the interstellar space all fell to the ground like robots without electricity. Some of the strong ones slowly woke up. They didn't know what happened, and they were all captured. Shen carefully sent the three people to the guard team. She wrapped Feiyong with a blanket to prevent people from seeing that his whole body had turned into black patterns. Irene quickly arranged to carry his body to the aircraft. At this time, the guard team had all landed, and the star beast was constantly melting. It looked and smelled disgusting. She calmly packed all these things up, shrunk them, and placed them on the shelf in the space world. The white glowing sky castle shield didn't even allow her to take a second look. She noticed that the star beast left 3 black blocks that annihilated the space after falling. So she used the space plane to lift herself up to repair the space. There was nothing abnormal. Chapter 340. She was calm. People from other military districts didn't find it strange to see Shen. The Galaxy Military Academy was on the capital star. She and Lucier, as 3S, came to help. It should be the request of the military district. Everyone thought it was very reasonable. When Lucier flew near her, he disarmed the mecha and jumped onto the plane. However, there was too much blood on her body, so he was far away and almost stood on the edge. I knew you killed the star beast. Shen glanced at him and said indifferently, we all killed it together. Lucier injected a divine healing light to heal her external injuries and told her about the battle. More than 1,700 people died in the Lange family guards, and more than 1,100 people died in the military district. Fortunately, the star beast was controlled and not allowed to run around. Otherwise millions of people would have died. No one could have imagined that the Sky Castle was actually a super large shield. The head of the Lange family is a visionary man. Lucier seemed to be quite satisfied with him. I don't know where he is. I didn't see him. Shen eyes were still on the space in front of him, but he pointed accurately in the direction of the guards. They were carrying him to the aircraft. He's there. Is he injured? Why is he lying there? He's dead. Lucier was a little surprised, looking at Shen calm face. A little curious. Died in battle? Shen finished filling a piece of space, moved the plane to the largest position, and the silk-like mental network began to sew again. She was silent for a while. Replied, yes. They died in battle. Lucier did not find anything wrong and asked her, do you feel that the time is a little strange just now? I always feel that it is stuck. Shen looked at him. I feel a little strange too. The two asked and answered each other. When she finished repairing the space, the sky shield was opened by people outside, and 10 starships came. They thought that after opening it, they would see the star beasts and thousands of dead people, as well as the situation of fighting hard. But they did not expect that the star beasts were killed. It took only 8 hours for the purgatory-level star beasts to be killed, and the casualties did not exceed 3,000, which was simply a miracle. Lucier saw that they were already dealing with the battlefield and asked Shen, are you going back to school? Take me a ride. Unexpectedly, Shen shook his head. Not now. Why? Is your home nearby? Shen met Lucier's gaze and was silent for a long time. After a moment, he whispered, "This is my home." He did not react until Shen teleported away. She said this is her home. But this is clearly the sky castle of the Lange family. And now it is in ruins. Even if he doesn't look at the campus network, he has heard a lot about the Lange family recently. Last night, he heard someone say something about the Lange family's eldest daughter's banquet. Could it be her? Thinking of this, his brows frowned. And he was a little worried for the first time. If she was just Shen from the Galaxy Military Academy, her reaction would be normal. But the person who just died was her father. She shouldn't react like this. Lange originally wanted to communicate some of the problems he found when he returned to school. But now, he suddenly couldn't say it. There must be an important reason. He could only ask her after she recovered. Shen stood on the ground with many bloodstains. Her hands were dirty. After all, she took out Feiyang's heart. The sticky, vibrating and heavy feeling was like a worm on the tarsal bone. Following her closely, she wanted to wash herself clean. Lange had healed all her injuries. But for some reason, she still felt uncomfortable. The heart was tight, as if the trachea was also blocked by something. Can't breathe. She thought she must have been injured somewhere. But she didn't have time now, because she suddenly remembered little coal ball. She had told it to run if it encountered danger. But she didn't expect that the sky castle was broken into pieces. Little coal ball didn't know if it escaped or was alive. Little coal ball? Little coal ball? Are you there? Shen called out again and again until she heard the sound of meow. She hurriedly ran to the source of the sound and saw that little coal ball was almost asleep. But fortunately it was not injured. She hugged it in her arms and breathed a sigh of relief. It was great that she didn't lose it. Evan saw her and called carefully, "Miss." He saw Shen looking over and said, "The castle has been damaged. We are going to the old house." 2 more people followed behind. The 2 people who were guarding the door of her castle before. Then Evan took out 3 keys. A platinum-colored one. This is the key of the Lange family, with a seal on one end of the key. Bronze-colored one. This is the key to the old house. Although there are usually people taking care of it, it is a symbol of owning an old house. There was also a very mechanical key. This is the key to the master's laboratory. Shen took it and let Evan take her into the aircraft. The guard team integrated 1,000 people and followed to guard, and the others went to treat. In addition to her and Evan, there were Irene, she and Shiyu after the initial treatment, and Jasmine with red eyes on the aircraft. No one spoke, and only Jasmine could be heard crying softly. The old house was far less exaggerated than the sky castle. When she entered from the gate and stepped into the rose maze, she didn't need to think back. She walked to the bottom of the old house without turning a wrong corner. It's called an old house, but it's actually an ancient castle. Evan knocked on the door, and the old servant inside was shocked to see the bloody people. But he was a little shocked when he saw Shen. Evan interrupted him. "This is Miss Hill. The eldest lady is back? Come on. Come in." Jasmine followed in. But she didn't see the servants who chattered in the sky castle that year. There were only a few people in total. When Shen was about to go upstairs, Irene called her. "If you have any questions, you can ask me." She didn't turn around. Nor did she care where others lived. Nor did she need a servant to lead the way. As if she had always lived here. It was as if she had gone out yesterday and just came back today. She walked skillfully to the bedroom on the 5th floor in the southwest and opened the door. Nothing had changed. The bed curtains with stars. The little bunny doll at the head of the bed. The books on the table. Her toys. And even the smiling face she drew with crayons when Feiyang lifted her up on the ceiling. She put the small coal ball on the sofa, went into the bathroom, and washed herself. The shower gel and shampoo were still the same milk-scented ones. She looked at the date and found that they were new. After coming out, she felt very tired. So she lay down, wrapped herself in the quilt, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. The old Lange house was still quiet and solemn. But the outside world had already turned upside down. The day before, the Star Internet was still discussing the Lange family banquet and the heir. Only one night later, there was news that the Lange family cooperated with the military district to kill the Star Beast, and the head of the family died in battle. Everyone was mourning for a while. My father was an employee of the Lange family subsidiary. He was treated very well, never worked overtime, and had many subsidies. He worked 4 days a week and rested 3 days a week. It was the best group in the world. My mother was just a salesperson in their mall. When she was sick before, she was sent directly to the Lange family's hospital for free and paid treatment. When we had a natural disaster, the head of the Lange family donated a lot of supplies. I didn't expect that he would die because of the killing star beast. Woohoo! Even the sky castle was flattened to the ground. Didn't the eldest lady have a father just after returning home? Shen didn't know these things yet. She didn't dream and slept very deeply, but she seemed to always hear a low lullaby in her ears. She didn't wake up until late at night that day. At this moment, she felt that she was a little better. After getting out of bed, she walked barefoot to the desk by the window. She saw the fresh lily of the valley. There was a note under the vase. She didn't pay much attention when she came in the morning. It said, "Hill, there is a letter for you. Why not look for it?" Chapter 341 Letter to Hill. Shen had no extra expression. Just put down the card and walked out. The family doctor left after treating Shen and Shiyu. They were still resting, and she searched for the letter layer by layer. She had searched the tea room, chess room, flower room, library, hall, living room, dining room, and even the kitchen basement, but found nothing. Suddenly she thought of the big studio in the tower on the east side, and ran up barefoot. But the door of the tower was locked. There was an iris recognition and a keyhole on it. She tried to match it with the identifier and passed the recognition. Then looking at the shape of the keyhole, she remembered that she had 3 keys. She took out the bronze one, inserted it smoothly and turned it, and it actually opened. It seems that this key is not only the key to the door, but also can open the studio. The door was pushed open with a creaky sound. It looked like it had not been maintained for many years. Or perhaps, it was deliberately left in its original state. Shen turned on the lights in the tower, and a row of warm lights lit up in the deep blue night sky. But when she saw the studio, she stood there for a long time before she reacted. She walked in slowly, with a trembling breath. There were more and more paintings than before. The walls were all covered with paintings, and the floor was filled with paintings. It was a terrifying amount. Anyone who saw it would think that this was a studio of a very diligent painter, and the paintings were of Shenyang and her. In fact, it was easy to tell. Shenyang had tear moles under her eyes, but she didn't. And the paintings of her were how she looked from childhood to adulthood. The way she looked from childhood to adulthood in his imagination. Some were holding kaleidoscopes, shooting arrows, playing video games, painting, playing chess, planting flowers, studying. But without exception, they were all smiling brightly. And the latest one was the last game of her league, with fireworks blooming behind her. Only this one was real. She stroked the brush strokes on the drawing board with her hand. She seemed to be able to see how Feon used the brush, and how he mixed the colors. He should have painted this painting with a smile. Across the canvas, she suddenly felt some bumps on the back. She quickly and carefully took the painting off the easel, and after turning it around, she saw a letter stuck between the wooden frame and the canvas. She took the letter out of the gap, put the painting back on the easel, holding the letter in both hands. On the envelope was written, "A letter to Hill," and on the back was a smiley face like the one on the ceiling of her room. Only then did she realize that her hands were shaking a little. She opened the envelope bit by bit, and the contents of the letter came into her eyes. February 6th, 3074. Hello Hill. I'm your father. If you see this letter, it means I'm dead, which also means that you succeeded. Today is the 3-month dormancy day of Qi Mingyi. It only sleeps for 12 hours. Although it's only 12 hours, it can already allow me to do a lot of things. It's a coincidence that I'm not parasitized by him on the capital star. But it just happens that this day is the full moon day of the capital star according to the lunar month. Starting from 2200 hours on the evening of the 15th of the lunar month to 10 o'clock on the morning of the 16th. You must be curious about why I was parasitized by it. And it has developed into an almost symbiotic situation. This actually starts with why your mother wanted to marry me. In fact, we have always been good friends. It's funny. I saw her often wearing clothes that were torn from training. And she also went to fight in black boxing because she was too poor. Qi Yan always brought her food. And she trained so hard that it was scary. So I misunderstood which deserted planet she came from. Until one day I saw her starving. I couldn't help but buy her some food, fearing that she would exhaust herself and starve to death. In this way, we became familiar with each other, and I always brought her food and drinks. Of course, It was a long time later that I found out that it was because she had a quarrel with her father, and her living expenses were stopped. Anyway, we played together like this. And she didn't feel shy at all. She was very easy to get along with, and always came to me and called, "Fian, today is the day for barbecue. I had a dream yesterday. And I dreamed of delicious hot pot. I wonder if there are kind people who can make my dream come true. Maybe you think the watermelon is sweet? I like to buy food for her. Then I like to watch her eat. And then I like to watch her. She also likes to play tricks on me. And there are new pranks every day. But she never plays pranks on people she doesn't know or like. So I am still very happy. We even participated in the league together, and won the championship. In fact, it was originally the championship of 10 consecutive wins. But Sirius hung the captured person upside down, and bled him in one of the games. So she decided to give up the victory, and go back to save people. And that's why she lost a game. She is such an upright person. She never makes the wrong decision. But after graduation, she went to the military region. I was in business for family reasons. But we still had a good relationship, and would meet occasionally. But most of the time, I went to see her. I think she was too busy. That must be the case. A few years passed like this. And she was in charge of 3 military regions at a young age. My father passed away. And only my mother was supporting me. Until my mother, your grandmother, committed suicide. During that period, she suddenly had severe pain without any signs. Went crazy and hurt people. And nothing was found wrong when she went to check. That night, she killed someone when she was crazy. After calming down, she was desperate and thought she was a lunatic. Originally, she was depressed after your grandfather died. So she chose to destroy herself out of kindness. At that time, the undertaker found that there was an incomplete black pattern on her back, which looked very strange. But there was nothing unusual after the examination. It was also the first time I saw such a pattern. So I could only arrange for someone to record it completely and hold a fake funeral. Because I want the truth. But I didn't expect that Yang would come on the day of the funeral. I thought I would be strong as the head of the family. But when I saw her, I cried like a loser. She didn't laugh at me, but hugged me instead. She said, "Everything will be fine." I didn't tell anyone about the pattern. But that was Yang. And I trusted her completely. I told her about it. And she asked me what kind of pattern it was with some excitement. So I took her to see it. And after seeing it, she frowned and told me, "Feong, this is not simple." She said she also saw similar patterns. She saw them on her subordinates when she led the team to fight a beast god-level beast. The most important thing in combat is to trust teammates. But her subordinate stabbed her in the back when no one was watching. She was hit without any preparation. And she fought with him in pain. The flames of 3S burned his combat uniform. Just when she flashed behind him and wanted to capture him alive. She saw the golden pattern behind him. Before she could make a move, the man exploded. It was exactly the same as the behavior of the rebels in the past 100 years. Chapter 342. Yes, in the past 100 years, all the rebels who failed in their actions blew themselves up, leaving no one alive. And naturally no one knew what was wrong with their bodies. But she didn't notice anything wrong with him at all. And he even saved his teammates' lives several times. She said that at that moment she began to doubt the people around her. It wasn't because she was afraid, but because she wondered if some of the rebels were doing it without her knowledge. Because the pattern was also very similar to the pattern of supernatural control. If that was the case, then she had discovered the biggest secret of the rebels. Some rebels may not have chosen to become rebels themselves, but were controlled by someone. But it was obvious that the people who controlled them could see the situation through their eyes and manipulate them. The only situation of the person who stabbed her in the back was that he was seriously injured a few years ago and was in a coma for several months. After analysis, we have a new assessment of the severity of this matter. And we think that the rebels want to kill the people in the military district. But maybe they want to control the rich people to achieve some purpose. And my mother may have failed in the process of marking this pattern. So the most likely thing at that time was that I was also one of their targets. Because most of the family matters were decided by my mother at the beginning. They first focused on her, who had just lost her husband, and was not in a good mental state. And her level was S level. And I was 2S level. If the level is related to the difficulty of control, then she is indeed the best choice for the rebels. After Yang returned to the military district, we established a single line of contact. And she also began to investigate. But for this kind of thing, It is almost the most concealed for only the two of us to investigate in person. But she found that she couldn't do it. She is almost a shining goddess in the military district. The sun in everyone's heart. And no matter where she goes, she is the visual center of others. And every time she goes out, there are many people around her. And it is almost impossible for her to be alone. So it is difficult to proceed. She has too many subordinates at home. If she can't confirm it and inform her family casually, it will be difficult to investigate if she alerts the enemy. And she intuitively felt that the importance of this matter was more important than other interstellar missions. So she came to find me that day. It was a warm day. She suddenly appeared, with a scorching smile, and asked me, "Will you marry me?" I couldn't believe what I heard. She actually asked such a question so directly. And I stood up in a panic. And the teacup on the table was knocked over and spilled all over me. But you can't laugh at me for being useless. Because I really liked her for a long time. It's just that she rejected me every time in the past. I obviously think she likes me too. But she rejected me 6 times. I was waiting for her. But I thought I would wait until I died alone. But she suddenly made my dream come true. But she said her true thoughts. Although I like you too, there is another part. I think that if we are together, we can lead people out and investigate better. I know what she means. She is the easiest to kill outside the military zone with a large number of troops. And if there are people around me who want to attack me, she will also be easy to catch. Maybe she can really lure out the person behind the scenes. After all, we know that we are their target. Considering our identities, it should be a more important goal. Although she has other purposes, that doesn't matter. Being able to be used by her is also my advantage. Isn't it? So I replied to her, "Miss, proposing is what I want to do." In this way, I replanned a proposal and decided on this matter. We have love and common goals. It's just that I didn't know that she was the daughter of the Shen family. I think you already know that she is the daughter of the Federal Marshal Shen. And even at that time she was the next head of the Shen family. This matter has been hidden very deeply. And only familiar high-ranking officials know this. In the end, I didn't know it until the marshal's wife found me. She said that Ayang's father was very angry, and she must marry me. But she resisted. How could I embarrass her? So I also expressed my determination. In the end, she was expelled from the Shen family. And we got married without the blessing of her family. After marriage, she gave up the other 2 military districts, and only had the 6th military district in her hands. She didn't go there often. But there were still subordinates she trusted working for her there. She faded out of the sight of the military district, and acted like she was infatuated with love. After all, most people would think that it is normal for newlyweds to go home. In this way, we have enough time to investigate the pattern. But on the surface, we are traveling outside. We first analyzed all the lines of action before my mother's death, and finally focused on the beauty salon and the hospital. These are the places where she is most likely to be contacted, where she personally trusts more, and where others have ample opportunities to attack. We actually found out that a former employee went to the Bai family, but she could not be found afterwards. Perhaps it was because my mother's death caused the pattern to be discovered, and the rebels became alert. However, we have been keeping our eyes on the Bai family, trying to find a breakthrough. After a long time, we really found something wrong. We found that the Bai family's hospital had an underground laboratory. But when I entered, I was quickly discovered and injured. They managed it very strictly. After I was rescued, the laboratory was destroyed. They were very vigilant. And when I was unconscious and being treated, someone took action. It was someone from my own hospital. Ayang said that when she came in, the man had several needles of red things, like blood, and wanted to inject them all into my body. And the doctor himself had red eyes. But before he could inject, she immediately fought with him. But she found that the person who was obviously a healer was using a strange blood skill. And she had tested it before, and found that this person did not have dual abilities. She was very smart. Seeing the anxious person in front of her who could not beat him, she knew that this person was controlled. So she laughed at him. "You are really rubbish. Who can you beat?" Unexpectedly, the other party was so angry that he actually replied, "This is not all my strength." Ayang waved his hand. "Do you think I will believe it?" After this person could not beat him, and was controlled to self-destruct, I encountered several attacks again. And Ayang encountered more than a dozen assassinations. Without exception, the people who beat her used blood abilities, and their eyes were bloodshot. And Aying mocked the control person every time to lure the other party into the trap. Later, no one attacked me. It seemed that the other party put all the focus on her. She said to me, "This is the best. You are so weak. So I will protect you." Everything was going well. But the only thing we didn't expect was, what we let out was not a certain person or organization, but a star beast. It was a purgatory-level star beast. Chapter 343. This is something no one could have imagined. The star beast could actually control humans. Its original goal was just to control me. But it lost to Aying again and again. And it was so angry that it decided to kill Aying first. Like a child. It got angry because of being provoked. That time we were not in the capital star. But it followed us. Aying immediately released the location to the 6th military district. There were 6,000 people that time, which she had ordered long ago. It was originally used to deal with the rebels. But I didn't expect it to be used to deal with the star beast in the end. However, this star beast has a strong sense of autonomy. It didn't run away at all. It had to compete with Aying, and didn't take other people seriously at all. Although it was a small city, many nearby residents died before being evacuated in the 2 days after the star beast appeared. About 5,000 people died in the military district during that operation, because the barrier was too thick. It took us a long time to break through it. We tried our best to control its range of action until Aying chopped off its star core. Just when everyone thought everything was over, a red light flashed from the pile of flesh and blood, and was about to pierce Aying's heart from behind. At that moment, I deployed a barrier and blocked her with my body. The red light exploded in my body. I thought I would die, but I was saved by the healing psychic. At the beginning, the body of the star beast collapsed as if it was really dead. So we just thought that it was just the last blow of the star beast. After that, we experimented whether it was alive in my body. After countless tests and fighting with all our powers, no pattern appeared on its body. The rebels really disappeared and never took action again. We felt relieved. But we were still privately investigating whether there were other people with a strange pattern on their backs. We also began to organize a new department to investigate the parasitism and control of star beasts. All of them wore intelligent simulation masks, because this was a private investigation, and it was not convenient for others to see their faces. Irene was one of the researchers, but she came to the Lange family to resist the family marriage. She was my childhood friend and hid in the laboratory with a mask. Later, we found out that Aying was pregnant. You were born before we fought the star beast. Although I don't want to say this. It was really unexpected. Because Aying said she didn't want to give birth to a child herself. She still had a lot of things to do. And at most, she would let the hospital raise the child. But after finding out that she was pregnant with you and knew that you were a girl, she quickly accepted the fact that she had to give birth to a child herself. And she was looking forward to it. She said, "It seems that she just likes me as a mother too much." Then it was when you were born. I know you remember it. But I don't want you to remember it. Because it was too cruel for you. Some time before she was about to give birth, I always felt that there were strange eyes staring at me. But I didn't say it because I was afraid that she would worry. When I went for a checkup, there was no such abnormality. After giving birth to you, she was very weak. The rebels who had not appeared for a long time suddenly appeared that day, smashed the hospital and killed people. Everyone ran out. When I rushed in to take you away, I suddenly heard myself laugh. That weird feeling appeared again, and everything in front of me turned red. I saw your little face, Aying's shocked eyes, and my hand that pierced her heart. I felt a stream of blood flowing from my body into hers. But it couldn't get out. I heard me say, "Why can't I get through? How could this happen?" Then he looked at you and said, "Why is she okay? I think that she is talking about you." It should have made some movements, but found that you were fine. Although Aying couldn't believe it. In the end, the superpowers exploded to blow me and the things in my body to death. I don't know what she saw, but I think I deserved to die. In the end, she protected you. I was repaired by the things in my body. But she died. I felt like I was going crazy at that time. So I went back to commit suicide. Of course, I said this not to make you forgive me. I will never be able to and don't deserve to be forgiven. And I will never forgive myself in this life. I can't accept the pain of killing Aying with my own hands. But no matter how I hurt myself, I will heal quickly. Until the star beast got impatient. I looked at myself in the mirror and turned into a weird appearance. And it talked to me. It said it was Chi Mingy. and told me not to do these meaningless things. It said it had become one with me. I thought. Maybe this was the first time it had symbiosis with others. And it didn't expect that it was not parasitic, but symbiotic. At that time, it said why it couldn't get through, which should be what it meant. Perhaps because of its type of alien beast. It was originally a blood star beast, and was killed with only a red light left. And it hibernated in my body to repair, and naturally grew completely with me. Fortunately, we don't know what each other is thinking, and my thinking is independent of its. Every day since then, I can feel another pair of eyes watching me from behind. This is a creepy feeling that cannot be ignored. Not to mention that I am a telekinetic, and my perception is originally stronger than others. At that time, I could indeed detect the fluctuations of the star beast in my body, unlike the period after the battle with it, when there was no sign of it at all. But I felt that it was still very weak. So I spent nearly 2 years putting countless restrictions in my body. Every time I went there, I was blindfolded and injected with special energy inhibitors. And every time, Irene and others wearing masks would plant several mental defenses and suppression barriers to prevent being controlled again. I think I want revenge. I must kill Chi-Mingi, and I will not let myself go. Maybe it was because it was really weak at that time and had not fully recovered, so it was really suppressed. After that, I no longer felt that I was being monitored, and it never appeared again. But my wound still recovered quickly, and it should be in the dormant state like at the beginning, because its star beast fluctuations disappeared. According to the synchronized video footage, we found that it had deployed a barrier in the hospital, and it said, "How are you okay?" Which may mean that its barrier is useless to you, because I feel that even Yang, who appeared directly inside the barrier at that time, was weakened a lot. So we came to a conclusion that maybe my child can pass through the blood barrier, so that so many people would not have to die to kill it, and tens of millions of innocent residents would not have died. Everyone's life is precious. Unique. Yang must hope that I can minimize the casualties. Chapter 344. So at that time, we started to design and build the Sky Castle, and I pretended to get married with Irene to help her get rid of the control of her family. And she later gave birth to 2 children. But they were not her children. In fact, Shiyu and Xian are your brothers. They are Shen Yang's children, even though she is dead. Do you still remember what I said? She said she couldn't have children herself. So she went to the hospital for extraction and freezing very early, thinking about having children in the future when the time is right. In fact, from this point of view, they are your brothers from another perspective. Not your brothers. They like you naturally, always hugging your legs as a little sister. But I am also sorry for them. I expect their first purpose in coming to this world is to kill Chi-Mingi and me. As for you, I can't bear it. She gave birth to you with her life. And I can't bear it, because I am still affected by Chi-Mingi. I unconsciously become indifferent, forcing them to train. And there is no slack for a day. They don't know that they can save many people, but they are getting farther and farther away from me. But I think this indifference is not a bad thing for them. If I am destined to die in their hands, the more they hate me, the less sad they will be later. So I contacted the Shen family and sent you there when you grow up. The old house had always had 5,000 Lange guards, and I had the most around me. I gave the command to Irene to monitor my abnormalities, and I gave instructions at the beginning that any strange orders from me could not be executed. Later, Chi-Mingi gradually recovered, and the special bracelet in the laboratory showed abnormal fluctuations. The feeling of being stared at appeared again. Fortunately, it didn't think that the 3 of you were a threat. It seemed to be waiting for something, and didn't want to fight to the death with me. It seemed to be hiding its existence. And I found that every 3 months, its star beast fluctuations would disappear for 12 hours. I call this cycle its dormant day, until you know what life and death are. That night was the beginning of Chi-Mingi's dormant day. At 3 minutes after 10, I heard you talking in your sleep. You said, "Dad?" "Why?" "Her heart." I thought I didn't hear it like before. After all, the bracelet didn't fluctuate. I decided to send you to the Shen family right away. But you held my hand. You didn't ask me to accompany you. But I knew you wanted me to accompany you. This was your first time going out, and I knew you would be scared. So I made the most wrong decision in my life. I shouldn't have sent you there in person. Even if I had placed hundreds of restrictions, I would still choose his next dormant day. The silence of Chi-Mingi in the past few years made me think that I had completely suppressed it, and it would not have a chance to control it. Perhaps because the dormant time had just begun. He vaguely heard your words. He killed Shen. And he also wanted to kill you who remembered that it killed your mother. You are her child. If you remember such an early memory, then you have the potential to become 3S. At that time, you were so young. But you could learn everything. And you could understand complex books. You were a genius with photographic memory. 3S could break through the barrier and remember everything. You were too threatening. But I don't know how it mobilized other star beasts. Because later, it was discovered that it was the flower-shaped star beast that provoked the Zerg and intercepted us on the road we had to pass. Everything looks like an unlucky coincidence. If I wasn't controlled. He took advantage of the surrounding guards to deal with the Zerg and shook off the guards. I suddenly felt weak and was seriously injured by the star beast. It directly gained control of my body. And then you were thrown down. At that time, I realized that when I was seriously injured and dying, it would directly gain control, even if it was dormant. But at this time, its energy fluctuation was the lowest, so there was still some influence. And perhaps its main body is in my body, and it has other ways to control other people and become its puppets, which just corresponds to why those who assassinated Aang before were unconscious every time. Just when I was desperate, you were swallowed by a strange ball of light. And the star beast was swallowed together. I wish you were still alive. So your identity has been retained. Even if you drift in a corner of the world. I hope you are alive. But I dare not look for you to come back. If you come back, you will be targeted by Chi Mingy again. Then one day I went to the old house and saved Jasmine. The way she fell hit me. So I saved her. But I didn't treat her as a replacement. You are all unique. I just thought that if you were still alive, it would be nice if someone could help you like this. It was relieved until you appeared in a weak sea-level appearance. That was the second time it talked to me. He was mocking Aang and me, saying that we gave birth to a sea-level child. He said that he felt your weak mental strength that was about to collapse. And it could be crushed to death with just one finger. It was really unnecessary back then. But I don't think so. You should have your reasons. But even if it is, it doesn't matter. You will be safer this way. I will send you to a safe place after Xianxiu grows up, and then start the killing plan. But I always know that you remember everything. Your eyes are filled with cold accusations. I can feel that you still remember everything. Later, I didn't expect you to duel in school and participate in the league. In fact, I also know that you changed your identity to Shinshinfu on the first day of school. But as long as you were happy, it's fine. These messages were sandwiched in my complicated work contract, and handed over in complicated language that it couldn't understand. After so many years, I also know that Chi Mingy hates me reading the contract the most. Every time I work, its fluctuation is very small, so it doesn't know that I am reading your messages at all. But you have too much news. I passed by a large screen in the aircraft 2 days ago, and saw the clip of your league. Although I deliberately avoided it. My eyes saw it, and it saw it too. It knows that you deliberately hide your level. And I know that it must have the intention to kill again. Even if the space system is only 2S. It is more powerful than the average 2S. I know what strange coincidences it will arrange. Rather than letting it strike first, I might as well strike first. Xiyu and Xian have grown up. But you are also involved. With your strength, the success rate of this operation can be greatly increased. Moreover, I think it is not a bad thing to let you join. After all, the enemy who killed Aang is me and it. As our children, you can do it yourself. And the beginning of the action does not need to speak. Just need me to take down the lily of the valley on the desk. But even if you succeed in killing Chi Mingy now, there are still many things to do. The matter of star beasts is not that simple. Over the years, the guards have privately found many problematic places. According to the identity tracing of all the rebels who have appeared, it is found that it is not only the Bai family that has problems. All this information will be given to you at that time. This is why I did not run directly to the military district and blow myself up to death to provoke Chi Mingy. Because we also need to investigate it. And whether it is from the military district or not, I hope to minimize casualties. So I have waited for so many years. You can contact the Shen family later. I have arranged everything. You can go to Irene or Evan and decide how to proceed. My body needs to stay for research. I will hand over the Lange family to you. The family has a complete family office. You don't need to worry about it. But you can use the family power at will. The guard team will also be yours in the future. Hill. In fact, this name was also given by Aang. which means looking forward to your arrival. Although I don't expect your forgiveness, I still want to tell you. I'm sorry, child. And Dad loves you very much. Now, I can finally go to Iang. Thank you. Feiyong. Silence for a long time. Click. Suddenly a tear fell on the letter paper. And Shen Fu finally got the answer. But she still felt that she couldn't breathe. She flashed Feiyong, Shenyang, and Shiyu in front of her eyes. For the first time, she wanted to ask the heavens or the gods passing by without any faith. Why did their family get such a result? She neither called Shenyang mother, nor did she call Feiyong father after returning. Overwhelmed with sadness, she beat her chest and gasped for air. But she couldn't stop crying, and finally cried out. She was like a child thrown in the snow, panicked and at a loss, as if she had lost everything. The old house was quiet, but a blizzard fell in her heart. But as she cried, the sadness and ice in her eyes began to change, gradually turning into a firm and bone-chilling anger, as if she wanted to burn the world to ashes. She wiped the tears from her face. She must find the person behind the scenes. She wanted revenge, whether it was for the Starcraft, for the Lange family, or for herself. In short, she wanted them dead. Chapter 345 Tears. Shen and Shiyu were struggling in a dreamlike state, and they vaguely heard the sound of crying. This sound completely pulled them out of the bizarre nightmare that was like falling into the abyss. The rooms of the two, when they were young, were together. Although there were many rooms in the castle, they still lived in the original room. But each of them had his own bed. Shen's throat was a little dry. Shiyu, did you hear it? Shiyu replied. Yeah. The tacit understanding between them did not need to say more. And they both got out of bed at the same time and followed the sound to the studio. But even if it was crying, the sound was very depressing, and people wanted to cry with it. But it stopped again very briefly. But it would be great if the pain could end after stopping like this. They ran to the tower studio with heavy hearts following the sound, and saw Shen Fu sitting in a room full of paintings, wiping away tears. Their hearts tightened. Both of them frowned and showed worried expressions, because they saw the overwhelming hatred from Shen Fu expression reflected in the glass window. And this feeling was different from her before. She walked in first. His abdominal injury needed to be treated several more times, so he was still wrapped in bandages. He asked, Sister, are you okay? She sighed. He wanted to complain about him for saying such nonsense. He looked like he was in trouble. Not like he was fine. But he was always disliked for his low emotional intelligence. So he held back his natural desire to complain at this time. Shen Fu didn't turn around. At this time, he quickly sorted out his emotions and looked at the two people in the glass window and replied, Come in. Shen followed Shiyu in and saw the room full of paintings. He still felt sour in his heart. Alas, look at him. These are all Shen Fu paintings. The two of them may really be given as gifts for recharging their communication fees. The treatment is really different. The two of them were born to reduce the number of deaths when fighting star beasts. And he was not afraid that they would die in it. What if Shen Fu didn't come back? That star beast is really hard to fight. Suddenly, Shen Fu handed over a few pieces of letter paper, and folded 3 more pieces behind her letter paper, which were for Shen, Shiyu, and Jasmine, but she didn't read them. But now they also have the right to know about this matter. Whether it is about star beasts or about Mother. Now she understands why they are so malicious when she comes back. Maybe because of the comparison. Day after day of training, she doesn't get praise, and is even deliberately alienated, working hard for an unknown goal. And she came back with a sea-level identity, and got his attention. Shiyu put the letter to Jasmine in his pocket, and then began to read the letter to Shen Fu. Because since she gave it, there must be something they must know. The two stood and read it page by page. Their expressions became more and more solemn. I didn't expect Shenyang's identity. I didn't expect Irene to know everything. And I didn't expect so many twists and turns during the period. Until he saw Shen Shiyu is your biological brother. Shen couldn't help cursing. Is this still the real world? Is anything else real? They and Shen Fu are siblings. When he realized this, he was a little happy in the tangle in shock. But then he began to collapse again. Sister is my biological sister. Mother is not my biological mother. Both my biological father and mother are dead. Thinking of this, Shen was overwhelmed with grief, and suddenly couldn't hold back his tears and started to cry loudly. This is... What? I'm really convinced. Shen Chenfu looked at him crying with his mouth open. And suddenly remembered that when he was a child, he always cried like this when he hugged her legs. Sister. Cantaloupe milk woo woo woo. At this time, thinking of those things, she couldn't help but chuckled at his speechlessness. And the blocked heart seemed to start beating again. And the anger just now gradually dissipated. Then she read the letter from Feiyong to him again. Although it was not much. He cried even harder. He actually apologized to me, saying it was all his fault. He said we did a good job. He said we were the most hard-working kids in the world. He choked. He never praised me for my hard work. I thought he was blind. Yu was not as exaggerated as him. Still thinking about Shenyang, whispering sadly, "It's a pity that we don't know what she looks like." Shen Chenfu pointed to the painting hanging on the wall. The one with the tear mole is her. Xian collapsed even more when he heard this. And his heart-wrenching cry echoed almost throughout the castle. Molly and Irene didn't live on this side at all. But they were all moved by his crying. And Irene saw the letter in their hands and their reactions. And she knew that they all knew her identity. In fact, she had always been a little afraid of the arrival of this day. Even if there were many reasons back then. But in fact, it was all a lie. Back then, she was forced to marry and hid in Feiyong to do research. Later, she became friends with Shenyang. After Shenyang died, Feiyong was neither human nor ghost. It was from then on that she began to add restrictions and hints to him to prevent him from being controlled. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask at that time. And no one except Evan knew that she was also involved in the research. Later, in order to escape the control of the family, she used her real identity to marry Feiyong to cover up the identities of Xian and Shiyu. But in the end, no matter what, Feiyong's death was a foregone conclusion. That's why, the older Xian and Shiyu grew up, the stronger their abilities became, and the more gloomy and silent she became. Because every day was too depressing. She needed to add restrictions to Feiyong every once in a while. And the stronger he became, the more empty her mental power became. She could only treat them more strictly. Because the stronger their abilities were, the more likely they were to survive. Even though the original plan calculated that their success rate of survival was only 13.7% based on their strength. And the goal could only be to weaken the Star Beast. Fortunately, Hill was back. Now the Star Beast has been dealt with. But she can't be happy. The Lange family should be the top family, and should live the most carefree life in the world. But it was destroyed into a tragedy by the rebels. Irene was about to apologize to a few people when she heard Shiyu calling her. "Mother, you should go back and rest at this time. You haven't looked good recently." She had also wiped his tears and nodded. "Yes. Your face is pale." Irene was stunned. The corners of her mouth slowly raised. But her eyes were full of tears. She didn't expect that they were willing to recognize her. She stepped forward and gently hugged each child. Although none of them were her own children, she was willing to be their mother forever. When she left, she said to Shen Chenfu, "I will take you to a place later and tell you all the information." Shen Chenfu nodded, watched her leave, and then went back to his room. Jasmine looked at the crying Xian and wanted to comfort him, but it was no use. So she did the opposite. "Oh, this is the first time I see you crying like this. Last time it was because I put devil's spicy in your noodles." Xian was shocked and really forgot to cry. "I said you did it. You black-hearted Jasmine." Shiyu handed Jasmine the letter from her father in her pocket. Jasmine took it blankly and opened it. Xian's sadness shifted to her face. "Wow. He said I am also unique? He said he didn't attach the last name of Lange to protect me. Wow." Shiyu looked at Xian and Jasmine, laughing at each other and wiping tears. She went back to her room speechlessly. Chapter 346 Cousin? Shen Chenfu waited until dawn to pack up and went to find Irene. Although she felt that she was not suitable to be the head of the family, she could only feel at ease if she handled the affairs of the rebels in the Lange family. So she could only take responsibility for the time being. Others, wait until this matter is over. Irene was going to take her to the laboratory secretly. But when she went downstairs, two people stood in the number 1 reception room and saluted when they saw Shen Chenfu coming. "Miss." Irene introduced her. "This is the personal guard your father gave you. He has been in the dark before. After many tests, there is no problem." The girl took off the mask and looked very beautiful. "Miss, I am Lange." The boy had firm features and looked very stable. "Miss, my name is Lange." Shinfu felt that they looked familiar. Have I seen you somewhere? Lange nodded. I am in the individual soldier department. She pointed at Lange. He is in the supernatural department. We both went to the League. But the external level is S level. Not. It is noticeable. And he entered school with you. The eldest lady. Aaron explained, even if you don't need guards. You can tell them when you have anything else to do. And they will arrange people to do it. Now the Lange family has a total of 80,000 guards scattered in the interstellar space. But the guard level on the capital star is higher. Well, I see. Let's go to the laboratory first. Aaron and she both put on masks to check the situation in the laboratory. She took out the third key given by Feiyong to enter. But after entering, she set up an anchor point. And Aaron did not stop her. She gave Shinfu the list of problematic locations, families, and personnel that had been secretly discovered for so many years. They made a Star Beast energy bracelet many years ago to detect the blood energy of Feiyong's body. But this was actually just an analysis of the energy changes in his body. And it was useless for others. So they could only analyze the situation of Star Beast parasitism through reasoning. We analyzed that in addition to the main body, the Star Beast may also make puppets through other means. And the puppets may be able to live normally at ordinary times, and only lose consciousness when controlled by the Star Beast. We believe that the level of the puppets will not be too high, and it is highly likely that they will not exceed the S level, because most of the rebels who were recognized before the self-explosion were S level or below. And there were many of them. The only 2S level puppet that appeared was the one that killed Yang. But it exploded in the end and left no evidence. When you killed the Star Beast yesterday, there were rebels everywhere in the galaxy. And all of them used the blood skills of Chi Mingi. So perhaps a Star Beast can have many puppets. And it can also see through the eyes of the puppets and control them to act. Even if its main body is in other people's bodies, it will not affect the operation of the puppets. But fortunately, none of the rebels this time exploded. But now black patterns appear on their backs. And they have completely forgotten what they have done. Shinfu suddenly remembered what Xiaoyu said before. That after taking a shot of green things, you always forget what you are doing. Perhaps a part of the Star Beast was extracted, and it took some time to control them. Now that it is dead, the control is invalid. She told Irene about the two patterns she had encountered before, and decided, I want to cooperate with the military district. If the previous investigation was conducted in private, I am afraid that the rebels hidden in the military district will find out. Then these people who have not self-destructed have become the biggest problem for the other party. It can be regarded as exposing each other to a part. Okay. Feiyong will give you the decision-making power, and we will cooperate with your actions. Also, Shinfu looked serious. I think that since it was found that the blood Star Beast can parasitize, there must be other Star Beasts. Perhaps more than one. Irene nodded. We have also confirmed this problem. But it is difficult to analyze the fluctuations of the Star Beast in detail. We can't capture the Star Beast alive for research. She called up a video. And Shinfu was shocked. It was actually a scene inside the blood Star Beast. Irene explained, all the buttons and decorations on his clothes are cameras. And there are also silk-shaped cameras woven into his clothes. All-round monitoring. The monitoring automatically recognized the scene when he was talking. And both of them heard him talking to himself. It was nothing before. Until she heard Chi Mingi said that only I can take you to live for a long time. And I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. And Feiyong asked it if other Star Beasts couldn't take people to live for a long time. This proves that there are other Star Beasts controlling people. And they can't restore the human body like the blood Star Beasts. And they may have to change hosts from time to time. However, Irene's words capture the Star Beast alive finally made Shinfu feel relieved. You don't have to worry about capturing the Star Beast alive. She finally understood why Shen Yoli suddenly issued such a strange task before. Maybe he had found out the energy problem of the Star Beast. If so, then a large number of Star Beast energy detection equipment inside the human body could be developed. In this way, perhaps they could find all the rebel puppets. When Irene heard her words, hope flashed in her eyes. She really didn't expect that they actually captured the Star Beast alive. The reason why no identification equipment has been developed for so many years is mainly because it is too difficult to capture the Star Beast alive. You have to avoid everyone's eyes, and predict the range where the Star Beast appears. So it has not been successful for so many years, she said with some excitement. Then we can follow these puppets to find the Star Beast and the people behind it. Shinfu suddenly asked Irene. Have you ever thought of another possibility? Irene looked at Shen Chenfu puzzledly, and she said, Is there a possibility that these things are not arranged by people? Irene was stunned for a moment, and was shocked by her statement. Because even if I had similar ideas before, I didn't really dare to think about it. After all, do star beasts have such intelligence? Why do star beasts do this? It is more likely that people use and develop their abilities to achieve their own goals. So Irene proposed a relative idea, and Shen Chenfu also thought it made sense. She could only put her speculation aside, and decided to find time to go to the military district to find Shen Yoli. She felt that this cooperation needed to be discussed face to face. But before she went, Shen Yoli and Shen Yoshing came to the old house. Shen and Shiyu looked at the old house with a bad face. A stealthy invisible aircraft came to the old house. After Shen Chenfu's arrangement was approved, the two men rushed in and hugged Shen Chenfu. Shen Yoshing looked even sadder than Shen Chenfu. Shifu. I'm sorry. I should have come back with you. Shen Yoli said distressfully. You should tell your family about this kind of thing in the future. Shen Chenfu was very easy to talk to, and didn't look impatient. He just said, I'm going to be squeezed to death. Shen saw Shen Yoli, and Shen Yoshing let go of her, and felt very upset. Isn't Shen Yoshing a teammate of the Freedom 1 team? Why did he touch her? And who is the man next to him? He has no sense of boundaries at all. Shiyu didn't know them either, and frowned at the three people below. Hearing what they said about brother, and the surname Shen, he quickly came to a conclusion. Cousin! From the Shen family? The two of them had a little difficulty adapting for a while. And Shen Chenfu below also told the Shen brothers about the Lange brothers. Suddenly, the air was dead silent. Shen Yoli was okay, but the younger ones didn't like each other. They were all thinking, why do you want to steal my sister? Chapter 347 Meeting. In front of Shen Chenfu, they all put on a very harmonious and good attitude. However, Shen Yoshing spoke first. I thought it was only Shifu. I didn't expect Shen and Shiyu are also our cousins. It's been so long, and I haven't seen you go to the art department or the dormitory to find her. I thought you didn't know her. Shen and Shiyu immediately understood Shen Yoshing's point. He said Xiaofu so intimately. Doesn't it mean that he has a super good relationship with her? Damn. But Shen is not good at speaking, and he can't say yin and yang at all. So she walked down. So it's my cousin. He came to our house without saying hello in advance, so that we can entertain you. Right. Sister. The words "our home" were naturally caught by Shen Yoshing. Next, Shen Yoshing and Shiyu exchanged words. And in the end, both of them wanted to grab each other's ears and shout, What right do you have? Until Shen Chenfu pulled the two apart. Okay. Stop arguing. I'm so confused. Come all together. Come! Shen didn't understand. Where are you coming from? Shen Chenfu didn't explain, but just signaled everyone to follow. The four of them followed her to her room and watched her establish an anchor point. Then, teleported them to the back garden of Xinghe just after nightfall. She even brought out 5 chairs, which was very natural. And it seemed like she came here often. All 4 of them were silent. But Shen Yoli was very satisfied with his reaction, and randomly chose a chair to sit down. Shen burned a purple needlebee and asked, What on earth is going on? Why are you all here? It's a bit exaggerated. Shen Chenfu drew a space block to isolate the sound, and then told Shen Yoli everything that the Lange family had investigated and what she had experienced before, and asked Shen Yoli if they could cooperate. Shen Yoli only knew that the Lange family cooperated with the military district to kill the Star Beast, and didn't know there were so many inside stories. But he naturally agreed. Of course, I was also investigating this matter, but I don't know as much as you do. But based on the time when you killed the Star Beast, I should be able to confirm that Peng Yin in my military district may have been controlled by the Blood Star Beast you mentioned and turned into a puppet. How is he now? It's fine. Just a complete black pattern appeared on his back. But it was red when he was attacked, Shen Yoshing concluded. In other words, as long as the main Star Beast is killed, the puppets will all be ineffective? Shen Chenfu nodded and added, Before the Star Beast controls the puppet to self-destruct. She looked at Shen Yoli. I can show you the information here, but you can't take it back to the military district. You can only remember it in your mind, according to the previous, my mother's inference. In addition to the rebels, who are aware of the voluntary rebels, the military district may also hide rebel puppets, who don't even know they are being controlled. This is one of the reasons why Feiyong has not cooperated with the military district in the early stage. She has put all the information in her space world, which should be the safest place in the world and more useful than any lock. Okay. Then several people sat in the back garden of Xinghe, looking at the data and the thousands of locations found in the glowing space block of Shinshinfu. She sighed. My God. There are too many addresses. Are there problems with so many of them? Shiyu glanced at him. Didn't you say that it took more than 10 years to find these locations? Of course there are many. Maybe more. Shen Yoshing's expression was serious. But we can only monitor these locations now. After all, we can't tell which ones are puppets of star beasts. And we can't remove the control on them. Don't worry. Shen Yoli comforted. Grandma's team is already developing it, using the star beast that Xiaofu caught before. It won't take too long. As long as there is this star beast, we can definitely find the problem. When the equipment or medicine is developed, we can follow the clues and find the root cause. Find the people behind the scenes, eliminate their hideouts one by one, and find other star beasts. And encircle and kill the star beasts before the star beasts control the puppets to self-destruct. The Lange brothers didn't know that she had caught the star beasts yet. And now they found it unbelievable. You are out there catching star beasts now? Live star beasts? Shen Shinfu explained. We caught them together. Thinking of Lu Shi and Tujia, Shen Shinfu decided. I will also gather a few friends. They should be very willing to help in this matter. And she can confirm that there is no problem with them. The 3S related to the military district is most likely the target of assassination. She believes that the star beast Qi Mingyi did not act according to the plan that year. Lu Shi suddenly sneezed in the room and rubbed his nose in confusion. What's going on? The air is too dry today. Is there still dust? Is it a bit colder? Or is it because I walked too fast just now, and the wind blew a little? He didn't know that he had been regarded as a laborer by Shinshinfu. Tujia also shuddered suddenly. She turned around very unpresentably. But there was nothing behind her. Suddenly, she was a little scared and kept saying, Get out of here. Monsters and ghosts. First military region. Shen Yan turned off the communication. Just now Shen Yoli reported to him what happened between Shen Yang and Feiyong. He calmly handed the matter over to Shen Yoli and told him to wait until Si Zheng developed a device to detect the fluctuations of the star beast control pattern before taking action. But those things still echoed in his mind. Those things he ignored because he was too self-centered with his children. Ayang. She has always been a child who will never let him down. Why is he the most harsh on her? It turns out that she even died to blow up the star beast. Even Feiyong. In their opinion, the only shortcoming is his family background. At that time, he was just a poor child who lost his father and mother. Now the head of the Lange family has given her to Shinshinfu. But he will not abandon her again like before. Shen Yan's face, which has always been calm, showed an irrepressible heartache. He has been a marshal for so long. But he forgot that he is still her father. He should care about her feelings and at least believe in her. But even if she really just loves someone. So what? Ayang will only live this life. Because she is too strong. He naturally treats her with the attitude of a subordinate. Even worse than an ordinary subordinate. Others have much more freedom in his place than she does. He did not resist the wind and thrust for her. But she has always stood at the forefront of the interstellar battle line. Suddenly he thought of what Ayang said when she left home for the last time. She said, Dad? Mom? I'm leaving. She was still smiling at that time. Yes. She always smiles. His daughter, who is as dazzling as the scorching sun in summer, always smiles. The old man shed tears and trembled as he bent down. His spine, which had not been bent by decades of wind and frost, was bent by the grief. Ayang, I was wrong. Unfortunately, no one in this world could respond to him anymore. Chapter 348 Funeral. 3 days after Feiyong left, the Lange family held a funeral. It was drizzling in the sky, falling on the slope planted with lily of the valley, covering the whole world with a layer of sorrow. This is the private family cemetery of the Lange family. A large cemetery, as if thousands of years of ancestors were buried here. Unlike other families, the Lange family did not use novel and advanced methods, but still used traditional burials. It is said that this is because the most powerful ancestor was afraid of fire, water, and eagles, and said that it was safer to lie in the soil. This is what she saw in the book biography of the Lange family's rising wealth that she found in the study of the old house these 2 days. He was afraid of what would happen after his death. And he didn't know how to run a business and lay the foundation for such a large family business. Shen Shenfu was still wearing a mask and standing in the front in black clothes. Evan was holding an umbrella for her behind her, followed by Xian Shiyu and Jasmine. And Irene was next to her. She is now the absolute center of the Lange family, and no one can surpass her. She followed the process and watched the empty coffin being put into the ground and buried. Fei Ang's body was sent to the Shen family for research and was not here. Was Fei Ang in the same mood when he held a fake funeral for his grandmother? Without a father or a mother. His father's body was still used for research. And next to it was Shen Yang's tombstone. It was the first time she saw Shen Yang's tombstone. It looked well maintained and clean. But in order to keep her identity secret, there was no photo on the tombstone. In fact, many people came to attend the funeral. But they were far away from the Lange family and stood in the corridor through the cemetery. Although they were shocked that Fei Ang died in the battle against the Star Beast, they were now more concerned about the new head of the Lange family. Just as they looked at her unconcealedly, they saw from a distance that the new head of the Lange family knelt down towards the tombstone and leaned down, with his head resting in the rain without caring at all. Seeing this, Xian Shiyu and Jasmine behind them all knelt down. They were the closest, so they heard her words clearly. She said, "Father, Mother, I swear on my life that I will take revenge and eliminate the rebels of the Interstellar Federation. Until death. Never rest." Shen Shenfu hadn't been to school for a few days, and Liu, who also didn't go to school, seemed to be living in even more dire straits than her. She was tying the bed legs with her dark chains and hanging herself from the window of the castle, cursing in a low voice, "Ah, Shen Shenfu, what sin did I commit in my last life that I actually ran into a debt collector like you?" That day, in order to avoid questioning, she pretended to be unwell and left her brother behind to return from the banquet first. After returning home, she still felt that it was not good for a man like her brother. If she didn't tell the truth, he would never let her go easily. So she changed out of her dress and immediately picked up her bag to leave. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Liao walking towards her with a smile on his face. In that 0.001 second, she had only one thought in her mind: it's over. So she immediately, right away, slammed the door shut, as if she had seen a ghost. Although Liao didn't understand, he still called her in a kind voice, Yeah, open the door. Brother has something to ask you." Liu coughed twice. "Brother? I don't feel very good today. I want to go to bed. Come back tomorrow. It's so late." "Ah." Liao seemed to be entangled for a while, but still agreed. "Okay. Then brother will come to see you tomorrow. You go to bed early." "Hey." "I know." After he left, Liu waited for half an hour, carrying her bag carefully downstairs, and was caught red-handed. Because she and Liao have always lived in the same castle, this kind of thing can't be hidden from his eyes. Liao leaned on the stairs, and it seemed that he knew she would wait for half an hour, and even took a shower, with water dripping from his hair and a smile on his face that everything was under control. Yeah. Tell me, how did you get to know Miss Lange?" That? It's just that there was a little friction, and then we got to know each other, and then we became familiar with each other." Liu couldn't make up a single thing. What level is she? What ability is she? What was her name before she came back? Is she in school now? Is she from Inha? This familiar way of asking instantly brought Liu back to her childhood. This is how Liao treated her after her mother left. When she did something wrong, he would ask, "Who broke the cup? Why? Is it reasonable? Do you think this is right? What did the servants do wrong? Is it right for you to lose your temper like this? I don't know. In fact, I don't know him very well." Liao smiled and walked down step by step. "You actually lied to me?" He pretended a little in front of Songke, thinking that he would know the identity of the heir of the rival family when he returned home. But Liu didn't want to tell him? Liu's eyebrows jumped. "I really met her by chance, and I don't know her." She had never lied to him successfully, so she was very guilty. Liao smiled even more brightly, but first took off the light computer on her wrist, then went to her room and took away all the other light computers. When he left, he said, "This matter is very important to the family. Think about it before going to school." After that, he asked the bodyguards to guard the door. Until now, 3 days have passed. She could also understand how much influence the heir of the other family has on her family's business. But that is a secret of Shen, and she really can't say it. Unfortunately, her brother still treats her as a child. It's just that Li Yao said he had something to find her, and she didn't open the door. She thought he must want to interrogate her again. That day, she couldn't help it and ran out secretly. If her chain could not be stretched long enough, I'm afraid she couldn't land. Li Yu was very alert and didn't notice her brother standing upstairs watching her. The bodyguard looked at the young lady hiding her whereabouts left and right, and asked Li Yao, "Master, are we going to get the second young lady back?" Li Yao sighed. "No. She has been hiding so hard. How can I let her down? Let her people follow her, and see when she will meet the one from the Lange family." The more Li Yu concealed, the more curious he became. Business was one thing, and it must be some weird person who led her sister astray. She even learned to lie. A trace of worry appeared in Li Yao's eyes. He always felt that what happened in the Lange family was not that simple. He immediately ordered, "Send twice as many people to guard the house." Li Yu thought she had acted perfectly, and she actually got rid of everyone in the family and ran away. She felt a little proud. It was just that she was so angry that she had no place to vent these days, and she didn't have a penny on her, so she could only ask people on the side of the road how to get to the Galaxy Military Academy. The person she found turned out to be Shen Lucky Mushroom. The person immediately recognized that she was Li Yu and gave her 50 star coins. Only then did she get on the flying bus. She thought that Shen must compensate her. She had suffered a lot. Li Yu, who was riding the flying bus for the first time, didn't know that public transportation was so lively. It's so tragic. After all, she is just a little girl. Yes, she will only have one stepmother in the future. Fortunately, the family gave her one. Otherwise, it would be too pitiful. It's a great joy and great sorrow. She died just after the banquet. Li Yu became more and more confused as she listened. She couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about? What death? What banquet?" The person replied in surprise, "Oh, you don't know this? It's all over the Interstellar now. The Lange family encountered a star beast just after the banquet a few days ago. The head of the Lange family died in battle." Chapter 349. Go back to the dormitory. Li Yu's heart sank when she heard this. Her eyes were empty, and she was stunned for a long time. "What did you just say? The head of the Lange family died in battle? There will be a star beast after the banquet? Isn't the head of the Lange family Shen's father? How is she now?" The grievance and anger that Li Yu had felt for Shen's difficult secret disappeared without a trace. And there was even a trace of tears in her eyes. She had never seen such a human tragedy in her life. If she was not on the public bus now, she would have cried immediately. But she was still crying and sighing in her heart. Shen is too miserable. Woo, I should be nicer to her. Woo. In fact, all the arrangements of the Lange family have not changed. The group has a special team to handle it. And Irene is at home. The family business was not just given to Shen alone. Although she was the current head of the family, Theon also divided 3 similar businesses to the other 3 children. And of course, there was one for Irene. In fact, there was nothing for her to worry about. So Shen's life seemed almost the same. However, all the servants of the Sky Castle were now settled in another manor of the Lange family, and only a small part was transferred to the old house. The location of the original Sky Castle has now been replanned and designed by the design team to build a new Lange mansion. The injuries of several people have all recovered in the past few days. Since the funeral has ended, Shen went back to school with several people, and her 2 guards also went back silently. However, she teleported to the dormitory with Xiao Meichio halfway. After all, she still had a lot of things to do later, so it was best not to reveal her identity. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the door of Li Yu's room opposite was wide open. Li Yu had not contacted her during this period of time, and she still felt a little strange. After all, with her personality, if she knew about these things in the Lange family, how could she not ask her? So she walked to the door of Li Yu's room and knocked gently. "Li Yu, are you in the room?" The sound of slippers clacking was heard, and Li Yu quickly ran out of the room. After seeing Shen, she curled her lips and cried, "Wow! You are back. Are you okay? Why are you so miserable? You are such a little unlucky." Li Yu didn't ask more questions just because she was afraid of reminding her sad memories. Shen didn't expect her reaction to be so intense. but it seemed that some of the tears in his heart flowed out of her eyes. And his heart was warmed. She smiled and said, "You are crying as if I am gone." Liu slapped her hard when she heard this, and said seriously with red eyes, "Pooh, pooh, pooh. Don't say such unlucky words. Really, you are unlucky to begin with. Quickly ask Nei for a bracelet, and hang it on your arm for good luck." Shen Shenfu, ? Hang it on your arm? For good luck. But speaking of good luck, she suddenly thought of the bracelet Nei gave her, which broke after a white light burst out. Which was a pity. I think Nei's intuition was wrong at that time. So he stopped her. Shen Shenfu felt that he must give Nei a good gift to thank her, but he hadn't decided what to give her. Liu saw her dazed look and was quite puzzled. "What are you thinking about? Go buy me food. I'm hungry." She has recovered and stopped crying now. Shen Shenfu frowned. How could you be hungry? Even if everyone in the world had no food to eat. Shen Shenfu thought that Liu could not have no money to eat. Thinking of this, Liu sighed. "It's because my brother saw you picking me up that day, and he asked me who you are." So she understood that it was Liu who helped her keep this secret. And as a result, her living expenses were stopped. "Thank you, Liu. I will transfer some money to you directly. It will be inconvenient for you when I am not here." Liu's eyes widened. "Huh? What are you talking about? I don't want your money. Although you are very rich now. Liu, will not take other people's money." Shen Shenfu didn't know what she was thinking. She was usually very quick to transfer money to others, but she was not used to it when it came to herself. "Okay. Then I buy food first." As she said that, she thought of something else and reminded Liu. "Recently, you must pay more attention to the people around you, including your family." Seeing her suddenly become so serious, Liu corrected her attitude. "Well, I understand. But I have another question." "What's the question?" "My laptop was confiscated." Shen Shenfu, Li Yao is completely treating Liu like a child. He is so old, but he still hasn't confiscated his sister's laptop? Then I give you one? Well, then I want the latest model. Liu accepted the gift very quickly. It seems that she just doesn't accept cash. When Shen Shenfu teleported out and came back 10 minutes later, and put the latest model of optical computer in her hand, she suddenly felt that she had switched positions with Shen Shenfu and Xiao Fei. Before, it was still her who had to buy optical computers and food for them. But now it was her turn. What's that saying? It's a matter of time? It's really true. After that, Shen Shenfu went to the second floor to find Xiao Fei, and found that she went out to practice again. So he sent a message to tell her that he was back. Soon Xiao Fei returned to the dormitory, and threw herself into Shen Shenfu's arms as soon as he saw her. Xiao Fei said in a muffled voice, "Sister, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I just haven't been back these days because I've been busy." "Look, I'm fine. Aren't I? So what happened to you that day?" "I'm so worried." Shen Shenfu took her to the room and told her about the family's affairs, but only casually mentioned the important details of the star beast to make things seem a little lighter, unless it was absolutely necessary. She didn't want her to be involved in these things. It was too dangerous. Xiao Fei lowered her head and realized that Shen, whom she scolded at that time, was not as bright and relaxed as it seemed. "Sister, I scolded your brother that day. The kind of scolding that deliberately poked people's lungs." Shen Shenfu smiled and rubbed her head. "It's okay. He won't care too much. And they apologized to me later." When Xiao Fei returned to the room, Shen Shenfu curled up on her sofa, thinking back to what happened in the past few days, and she felt as if she was in another world. But after so many years of experience, she quickly accepted the reality and calmed down. After all, if there are too many personal emotions involved in anything, it is highly likely that it will not develop in a good direction. Love, hate, anger, and ignorance will all affect people's judgment. But she must make the most correct choice. There is no chance of making mistakes in this kind of thing. Chapter 350 Another Fight? But before Shen Shenfu could rest properly, Lu Shi found her. But Shen Shenfu wanted to find him. So the two of them met in the school square, which was about the same distance from the two departments. However, today is Saturday, and there are a lot of people in the square. When the two 3s walked slowly from two directions to the middle of the square with expressionless faces, everyone's eyes followed them unconsciously. Seeing this murderous atmosphere, I was ecstatic. Look! Look! Lu Shi and Shen Shenfu, Are they making a fight? Of course. Didn't they draw last time? After a while. They should still want to compete for the first place. Then why don't you fight in the duel field so that everyone can have a feast for the eyes? Are you stupid? If the two of them fight, the school is not enough for them to fight. So they must find a separate place. That makes sense, but I still want to see it. In fact, the conversation between the two. Lucier, well, is everything okay at home? Shinfu, it's okay. Lucier nodded, very satisfied with the speed at which Shinfu adjusted her mentality. The Starcraft needed her to be so determined. So he immediately asked her the purpose of his visit. Can you feed me the devouring rose? Sure. But I don't want your money. I want you to do me a favor. Okay. Lucier didn't think much about it, thinking that they were friends anyway. So it was not bad to do a favor in exchange for a devouring rose. What favor? The people in the square watched the two teleport away, and quickly sent messages to their friends, spreading rumors. Lucier and Shinfu went out to fight again. This time Shinfu didn't take Lucier to the back garden of the Star River. She was afraid that he would sneeze and knock his nose off. So she took him to the Yuming Sea. On the back of the rock island fish, the sea breeze blew, and Lucier sneezed because of the change in environment. You didn't set up anchor points for every stadium, did you? This is like a dream back to the league. Almost. Shinfu didn't think there was anything wrong. The places chosen by the league are all good places, rich in exotic beast resources and exotic plant resources. I am very satisfied. Lucier, it seems that you are using it as a resource library. Tell me, what can I help you with? As 3S, Lucier and Tujiao would not be able to carry out the task of catching star beasts if they were controlled by star beasts or were members of the rebel army. And the higher the level, the more difficult it should be to control them. So she deduced that these two people were most likely not related to the rebel army. So Shinfu then told Lucier about the star beast parasitism and puppets, even though his parents were both military commanders. This was the first time he had heard of this. So, the star beast was in your father's body at the time? Yes. You should be from the military district. You might know that the people who caused the riot on the capital planet were taken away by the 2nd military district. They were lucky that they did not self-destruct after the star beast died. They are now out of control. I just don't know how many of them voluntarily joined the rebels. Lucier was silent. The 2nd military district was the military district under his father's control. No wonder he was so irritable when he contacted him before. It turned out that those patterns could not be found for a while. Who can find it out? Even if he thought he still had a smart brain, he didn't associate the star beast with the rebels. This is like ramen and strawberry jam. No one would ever think of mixing these two things together. Lucier sighed. He originally thought it was a small favor, but he didn't expect that when the identification equipment was developed, he would help find and kill the star beast. It's hard work again. Alas, but since I agreed, I will definitely cooperate with the action later. Then Shinfu showed the address form to Lucier, and he only took 3 minutes to write it all down. While he was watching, Shinfu also caught 2 fish on the side. He looked at the 8-meter-long fish floundering in the space block and asked, "Are you going to catch it and grill it?" Shinfu nodded while collecting the fish. "Yes, I'm here. It's not good to go back empty-handed." She was so calm and in the mood to catch fish. Lucier really believed in her iron will. When the two were about to teleport back to school, Lucier suddenly asked her, "Do you know that the list of study tours will be released soon?" Study tours? Shinfu thought about it, as if Shinyoshing had mentioned it. When will it be released? It should be in the next few days. It will be convenient if we need to take action. After all, we are all outside for half a year. It's just a mixed team of 6 military academies. Maybe we will have a chance to meet Ningcheng. That's great. Shinfu also thought Ningcheng was very powerful and wanted to be in a team with him. Because first of all, his cooking is delicious. Secondly, his cooking is delicious. In summary, his cooking is especially delicious. After all, she has not been in the mood to eat well recently. Tujiao also knew that the list of students would be announced soon, and he also wanted to be in a group with Ningcheng. And Ningcheng himself was still busy building the school together, and he didn't know that he was one of the people who the 3s wanted to form a team with the most. Very popular. The art department is not like the supernatural department. There are still so many people on Saturday. So Shin took Lu Shi and Nai to an empty classroom and asked them to choose a supernatural beast. Yes. Shin thought of a gift for Nai. Flower. The devouring rose. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was appropriate. Nai was A-level and had no combat power. Having a powerful flower was the best and perfect gift for her. And Nai didn't understand why Shin disappeared for a few days and came back to raise a devouring rose for her. She felt guilty. Was she worthy? Nai didn't know that she saved Shin life. Nor did she understand how powerful her supernatural power was. But now she didn't have the ominous feeling she had when she saw her in the classroom that day. And she felt relieved. Shin looked at her steadily and raised his wrist. The lucky bracelet you gave me at that time can be said to have saved my life. She felt that the star core fragment slowed down for a moment. But it was that moment, before time stopped, to prevent the fragment Chi Mingyi from cutting her flesh and blood. If a star beast of that level was cut, it would probably merge into her body immediately. Nai really didn't know. She couldn't apply anchor points, and those skills would slowly disappear after being attached. She couldn't connect, and didn't know that the bracelet was broken. But that's really nothing to me. It's just a bracelet. Lu Shi interrupted her. But Shin life is very valuable. So don't refuse it. Just when the two were stunned, wondering when he could say such high EQ words, he asked again, so, can you sell me a few of your bracelets? Chapter 351 List of the study tour team. Nai really didn't expect that Lu Shi, who looked like an unapproachable flower, would actually want to buy her bracelet. Seeing her stunned look, Lu Shi explained, don't look at me like this. I'm actually a little unlucky, and none of my wishes have come true. Shin was curious. What do you wish for? Lu Shi said this with a look of yearning. Everyone in the world is 3S. There are no star beasts in the world. No people in the world have rhinitis. All water in the world is ice water. World peace. And I want to be the owner of an ice cream shop in the future. Shin Nai, The last one is a bit possible. The previous one. Shin didn't say it out loud, fearing that he was dreaming. Nai was also under a lot of pressure. Then I still don't have that much ability. It's okay. I don't mind. Finally, Nai agreed to sell him 3 bracelets. But it would take a little time to weave. Shin spread out a long table full of exotic beasts. The left one was for Lu Shi, and the right one was for Nai, allowing the two to choose freely. However, Shin kindly reminded, the devouring rose may be similar to its owner, or the opposite. It all depends on luck. Lu Shi was originally very interested in choosing exotic beasts, and frowned when he heard this. That means I might be able to cultivate a very sloppy devouring rose? It's possible. Then I can only take a gamble. Lu Shi finally selected 12 from the table full of exotic beasts. Green scale flying fish, glazed jellyfish, ice dragon, blue crystal whale, transparent horned rock sheep beast, hidden dragon, diamond turtle, chasing wind horse, cloud crane, holy light deer, green armored lizard, moon shadow cat. And Nai thought that he must save some for Shin and only selected 10 at Shin repeated request. Whitetail fox, sky burning monkey, water god crow, thousand rainbow unicorn, iron-headed stork, gold-seeking beast, thunder-swallowing beast, snow wolf, boundary-breaking beast, white-haired sloth. After the two finished choosing, Shin took out 2 flower seedlings and asked them to prick their fingers to recognize the owner. And then began the first blood feeding. Fortunately, this empty classroom has high ceilings, which is not worse than ordinary training rooms. So they can be taken out one by one to draw blood. After feeding, the appearance of the 2 swallowing roses appeared, but they were not yet finished feeding and could not move. Lu Shi's plant is transparent throughout, like a 1.8 meter tall crystal product. But the top of the flower and the tip of the leaf are transparent green, which looks a little more detailed. And Nai's is all white and furry, a bit like a white-skinned version of Shao Kai. I just don't know what personality it will have after feeding. Shin put the 2 flowers into the space world. When the 3 of them walked out together, she suggested very experiencedly, you can think of a name when you go back. Lu Shi rubbed his nose. I've already thought of it. So fast? Yes. It's Lu Bingbing. Nai couldn't help laughing at the side. After being swept by Lu Shi's eyes, he made up for it very tactfully. Ha. Ha. It's a really good name. A good name. Lucia was very confident. It's a good name. After the three of them walked downstairs, the light brain suddenly flashed at the same time. Clicking it, it turned out to be their own study tour list. Starting from May 15th. For a period of half a year, each military academy only selected 80 people. And after being shuffled, they were randomly formed into 60 teams of 8 people, with a budget of $4 million for each team. Those who don't want to participate can also submit an application within 2 days. And then his quota will be allocated to others. The list of each team is confidential. Only the person can see who he is in the same team with. And the route of each team is planned by the team itself. But dozens of locations are recommended. Lange couldn't believe his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the confidential list carefully. Am I right? Is this how the team is divided? What is the secret? I want to ask. Shen and Lucia also think so. Because the 3 people standing together now are in the same team. And they are all from Galaxy in the entire team. The others are not from the same school. And what's even more outrageous is that their Star Beast catching team was actually assigned to the same team. Is this random team so accurate? Ning Chung was even assigned to a group. And the wishes of the 3 of them were fulfilled. And the full list is Tujia, Ning Chung, Lu Shi, Nei, Shen Fu, Lin Xian, Ning Ting, Ji Che. Nei now truly felt how powerful his lucky halo was. I'm in the same team with you? Then this is the safest team in the world. There are only 11 3s in StarCraft. And there are 3 in her study tour team? Nei wanted to kneel down and worship God directly. Shen Fu hasn't returned yet. But his computer is already full of messages. Liu sent a voice message. Wow. I'm actually in the same group with Shen Yoshing. Xiao Fei, sister. I'm done. I'm in the same group with your stupid brother. I don't know where to put my toes. And Ji Che also sent a message immediately. Oh my god. I'm actually in the same group with Lin Xian. The electric mosquito prince. He doesn't care what 3S is. He only has eyes for Lin Xian, the person who made him bald. And Shen Fu now knows his character very well. And changes the subject in a minute. I'm starting to cultivate devouring rose again. Ji Che was very surprised. Who bought it? It's also rich. Shen Fu didn't say that he was actually the only one who spent money. Nai and Lu Shi. Ji Che, I hope you can cultivate 2 other teachers. This thing can't be left to me alone. Shen Fu, After returning to the dormitory, Shen Fu heard who Liu was communicating with. So he didn't ask her about the grouping for the time being. Liu told her brother that she was going to study abroad. But he smiled and said sarcastically, Oh, why did you tell me about this? You've grown up. And we're not that close anymore. Liu was almost mad at him. But she remembered what Shen Fu said before and reminded him. My friend told me to pay more attention to the people around me. I think maybe you should also pay attention to the people around you. Is that so? Li Yao's little bit of unhappiness disappeared because of his sister's advice. And asked, Who told you that? It's just. Liu was almost fooled by him again. But fortunately, she learned to break her mouth recently. So she didn't reveal the truth. It's just a friend. Don't ask. Even if she didn't say it, Li Yao knew that it was probably Lange. This kind of secret reminder is actually very important. So he didn't ask any more questions. Since the other party would give such a reminder, it means that it is at least good for Liu. He didn't investigate the other party for the time being, thinking of taking the opportunity to steal the other party's business. Then I have something to do. So I hang up first. Wait. Liu was afraid that he would hang up and hurriedly stopped him. He hesitated and said, Your living expenses, you should cancel it for me. I'm going to study abroad. How can I live without money? Don't you have study abroad funds? 4 million. 8 people. This little money is not enough. I'm grown up, and there are many places to spend money. Li Yao did want to remove her restrictions. But when he heard her words just now, he suddenly felt that Liu was so old. And she should really understand how ordinary people live. Even if it is averaged out in half a year. It is 500,000. Which is enough for any ordinary student. She can be unthrifty. But she must know the value. She has no idea of the difficulties of life. She will be too weak to resist anything in the future. If she encounters a situation where she has no money, she may starve herself to death. Anyway, she was with the team. And he would arrange someone to follow her. So she would not get into trouble. She also needed to grow up while ensuring her safety. However, He was not so cruel. I have someone send you the 1 million bonus from the previous league. I think you can do it. After saying this, he hung up. Li was left alone, cursing Li Yao as a big bastard. Chapter 352 New Huahua. In the next few days, Shen Shenfu went to class as usual, cultivated the devouring rose, and waited for the arrival of the 15th. They now had a small study tour group and agreed on a meeting place. The 12th was the last day of cultivation. Since it was Wednesday, everyone in the class was there, so they all followed to the empty classroom to join in the fun. A group of people and 3 flowers sat neatly in a row, watching Shen Shenfu in the middle feed the strange beasts one by one. Liu looked at Nei's flower, and then at Xiaokai. Nei, can your flowers in the future be dyed and disguised as Xiaokai? Now that you mention it, you can try it. While talking, Shen Shenfu had already fed all the strange beasts to the devouring rose, and 2 balls of energy formed around the 2 roses, and then exploded fiercely. The energy exploded by Lu Shi's Lu Bingbing was much greater than that of Nei's flower, and it was full of cold air. The temperature of the classroom dropped instantly, so that everyone around shivered. Lu Shi sneezed several times in a row, and then looked up with a satisfied smile. Very good. Lu Bingbing glanced at the crowd, and quickly locked onto Lu Shi. After looking at him casually, she did not respond. She did not say hello or make any movements. Just standing there. This aloof feeling is very similar to Lu Shi, even more exaggerated than him. After all, it is really cold. Ayin, as the most polite flower in the group of flowers, stood up and walked over, stretched out her leaves to shake hands with it. But it was even more exaggerated than a Jin at that time, and did not shake hands at all. On the contrary, Xiaokai, who was next to her, was so happy that she jumped up while holding Nai's flower. After it was fed, an angel-like halo appeared on the top of the white flower. Liu asked her, "Have you named this flower?" "With this halo. It looks like Xiaokai's soul." Nai nodded. "It's called Tuan Tuan. It looks like a white dumpling, so it's called Tuan Tuan." Tuan Tuan is a very shy and obedient flower, which is very different from Xiaokai's free and unrestrained style. After being pulled to jump a few times, she obediently put down her 2 white furry leaves and slowly walked to Nai. He lowered his head and stole a glance at her. Shen Shenfu knew at a glance that Ji Che wish would never come true. Lange would be the eternal dean of flowers. No one else. However, due to his strong request, Shen Shenfu sent the latest 2 flowers to Ji Che, and he was still drooling with envy, while Yinhe was laughing. Tujia was preparing his luggage. However, this time the military regent prepared a space storage bracelet for everyone. It was made by a space-based superpower in cooperation with a martial arts master. It was very expensive and could hold some luggage, making it more convenient to study abroad. Just as she was tidying up, there was a knock on the door. Qi Yan leaned against the door and asked her, "Are you in the same group with Shen Shenfu?" Tujia nodded. "Yes. Shouldn't the list be in your hands?" But Qi Yan suddenly instructed, "If she needs any help, you must do your best." Tujia, "If you can't do it, come to me." Tujia paused, a little confused as to why he sounded so serious, but still said, "She is also my friend. I will naturally treat her well and help her." This is the first time Qi Yan asked her to be good to her friends. Could it be that she also has to prepare some mechas, aircrafts, and the like for her? After all, Shen Shenfu was surrounded by people of this level before, so she naturally raised the standard of gift-giving. Qi Yan lowered her eyes, trying to hide the sadness in her eyes. "Because her mother is my best friend." Tujia had never heard of this, and Shen Shenfu had never told her either. She asked curiously, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? But if she was a best friend, why didn't you mention it?" "She died a long time ago, fighting against the star beast." At this point, Qi Yan stood up straight. Her father also died a few days ago, fighting against the star beast. She had received the message sent by Feiyang, and she knew exactly how Yang died. He was really an infatuated bastard. She scolded him for so many years, but in the end she found that this guy had lived like this. Tujia, her parents died gloriously in battle just like your parents. But they are different. You at least have me. But her mother died the day she was born, and she has the best family in the world. But she is wandering outside. Do you know that when she came to me last time, she didn't even know what the domain was. Everything depends on herself. What? Tujia was really shocked this time. When I chatted with her in the sky before, she said she was on the 68th floor. Didn't she come to the Crystal Palace last time because of Cece's matter? In such a short time. She opened the 68th level of domain? Tujia cursed in his heart. Does this genius want to live? But after she came back to her senses, she answered Chihian seriously. As long as it is legitimate and reasonable, I will naturally help her. Not because she is pitiful, but because she is my friend. Shen Shenfu. She definitely doesn't want others to pity her. The death of her parents couldn't knock her Tujia down. And naturally couldn't knock Shen Shenfu down either. As a friend, she just needed to stand with her. Chihian was stunned. And then slowly smiled, showing a satisfied look, and walked up to her and flicked a coin. You, pack your things quickly. Tujia covered her red forehead for a while, thinking about her teammates while packing. They were opponents before, but now they suddenly became teammates. After recalling, she felt that Lin Xian didn't look easy to get along with. At this time, Lin Xian, who was not easy to get along with, caught Ning Ting, who was obviously slipping away from him. What did she do? Ning Ting bent her waist, covered her body with bushes, and walked quickly. She just saw Lin Xian. Not because of anything else, but because everyone in the school was staring at her. If she met him and said a word, she would become a new material for CP fans in less than 2 minutes. She felt that the posts in the forum were ridiculous. If others knew that they were a group even on the study tour, they would be doomed. Suddenly, a big hand held her head, and she couldn't walk over. Ning Ting looked up and saw Lin Xian standing in front of her. She quickly turned her head to look and saw a big CP fan she knew came over. Ning Ting suddenly pulled Lin Xian down, and the two of them squatted face to face. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would ask her, "Have you been avoiding me recently?" His hair was cut short, a little longer, and it looked more angular. At this time, his eyes looking straight at her were very sharp, as if everything was exposed. Ning Ting avoided his eyes, looked around like a thief, and explained, "I'm not hiding from you. I'm hiding from those crazy CP fans." "What are you hiding for? Isn't this a school? Did someone bully her? Is it bullying?" Lin Xian couldn't think of any other reason, and because of this, he frowned unconsciously. His expression became cold. "Oh, what are you thinking about?" Ning Ting was speechless, and finally asked him what he had wanted to ask him for a long time. "Don't you read the campus forum?" Lin Xian was stunned, and the coldness dissipated a little. "No." Ning Ting, should I ask him to read it? Or not? I really didn't know what to say. So the atmosphere between the two of them froze. And just as the two of them were squatting and looking at each other, on the 27th floor of the teaching building next to them, a camera was aimed at the two squatting in the bushes from the top. And a villain's laugh was heard when the photo was taken. Hee hee. There is no candy that I can't dig. That day, Sirius set off a new wave of candy. Chapter 353 Departure. Sanma Star. A boy holding a little girl's hand got off the aircraft. The little girl looked only 7 or 8 years old, with a round face, smiling very happily, jumping and hopping, innocent to the extreme. Anyone who saw it would feel happy. The boy's gray-green eyes were very calm, and there was an elegant smile on his face. The two walked towards the private manor in front of them without haste. Everyone on the road was very respectful to the newcomers, and some of the brave ones couldn't help but discuss. Master Luo Ji and Miss Luo Su are really nice. The master is not in good health and has few friends, so they always come to see him and keep him company. Recently, the head of the family has been in poor health again, and the master is so pitiful. Yes, but I don't know what the head of the family will do. But it seems that the Luo family supports the master. Otherwise, they wouldn't come to see him so often. Who knows? The eldest lady has been very resolute recently, and I am afraid of her. The young master looks gentle. If the eldest lady becomes the head of the family, she will definitely change everyone. Shoo! You are talking nonsense here. After entering the door, a servant saw the brother and sister and said happily, "The master must be very happy to see Master Luo and Miss Luo." The two were also very nice to the servants and smiled. "Okay. Take us there." They were taken to the bedroom. A pale-faced boy seemed to be unaware that they were here today and was leaning against the head of the bed. However, because they had a good relationship with him, the servant habitually led them indirectly. "Ahem. You're here. On the eve of the study tour team's gathering. Someone came to Shinshinfu dormitory and said that she was the eldest daughter of the Song family. And Song invited her over. And the person who brought the message repeatedly emphasized that Miss Song said she was very sincere in wanting to meet her and discuss some things in detail, and put her attitude very low. As an ordinary student, it would be very strange if she refused to go to the Song family. But now she also wanted to see what Miss Song wanted to see her for. And she was from the 5 great families. And perhaps she was also one of the targets of the rebels. So Shinshinfu agreed, and arrived at a very high-end private club in the 3rd district on time at 8 o'clock in the evening. As soon as she entered, someone hurried up to greet her and took her to the box. When Song saw her, he instantly showed a very happy smile, stood up and stretched out his hand. "Student Shen, I'm very happy that you can come." After Shinshinfu shook hands back, he sat in the seat opposite her, leaning against the sofa loosely, not sitting upright like Songku, and looked very strict with his posture. "Miss Song, what do you want to talk to me about?" Songku was stunned, as if he didn't expect her to be so straightforward, without any politeness, and said directly, "I want to invite you to join the Song family. It's like this. Maybe you have heard a few words about my family's situation. My father is seriously ill now, and the first heir he planned has always been my younger brother. But I have always had a bad relationship with him. So I am indeed developing my own team. If you can join us, I will definitely give you the most generous conditions, which must be more generous than you think." As she said, she took out a contract. Shinshinfu took it and opened it. The salary on it was written, 1 billion per month. Shinshinfu was stunned. He had never seen such a high monthly salary in his life. Is this how the Song family pays people? Suddenly, Shinshinfu had a new understanding of the person in front of him. Even if she was of a high level, Songku was really willing to invest in her. A person from a ruined land. Shinshinfu closed the contract. "Sorry, I haven't thought that far yet. I want my life to be freer. And 3S will eventually cooperate with the military region. You should know this." Song could continue to persuade. Cooperation with the military region will not affect it. In fact, there is not much to do. Just come once or twice occasionally. But Shinshinfu also practiced Tai Chi with her. "But I'm going to study abroad recently. I will consider it." Hearing this, Songka smiled and understood what she meant. In fact, she was still unwilling. But she thought it was also true. Shinshinfu had many strange beasts. Was not a person who lacked money. And was young. "It's okay. If you don't join, we can be friends first." Songka didn't want to give her the opportunity to refuse this, and directly pressed the button to tell the waiter to serve the food. This time Shinshinfu stood up and refused directly. "Sorry, Miss Song. I have already eaten today, and I have something important to do tomorrow. So I will leave first." Songka didn't care about it, and even personally sent her to the door and watched her leave. There was no displeasure on his face, but his eyes became darker after she left. When she returned to the box to get her bag, she saw that the drinks and desserts in front of Shinshinfu were intact and had not been touched. So she looked up to Shinshinfu a little more. Originally, she thought that she came from the ruins, and even if she had a collection of exotic animals, she would still be attracted by the high price she offered. After all, she didn't need to do anything to get so much money, and at most, she would be greedy and pull a little more. Unexpectedly, she didn't do that, and clearly rejected her. She looked relaxed and careless leaning on the sofa. But the things on the table didn't move at all, and she was very alert. She underestimated her. Finally, it was May 15th. In the early morning before dawn, Shinshinfu said goodbye to the people of Freedom Team 1 at the door. The 3 of them set off the earliest because they had to rush to the number 10 space transportation station to meet up with other teammates. But this time, there were not only the 3 of them, but also Xiao Meiqiu, Tuan Tuan and Lu Bingbing. Lu Bingbing really inherited Lu Shi's cleanliness. When they arrived at the box, she actually stood in front of the seat and looked at it. But she didn't sit down. When Lu Shi was not paying attention and had carefully cleaned the seat he was going to sit, it sat down. Oh no! It didn't have a butt. Anyway, it snatched Lu Shi's seat with a flash and sat down comfortably. Then it tilted its head to one side, pretending to look at the scenery, as if nothing had happened just now. Only Lu Shi, who was robbed of the seat he had cleaned for the first time in his life, was stunned for a moment, and then realized that he could still argue with a flower alone? Yes. Lu Shi directly lifted Lu Bingbing from the seat. put the disinfectant wipes aside, and told it, "Wipe it yourself. Do your own things. Don't be a flower that gets something for nothing." He seemed to be possessed by an elder. "Look at Tuan Tuan. How obedient and polite you are. You have to work hard. You can't just fight. Peanuts are not as simple as you think. There are many flower accidents." Seeing that he did not retreat, Lu Bingbing was a little angry, and the energy gradually overflowed, and the whole body began to freeze. Unexpectedly, Lu Shi took out his water bottle and stretched it to it, letting its cold air freeze the water into ice, so that he could have ice water to drink. He treated it as an ice maker. He raised his mouth, glanced at the stunned Lu Bingbing, and said, "We are about to leave. You should sit down and fasten your seat belt." He ignored him after that. Lu Bingbing was ignored by him, and she really looked like a child being taught. She had no choice but to put away her cold air and took out a disinfectant wipe to wipe it. Nei's Tuan Tuan sat obediently beside her, with the furry leaf holding Nei's arm and resting her head on her shoulder. Even Shen Fu felt soft-hearted when she saw it. But maybe she looked at Tuan Tuan for too long, and the little coal ball jumped directly from the cushion on the side to her legs, almost stepping on her. Shen Fu stroked its head hard and whispered to it, "Little coal ball's fur is still the most beautiful." It then slowly got down from her legs and nestled on the special cushion that Shen Fu brought for it. After half a day, the three finally arrived at the number 10 Space Transportation Station, which is a super large circular transportation station, which is completely composed of machinery. Countless interstellar transportation vehicles converge, and passengers can transfer here. They walked to the rest area and waited for the arrival of the others. Shen Fu also took the time to set up an anchor point in a hidden location. Now she has developed a habit of setting up an anchor point in any place she goes to for the first time, in case of emergency later. This location is almost the same from every place. Only Yukong Star is farther away. So Ning Chung set off in the early morning. The first to arrive were Lin Xian and Ning Ting from Guangyo Star. Shen Fu saw the two at a glance, but she soon found out. Why did these two people feel so wrong? Chapter 354 Reunion. The two seemed to wish they could be separated by a distance of 100,800 miles. Ning Ting walked in front, while Lin Xian followed far behind. If Shen Fu had good eyesight, she would even suspect that they did not come together. What happened? Did they have a quarrel? After the few people greeted each other, Ning Ting and Lin Xian sat at one end of such a long sofa, and there were 7 or 8 people sitting in the middle. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that something was wrong. Didn't the relationship between the two of them at the Guangjiaxing police station before? Shen Fu sighed silently in her heart. The emotions of people in love changed so quickly. She naturally didn't understand what happened between the two of them, because after so long, Lin Xian finally squatted in the bushes with Ning Ting for a long time and couldn't say a word. Finally, after leaving directly, she thought of the campus forum she mentioned and logged in to take a look for the first time. After entering the forum, the most popular post was a Ning's Today's Candy. After flipping through it for an hour, I still couldn't finish reading a quarter of the CP posts. There were too many. At that time, Lin Xian realized that everyone had misunderstood to such an extent that they were going to get married soon. And Ning Ting avoided him because those posts bothered her. So from Lin Xian's perspective, since Ning Ting felt very troubled, he would naturally relieve her troubles and keep a distance. He felt that it was all for her sake. Ning Ting thought that it was that day that Lin Xian finally knew about the scandal between the two. So he immediately drew a line between them. She thought he was very cold. The two people's ideas were irrelevant, but each felt reasonable. Not long after, Ji Che arrived, followed by Lange. Lange was stunned for a moment when she saw the two swallowing roses, but soon realized that these were 2 new flowers cultivated by Shen Fu. He was as polite as Ayin, and stepped forward to shake hands with Hua Hua, while Lu Bingbing still ignored him, until Lu Shi spoke. "Lu Bingbing, where are your manners as a flower? Other flowers have greeted you. Do you think it's appropriate for you to turn a blind eye like this?" Ji Che eyebrows jumped. This flower seemed to have changed Lu Shi into a different person. Is he its father? Why did it say so naturally what his father had taught him before? Besides, is Lu Shi himself a very polite person? Just now, he just nodded at him. So arrogant. Now teaching flowers manners. But Lu Bingbing really started to move after hearing this, and reluctantly pulled out a tissue from the side, between the two clasped leaves, and shook hands with Lange. Except Lu Shi. Everyone present was stunned. It turned out that it was because it disliked Lan Ying's dirty leaves that it didn't want to shake hands with him. But the problem was that its mysophobia was too serious. Lu Shi's flowers are really more troublesome than his. Ji Che silently watched Lan Ying withdraw her hand and stabilize her emotions, and said sincerely for the first time, "Lan Ying, thank you for having you." At least, he didn't need to teach Lan Ying how to make flowers. Soon Tu Jia arrived. When she came, she happened to meet Ning Cheng. The two came together, and the team was complete. Ning Cheng greeted Shen Fu and Tu Jia very familiarly. Even Lu Shi seemed very satisfied with him, and smiled. The other people who didn't know the inside story really didn't understand why Ning Cheng had such a good relationship with Shen Fu. Lu Shi and Tu Jia. They didn't see it at all during the league before. Ji Che's eyes rolled and he understood. Ning Cheng must be very scheming. He took the opportunity to get close to the 3 highest level people during the league. Otherwise, why wouldn't he be familiar with the other people? Although he was very enthusiastic when he greeted them, Ji Che was still thinking about it and ignored it directly. He heard Ning Cheng say that he brought tomatoes and fresh eggs for you, and he could make tomato and egg noodles for you when the time comes. Shen Fu, a poor child from the ruins, only had such a small amount of things, and her eyes lit up. It's too easy to fool. Several people went into a separate restroom and began to discuss the route map. They did not directly choose those powerful planets where famous schools were located. They wanted to do the opposite, starting from the farthest edge of the Federation, where no one had ever been or seen, to understand the lives of other people. So in the end, Nei chose a remote small planet as the starting point. But when it came time to choose the captain, except for Lin Xian who abstained and looked like he didn't want to be a captain anymore in his life, the other people voted, and Ning Cheng actually got the captain. Ji Che himself didn't count, and asked them heartbrokenly, "How could you do this to me? Why didn't I have a single vote?" Wu. He was isolated. The other 7 people looked over in shock. He actually had no idea about his command level? Just when everyone thought that this matter would be difficult to resolve, Shen Fu quickly changed his words. "I vote for you instead." When they were all puzzled as to why Shen Fu would make such a decision that would not affect the result at all, Ji Che sniffed, and it seemed that everything was fine. "Well, then I forgive you." This emotion was like a gust of wind, coming and going too quickly. No one knew what he was after. The few people who were confused by Ji Che set off like this, because the planet they chose was too far away. It would take them 3 days to get there, and they also needed to transfer at other space transportation stations. On the way, Tu Jia saw Shen Fu sitting by the window in a daze. Although it was very subtle, Shen Fu did have some secret changes, hidden under her already low-key style, and it was difficult to find. Tu Jia took out a large bottle of candy from her pocket and handed it to her. Shen Fu looked back and said, "What is this?" "The candy I brought you from the Blue Sea Star was my favorite when I was a child." Shen Fu took it. The candies in the glass bottle were all in the shape of small fish, in all colors, and looked very beautiful. Tu Jia wanted to bring her a gift, but for someone who has everything in material terms, gifts are the most difficult to prepare. Later she thought of it. She wanted her to eat something sweet, to temporarily forget the suffering the world had given her. Shen Fu unscrewed the glass bottle, picked up a pill, and put it in her mouth. After feeling the sweetness spreading on the tip of her tongue, she smiled. "It's very sweet. I like it very much." Tu Jia breathed a sigh of relief and said to her seriously, "If you need any help from me later, just let me know." Shen Fu paused as she closed the bottle cap, and her mood, which had just become increasingly heavy as she watched the deep universe, also relaxed a little. "Okay. I find a place to talk to you after we get there. There is indeed something very important to do." After Tu Jia left, she received a message from Shifei, saying that her team had arrived at the first location. Shifei stood aside and sent messages to Shen Fu with a smile on her face, which was completely different from the way she usually scolded people. When Shen passed by and noticed it, he was still thinking about it. He deserved that she would either mock or scold him every time, and he must stay away from her in the future. Suddenly, Xiaofei looked up and saw him, still speaking in a bad tone. "Hey, wait a minute." Xian was startled. "What are you doing? Are you going to scold me again?" He has been very low-key recently. "Okay. There is nothing worth scolding. If you scold him again, he will talk back." Xiaofei, although it was difficult, Xiao Fei still said in a low voice and 10 times faster. I'm sorry that I said something too harsh to you last time. After that, she walked away as if nothing had happened. As if it was just to make herself feel better. And it didn't matter whether he heard it or not. Xian slowed down 10 times in his mind. And then he realized that she was apologizing. But is an apology so perfunctory? Xian just watched her walk away happily. Walking with those teammates from other military academies that she didn't know. As if she had known them for 10 years, and was so familiar with them. I don't know why she is so likable. And he, who was not likable, could only follow silently. Suddenly he felt miserable. He missed Xiu. Unfortunately, they were not in the same team. It was the first time in so many years that they had to be separated for such a long time. It was as if a part of himself was left behind. He sighed deeply, and was very worried about the future journey. 3 days passed. On the other side, Shen Chenfu and his group finally arrived at the small planet they chose. Papent. Chapter 355, Papent Star. After the study tour team arrived at the destination, the 3-person team that had caught the star beasts went into the bathroom. Put on smart simulation masks on their faces. And when they came out, they became 3 ordinary people again. There were very few people in this traffic station, so it did not attract attention. The others were waiting for them at the door, watching the almost empty traffic station still empty. But when they came, only Ning Chung recognized them and told them to come quickly. Ji Che looked at the 3 completely different people in front of him and said to Ning Chung earnestly, Ning Chung, even if you are in a hurry to leave the team to set off, you won't just drag 3 people on the road. Do you think they look like them? Ning Chung scratched his head. To be honest, he was more used to looking at these 3 fake faces. Tu Jia explained, we put on masks so that everyone can move more conveniently. After all, although this planet is remote, it is not a deserted planet or a ruined place. There must be people who have seen the League, and they don't want to attract too much attention. Ji Che was unhappy when he heard this explanation. Are you afraid that too many fans will recognize you? I have a lot of fans too. Then I want a mask too. Tu Jia, but our masks are. She didn't have them when she caught the star beast last time. At this time, Shen Chenfu came over. I have them. Tu Jia didn't expect this. She didn't even know how to use the mask last time. But now she's hoarding masks? How much does she like hoarding things? Ji Che happily took the mask to change his face. And Lin Xian also came over and asked Shen Chenfu, can you give me one too? Shen Chenfu naturally agreed. But everyone was using a fake face, so it was a bit strange to use a real face. So everyone asked Shen Chenfu for a mask to change their faces. After changing their faces, everyone mainly changed themselves to look ordinary. But only Ji Che did the opposite. He changed himself into a super handsome face, and became the most dazzling existence in the team. When he walked out with big strides, his face was only handsome and confident. Since there were 8 people this time, Ning Chung booked a villa online. It was not far from the central city, but it was relatively quiet with few people. The surrounding plants grew well, and there were some rare plants. The people here seemed to be in a good mood, with smiles on their faces. However, Shen Chenfu found that his steps were lighter here as he walked. Is the gravity of this planet a little different? Tu Jia thought about it. Maybe the people in the previous land reclamation team didn't adjust it well. Ji Che hadn't thought about it. What land reclamation? We are now in the new interstellar calendar. And at the beginning of the interstellar calendar, most of the planets where we now live had very harsh environments. No living conditions. And even no life. The land reclamation team had to bring equipment to transform the planets, which took a few decades at the shortest and hundreds or thousands of years at the longest, to transform suitable gas, gravity, soil, artificial sunlight, etc., so that people can survive. And a small number of planets with indigenous people were transformed to be able to coexist. It existed for a long time. And then it developed into a civilization for each planet. And then they fought to reach the new interstellar today. But this was a long time ago. Ji Che, so it's gone now. Tu Jia nodded. It's almost unnecessary now, because the territory of the Interstellar Federation is already very large, and it will be difficult to govern if it expands further. Ji Che nodded. I learned it. I learned it. Others were helpless. Wasn't this something they learned in the primary stage? What does he do every day? Even Shen Chenfu, who was just a tutor who told her stories and taught her knowledge when she was a child, knew this, but Ji Che didn't know it. Lin Xian thought so and asked, What did you do when you were 7 or 8 years old? Ji-che didn't notice that the person asking him the question was Lin Xian, whom he hated the most, and answered directly, playing games. But as soon as he finished speaking, he realized that it was Lin Xian who had just talked to him, and his face fell instantly. Don't talk to me. I still hate you. It was the first time that Lin Xian encountered someone who said he hated him face to face. Being straightforward, he immediately asked, why? Ji-che saw that he looked confused and seemed to have really forgotten. He couldn't believe that he had electrocuted him like that. But he didn't remember it? It's so unfair. Have you forgotten that you beat me to the 2nd place on the ugly man list? That will be a lifetime shame for me. Lin Xian never took this matter to heart. It's been so long since the competition. You still remember it? What do you mean? Ji-che questioned him in disbelief. Not only did you beat me like that, but now you just forgot it. And you're still pretending that I'm holding a grudge? Nai whispered. I didn't expect him to hear that he was holding a grudge. Lin Xian was tongue-tied and didn't know what to say. So he just said, I'm sorry. It was a competition after all. And we all wanted to win. So we were a little heavy-handed. Ji-che rolled his eyes at him. That's about right. Everyone, that's about right? Where's the lifelong humiliation you promised me? Are you holding a grudge or being generous? Shen Shenfu walked beside the others and found their reactions funny. And her mood gradually became cheerful. Ning Chung followed her and asked her sideways, Are you unhappy about something recently? Shen Shenfu was a little surprised. And her eyes were full of, How did you know? Even the little cold ball lying on Shen Shenfu's shoulder rarely looked up at him. Alas, besides my skills, the most powerful thing about me is my good eyesight. He was still so generous in praising himself. She didn't look as relaxed as she did some time ago. Although her expression didn't change much. She felt that she was worried about something very important. Ning Chung didn't ask her anything, but just said, I will make you pork ribs noodles with duo ribs when the time comes. I have money to buy ribs now. Shen Shenfu nodded happily. Okay. As a result, Lu Shi stretched his head over. Pork ribs noodles. I want it too. Without green onions. Tu Jiao was also listening. And came to the side, me too. But Ning Chung was a high emotional businessman after all. So he said that everyone had it. Only Ji-che snorted on the side, muttering. So this little trick is used to win everyone over. When everyone got the key and walked to the door of the villa, he was still talking to himself. I won't eat it. Ji-che, will starve to death. And I will not eat a single mouthful of his noodles. 2 hours later, Ji-che's eyes lit up. And his mouth was covered with grease. It's so delicious. He looked at Ning Chung expectantly, and asked in a childlike tone, Ning Chung, will you do it again in the future? Ning Chung smiled brightly. Of course. As long as you want to eat. Just now, they bought so many things in the supermarket, which can last for several days. Moreover, their original plan was to stay here for a week, and they couldn't eat food outside every meal. Woo, you are so nice. Ji-che completely forgot what he said before, and was captured by Ning Chung. He really thought it was great for him to be the captain. Chapter 356. Before they rested, they used their mental power to carefully sense whether there were any hidden cameras in the villa. But fortunately there were none. Then Shen Shenfu used a large space block to frame the entire villa and the yard for protection. After doing all this, he took Tu Jiao to the Yuming Sea and told her about the star beasts before packing up and resting. The more people who supported and helped her, the stronger her inner support would be. Even if this was a strange planet, she could eat deliciously and sleep peacefully. There was no longer the uneasy feeling of drifting without support. And late at night, Ning Ting was about to go downstairs to get a bottle of water in the early morning. But this villa was so big and strange that she couldn't even find the light switch. They came in a hurry and didn't pay attention to turning on the common lights in the corridor. So she could only go downstairs in the dark. But her room was on the 4th floor, far away. And the dark surroundings made her start to think about the interstellar horror stories she had seen before. She was so scared that her heart was beating wildly. And suddenly there was a sound of footsteps behind her. She was startled and turned around, but didn't see anyone. Is there really a ghost in this house? After coming to this conclusion, Ning Ting ran downstairs directly. But she didn't pay attention to the stairs under her feet. She accidentally stepped on the air and fell down. Suddenly, a strong and powerful hand picked her up and put her steadily on the stairs. Lin Xian's voice rang out. Why are you running at night? Ning Ting's voice was trembling. But because he scared her into a cold sweat, she felt a bit depressed. I haven't asked you what you are doing yet. You followed me in the middle of the night. I thought I saw a ghost. Lin Xian was silent for a while. I went downstairs to get water. Why didn't you turn on the light? I couldn't find the switch. Just when Ning Ting felt embarrassed and angry, a light appeared and illuminated the entire space. The source of the light was Lin Xian's palm. He condensed a flash of lightning. You can see now. Let's go. Lin Xian's face without the mask was illuminated by the electric light. But Ning Ting glared at him and turned around and walked down quickly. As she walked, she said, Don't you want to walk with me? Why are you shining the light on me? Lin Xian felt that she was blaming him. Don't you want to walk with me? Afraid of being misunderstood by others. And want to draw a clear line. How could I? I was just avoiding CP fans. Okay. Oh. Lin Xian didn't understand what was in her mind. So he could only apologize. Sorry. I was wrong. I thought you didn't want me to get too close to you. Ning Ting was speechless. He said this now. Did he want her to say yes or no? So angry. But why was she so angry? It must be because she was scared just now. Ning Ting thought it was reasonable. So she took the water and went up. Lin Xian was afraid that she would accidentally step on the air again. So he quickly followed with water to light the way ahead for her. Even though Lin Xian lived on the 3rd floor, he still sent Ning Ting to the door of the room. However, their brains seemed to have crashed, and no one thought about looking for the light switch. After dawn, Ning Chung had prepared the buns and dumplings early, and even went out to buy milk. When everyone went downstairs, they saw Ning Chung naturally inviting them to breakfast. Shen Fu, Tu Jia and Lu Shi had long been accustomed to it, but the others had not. Nai couldn't help but praise him. You are so amazing. You can even sell these buns. Ji Che ate happily again. Delicious. Delicious. Lin Xian and Ning Ting didn't sit as far away as yesterday today, but they ate their own food in silence. Everyone had a good sense of time, and went out on time at 8 o'clock in the morning. Papet Star is a small place with not many people. Only tens of millions of people. And is divided into only 4 areas. Namely, Qinglu, Yanjia, Shilu and Beilu. They are now in the center of Qinglu district. A few people first went to a nearby school for a tour. They looked no different, except that the buildings liked to use green. And everyone was very peaceful and easy to talk to. The person who took them to visit the school explained the local culture in great detail, saying that the characteristics of their area are kindness, advocating kindness, peace and forgiveness, and believing that all violent disputes and hatred are unnecessary and even shameful. Ji Che listened and curled his lips on the side. For him who easily holds grudges, this is all fake. Who can be really peaceful? So he said bluntly, I don't think so. But even if he said this directly, the man had no opinion and his face did not change at all. This is also normal. After all, you are not from here, and we can only convey it to you. Shen Fu noticed that when he said this, he pinched a necklace on his neck with his hand. It was green and carved with flowers. But she didn't think much about it. It was just a necklace that looked relatively fresh. After the few people walked out of the school, Ji Che still felt strange. Which place is absolutely kind? I don't believe it. Even in such a wealthy place like ours. I have been defrauded so many times. For this matter. In fact, everyone basically had the same idea as him, thinking that this concept was just a good wish and yearning for them. But something they saw soon after was something they didn't expect. They took a car to the central city to eat delicious food. After coming out, they saw a girl stepping on a single-person aircraft and preparing to land without parking it in the right position. She hit a strong pedestrian. The man was hit and bleeding, and he didn't react for a long time. The person who hit the person did not escape. He hurriedly parked the aircraft and came to check, and apologized with guilt. Seeing that there was an accident here, some passers-by gathered around. Originally, according to everyone's thinking, the correct development idea should be, the injured person will be a little angry. And even if he is not angry, he will discuss compensation with the other party. But that person did not. The big man climbed up with blood on his forehead. He was not angry, but apologized. He said sorry. Sorry. It was all my fault. I didn't look at the road and didn't stand in a good position. So I affected your trip. I'm really sorry. I hope you can forgive me. The girl showed an even more guilty attitude, bowed 90 degrees, and said no. No. It was all my fault. My driving skills were too poor, and I didn't stop at the right place. I hope you can forgive me. Seeing this, the big man also bent down, and blood dripped onto the ground. He still said, I hope you can forgive me. The two of them bent again and again, retreated again and again, and almost fell to the ground. Then the girl spoke first. I forgive you. The big man also said, I forgive you too. The spectators around were all happy, and began to applaud the two people, and then dispersed. The incident came to an abrupt end, and the two people at the center of the accident immediately separated happily, without a trace of contradiction. The big man walked away with blood on his head without any anger, leaving behind 8 people stunned not far away. His jaw dropped. Ji-che said in disbelief, the people here are so kind that they are a little bit evil. He hid behind everyone and said, I'm scared. Chapter 357. Ning Chung saw him like this and comforted him. I know you are afraid. But don't be afraid first. He diverted Ji-che's attention. Did you notice that the necklace on that person's neck was seen in the previous school? Everyone nodded and said that they noticed it. And they also saw someone wearing it in the restaurant where they had dinner before. Except Ji-che. Necklace? What necklace? I didn't see anything. He was just busy watching the fun. So how could he pay attention to the necklace? But he didn't think it was a big deal. Maybe it's a popular hot item here. Everyone turned to look at him helplessly. But he completely misunderstood. Oh, I understand. You like it, so I bought it for you. Nai suddenly said, I think we can ask where their necklaces came from. Everyone knows Nai's ability. Basically, she said this because she had some premonition. So even if she is now in the study tour team, the levels of the members except her are ridiculously high. Everyone will still listen to her advice. So when they observed for a long time on the roadside and saw a girl wearing a necklace passing by, they naturally pushed Ji-che out. It was not because they wanted to challenge Ji-che IQ, but because the mask he was wearing was the best looking among all the people. Ji-che thought that being selected from so many people to do the task was everyone's recognition of him. So he was very happy, and went there happily. Several people looked at Ji-che like a peacock and stopped the girl and started talking to her. Tujia still had some doubts. Can he do it? Nai looked at Ji-che's fake face and concluded. Logically speaking, with this face, as long as he doesn't take off his pants and fart in front of the girl will definitely tell him. Ning couldn't help laughing when he heard it. Yes, his aesthetics are first class. Lin Xian heard her words and looked over carefully. First class aesthetics? It turns out that she likes this one, which looks weak and weak, without any sense of strength. Is it good looking? For the first time, he had some doubts about appearance. But Ji-che quickly came back jumping like a child. And his whole body exuded a message. He succeeded. I tell you. She said this is given by the church. Only those who have worshipped in the church for a long time, and have been recognized by the bishop can get such a necklace. She said it is a symbol of the outside evangelists appointed by the church. Ning Chung asked, can ordinary people like us go to the church? You can go. She said that everyone is welcome to visit and learn in the church. It is about 300 kilometers away from here. But it is not far away. It was just afternoon. And there was plenty of time. So several people found a roadside aircraft to go to the church. Mainly because the planet is relatively ordinary. Even the internet is not very developed. And it is not even popular to order aircraft with a light computer here. After several people arrived at the church, they were attracted by the beautiful and fresh design of the church for the first time. This is a light green and light pink church with low saturation. The pillars and sculptures have elements of flowers and plants. It looks like the moment when spring comes, and the refreshing vitality comes to the face. Lu Shur couldn't help but sigh, it's so beautiful. He turned on his laptop and took a photo. Several people took the first group photo of the study tour team in front of the church. After they took the photo, someone called them from behind. Excuse me. Are you here to visit the Sakura church? They turned around and saw a long-haired girl wearing a long skirt of the same color as the church, with a soft and kind smile. As the team leader, Ning Chung stepped forward. Yes, we are here to visit. The girl showed a hint of joy when she heard it. She didn't ask the identities of the few people, but just said, please follow me. Several people followed through the gate into the atrium. The church was very large, and there were many monks inside. Everyone looked so calm, as if the world collapsed and they couldn't panic. The girl took them to see the teachers convey the concept of goodness to the residents of the planet. It is said that you can't be jealous. You can't hate. You have to forgive everything. Everything has its own reason for existence. No matter what the reason. You must maintain goodness and forgive everything, etc. The people below were all very pious, as if they really believed that as long as they followed the teacher's words, they could really go to the paradise after death, cleanse their sins, be blessed by God, and become healthier and healthier. But Shen couldn't listen to such empty things now. She didn't forgive, and she would never forgive. Shen didn't want to listen, so she stood up and walked out first. And the others thought the words were very strange, so they followed. They turned left and right, and accidentally walked to the backyard, where a group of children were playing. Suddenly, a boy in white clothes quarreled with his playmates because of something. And then the child in green clothes seemed to be pushed to the ground and began to cry. The other children gathered around and began to blame the child in white. But they might not be able to see it because they were small. But everyone in the team saw it. Even Ji-che frowned. That little green man is lying. When he was about to go forward, several monks, both men and women, came and began to persuade the two children to forgive each other and apologize to each other. The team thought that they would solve it internally. After all, it should be fair for such a kind person. But after hearing their persuasion, the child in white was not convinced. Just now, he called me a waste first, and pretended to be pushed down by me. I don't forgive him. But the child in green wiped his tears, climbed up obediently, bent down and apologized. Although I don't know what I did wrong. It is my fault to make you angry. I hope you can forgive me. I'm sorry. But you also scared me. I hope you can apologize. I won't. The child in white wanted to rush forward to hit him, but was grabbed by the tall monk. His expression was still smiling, but his tone was uncomfortable. Since the other party apologized, you should also apologize. And then, you should forgive each other, and let go of the hatred. I don't want to. The white-clothed child was about to cry, but the monk's eyes turned cold. If you don't want to, we can only punish you according to the rules of the Sakura Church. The child shrank for a moment, but still insisted. He was wrong. Before he finished speaking, a slap hit his face, and he was almost knocked out. And even the team members, who were watching from afar, did not react to this action. Then he heard him still smiling and saying, "You are wrong if you have a dispute. Apologize and ask for forgiveness. And then let go of the hatred." The white-clothed child was very scared, so he had to say to the green-clothed child, "Yes, I'm sorry." Then the two of them said together, "I forgive you." Chapter 358. When they apologized and forgave each other, the incident seemed to be over, as if nothing had happened. When everyone dispersed, the children were still playing in the courtyard. Only the bright red palm prints on the face of the child in white clothes proved that something had just happened. And he returned to the room with tears in his eyes. The sun was warm, but it was so warm that it made people feel cold. The expressions on everyone's faces were so clear that it seemed that everything about them could be seen clearly. But what kind of souls were under the angelic faces of the children? Seeing the incident just now, everyone felt that this church was extremely strange, and realized that this was definitely not a place of truth and goodness, but an extremely hypocritical place. They finally understood why the two people who had a traffic accident before handled it in that way. Ji-che felt a chill all over his body and whispered, "Let's go. This place may not be an evil. Right?" He looked around and confirmed that there were no people from the church around, and moved to Shen on the side. "Let's go quickly." So the team left, but they were still thinking about the church. The next day, they were still in Qinglu district, visiting museums, libraries, art galleries, and other venues. The people they met seemed more normal than yesterday, but they still saw a few people wearing green necklaces. On the third day, the team decided to change areas, but they had already booked a villa, so they would not change their place of residence. Shen would take everyone back when the time came. However, when they flew to the intersection of the two areas, they saw that the intersection was broken and tattered, as if they had experienced a fight. These were not seen when I checked the information online yesterday. In fact, there is very little information about this planet. So little that there is almost only the planet name, region name, and planet code. Soon after, they arrived at the Yinjia district, which was completely different from the previous Qinglu district. Everything was hot red, and the pedestrians on the road were also in a hurry. and they all looked like they were in a bad temper. Ji-che suddenly covered his mouth and laughed secretly, and looked at Lin Xian from time to time. It was too much to ignore. So Lin Xian asked him, "What are you laughing at?" "Ha ha." Ji-che laughed out loud. "I was thinking, you look like a local here. You look like someone who is not easy to mess with." Lucier folded his arms and asked Ji-che, "Since he has such a bad temper, aren't you afraid of getting beaten for laughing like that?" Ji-che quickly covered his mouth and muttered, "I forgot. Thank you for reminding me." Lin Xian, does he really look that scary? Not really. He looked over, and the people in Yinjia district were not expressionless, but frowning, as if everyone had a great revenge to avenge. And they were all furious. But later, Ji-che realized that he was not like them. Just a few minutes later, they saved time and teleported to the central city. Before they could see what the street looked like, they saw more than a dozen people fighting on the street. The fight was so exciting, and the reason for the fight was also very ridiculous. A man was walking on the road, and he glanced at another man casually, without even staying for a second. The man being looked at suddenly became unhappy and cursed. "What are you looking at? My eyes are on my head. I can look at whatever I want. If you look at me again, I kill you. Come on. Come on." Just like that, the two started fighting. They had no patience at all. The people in this area were completely walking bombs, and they wanted to kill each other. Some were just passing by, and felt that the other party had brought a gust of wind, which made him unhappy. So they started fighting. The police here were also very fierce. They knocked people unconscious and threw them into the car, and took them all away. But there were so many people fighting that the car couldn't fit them all. Tu Jia sighed. What a crazy society. Shen Shenfu was sharp-eyed, and suddenly pointed to a person. "Look. What's on that person's neck?" A few people looked over, and saw that the person was wearing a red necklace around his neck, which looked very similar to the green one before. Lucier looked at the dirty man, with a bruised face, and said with disdain, waving the air in front of his nose, "Maybe it's a necklace of some church." Shen Shenfu asked, "Then shall we go and take a look?" She felt that this planet was too wrong. Whatever. We are here to have fun. Since Ning Chung became the captain, Lucier has no opinion at all, and completely follows any arrangement of the team. So the biggest problem for everyone is to confirm whether it is a church, and then find the church, because the church here is not shown on the map. I found it when I checked it yesterday, so I can only ask for directions. However, who will ask has become another problem. But today everyone has a tacit understanding, and did not ask Ji-che to go, but turned to Lin Xian one by one. It's not anything else. I'm afraid Ji-che will be beaten to death here. Lin Xian didn't say much. He went straight. Now it was Ji-che's turn to ask, "Hey, do you think he can ask back?" Several people said in unison, "Of course." Sure enough, a moment later, accompanied by a loud bang, Lin Xian walked back slowly, not only asking that the necklace came from the Vermilion Fire Church, but also knowing the exact location. After arriving at the Fiery Red Church, the person at the door had no good face at all, completely different from the female monks of the Ancient Church before. The man rolled his eyes and said in a bad tone, "What are you doing?" Ning Chung stepped forward. "Let's take a look at the church." As a result, the man pointed to the door. "Isn't the door right there? You are blind." Even if Ning Chung was a good-tempered person, his mouth twitched at this time. This place is really a cradle for people to commit crimes. This is the first time I have seen such a church. Is it really not a gang of hooligans? Several people walked in doubtfully. As soon as they walked into the teacher's preaching room, a chair was thrown at them. However, the people present had too strong mental strength and blocked the chair without even using their hands. It was the teacher who threw it. He was still cursing. "Can't you see I'm preaching? It's annoying to see so many people coming in." After cursing, he suppressed his anger and began to spread the doctrine of madness. It means, don't be tolerant. Don't be tolerant of anything. Curse. Hit. Live wilder. Release your emotions. Vent them all. Such real people are the ones who will be blessed by God. And only in this way can they become stronger and stronger. As they talked, the people in the church actually started fighting. They laughed while fighting. It was like an alternative carnival. Several people frowned and looked at each other. Good guy. This place is also wrong. It's too evil. After they left, they still had to visit the entire district. If they were not careful, They would be hit by people around them. It was very dangerous. After returning that day, everyone was relieved. But in the next 2 days, they went to 2 other districts and found the church as well, which made them feel even more chilled. Chapter 359. As soon as they arrived at the Westland district, they saw people on the roadside crying. They felt sad when a leaf fell, and felt miserable when they coughed. Even when Lange sneezed halfway, others looked at him with a pitiful look, as if this person had a terminal illness. So much so that Lange was confused and asked, "Haven't the people here seen a rhinitis patient? Why did they look as if he was going to die? Didn't he just sneeze? Why were they so sad that they cried?" He didn't know them either. Something was wrong. And this place was not right either. Sure enough, they found a church based on the orange necklace. The people here also have extreme ideas, saying that they should feel sorrow, and that only those who are compassionate to others have a broad mind and will be protected by God. The problem is that they are always crying, and their heads are broken when they cry. Finally, let alone the White Northland district, where everyone is practicing hanging. What's the feeling of the beauty of death? Everyone was very weak and looked like they were going to die soon. It seemed that they would die and go to see their ancestors if they were hit lightly. This walk shocked the hearts of several people. Tujia looked at the person hanging on the tree and couldn't help saying, "The people here are too extreme. Look, this Belu district is not evil. It's depressed." Jiche also felt that there was no such person on their N01 planet. They were all serious miners. He suggested, "Why don't we go to the next planet?" But others might not believe it if they told others. Shen Shenfu had great confidence in Nei's ability. She felt that even if Nei chose a place blindly, there must be a destiny arrangement. And there must be a reason. When she thought about it, the light brain in her hand flashed. It was a message from Shinyoli. "Shifu, Grandma has developed a device that can identify the energy of star beast patterns through star beasts. Where are you now? I send it to you." Shen Shenfu's heart skipped a beat, and she breathed a sigh of relief, saying to everyone, "Let's wait 2 more days." Woo woo. Jiche was disheartened, but still nodded. Okay then. After all, everyone's original plan was to stay here for a week. The few people in the 3 areas behind could hardly eat, because they were either fighting in the restaurant, or the cook was crying while cooking, and some even hung themselves at the door of the restaurant. Who could eat? Their lives were more exciting than food. So these days, Ning Chung cooked after returning home, and of course everyone would help out. And Shen Shenfu even learned how to make the simplest tomato scrambled eggs. But she didn't have time to help that day, because she had to take time to get the identification equipment, and wait until 5 or 6 o'clock to teleport directly to the anchor point of the number 10 space transportation station. And after finding Shinyoli, she took him to the Black Phoenix's nest. Shinyoli handed her the box, and Shen Shenfu opened it and saw 10 pairs of slightly blue glasses, which seemed to be nothing unusual. He told Shen Shenfu how to use it in detail. These are glasses made by extracting the condensed liquid from the star core of the firework star beast. As long as you wear them, you can see the patterns on the control person. Those whose star beasts died and whose control failed to work cannot see the black patterns. Anyway, as long as the firework star beast is not dead, these identification glasses can be used all the time. Star core condensed liquid? What is this? The laboratory found that different energy frequencies can make star beasts produce such condensed liquid, which contains the pure energy of the star core. Perhaps other star beasts control puppets by injecting this condensed liquid. But the firework star beast is controlled by Tujia, and it will not resist at all. So the danger during the experiment is much smaller. Shen Shenfu nodded, took out a pair and put them on, stepped back a few steps, and first scanned Shinyoli up and down. Shinyoli, Then there is no need to doubt him. He even delivered it personally. How much of this can be produced? Maybe it can be made into contact lenses? We need to wait a little longer. This is the earliest one. Contact lenses are already being tested. We will mass produce them and verify them in batches. But with these glasses, you can also screen out some people now. Then can't we use glasses to directly find the star beast that parasitizes the human body? Shinyoli shook his head. No. We found that when we look at the star core, there is no pattern like looking at a puppet, and it does not emit dazzling light. Instead, the naked eye can see the light of the star core. We speculate that this is the way the body protects itself. Both of them returned to the transportation station wearing glasses. She deliberately walked out to look at the passengers at the transportation station. But she didn't see anything wrong. Suddenly, Shen gently bumped her arm, looked up in a direction, and motioned her to look over there. Shen Shinfu followed his line of sight and looked into the distance. It was a man with very ordinary features and clothes. His wife and daughter followed him. There was nothing unusual about the woman and the child. But a pattern appeared on the man's body. Pink. Both of them knew that the pattern was on the back. But the man was walking towards them, and they could see the pattern clearly without any obstruction, because the pattern seemed to glow inside his body. Shen Shinfu couldn't help but sigh. These identification glasses are so useful. After wearing them, identifying the Star Beast's puppets was like turning on the light directly, and they had nowhere to hide. It would be more useful to make them invisible at that time. But the method to destroy the pattern has not been found yet, and they are already studying it. With these glasses, it is still very easy to catch the puppets. But we have to prevent the Star Beast from controlling the puppets to self-destruct. I know. We will make them completely faint and lose their resistance. Puppets of this level may not be as comprehensive as those parasitized by the Star Beast's body. Anyway, everyone has been partially exposed now, and I think the war may not be far away. Okay. I will try to find the Star Beast and the person behind the scenes as soon as possible. She did not ask the man in front of her, who was marked with the Star Beast pattern, what to do, because it would be useless to catch the 1 or 2 scattered puppets. Shen Shinfu and Shen Yoli said goodbye and returned to the villa on Papant Star. She walked to the restaurant and found that everyone had already prepared the meal and was waiting for her to come back. Ning Ting saw her coming back and called her to come quickly, then stood up to serve the meal. And Lin Xian silently stood up and followed to serve the meal. Seeing this, everyone else stood up and sat at their own seats at the table, while Ning Chung was giving Lu Shi a separate portion. And Lu Shi waited as a matter of course. Ji Che held the chopsticks with shining eyes. Tu Jia was pouring water for everyone, and Nai Yi was feeding Tuan Tuan grape juice. Tuan Tuan turned light purple. Lu Bingbing and Lange were quite shocked to see the changed color Tuan Tuan. So lively. Shen Shinfu looked at this warm scene, and her heart became heavy. If there were puppets here, she would destroy all this beauty. At this moment, Nai also sat in her seat, and everyone looked at Shen Shinfu, who was standing aside in a daze. What are you doing? Come and eat. Ning Chung called her with a smile. A blue light flashed in Shen Shinfu's hand, and identification glasses appeared in her hand. She put them on slowly and heavily, raised her eyes, and looked at everyone. Chapter 360. Shen Shinfu breathed a sigh of relief. None of the people here were marked with Star Beast patterns. Ji Che saw that she had not moved for a long time, and inexplicably took out a pair of glasses and put them on. She had just gone out for a trip, so he naturally thought, did you just go out to buy glasses? Have you become nearsighted these days? Did you become nearsighted so suddenly, without any signs? 2 days ago, you could see the style of necklaces on other people's necks from a long distance. Now you are nearsighted? Or it would be more reasonable to use decorations. But Shen Shinfu doesn't look like someone who would buy decorative glasses. Only Lu Shi and Tu Jia, 2 people in the know, understood that this might be a device for detecting Star Beast patterns. Shen Shinfu walked over and took off the glasses before sitting down. She was actually not used to using this. When she looked at the world through glasses, she felt as if the world was not real. She had to say to Ji Che, "Ah, yes. I just went to buy glasses." Even in the Interstellar, many people like to use glasses for decoration, and many glasses are equipment for different purposes. So it is also very common. Ji Che frowned. I really didn't expect you to develop into the fashion circle so quickly. It must be Li Yu who taught you. Shen Shinfu laughed. Yes, she taught me. Everyone was happily eating here, while the fashionable Li Yu was sitting outside and was almost angry, because the 1 million she brought had been spent completely. Although it was only a few days, it was really gone. She bought some things casually and didn't have a penny left. But the captain was still Shen Yoshing. He said that the collective money was all together, and the shopping and living expenses issued to everyone in each place were the same, and the money could not be given to her directly per person. So she was so angry that she didn't even eat. She sat alone in the yard outside the villa and was angry. Hungry and angry. The people here are not as tolerant of her as the people in the Freedom One team. The people here are a little afraid of her and don't talk to her much. Sometimes she speaks too harshly without paying attention. And a girl was even scared to tears. But Shen Yoshing seems to know everything, and others are willing to communicate with him. But she felt it was not fun at all. She regretted coming to this study tour. So she pointed to the sky and cursed. Li Yao. Wait for me to go back. I will snatch your property. Shen Yoshing. Ah! I voted for you to be the captain. You annoying guy. Repaying kindness with hatred. Suddenly a voice sounded behind her. Then I brought you delicious cakes for nothing. Oh! You annoying guy is going back. Li Yu turned around and glared at Shen Yoshing, who knew that he shrugged and really prepared to leave. Stop right there. I don't want the cakes. Leave the money. Shen Yoshing walked slowly to her side and put the cakes on the bench. Cakes are fine. But money is not. You spent all the money in 2 days for such a long journey. Xiaofu told him that her brother cut off her living expenses and said that he must help her when the time comes, for fear that she would starve herself to death. Why do you care how I spend it? But this is a study tour for a small group. It's an experience to play and eat with everyone. Isn't it? Just treat it as a challenge. Your brother cut off your living expenses. Maybe just to see you begging for mercy. Why don't you insist on doing it for him to see? Li Yu's expression relaxed a little. Shen Yoshing continued, in fact, this money is enough for 8 people to play. You won't go hungry. The fire in her heart was put out by Shen Yoshing in a few strokes. And there was no other way now. She glanced at the cakes on the side. What is this? Lange tea cake. Slightly sweet. Delicious. It's the specialty here. Li Yu opened it and saw 6 green cakes with beautiful patterns on them. She was really hungry. So she tried to pick it up. After taking a bite, her eyes lit up. Where did you buy this? How much is it? I give it to you later. It's on the street next to where you buy luxury goods. You don't have to pay. And it's not expensive. Not expensive? Li Yu was hungry and had already eaten half of it. How much is a box of not expensive? 8,000? 5,000? Shen Yoshing smiled. Finish it first and I tell you. Li Yu ate and ate until there was only one left and she couldn't eat any more. How much is it? Shen Yoshing's smile widened a little. 6 yuan each. 6 yuan? Li Yu couldn't believe it. You actually bought something for me for 6 yuan each. Is this edible? Won't I get sick if I eat it? A can of cats and beasts her sister raises costs 1 or 2,000 yuan. Is it delicious? Even if she wanted to be stubborn, she couldn't, because it was really delicious. And she liked to drink tea. And this cake was not sweet or greasy, which suited her appetite. It's not much different. It's just as clean. Everyone eats this kind of food. This is actually the normal price. No one told her this, but she thought, if it was Shen Chenfu and Xiao Fei, they probably wouldn't care how much each one cost. I know. Stop talking. Just like my brother. Nagging all day long. She turned around and went back to her room, leaving the box and the remaining pastries on the bench. Shen Yoshing reluctantly put away the box and followed her back to the villa to put it in the refrigerator. A girl in the living room saw Shen Yoshing coming in with a box and asked, "Is this a pastry?" Shen Yoshing nodded and walked into the kitchen. She felt that Shen Yoshing was always easy to talk to. So she asked, "Can I have one?" Li Yu had already walked up the stairs, thinking that if Shen Yoshing gave the things he gave her to someone else, she would strangle him to death. Her things were hers even if they were thrown away. Shen Yoshing paused, with a smile on his face, but refused. "Sorry. This pastry is not mine. I have no right to deal with it." After saying that, he raised an eyebrow at Li Yu who was standing high above him, as if he knew what she was thinking, and then turned around and put it in the refrigerator. The Honorable Miss Li Heir was a little happier. Humph. After the people from Papant Star finished their meal, Shen Chenfu called Lu Shi and Tu Jia, gave them the glasses in her hand, and told them how to use them. She would also instruct the Lange family guards to start tracking the whereabouts of the Bai family's patriarch, and to do their best to find the source of the Bai family's star core condensate, where it came from. After all, Mink had escaped from the Bai family's laboratory, and they must have colluded with the rebels. The 3 of them thought about going outside to have a look at dawn tomorrow. Although this planet is remote, and the previous investigation list did not find this planet. What if? After all, everything here is very strange. The next day, the team did not go to other districts this time, but only went around in Qinglu district. The good people here are considered normal people compared to people in other districts. They chose a high tower not far from the city center to climb up, although it is not particularly high. From this angle, They can overlook half of the central city area. So, the others watched Shen and the other two take out the same pair of glasses and put them on. Then leaned on the railing to look down. Only Ji-che was unhappy to see that they were acting strangely after coming up and all wearing the same glasses. Why are you all into fashion? He also poked Shen. Why don't you bring them to me? Am I not your good friend? Fu? But the three of them seemed to have seen something that made their scalps numb. And they all froze. Only Ji-che action made Shen come back to his senses a little. But the coldness all over her body still did not go away. Her frozen expression was exactly the same as the other two. They were now uncomfortable all over. Because in their eyes, everyone passing by below, without exception, all lit up with green star beast patterns. Chapter 361. Tujia got goosebumps all over his body, and turned around after a long pause, asking, "Did you see it?" Shen nodded, "Yes." Lu-shi, "Yes." Ji-che also leaned on the railing and looked out. "What did you see?" "I saw it. But nothing." Shen pointed to a bird that was resting on the treetop. "Just now, that bird pooped on the head of another bird." Ji-che was a little skeptical, and asked the other two, "Is this really? Is there such a coincidence?" Shen description made Lu-shi frown and want to vomit. But he could only nod. "Yes." Tujia also had an expression that was hard to describe. "That's right." After that, she turned her eyes to the innocent little bird on the treetop. "Sorry, bird. Let you take the blame." But even if they said so, Lin Xian and Ning Chung next to them both noticed something was wrong. And they both planned to go back at night to ask if there was any problem. Ji-che was already pointing at the black bird with a smile. "Ha ha ha. Silly bird." On that day, the three of them did not take off the glasses until they returned to the villa. They found that except for the babies, who were still in their arms, and the children, who were a few years old, basically everyone in Qinglu district had been marked with the beast pattern. But there were obviously many people whose mental power fluctuations were very weak. And the most common D level and E level were marked with patterns. According to previous research, although people with high levels are difficult to control, once they are controlled, the higher the level of the puppet, the stronger the skills of the star beast that can be displayed, because their endurance and mental power are stronger, and the energy obtained by connecting to the star beast is greater. Looking through the identification glasses, the light emitted by the pattern in the human body is also brighter. If they want to fight, these ordinary people obviously have no combat power. But these people are also marked with patterns one by one. And it is unknown whether the people here know it. At night, Shen took the other two to teleport to the other three districts, and found that even if the patterns on people have differences in light and dark, they are almost all marked with patterns. And the colors of the patterns in different districts are different. The pattern of Qinglu district is green. Yinjia district is red. Shilu district is orange-yellow. And Beilu district is white. This almost directly put the answer in front of them. That is, these star beast patterns are related to the four churches. Given the trust level of the planet in the churches, it is too easy to do such a thing. And if the required star core condensate is related to the level of the person, then these low-level ones may not even need a needle. Shen remembered that Feon letter said that the people who tried to control him at that time took several needles of red liquid, while Xiaoyu only had one needle. Which means there is a difference. These people may be controlled by a little condensate. Moreover, the four-color pattern means there are four star beasts. The few people returned to the villa in a solemn atmosphere, and sat on the terrace on the roof to discuss the next steps. Tujia, shall we go to the church? Lu-shi, this is the only way now. Their star core condensate must have been sent by someone. Just follow those people, and see where they go. Shen then let's go in the early morning. But she thought of another problem. But even if we find the online, we don't know whether those people are controlled or know about it. Tujia sighed. It would be great if we had the ability to read minds. As soon as he finished speaking, the three people present were stunned by their own stupidity. Isn't Ning Ting downstairs a mind reader? And she is not from the 5 great families, nor from the military district. Her level is still 2S, which is difficult to control. She is also a student of the military academy. What's more, she has a rare skill like mind reading. Even if she is 3S, she will be read by her without deliberately opening a barrier. No one can pretend in front of her. Even if she lies with her mouth, it is difficult for her heart to lie. But if this goes on, more and more people will be involved. Lu-shi thought it was nothing. Military school students have the obligation to do these things. If even we stand by and watch, the Federation will soon be finished without any star beasts. Tujia sighed. Can you say something auspicious? At this time, she was very superstitious. Hurry up and say it. Lucier was stared at by the two people, as if he couldn't get over it if he didn't say it, so he had to look away. The two were satisfied, but because Lucier said something unlucky, they asked him to find Ning Ting. Ning Ting was originally watching a movie in the living room, except for Ji Che, who went to take a shower. Everyone else was there. Lin Xian saw Lucier coming down and was thinking about asking him about what happened during the day, but he didn't expect that this guy would directly call Ning Ting away. He suddenly learned to change his mind and had questions in his mind. Why did Lucier look for Ning Ting? He was alone. And she was alone? Lin Xian was not a person who would hesitate. He thought for more than 10 seconds and decided to go upstairs to ask about what happened during the day. However, he thought that he was not going to see why Lucier wanted to find Ning Ting. When Ning Chung saw Lin Xian going upstairs, he followed him. Nai thought that there was some activity and followed him. So when Shen Chenfu told Ning Ting about the star beast, the other three were listening at the door. This was naturally something that the three SS could feel. But after they heard it, whether they were willing to join the action was their own business. Lucier felt that they were a small team, and it was convenient to act together. Ning Ting was shocked when she knew about this. But she was also very cautious. She directly launched her supernatural power halfway through listening. After hearing the voices of several people, she could basically confirm that it was true. And they were very worried. Shen Chenfu, alas. The action must be accelerated. I hope the research and development there will go smoothly. Tujia, there are too many people controlled on this planet. We must find the culprit. Lucier, we have to go on an operation in the middle of the night. We don't get a good sleep every day. Can't the star beasts and the rebels disappear from this world? Before Ning Ting could agree, Lin Xian and others pushed the door open and said, I can join the operation. Ning Chung agreed. Me too. Nai raised his hand. Although my ability is limited, I can help. In this way, the study tour team, except Ji Che, who was still taking a shower, knew about this important operation. But later everyone felt that if Ji Che knew about it, it might become a variable. It would be better not to tell him first, so as not to fail the mission and put everyone in it. After all, this is the only stupid child of the Ji family. For him, not knowing might be a kind of protection. If he put on the identification glasses and saw the star beast pattern, he would shout directly, Look! Look! I found one. The operation was ruined. The next morning, after Nai put the lucky bracelets she made for everyone, Shen Chenfu sent Tujia and Lucier to Yanjia and Shilu districts respectively, and sent Lin Xian and Ning Chung to Bailey district in pairs. She took Ning Ting to Ingshi Church. Chapter 362. After nightfall, only the outside of the Sakura Church was lit. The two changed into black combat uniforms, avoided surveillance and gatekeepers, chose a blind spot, and entered very stealthily and lightly. As for the cameras that could not be avoided, Shen Chenfu directly used a small space block to hold a moth and moved over to physically block it. There was no light inside, and it was pitch black and unusually quiet. Ning Ting used his supernatural power to project his thoughts back to Shen Chenfu. The two could communicate without speaking, which was very convenient. At this time, most of the people in the church had rested. The two passed by the monk's residence, which was a very bad location, because the monk's residence looked very small and was right next to the toilet. It was not a high-quality accommodation environment. The two wore identification glasses and looked through the gaps in the glass windows to see the monk sleeping inside. They were all puppets. The children lived on the other side, just behind the courtyard before. They looked at the children again and found that the children sleeping on the first and second floors had become puppets, while there were still a few on the third floor who had not been puppets. It seemed that they had been attacked since they were young. When the two were checking the abnormalities in each room, a green light suddenly flashed. Shen Chenfu immediately pulled Ning Ting down, and then slowly stuck his head out and saw a figure walking down from the third floor on the building next to the church cemetery across the street. Ning Ting, what is that person doing so late at night? Shen Chenfu shook his head and said, Let's get closer. I will half open the domain to sense his actions and give you a bonus at the same time. Listen to what that person is thinking. Okay. Shen Chenfu chose the tree next to the cemetery and teleported with Ning Ting. The two squatted quietly on the tree and spread their supernatural powers. The domain allowed her to see every move of everyone in the church clearly. Just like fighting with her eyes closed when catching the star beast before. But without color. Now, in this church, there is indeed only that one person still walking around. And everyone else has rested, including the dozing gatekeeper. It was a slightly bloated man. Shen saw that this was the bishop he saw when he passed by that day. He walked through the underground passage to the bottom of the cemetery, where there was a dark room of medium size. All the verifications, traps and alarms were all set up in the underground passage. And it took him a long time to enter the dark room. He first opened a cabinet after many verifications. There were many injections and a large jar in the cabinet. I don't know what was in it. Ning Ting heard him thinking, God's tears are not enough. And I have to ask the adults over there for new ones. Although there are not many children born in recent years. The other districts are too serious about snatching people. Especially the people in the Yanjia district. They are like uncivilized people. Rushing around all day long. Tut. Then he contacted someone through the optical brain and asked them to send new tears. After hanging up, he opened another safe. Took out a booklet. Wrote something on it. And then restored everything. Came out of the underground dark room and returned to the room. Shen sensed that there were no cameras in the underground darkroom. This was the loophole of every confidentiality department. For a 3S space system like her who could teleport, as long as she knew the location, it would be as difficult as walking to an open space. And she would not be discovered. Those verifications and traps were useless to her because she would never go there. She pulled Ning Ting and teleported directly to the underground darkroom. She replaced the things in the cabinet and the books in the drawer. She did not need to unlock them. She exchanged them through the air and replaced a ball of air in. Ning Ting's eyes widened. You are too cool. Shen smiled and waved her to come over to see the jar in the space block in the air. He used the space block to transmit some of it. It was a green liquid. For the two people wearing identification glasses, it was glowing. This is indeed the star core condensate. Ning Ting told her that he seemed to call it God's tears. He just said that it was not enough and contacted others to send it. Shen took out a syringe. It was not good to take too much away. She was afraid of being discovered. She only took a tube of green liquid and put the rest back. No fingerprints were left. Next was the booklet. After opening it, she saw the number of Shenyu. There was a total number for the entire district. More than 13 million. The two were shocked by the data and were speechless for a long time. Especially Shen. She clearly remembered that Qi Mingyi had only 300,000 puppets at the beginning. How come this star beast has more than 13 million? Isn't this a whole district basically full of its puppets? There are 3 other districts. Even if she didn't go, she knew that it was probably a similar situation. If so, it means that this planet has more than 50 million puppets? Here is a complete puppet planet. How long will it take to do this? And there are 4 star beasts of 4 colors. Are they competing? Who has more puppets? Ning Ting's heart was shaking. What should we do now? Shen comforted her. Don't worry. There will be a way. She quickly took pictures of all the contents of the booklet and put them back to their original positions. Then secretly ran to the door of the sleeping bishop's room. Used a tiny mental network to control the hook transformed by the space block. And took off the optical brain on his wrist at a very slow speed. She then pressed his finger to unlock it. Of course, ordinary optical brains can use irises, passwords and fingerprints. And the other 2 are obviously not suitable. After unlocking it, she sent it out, and the 2 of them went outside the church to check the contents of the optical brain. Shen copied all the contents of the optical brain using the copier of Lange's family. She would send it back to the capital star to restore the deleted content and let people find the approximate location of the person who received the message. After copying, Shen put the optical brain back on his bed. And then, he would only think that the optical brain was loose. After doing all this, she took Ning Ting to pick up people from the other 3 districts. Tujia sighed, I could have controlled someone to take me in. But you said that the star beast would see everything through the puppet's eyes. So I didn't go deeper. But there must be something wrong with that basement. And I need you to teleport in. Lin Xian and Ning Chung were the same. And Lu Shi was the same. Their abilities could only force their way in. So they all kept it to themselves and didn't enter the corresponding basement. And Ning Cheng's big knife should have flattened the other person's land. Fu saw that it was only 2 o'clock in the morning. So he took everyone in Tujia to the Zhuhui church first. According to the previous process, they collected the star core condensate and took pictures of the booklet. But not every bishop was in the church. So only the Jioha church in Shilu was taken to the optical brain information. In one night, several people explored all 4 churches. When the 6 people came back in the morning, they all had long dark circles under their eyes. They happened to meet Ji Che, who was freshly slept and was dragged out of bed by Lange to get up early to exercise. You guys! Ji Che shouted with anger and sadness on his face. You went out to play games at night without telling me? Chapter 363 Encounter. Ji Che was so sad. He didn't expect that even a rich, handsome and kind person like him would be excluded one day. Ji Che. Excluded? You are too much. Ji Che's voice was like thunder from the sky, which frightened the few people who had been working carefully all night and running all over the planet. But their brains were still very sleepy. Ning Chung yawned. It's not like that. You misunderstood. Listen to our quibbling with you. Ji Che's eyes were like knives, sweeping across everyone with an inquiring and suspicious expression. Lu Shi looked at the others who were too sleepy to make excuses, and directly turned the tables. We actually got up early to run. But you slept too soundly, and we couldn't wake you up. Others, yes. 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 Lu Shi, look. It's almost dawn outside. And you're still wasting time on training. Others, yes. 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 Ji Che rarely caught a blind spot. But you guys are still wearing combat uniforms when running. And they're all black. People who don't know would think you're stealing. They all looked timid. And they were all startled by what he said just now. It's like being a thief all night. Lu Shi, this is our serious attitude during training. Tujia also said yes. You see, Nei didn't go either. Because she's studying painting. So she didn't go with us. It's not just you. Ji Che always felt something was wrong. But what he said was so reasonable that he couldn't find any fault with it. Really? Several people said in unison, yes. Ji Che was confused and was fooled. He looked back at them several times before going for a run. But fortunately, he still believed it. Shen Fu didn't waste a minute or a second. She teleported back to the capital star and copied the collected optical computer information to the Lange family laboratory. She gave another copy of the information and the star core condensate to Shen Yoli. She had already contacted him to go to the capital star while she was still on the move. After doing all this, she returned to Papet Star to rest. But Ji Che was strange. When he came back from training, there was no sound in the villa. No one was seen. And the delicious breakfast that Ning Chung usually made was not seen. He said he would stay here for 2 more days. But he ended up sleeping on the bed? This place is too weird. And he didn't want to go out. So he could only try to cook the food in the refrigerator. So he almost blew up the kitchen. Fortunately, Nai happened to go downstairs and saved him. Everyone upstairs. And this house. Otherwise, how can she say she is lucky? He ate something casually and played with the 3 flowers. Actually, it was only 1 flower. Lu Bingbing and Lange didn't like to play with him. Only Tianchuan was the best. It was very well behaved. Ji Che dragged it to watch dramas, read comics, and play games. It was willing to do so. It even learned to play chess. He thought that Lan Ying's chess skills were nothing. But he thought it was great that Tianchuan learned to play chess. It was not until the afternoon that the other people got up one after another. In the few hours that Shen Fu was sleeping, the 2 optical brain information had been completely analyzed. The military district and the Lange family analyzed similar information. The location of the person they contacted for tears was constantly changing. There were 23 locations in total, and 5 of the 2 optical brain information had the same address. And 3 of them were places that the Lange family had found problematic before. She planned to go to one of the planets with a team to investigate. And the other locations and the current Papet star would be guarded by the guards. As for which planet they were going to go, of course, it was Nai who would choose. She will definitely be able to choose the one that is most beneficial to them. In the end, Nei chose Xueching Star, which was different from their original study tour route. But everyone unanimously decided to go. Only Ji Che thought that this group of people were weird. The route was originally planned, and now it has to be changed for no reason. Although he didn't care much, he would still have some small doubts. Until later, Nei said that the feng shui of that planet was good. He believed it. After all, who would doubt the feng shui problem of a lucky halo for no reason? So they prepared to go to Xueqing Star. However, Shen Shenfu found that perhaps because there were too many people from the Interstellar Federation at the transportation station, there were not many puppets here. About only 2 out of 10 people. But after having this idea, she felt a little funny. It was so difficult to find a few people with black patterns before. And now there are tens of millions of puppets on this planet. And she can see 2 puppets. Subconsciously thinking that there are not many puppets. The attitude of these star beasts is really arrogant. It was like laughing at the people in Interstellar. We had created so many puppets and occupied the entire planet. But these idiots didn't even notice. Shen Shenfu didn't understand why so many ordinary people were turned into puppets in such a remote location. The combat power is not strong. For example, the puppets of Qi Mingyi before. Although there are 300,000, which seems nothing compared to the tens of millions of others. They are all B level, A level and S level. The energy combat power obtained by connecting to the star beasts is much stronger than that of ordinary people. But she couldn't figure out what those star beasts were thinking now. So she didn't think about it. Just after they set off, another team also chose Xueqing, which was Shiyu and Zuiyu's team. This time, Shiyu was too lazy to compete with him for the captain of the team. It seemed to be a troublesome matter. He even voted for Zuiyu when choosing the captain. Besides, I don't know what to say about their team. It's obviously a random team. But it's all boys. They also met Mutuo and Yu Jianya from Bei. Mutuo, when he is not competing or being the general commander, looks like a retired old man. He always walks slowly with his hands behind his back. But Yu Jianya next to him always makes him jump. Instead, he looks more like an old man. They didn't make any plans at all. Just let Zuiyu roll the dice on the interstellar map. And the one chosen was the one. Look! Xueqing was also chosen. So when Shiyu saw Shen Shenfu and his group, who had not changed their masks at the transportation station, they all suspected that they had seen it wrong. Or Yu Jianya said bluntly, "Look, their group is so outrageous." Mutuo laughed dryly. "Uh-huh. Why not count? Are they studying abroad or going to sweep the interstellar? Except for a few of them who are higher in level. Shiyu's group is B level, A level, and S level. They are not like them. It can be said that almost all of them are above 2S. And the only A level is a rare lucky halo. Who would not say that they are perverted if they see it? But they are also very confused. Why do their team all wear the same glasses? The specialty of the last place? Or is it some kind of glasses gang?" However, Shen Shenfu and others hurriedly changed their faces as soon as they left the station. And they looked much more ordinary. Ji-Che also happily put on the glasses. Fake. The last time Shen Shenfu went back to deliver the message, he specially asked the Lange family to make him a pair of fake identification glasses, so that he wouldn't be unhappy about being different from everyone else. In fact, if he hadn't been so noisy, Shen Shenfu would have told him. But he was afraid that he would be startled by something on the road and be exposed directly. For his safety, Nai even gave him 2 lucky bracelets, one on each hand. Chapter 364. Lu Bingbing is angry. Ji-Che watched the team members walk to the small park nearby, and then looked at something. But there was nothing. "What are you looking at? Is there anything wrong?" "Nothing," Tujia replied. Others also said inexplicably, "Yes. It's quite safe here." Actually, they only saw 1 or 2 puppets in this transportation station. Ji-Che still looked out suspiciously. And suddenly a hand patted him. "Hey. What a coincidence." It was Mutuo and his group. Ji-Che did not forget that he had just put on a mask. So he wanted to pretend when facing Mutuo. "What are you talking about? What coincidence? I don't know you." Mutuo smiled. "Don't pretend. We just saw it." Ji-Che. "Right." Ji-Che covered his mouth. "I'm wearing a mask. Can you still recognize me? The main reason is that other people can't do such a face for themselves. Only you can do it. Then you are quite smart." When Ningting saw the people in this team, he naturally started to read their minds and simply verify their identities after confirming that there were no puppets. This was also discussed by the team before. In order to ensure the safety of the operation, the people they contacted needed Ningting to verify again even if they did not have patterns. She walked up to Shen Shenfu, avoiding the others, and whispered, "Sister." Shen Shenfu nodded. "Why are you here too?" She hadn't told him that she and Xian had clues about Xueqing yet. thinking that she would wait until she developed a potion to destroy the pattern. It was not appropriate to involve too many teams in the investigation now. And it was far less convenient for them to act alone than for her, who was in the space system. Shiyu explained, it was Zuiyu. He threw the dice, and said that something unforgettable would happen here. Shinshinfu, how about he see if this unforgettable is good or bad? But at this time, she just said that she knew. And said, pay attention during this period. And send me a message if there is anything. Shiyu's eyes lit up like a starlight when he heard it. He didn't expect Shinshinfu to care about him. So he nodded happily. Yeah. Shinshinfu asked. Did you get the identification glasses? Not yet. In fact, Lange's family will send him the equipment after receiving Shinyoli's equipment. But perhaps because he happened to change planets to study, it has not been delivered to him yet. As Lange's family, he and Shen are likely to be attacked. But just now she saw that none of his teammates have patterns. Shinshinfu took out a pair of glasses and handed them to him. When there are new ones, we will send someone to deliver them to you. If you see them, don't act rashly. Just take a photo and submit it to the family. They will contact the Shen family. And those people will be locked by the system. But she added, unless they attack you. Safety is the first priority. The two people seemed to be talking normally. But Ning Ting, who was reading her mind, almost jumped up. What did she hear Shiyu thinking just now? He was thinking, my sister cares about me. She must have completely forgiven me. That's great. I will dig some beautiful exotic plants for her later. Ning Ting was confused. Sister? What sister? Isn't this boy Shiyu Lange? Why does Lange's son call Shinshinfu's sister? Is she from the Lange family? But the Lange family, apart from the adopted daughter and the twin brothers, only has the ones who wandered around and found them. No way. No way. Could Shinshinfu be the eldest daughter of the Lange family whose true face is unknown to the whole galaxy? The new head of the Lange family. Every time Shinshinfu talked about investigating the situation, she thought it was the military district that investigated. Unexpectedly, maybe some of it was about the Lange family. Unless she met strangers, she would not deliberately read minds. So she really didn't know. Ning Ting looked at Shinshinfu in disbelief. When Shinshinfu met her eyes, he just smiled, as if he knew what she would hear. But he didn't care that she discovered her big secret. This made Ning Ting think that she must swear to protect Shinshinfu's identity. Protect this melon. Just as she swore. The three swallowing roses over there were surrounded by Zuiyu and others. It was just that there were the fewest people around Lu Bingbing. Because Lu Shi had kindly reminded them, keep a safe distance. Prevent the evil flowers from hurting people. And pay attention to your life safety. But sometimes Yu Jianyao was very rude. And it would be fine if he didn't say anything. But he wanted to try it after he said it. Lu Shi's words completely aroused his curiosity. This little thing. Can it hurt people? And keep your life safe? Could it be that it can fight? Isn't it just an alien plant? So he stretched out his hand to kill himself. Just when he was about to touch Lu Bingbing, the cold air exploded instantly. And 7 or 8 miniature versions of the ice dragon appeared in front of Lu Bingbing. Like a suddenly blooming ice flower. Making sharp cries. Growing rapidly. And biting Yu Jianyao's hand. The coldness was no less than that of a real ice dragon. And there were even more complex energy fluctuations. If he couldn't dodge, his hand would be bitten off. He immediately stepped back and looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Others couldn't believe it either. What was that just now? An ice dragon? Can this flower use the skills of an alien beast? How much does it cost to use the skills of an alien plant? Ji Che answered them, 1 billion. All the people on the other side were shocked. Lu Shi was still making sarcastic remarks on the side. I have reminded you. And you will not compensate me when the time comes. But what was even more surprising was that Lu Bingbing seemed to find the way they looked at it annoying and noisy. And turned around and disappeared out of thin air, becoming invisible. Even Lu Shi himself was a little surprised. After all, his original requirement for it was just to make ice. But he didn't expect it to be invisible. I think it was the skill of the hidden dragon that he swallowed before. But even if others couldn't see it, Lu Shi, as the owner, could still see the outline of Lu Bingbing. It was irritably overlapping its 2 leaves. And 2 of the 4 roots of its feet were still stepping on each other, making the whole flower look like a capital frustrated. At this time, only Nei was there. And her thoughts were still divergent. Ji Che words 1.1 billion kept echoing in her mind. and she realized that Tuanchuan actually wanted 1.1 billion. What price is this? Isn't this a walking heirloom? Such an expensive flower. Shen Chenfu gave it to her so easily. Nei felt that she was so lucky at this moment. A bracelet in exchange for a flower worth 1.1 billion. Who would believe it if she told others? The two teams talked for a while, and then separated. Ning Chum also booked a house. And several people started to go there. The aircraft flew over the city of Shueching Star. This planet is actually very beautiful. All the landscape trees are jacarandas. The purple flowers have a quiet and dreamy beauty. It looks like a beautiful scene that can only be seen in a dream. There are also many rivers here. The petals fall on the rivers and become flowers in the water. Still rippling and beautiful. No wonder this is a famous tourist planet in the interstellar space. It's just that after entering a crowded place, puppets gradually appeared. But it was far less exaggerated than on the planet Papant. And there were only a few in the crowd. It seems that on a slightly more prosperous planet, the rebels did not dare to set up too many puppets. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the villa and rest for a night. At that time, the Lange family gave a large area, and they needed to search within that range. In addition to some ordinary places, it also mainly included a museum, an amusement park, and a large exotic plant garden. On the first day, they visited the museum, and there was nothing unusual. On the second day, when they were about to go to the exotic plant garden, Tuan suddenly grabbed Nai and shook her hand gently. Nai asked in confusion, "Do you want to go with us?" It nodded. So well behaved that people couldn't bear to refuse it. Ji-che looked at it with a perverted starry eye and a face full of love. "Just take it with you. Take it with you. It's just a cute flower. What's wrong with it wanting to go to the exotic plant garden? At worst I can buy it a ticket too." In previous activities, the flowers and the little coal ball stayed in the villa and didn't go out. This was the first time that Tuanchuan wanted to go out with them. Everyone thought that maybe it was because they really wanted to go to the botanical garden to see other exotic plants. So in the end, all three devouring roses were taken to the exotic plant garden. Chapter 365 Snow Blue Star. This exotic plant garden is very large. It can be said to be as big as 2 mountains. And it is also the border area of the area that everyone needs to explore. In fact, this place is similar to an ordinary zoo, because the exotic plants here have legs and can run. It's like a smaller version of the back garden of the Milky Way. But there are also some special exotic plants from other planets that are not there. Originally, the people at the door did not allow pets to come in. But Ji-che made a set of twisted logic, saying that this is not a pet. It is also an exotic plant. They come to see their relatives. The ticket seller was speechless. And he actually bought tickets for 3 roses. He also said, "Our flowers are no different from people. They are smarter than you. Don't worry. There will be no problem. If there is a problem, I will pay for it all." After speaking, he handed over a stack of money and stuffed it in the man's hand. And the man also silently put it in his pocket and let them in. Shen Chenfu was a little surprised. "How can you do this?" Ji-che looked up proudly. "I learned it from a TV series. Money makes the world go round. You are too poor. You don't understand." And he didn't know that the person he called poor was the current head of the Lange family, who was richer than his family. But it was generally not obvious. After all, Shen Chenfu was sincerely praising him. "Well done. You have grown up." "That's not it." He laughed. After checking the tickets and entering the venue, a staff member led the way and explained to them slowly according to the route. But in fact, they knew most of the strange plants here. But they still listened patiently and observed the surrounding environment with their eyes. But the guide found something wrong while talking. Why are these strange plants so far away today? Usually, they would come to snatch tourists' drinks. And some would deliberately scare people. Of course, this is also one of the characteristics of the strange plant garden. Some people come here just to be scared. Why do they want to hide in the corner today? Look at that night weeping grass. It only cries when it feels uncomfortable at night. Now a large piece of it is connected to the soil, shrinking together, crying madly, as if it saw a ghost and was scared to death. And the man-eating plant? Because it is usually too fierce. It is locked in a cage. And it likes to knock the cage when it sees people coming. What is it doing squatting there with its head down today? It just rushed forward, and then quickly retreated, which is really strange. And the mutant Mourning glory, which is usually noisy at this time, making a lot of noise. and has no peace for a moment. Is now so quiet that it seems to be non-existent, pretending to be a flower that can't speak. The tour guide looked at the group of young students behind him suspiciously. Except for one boy who looks as good as a star. The others are very ordinary. No different. Could it be those 3 flowers? But the flowers just look a little better, but he has been dealing with plants for so many years. And he has never seen this kind of flower. He asked curiously, what kind of flowers are these 3? I don't think I have seen them. They look a bit similar, but not quite the same. Ji-che explained, oh, they grow up by swallowing roses and eating strange beasts. What? They have to feed strange beasts specifically? Ji-che rarely showed his knowledge in front of others, and was very happy to answer for the other party. Just as the two were talking, the people behind saw someone carrying a few slightly larger seal barrels, which looked like a modified version of the beer barrel shape. But they were made of metal, and covered with foreign plant nutrient solution. It didn't seem to find anything unusual, but they still paid attention to the direction the staff left. According to the map manual in their hands, they finally arrived at the cultivation building. The cultivation building was not far away. Tu Jia and Shen Fu looked at each other and said that they were tired and wanted to take a rest. So the commentator took a few people to the rest pavilion next to it. The pavilion was covered with climbing roses and was in bloom. After Shen Fu sat down, she half opened the field. Everyone within a 2,000-meter radius had nowhere to hide and was sensed clearly by her. She focused her attention on the cultivation building. She could feel that those people carried the nutrient solution to the cultivation building and left. The alien plant breeder inside took the nutrient solution, went up to the 3rd floor, opened a big jar, and poured it into the nutrient solution conveyor, until the 8 or 9 jars were all poured. No abnormalities were found. People on other floors were also conscientiously completing their work. Shen Fu opened his eyes and shook his head at his teammates, indicating that he did not find anything wrong. And the team continued to visit inside. None of the staff here had control patterns on their bodies. But in order not to look strange, only half of the team wore identification glasses. No, 3. And one of them was for Ji-che to look good. When he met the tour guide, he felt like he had met a good friend. And he praised Lange to the highest level. Even Lange felt embarrassed and hid behind him. But he grabbed her and praised her in front of her. The guy forgot his job and just listened to him bragging, not noticing that the people behind him were lagging behind by a long distance. Tu Jia sighed. If not here, is it in the amusement park? Lange frowned. That place is dirty, crowded, and the air is not good. TSK. Tu Jia was helpless with this hypocritical guy. Please, we are not going there to play. Alas. Unexpectedly, Lange sighed even more deeply after hearing this. He also didn't expect that the only study tour in his life would be turned into such a big task. Can all the star beasts die? TSK. Nei, who was behind, had been leading Tuan. But suddenly it stopped near a walking tree. The walking tree is a very tall tree, but it has 2 wooden legs like a human and likes to walk around, since it only has a very big red flower on the crown. Everyone gave it another nickname, called Ruhua Girl. When she saw Tuan, Ruhua Girl shuddered, but Tuan gestured to it a few times, as if she was saying something. After hearing it, Ruhua Girl slowly walked over and squatted down, and also said something to it. The people around also had a new understanding of devouring rose for the first time. Everyone was very curious and asked Shen Fu, can they talk to other alien plants? Can't they only talk to devouring rose? Shen Fu spread his hands, even more confused than them. I don't know at all. She only knows how to feed. 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 Just like a grandmother raising grandchildren. Just feed. Alien beast? Just eat. Ning Ting looked at Tuan and thought it was so cute, showing a cute smile. Lin Xian glanced at her and now thought that the devouring rose was very good, especially Tuan, who was cute and soft, and should have the same attack power as Lu Bingbing, but with a good personality, suitable for Ning Ting. If there were rebels in the future, it would be too dangerous. She still lacked combat power. After all, Ning Ting had written a letter of denunciation for him, and he should repay her. Well, Lin Xian thought that everything he did was to repay his gratitude. So he asked Ning Ting directly, do you want it? Ning Ting was stunned. What do you want? Devouring rose. Why are you asking this? I don't want it. I can't afford such an expensive thing. She heard it. 1.1 billion. Even if she sold her, it would not be enough. I can give you one. Shen Shenfu also heard the conversation between the two, thinking that since he asked Ning Ting to help join the plan, it would be okay to give a flower. So he said, I can. No. Lin Xian interrupted her. I can go hunt exotic beasts by myself. Everyone on the side covered their mouths. Chapter 366. Ning Ting's face slowly turned red. What are you talking about? I don't need your hunting. No. I don't need your flowers. Shen Shenfu thought this was their little fun. A special custom gift. So he raised his hand silently. Then, I can provide flower seedlings here. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you. What are you thanking me for? I don't need it. Really? She has taken so many things from him. And she can't even afford to exchange for the alien weapon and the light brain. And now swallowing roses? What can she give back? While Ning Ting was busy arguing with Lin Xian, Shen Shenfu looked at Tujia and Ning Cheng. Do you want to? The two said in unison, no. They really don't know what's wrong with Shen Shenfu. As long as someone helps her a little bit, she wants to repay him 100 times or 1,000 times immediately. It's too generous. No wonder the gifts she received were all flying vehicles and mechas. She was even more generous when she gave them herself. Her life motto seems to be, a drop of water will be repaid with a spring of water until the benefactor is drowned. If anyone helps her, it is hard to say whether the person who is helped is lucky or the one who helps is luckier. Shen Shenfu didn't understand. Why? Don't you want my gift? Tujia shook his head. Of course not. It's just that I'm already very strong. Right. Alien plants are not necessary for me. Ning Cheng nodded. Yes. These things are what we should do. And they are the responsibilities of military students. You don't have to have any burden at all. We don't do this just because you said it, but because it's just something we need to do. But I think you are worth it. Tujia finally understood what Shi Yan meant when she said that she didn't understand anything when she came back. And she didn't even know what the field was. She smiled helplessly. Friends, if it doesn't work, treat us to a meal. Shen Shenfu frowned. That's it? What else do you want? That's it. Lu sure didn't think there was anything wrong with him cutting it halfway. He thought the two were fools. How great it would be to swallow roses. And they could also make ice. But he just said, then I want to eat it too. Nai kept looking at Tuan Tuan and Ruhua Girl. They chatted for a while. And Ruhua Girl stood up and pointed in a direction. Then Tuan Tuan nodded and waved at it. Probably to say goodbye. Then Tuan Tuan took Nai away. And the others followed and turned to another road. Tuan Tuan asked the alien plants along the way and asked about a small patch of hallucinogenic grass near the back door exit. Tuan Tuan squatted down and patted the hallucinogenic grass with a leaf. And a burst of colorful pollen sprayed out, accompanied by Lu Sher's sneeze. A scene appeared in front of the few people. It didn't look like something that happened recently, because there was a thin layer of snow on the ground. And it looked very cold. Two recycling station personnel wearing cotton jackets came to move the recycling barrels from the cultivation building. When they walked to the back door, they suddenly slipped and the barrel hit the diamond grass, which was pierced open. Orange-yellow liquid flowed out from the barrel wall that had been opened and emptied clean. And the diamond grass covered its head and ran into the bushes. Several people saw that it was clearly star core condensate. The recycling personnel immediately picked up the barrel, and the other hurriedly shoveled all the stained snow on the ground into the barrel, and looked around to make sure no one saw the scene before leaving. After broadcasting these, Tuanchuan stood up and looked at everyone. Everyone also looked at it in confusion. Just now, it chatted with these flowers and plants, and let them tell it what strange things happened here. Shen Shenfu really didn't expect that the most adorable flower he fed turned out to be a detective among flowers. There is also a thin film in the bucket, which should be used to prevent induction. Those garbage disposal companies have to run around in the interstellar space, and it is really difficult to find the star core condensate used to deliver it. And the company that sent the condensate is the Alien Plant Nutrient Solution Company. Where are you people? Ji Che finally found out that they didn't know where they went, and was looking for them. The team immediately returned to the main road. Ning Cheng walked to the side of the tour guide and began to talk naturally. The alien plants here are growing really well. I don't know which brand of nutrient solution you use. Look at the 3 plants we raise. They are really picky and don't want to drink ordinary ones. They really don't drink much, because they actually only need to drink water. The guide was quite knowledgeable about this. We bought it from a company called Little Leaf, which sells exotic plant nutrients. It's good value for money and high quality. But they don't sell it in retail. Oh, that's a pity. As soon as he asked, Shen sent the Little Leaf company to the Lange family, who quickly sent back information. It was a new company that opened in recent years. There are only a dozen of them in the interstellar space. And the nearest factory is not far from the exotic plant garden. They also sent the recycling company information that the exotic plant garden cooperated with. There are thousands of recycling sites, and they have cooperated with many companies, even some of the Lange family's companies. That night, Shen took Ning with him. It must be said that this company is very ruthless. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the lights were still on, and many people were working overtime. It was simply inhumane. After Shen sensed it, he directly sent out the bottom bucket in one of the nutrient solution storage rooms, and the original position was covered with a space block. She sensed the things inside, and there was indeed nothing abnormal. She used a small space block to send out the things in the internal layer of the barrel wall, but she didn't see anything. After that, she checked the nutrient solution in 20 storage rooms, and only found the star beast condensate in the internal layer of the barrel wall of the last one. However, after she put it back, she sent out a few more barrels, and found that this storage room not only had star beast condensate, but also 4 colors of star core condensate. After reading it, Shen put these things back silently. Ning leaned on the wall and unfolded the full listening. After listening for a long time, he told Shen "No one here has any useful information. They don't seem to know these things. They were all scolding the boss, and she almost couldn't listen anymore. If you want to kill me, just say it directly. Don't talk about working overtime, staying up late until you have nothing. Some people even want to go to the Interstellar Labor Bureau to sue the boss." Shen also saw that these ordinary workers were not Star Beast puppets, but they were just more resentful. But logically speaking, this place cannot be without a puppet. The two planned to come again the next day, and come early, because usually the leaders will not work overtime, and they didn't see the leaders today. The next day, the team went on a normal study tour, not limited to that area, and Shen and Ning returned to the opposite side of the factory of Xia Company in the afternoon. Sure enough, they saw more than a dozen puppets, and their personal levels were not low. The two sat opposite the factory, holding milk tea, one sensing and the other listening. Finally, Ning heard something. Chapter 367. It was a man's voice. "Why hasn't Hanyu Star sent tears for so long? There are not enough tears, and there is no one to contact. I don't know which batch will send tears." Ning was shocked. Hanyu Star. That person said that Hanyu Star sent tears. Shen knew that Hanyu Star was a relatively retro but well-developed planet. She was swallowed by the Free Star Cave on Sangmo Star, and Hanyu Star was one of the planets closest to Sangmo Star. However, that person didn't think of anything useful afterwards, and the two of them waited quietly for him to come out. Although Ning didn't know what he looked like, he remembered his voice. Sure enough, he got off work on time at 5 o'clock and came out of the company early. Shen immediately took a photo of him, and then the Lange family would track his actions. In the next few days, the Lange family will also make every effort to investigate all the companies cooperating with this company. The next stop has been confirmed to be Hanyu Star, but they have to listen to this person's voice twice to see if they can hear any useful clues. If so many people here act on their own, the Star Beasts don't always pay attention to what others are doing, and even general tasks are carried out by people themselves. After the man left, the two met up with the team and had dinner outside. The Xiyu team, who was also on Xiueching Star, also had dinner on the 8th floor of a building. They visited everywhere these days. To be honest, this planet doesn't have many special things except that it looks good. Xiu saw that Xiu didn't seem to be very interested, and asked, "Is it that you don't like the planet I chose?" After Xiu put a piece of steak in his mouth, he used his hand to support the glasses on his nose and asked back, "Why do you have such an idea?" "It's because you look bored and even a little lifeless." Xiu, There is a lifeless. Because he saw many puppets along the way and wanted to poison them to catch them. But he couldn't do it. He was depressed and anxious. He couldn't think about the things at home. Thinking about it would affect his mentality. Xiu was surprised to see that he didn't say anything. Could it be? "You miss Xian?" Shiyu smiled perfunctorily. Just eat. At this time, the waiter lowered his head and respectfully served everyone a portion of soup, and then stood aside in a proper manner. Shiyu glanced at it, picked up the fruit used as a decoration with a fork, and threw it into Eugenia's soup bowl that was about to be drunk. The soup was splashed by him, and no one would lose their appetite after seeing it. Eugenia was stunned and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm eating here." Shiyu smiled. "Oh, my hand just slipped. Sorry." It looked very sincere. Eugenia frowned. "Be more careful next time." However, after that, whenever someone wanted to drink soup, he would throw a fruit in, and anyone would find something wrong. But he always apologized sincerely, making it impossible for people to get angry, and just thought he was in his rebellious period. After all, he and Zui were actually the youngest in the team. They all felt that it was unnecessary to do so for such a small matter. Perhaps he simply hated this soup. Soon a chef came. He politely asked Shiyu if today's dishes were not to his taste, or if there was anything wrong. He said that the waiter observed that he was in a bad mood while eating, and hoped that he could bring it up if there was anything wrong with the restaurant. This kind of thing is actually very common, and the team members didn't think it was a big deal. And Shiyu's attitude was also normal. "No, it's good, but I personally don't have much appetite." At this point, the chef should have left, but he continued to ask, "How do you think this soup tastes?" Shiyu raised his lips and smiled harmlessly. "It's good. The thickness is just right. But you don't seem to have tried it." Not only did he not drink it himself, but he also ruined other people's. Shiyu was already in a bad mood because of these recent events. He was not like Shen, who could cry out everything. He was more like Shinshinfu, who liked to keep things in his heart. So he was not happy with the way this person asked, "It's just a bowl of soup. You still force me to try it?" Other people at the table were at a loss for what to do with his arrogant tone. After all, Shiyu has always been very good-tempered in front of everyone, and he doesn't have too many problems of being a young master. He feels like an ordinary student. Mutuo and Eugenia looked at each other. "What's wrong with him?" And the chef wiped his forehead, looking terrified. "That's not the case. I'm just curious. Why didn't you drink it after ordering it? I don't know if there is anything that needs to be improved." Shiyu leaned back in his chair. His smile gradually faded, and he turned his head slightly to face the chef's ordinary big face, and his eyes looked down, and there was a star beast pattern that was about to blind his eyes. He couldn't bear it anymore, and said in a cold tone, "That's because you poisoned us." Not only that, there was also glowing unknown liquid mixed in his cup, but no one else's cup had it. Otherwise, he wouldn't let them drink it, because Shinshinfu asked him to be careful. He had been using the poison-specific perception to check everything that might be poisonous. He also wanted to see how far these people could go. But he didn't expect them to be so stupid as to ask directly. He didn't expect that he would be given a poison-specific one to poison. Did they think that with so many people around, he would let down his guard? Come on. The people in the restaurant, the chef and the waiters, were all puppets. They were all flashing with light all night, in several colors. He almost didn't open his eyes. He originally thought that this was just a din, but he didn't expect that they knew him and were going to attack directly. After all, the puppets didn't react to him in the places he had been to before. Eugenia stood up in an instant, and his shadow turned into a black long knife and appeared instantly, directly on the other party's neck. "How dare you poison?" Seeing this, all the other people who were dining here ran out with their bags, and these waiters looked at them coldly, as if they didn't care whether those people ran or not. However, the dozens of waiters, who were originally slightly bent over and lowered their heads, all stood up straight. Only the chef was trembling with fear. He didn't know that such a hidden poison would be discovered by this kid. It was clearly given to him by the superiors, saying that as long as the kid eats it, others will do the rest. He suddenly panicked. He was discovered. Did he have no chance? But soon, his own thoughts disappeared. There was a hint of green in the chef's eyes, as if he had changed into a different person in an instant. The panic on his face disappeared. He lightly pressed Eugenia's long knife, and didn't care that his hands were covered with blood. He just said, "Ah, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to feel my poison. But, if you find it, go to hell." After saying this, the people with white patterns around shot a burst of white mist at the team. Several people who reacted slowly fainted instantly after inhaling a little bit, and seemed to be very cold and trembling all over. Only Mutua, Yu Jianya, Zuiyu, and Shiyu were awake, and all the waiters around started to attack them with different skills. And the chef was chopped down by Yu Jianya as soon as he raised his hand. But he still rushed over without feeling any pain, and used a skill similar to the wood system. And the vines entangled and grew in their direction. Shiyu immediately moved his teammates aside, and the purple garden unfolded, resisting the poison gas while protecting all his people in the sea of flowers. Mutuo's golden body protected him, and with a spear in his hand, he swung and knocked down a group of people. Zuiyu used his little clay figurines, which looked like little dolls, to rush over and grab the legs of the waiters, trying to control their movements. Yu Jinya's clones began to shuttle in the restaurant, but they didn't know what was going on and didn't kill them. Chapter 368. But he saw many people running towards this place from the corner of his eye. He really didn't understand how a meal could turn out like this. Who are those people? She used poisonous vines and tangled those people and replied, "Rebels." What? This was something they hadn't expected. They were just going on a study tour and having dinner, but they could still encounter rebels killing people? Suddenly, one of the people with red patterns spread out burning energy around him, and the flames ignited the entire restaurant. Many people were guarding the windows, not wanting them to jump out of the window and leave. And through the gaps, they could see that the puppets on the street outside were already going upstairs. And this flame made people feel a sense of rage in their hearts. Zuiyu shook his head. What should we do? Should we run or fight first? Mutu used golden light to cover the team members. Fight and run at the same time. The most important thing now is to send the poisoned people to treatment as soon as possible. Shiyu looked at the people rushing over, and the heat waves transmitted through the golden light barrier, and suggested, ordinary people upstairs and downstairs here still need to be evacuated. Zuiyu and Mutuo will take them out first, and Yu Jianya and I will deal with these people. Zuiyu heard this and condensed into a small mound of earth, wrapping up all the people lying on the ground, revealing their heads, and made a simple thing similar to a mobile grave. Yu Jianya was shocked when he saw it. Wow, brother, you just buried them. If there is no soil, you will bury them directly if you make soil directly? Mutua moved the barrier and said helplessly, okay. Don't joke now. Hurry up and make a way. I will take them away first, and come back to support you after sending them to the hospital. But when it comes to the hospital... Shiyu paused. No. What's wrong? Why can't the hospital be used? Are there rebels in the hospital too? Shiyu didn't say anything, but told him with his eyes that there were. What should we do? We can't tell who are and who are not now. Shiyu suddenly remembered what Shinshinfu said before. If you encounter anything, contact her. Yes. She is now on Zwikingsing. More and more people rushed over. Some of them were clearly A-level, but could use strength greater than that level, as if they didn't care about wasting their lives. The fire was getting more and more intense, and Mutua made a decision directly. Never mind. Let's rush out first. Shiyu sent an address to Shinshinfu while running. Due to the urgency of the situation, he only had time to share his location with her. And then he and Yu Jianya opened the way together. Shinshinfu, who was eating delicious food peacefully, had a flash in his brain. She thought it was Xiufei who sent her the news of the day as usual. But Shiyu sent her an address in another district. He usually didn't send messages to disturb her casually, and it was the first time that he sent an address for no apparent reason. So Shinshinfu immediately realized that something was wrong with him. Shinshinfu immediately put down her fork and stood up. I'm going out for a while. Ji Che didn't know what she and Ning Ting did in the afternoon. Suddenly, they wanted to leave in the middle of the meal and asked, What are you doing? We still have to eat. Shiyu and the others may have been in trouble. I want to go and see them. Shiyu? Ji Che didn't know why she had such a good relationship with the son of the Lange family. Are you familiar with him? Shinshinfu was speechless and could only nod. I'm quite familiar with him. That is, the relationship between siblings. Lu Shi wiped his mouth and stood up. Let's go. He knew that this good life was not for him. He was destined to be tired. Now he was used to it. He also glanced at the three flowers sitting alone at a small table and asked them to go with him. The others also stood up and prepared to go with Shinshinfu to see if there was anything they could help in case there was anything. Ji Che still had a piece of meat in his mouth, and he doubted himself a little when he saw this. Then I Go to. Shen Chenfu saw Shiyu's position, drew a portal, and everyone walked in one by one. Ji-Che quickly took out money from the storage bracelet and put it on the table. When he ran into the portal, he was still complaining about them. You guys want to eat a free meal. No matter how urgent it is, you have to pay. Before he finished speaking, his eyes flashed, and he saw that the building in front of him was burning, and there were many strange people rushing in, like the zombies that surrounded the protagonist in movies and TV dramas. But everyone's expression was a little different. Some were very calm, some were very angry, and some had tears in the corners of their eyes. Why do these people look so much like people from Papin Star? But there was no time to think so much now. The people upstairs were trapped, and many ordinary people who wanted to run out were blocked or injured by the puppets. Shen Chenfu saw so many puppets and knew what the reason was. They wanted to control Shiyu. If the control failed and was discovered, they would kill him. This is different from the relatively covert and conservative approach of the rebels more than 10 years ago. So they have now started more extreme activities. Shen Chenfu used space blocks to pack up and move all the puppets outside the building and lock them up. Use planes to block both sides to ensure that no other puppets can break in. The team members began to move in, and Ji-Che finally encountered the situation where he was most needed. Fire. He gathered a large ball of water downstairs and pushed it directly towards the staircase, letting the water surge up and fill the fire on the lower floors. And several people in the stairwell were suddenly soaked by his water. Yu Jianya, who was about to speak, spit out, "I." Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Fortunately, Ning Chung stopped Ji-Che in time. Don't let go. The person is not beaten to death, but he will be drowned by you later. Oh. Ji-Che took it back. The puppets and Shiyu and the other 4 were dispersed, but he did put out the fire in the building. Mutua choked on the water. No. This water almost sent us away. Who is the enemy or friend? Shiyu thought about it. It should be Ji-Che. The other 3, It makes sense. If it's Ji-Che, it makes sense. The puppets attacking them still rushed forward. In Shiyu's eyes, the people with orange and yellow patterns gathered countless maple leaves of the same color and flew towards them. The maple leaves were like sharp darts, rushing towards their throats. The barriers of several people were about to be broken when they were stacked together, and they couldn't see the road ahead at all. However, the skills they usually used were too noisy, and they were afraid of collapsing the building, so they were restrained. The golden rock that Mutua usually used now turned into a small golden bird flying, trying to knock the opponent unconscious. Fortunately, there was Yu Jianya, who transformed 30 people to fight those people and killed many rebels. But the more they kill, the harder it will be to move forward. Shiyu thinks that the abilities of these star beasts are not inferior to Qi Mingyi, but they are just puppets after all. If they are given some time, they should be able to get out safely. Suddenly a figure appeared, and then they were standing downstairs in a flash. Soon Maple Leaf flew out from the first floor door, like a giant python trying to tear them apart. Tujia and Lu Shi's barriers unfolded to protect everyone firmly. There are also people upstairs. Lin Xian and others have already driven the mecha to break the glass and help to transfer. But the puppets upstairs were not giving up, and they were still running towards Shi, looking like they were determined to kill him, until Shen Chenfu opened the domain and prepared to quickly restrain the actions of these people. He didn't expect that the hundreds of puppets restricted by Shen Chenfu would explode as if they were abandoned the moment they saw the domain. Chapter 369. The noisy surroundings suddenly became quiet because of the sudden explosion. After a while, Yu Jianya couldn't help but say to Zuiyu, "This is what you call unforgettable? This is really unforgettable. I will never forget it in this life. The timid ones may have nightmares when they go back." Ji-Che covered his eyes in fear. I just saw it wrong. Waves of energy exploded from those people's bodies, and they were bloody and unrecognizable. The ones in Shen Chenfu's space block had already splashed her space block red. However, there were still many puppets far away outside the space plane that were originally ready to run over, and they quickly retreated and pretended to be ordinary people watching the excitement and left quickly. It seems that the puppets on this planet are not so dispensable. Lu Shi was very nauseated by these people who exploded and exploded. He unconsciously recalled the scene when he was still a child and encountered a star beast using all its energy to blow people up, and his face turned pale, as if sensing the discomfort of her master. Lu Bingbing walked to his side and waved the leaf in front of him. A cloud of refreshing mist appeared, And there was also golden energy in it that formed the shape of a crane. It circled around Lu Shi for a few times, and his symptoms were relieved immediately. Not only that, it rolled up its leaves, and the cold air directly condensed into an ice cup. It walked in front of Ji Che and motioned him to fill it with water. Ji Che was still very scared at first, and shivered as he added water to it, and then watched it pass it to Lu Shi. Even Lu Shi himself was a little surprised. Why are you so sensible today? Lu Bingbing, Ning Chum suggested. Send them to treatment first. We don't have anything that can cure poisoning. Now the 4 people lying on the ground of the Shiyu team are already exhaling more than inhaling, as if they are shivering with cold, and their mouths have turned dark purple. But what no one expected was that Lan Ning and Lu Bingbing heard his words, walked to those people, and squatted down. And the leaves brushed over their faces and bodies, attaching a layer of white and gold holy light to them. Tuan Tuan also walked over, and the white halo on his head turned into a rainbow color. It was clearly pure white, but it shot a bunch of colorful lights into the hearts of those people. The 4 people were visibly getting better, no longer trembling, and their faces became normal. They slowly opened their eyes and looked at Tuan Tuan with a halo beside them in despair. I'm dead now? Woo! How come the angel has grown into a flower? It looks a bit familiar. That was my last meal just now. I should have eaten more. Woo! Mom! Mutu interrupted them. I'm not dead. Don't say it. If you continue talking, I guess you won't be able to see anyone. The 3 flowers stood up, and the halo on Tuan Tuan's head turned into a normal white color. Mutu really didn't understand. That ice flower. Doesn't it have ice skills? How can it be used for healing? Zuyu only knew that Shinshinfu could cultivate devouring rose, but he didn't expect that this flower had such comprehensive skills. Could it be that it ate a beast with healing abilities? Shinshinfu nodded. Lan Ning and Lu Bingbing both ate holy light deer, and Tuan Tuan ate 1,000 rainbow unicorn. Yu Jianyao was stunned. Can this be eaten casually? How could she make it sound as simple as feeding her own cats and dogs and eating a small chicken leg? Holy light deer, 1,000 rainbow unicorn. These are rare beasts, and drinking their blood can prolong life. She feeds them to flowers? No wonder one plant is so expensive. It's a pity that Yu Jianyao is still thinking about making a mecha for each of his clones. He went hunting for a long time to get the money for one, because his father scolded him for having a problem with his brain. He had this idea, so he didn't give him money to buy another mecha. Otherwise, he wanted to buy one, but now it seems that he can't afford it. He can't afford it at all. The fight was over before the rescuers finally arrived. Those who didn't go downstairs weren't injured, but some people who went downstairs out of fear suffered casualties. Those who were accidentally hit by maple leaf were not only physically injured, but also withered and shrunken from the wound, like dead leaves in autumn. Lifeless. The Shiyu team went to the police station to explain the facts. Due to the puppet's self-explosion, the matter could not be investigated for the time being. But soon someone from the military district came to take over. But they were not detained for long and came out at around 10 o'clock in the evening. Shinshinfu and others were still waiting for them. Shiyu's eyes lit up when he saw Shinshinfu wearing a mask. He wanted to call her sister, but there were too many people here, so he just said, "You haven't left yet." He was very tired after a busy night. Fortunately, Shinshinfu gave him glasses. He had already seen that there was something wrong with those people, so he used his supernatural power to detect poison early. Shinshinfu nodded, walked to the side, and took out 8 new masks from the space world. You will use masks when you go outside. And Shen too. Remember to tell him. I didn't expect them to come to us so soon. When the cloaking equipment is ready, I will give you more. You can decide for yourself whether to tell others. Shiyu nodded obediently, and replied while no one was looking at him, I know, sister. But he remembered the abilities of the puppets in the previous fight. Sister, those people's abilities are a little different. The green pattern is similar to the wood ability. The red pattern is similar to the fire ability. The yellow-orange pattern is the maple leaf, which is extremely sharp and can make objects gradually lose their vitality. And the white pattern is like cold poison. Hearing what he said, Shinshinfu quickly matched the patterns of those people on the Papant star. Sure enough, the 2 planets are closely related, and the abilities of the 4-star beasts should be what he said. Shinshinfu told him what he had seen before, and asked him to be careful. and to apply for funding from the family account to compensate the teammates who were injured because of him. After all, those puppets were mainly looking for him, and they were considered to have suffered an unprovoked disaster. But when Shi Yu proposed compensation, everyone refused. How can that be possible? We are fine now. If the rebels want to kill people, how can they blame you as a victim? That's right. But Yu Jianya really wanted compensation, because he was still short of money to buy a third mecha. But Mutua knew what he wanted to do as soon as he saw him, and directly held him down and helped him refuse the compensation. Haha. He was just righteous, and he turned a blind eye to his brother mecha predicament. Ji-Che only realized it after hearing what they said. Those who just blew themselves up are the rebels. This is the first time I've seen rebels. I thought they were just regular assassins who came to kill the 5 families. Tujia was stunned. Regular? Have you encountered this many times? Yes. Ji-Che nodded. It is said that many people want me dead since I was born. But fortunately, I am lucky. Hee hee. Tujia also laughed dryly. You are just a person with a good mentality and good luck. After the 2 teams finished communicating, Shen Shenfu teleported them back to their residence. Chapter 370. After returning to the room, Shen Shenfu contacted Shen Yoli, told him what happened just now, and suggested that the military district distribute masks to each team. She also contacted Shen Yoshing, asking him to pay attention to the safety of himself and Li Yu. His identity might not be known to the rebels, but Li Yu's identity was so high profile that no one knew it unless she came from the ruins. So before the military district distributed the masks, Shen Yoshing wore the identification glasses that his brother had arranged for someone to send him, and went to the nearest Iwu store to buy a mask in the middle of the night. Unexpectedly, Li Yu threw it aside. I don't want to wear any mask. Do you know how precious my face is? You actually asked me to cover it with a mask? Li Yu looked at him with a questioning expression, as if she was crazy. Shen Yoshing sighed and advised her. The Lange family, one of the 5 major families, was assassinated by the rebels today. What? Li Yu was shocked, and her precious face was about to be deformed. What about Shen Shenfu? Could it be that she was killed? I knew that her identity was dangerous. These days are really. That's not the case. Because she wore a mask, no one knew what she looked like. So she said that it would be safer for you to wear it too. Li Yu was suddenly moved. She was in such danger. But even Yoshua didn't forget to care about her. So she stretched out her hand to Shen Yoshing. Since it's come to this, then give it to me. Shen Yoshing chuckled and said, I've already given it to you. He looked at the mask that she had thrown on the ground mercilessly, and motioned for her to pick it up herself. Li Yu glared at him, and finally reluctantly picked up the mask and patted the dust off. After putting it on, her attitude changed again, and she muttered to the mirror, Then I want to look better. She turned around and saw Shen Yoshing was still there, and snorted, You go out. She adjusted the mask and heard Shen Yoshing close the door. Finally, he said, There are cakes in the refrigerator. With her. Got it. The door closed. In the next 2 days, Shen Shenfu and Ning Ting went to Xia Company to eavesdrop again. But they didn't hear anything useful. But Shen Shenfu found that the leaders of this company all had the same color as the 4-star beast patterns. And their emotions were also somewhat different, but not as extreme as those on Papant Star. Could it be that the degree of influence of these star beasts on emotions can still be controlled by them? Although she hasn't arrived yet, the Lange family has already begun to investigate the next place she is going to. Hanyu Star. The team seemed to be studying normally in several famous locations on this planet, and they stayed for a full week. In fact, during this period, Shen Shenfu also took Lin Xian to the forest next to the Black Phoenix's nest. She was responsible for sending him there every day, and after waking up, she went to help him put on the alien beast and bring him back. He did this every day, but he didn't have a day off, because he had to hunt alien beasts for Ning Ting. He really hunted 9 alien beasts in a few days, and the level was not low. However, Shen Shenfu looked at his full of fighting spirit and didn't dare to tell him the precautions. In other words, there is a certain probability that after the swallowing rose is successfully fed, it will naturally be hostile to the person who killed the swallowed alien beast. But because it is not 100%, Shen Shenfu didn't say it. However, this is also something that Lin Xian regretted for many years to come. But he didn't know it at all now. The day before leaving, Ji-Che remembered that on the night when Shi Yu was assassinated, He clearly said that he would go to the playground not far from the alien plant garden the next day. And he insisted on going. Otherwise he would not leave. Even Lange couldn't stand his unreasonable behavior. So he entered the playground wearing a raincoat and gloves. But he still looked disgusted. But the others were having fun. And even if they saw a few puppets, it was nothing. And while playing, Shen received good news. That is, the contact lens recognition device has been developed and mass-produced. And she wanted to teleport over and bring it over immediately. But there was no such opportunity. And they dragged her into the haunted house. But they were afraid. But she was not. The three girls were hanging on her. And she felt like a tree. Or rather, like a beautiful girl with legs. With monkeys hanging all over her body. And she didn't expect that even Tuja, a 3S, would be afraid of ghosts? Can ghosts withstand her attack? So all the way from the haunted house, she only felt heavy. And this was also a difficult path in her life. Ji-Che ghost howling kept coming to her ears. And he was hanging on Ning Chung. To be honest, if there was no space left on Shen, he would have wanted to compete with the girls for a spot. After all, Shen made him feel too safe. And if he stuck to Lange, he would feel scarier than a ghost. And Lin Xian. It's totally impossible. He can't imagine himself becoming bald again. So Ning Chung, who is easy to talk to and reliable, became his best choice. After walking out of the haunted house, only Shen and Ning Chung were the most tired. During the break, Tujia took out his glasses and put them on. Looking around and observing the puppets, Ning Ting also began to listen to his heart and confirmed that it was an ordinary uninformed puppet. But she always heard Lin Xian thinking, one more. I don't know what's missing. It's distracting. Other than that, everything was normal. Until everyone was buying ice cream. Ji-Che looked at the 4 different colored packages, each with 4 small gifts of the same color, but different colors, and muttered, which one should I choose? Ning Chung laughed at him, aren't they all the same? Ji-Che pouted. The colors are different. I definitely want the color I like. Shen thought. If it were her, she would still want to collect a set of 4. Lange said to the boss at this time. Then boss, give each of us a set. The ice cream is worth it. Suddenly, Shen smile paused, and she suddenly had an idea in her mind. Recalling the 4-star beast pattern she had seen on the Puppet star before, and flashed those details that she had never noticed. Then she showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, and said in surprise, same kind but different colors. The team was shocked by her rare excitement. And Lange replied, yes. I said to buy a set. Same kind but different colors. And each of us will have 4 gifts. Shen eyes swept across everyone's face. And through the glasses that she did not take off, she looked at several puppets of different colors in the crowd. For so long, she only paid attention to the color. The dazzling light made her always look away after a glance. And because of the glow, it was not as clear as when she saw the black pattern on the back. Green, red, orange, white. Although these colors are different, the combination and details of the complex patterns are exactly the same. After seeing so many, she clearly memorized them. So why didn't she pay attention? The star beasts controlling the Puppet star may not be 4, but 1. Chapter 371 God and Ants. She really had never thought that there were star beasts in the world whose star cores were 4-colored and corresponded to completely different skills. That is to say, the colorful star core condensates before all came from the same star beast. But other planets clearly don't have so many puppets. Why does Puppet have so many? They were divided into 4 areas according to emotions and extreme beliefs. And each area hated the other areas. When I went there before, I saw traces of fighting at the junction of each area. It doesn't care about the level. Just to see what these people become after being influenced by it? So the star beast is observing. Or playing with humans in an extremely arrogant manner. To see what extremely ridiculous and ugly appearance they can become? The entire Puppet is its toy. Just like some people like to raise ants. Observe their lives. And occasionally set some small difficulties. As if people have become the gods of these tiny lives. And it treated humans as ants. And over time, it really became their god. Those people were still asking for its protection. And still arguing and fighting for different beliefs. But they didn't know that their god was the monster who teased them coldly. After Shen understood this, she felt a dense chill in her heart. But in public, she didn't say this inference at the first time. Only Ji Che took his original ice cream and handed it to Shen Fu, who was stunned in the same place. Hey, isn't it just a few ice creams? Why make a fuss? You can eat as much as you want. The cold touch made her calm down a little. Shen Fu looked at Ji Che, who walked to the front to get the ice cream again, and suddenly envied him a little. He really had no worries. That day, Shen Fu went back to the capital star, sorted out all the recent investigations, and took the invisible recognition glasses he got from Shen Yoli and distributed them. She also got the news that Shen was also assassinated once. But it was not a big problem, because after Shiu's incident, she added more guards to protect him secretly. Not to mention that Shiafei was also with him. Irene's team modeled all the patterns they had recently identified and projected them in 3 dimensions in the air. There are now 6 colors in total: green, red, orange, white, gold, and pink. Irene originally thought they were 6 strange beasts, because according to the news reported by Shiyu, the 4 he encountered had different skills. Until Shen Fu told her that they should be the work of the same star beast. Then this star beast is too scary. It feels that its ability is not weaker than Qi Mingyi, and it is smarter. Shen Fu looked up at the several star beast patterns projected in the air, waved his hand to separate the 4-color star beast patterns to one side, and the gold and pink were also separated. And then she called out the bright red pattern of Qi Mingyi before. Irene didn't understand. What is this? I guess maybe only the purgatory level star beasts have the ability to make puppets. Otherwise, there would never be only 4 types of star beast patterns in the Interstellar. In other words, if the evil and disaster level star beasts can make puppets, then there should be more types of star beast patterns. Not just these few. Shen Fu called up the data. There are 5 purgatory level star beasts in the Interstellar records, but only 1, Qi Mingyi, was killed. But here, including Qi Mingyi, there are only 4. There was a light-shaped star beast. It was injured and its barrier was broken. It fell into the free star cave where I was, and I killed it. Irene widened her eyes. How old were you at that time? You killed the purgatory level star beast by yourself? The main reason is that it was seriously injured and was not far from dying. I fought for several days at that time. But I still have a question. What? Shen Fu called up the murals they saw in the undead cemetery during the league before. This snowflake star beast was also a purgatory level star beast when it fought the red-haired queen. Aaron was stunned. That means now there are 6 purgatory level star beasts. It's possible. But all the people in the undead cemetery are dead. And it's not certain whether the snowflake star beast is included in the 5 mentioned at that time. I just don't know whether the light-shaped star beast cooperated with the rebels' actions. After all, the appearance of free star holes is very random. Shen Fu frowned as he spoke. If there have always been only 5 purgatory level star beasts, then the worst possibility is that among these 6 star beasts, there is a world-destroying star beast. When Aaron heard her words, her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Does the world-destroying star beast really exist? Shen Fu poured her a glass of water and handed it to her. Always be prepared for the worst. Even if the world-destroying level has not appeared for many years, it does not mean that it really does not exist. It's just that the lowest level of the 3 star beasts now predicted by Shen Fu is already at the purgatory level. Before leaving, Shen Fu asked Irene, "How is the Bai family going?" "Yes, I was just about to tell you." Irene's eyes seemed to reveal a helpless smile. The head of the Bai family, Bai Tong, has not appeared since the incident with his daughter, and there has been no movement in their laboratory. But we sent people to follow them and found something. What is it? The Bai family has been investigating Shen Fu. That is, you, since you revealed Bai Ruoqing's matter in the league. But they probably don't know that you are healed yet. Shen Fu didn't feel strange when she heard this. She felt that someone was following her before. And it was indeed from the Bai family. As for the Bai family incident, if they investigated her and found out that she was a member of the Shen family and contacted the rebels, they would soon be able to infer that she was Shenyang's daughter. Based on the recent actions of the puppets, it is very likely that they will arrange for the Star Beast puppet to assassinate her. But she would also like to see which Star Beast is related to the Bai family. Or all of them. She will not be afraid, because it is hard to say who is taking revenge. Guan Yu's star. Tian Yuan came out of the police station, and there was still a group of people following him. Suddenly, a figure in front of him blocked him directly. He was about to get angry when he heard the man say Deputy Director Tian. Our master wants to see you. He looked up and saw that the man was wearing the Bai family emblem. He said weakly, I'd better not. Well, I'm quite busy today. But the man didn't give in at all. Just repeated in a heavier tone. The master wants to see you. Tian Yuan knew that he couldn't escape this time. So he made up his mind. But didn't make it too hard. And asked, can I take my own aircraft? The Bai family smiled politely. Of course. In this way, Tian Yuan followed the aircraft in front to the destination. In fact, he wanted to run halfway. But the other aircraft of the Bai family flew around him from top to bottom, left to right, front to back, and watched him closely. There was no way to run away. Chapter 372 Choice. The Bai family stopped his people outside and only let him in. He couldn't say anything. After all, the people around him looked too fierce. This is a small island with a very low temperature. Tian Yuan shivered when he entered the villa. He walked to the living room and saw Bai Ting sitting on the sofa. Seeing him coming, there was still a little smile on his face. But his tone was far less gentle than his expression. Old Tian, I want to see you. It's really not easy. Tian Yuan's heart tightened when he heard it. No, Mr. Bai. How dare I? I'm really busy. There are more and more criminals outside recently. He quickly shut up again. He really talked about something else. The daughter of the Bai family was sentenced to death for committing a crime. She is a top criminal. He is still talking about crimes here. His mouth is really deadly. You? What do you want to talk to me about? Bai Tung didn't ask him to sit down from beginning to end. At this time, he put the cup in his hand down, and there was a clang sound, which scared him. Don't you know what I want to ask you for? I asked you for help before. You took the money. But my daughter is gone. And you returned the money. Do you think that this will make things even? Tian Yuan felt a chill on his neck and hurriedly explained. I really don't know. It was Nie Zhao. He didn't let me delay. The higher the rank, the more powerful you are. I really tried my best. But later, I asked you what the identities of those two students were. And you didn't tell me. This is not appropriate. I really don't know. Bai Ting's smile disappeared. His eyes like, do you really think I will believe that Nie Zhao can scare you? You have already reached this position. You don't want to fail at the last moment and end up with nothing. Tian Yuan wanted to explain. But suddenly a cold blade was really pressed against his neck, just across his carotid artery. And a warning sounded in his ear. Deputy Director Tian. The head of the family is questioning you. You only have one last chance. Speak. Or die. This. 3. 2. The blade approached and cut his skin. He felt the stinging pain. And there was a warm liquid flowing down. Tian Yuan's eyes were red. 1. I tell you. Tian Yuan was so scared that tears and snot flowed down. Bai Tung snorted and laughed. Old Tian. Why are you doing this? Couldn't you have said it earlier? He looked at Tian Yuan, who was sitting on the ground like a loser, with disdainful eyes, and then retracted his gaze. Tell me, who are Shen Fu and Shen Fei from? Tian Yuan's voice trembled. Yes, the Shen family. The bodyguard next to him thought he was talking nonsense. And the blade came up again. Tian Yuan was shocked. It's the Shen family. The Shen family of Federal Marshal Shen Yin. Bai Tung's pupil shrank. How is it possible? How could the Shen family wander outside? Aren't they orphans? This I don't know. But it was the Shen family who arranged to extract Miss Bai's memory in advance. How dare I, a small official, sing against the marshal? I really have reason. Master Bai. Bai Tung never thought that it would be that Shen family. But whose daughters are Shen Fu and Shen Fei? Before, he was worried that if it involved military and political affairs, he would not be able to take revenge. But now the situation has obviously changed. It is said that 300,000 puppets have been exposed. And the military district already knows what the rebels are doing in secret. Isn't the time now? And the Lange family also killed one of their star beasts. Fian Lange, the pride of heaven, paid with his life. It's ridiculous. Later, I heard that the 2-3 SS of the Galaxy Military Academy, Lu Shi and Shen Fu, went to help that day. The star beast was probably killed by her and Lu Shi. Shen Fu of the Shen family in the military district should also be a big trouble for the adult of the rebels. Maybe he can use it. Bai Tung waved his hand. You go. Tian Yuan is a person of status after all, and he would not do anything to him. But this guy is too timid, and he said everything after being scared. After he left, Bai Teng contacted the adult who had traded with him several times. But this time when he called, a voice he was not familiar with came from the other side. Sir? Bai Teng's voice was full of uncertainty. What's the matter? The other party was still so cold that he dared not offend him. He told the other party's Shinshunfu identity quite respectfully. But he didn't expect that the other party saw through his purpose at a glance. You want to use us to avenge your daughter? Before he could say anything, the other party asked again. This time, how many puppets above B level do you want to exchange? 20 years ago, you, a bastard with nothing, helped us make 300,000 puppets in order to inherit the Bai family. Last year, in order to revive your daughter, you helped us make 400,000 puppets, and it hasn't been finished yet. Now, you want to use us for revenge. How many puppets are you going to exchange for? Bai Teng was surprised at his sharpness, but still told the truth. I could have taken action against her a long time ago, but I was worried that she was from the military district and would investigate me and affect your plan. I just told you after confirming it. I have always put your affairs before revenge. Heh. The other party chuckled. You know we are ready to act. Yes. So Shinshunfu is also a big worry for you. I can cooperate with you and take her life. But the other party did not give a direct answer, but said, but I don't want to do business with you anymore. It's been so long, and you should take a position. Bai Teng, do you stand for the Interstellar Federation or us? Think about it carefully. Bai Teng was silent for a long time, and only heard the other party say at the end, I give you a day to think about it. After that, he hung up. Bai Teng's eyes were empty. Should he choose the Federation or them? It was late when Shinshunfu returned to the Zwikingsing villa, but everyone was waiting for her to come back, except Ji Che, who should have been asleep at this time. We will go to Hanyexing at dawn. Remember to wear these invisible recognition glasses. It may be more dangerous there. Everyone took it. And then Shinshunfu told her speculation at the amusement park. Several people were shocked. They didn't know that star beasts could have multiple abilities, like multi-system mutants. Then, they talked about star beasts and rebels, and didn't notice the pool on the rooftop at all. When they finished talking and were ready to go back to rest, there was a splashing sound of water behind them. Everyone turned their heads and looked over. All startled, Ji Che stood up from the pool wetly, looking at the people in front of him carrying him. The waterman was about to turn into a fireman. Okay. I was wondering why you guys are always playing dumb. It turns out you did something so big behind my back. He looked at Shinshunfu first. The bird shit on the bird's head? Then he looked at Lu Shi. Did I sleep too deeply and not get up to train with you guys? He glanced at the few people who avoided his sight, and finally landed on Nai. You chose to come here because of the good feng shui of Shueching Star? His expression at this moment looked even colder than Lin Xian. Like a serious person. His tone of voice was not as high as usual, and anyone who heard him knew he was angry. Come on. Explain. Chapter 373 Han Yuxing. Everyone's mouths and brains were down, and several people couldn't say a word. They stuttered for a long time, and Ji Che's face became darker and darker. Finally, Ning Cheng's emotional intelligence exploded, and he said sincerely, Because your identity is too precious. Everyone nodded, yes. Ning Cheng, you are the only child of the Ji family. How can we let you take risks? Everyone, yes. Yes. Ning Cheng, so everyone wants to protect you, so that you won't be in danger. Otherwise, one more person always means more strength. Right? Hiding from you is even more troublesome. Everyone, yes. 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 Ji Che, Ji Che showed a skeptical expression, and didn't believe it immediately like before. The others were confused. Why didn't he believe it this time? He was obviously easy to coax before. At this time, Tujia said silently, Look, we all only have one bracelet. Nei is so lucky. But you wear two. She stretched out her wrist, and everyone stretched out their hands. There was only one bracelet tied to the side of the light head. Ji Che's expression relaxed a little, and his eyes swept over everyone's wrists, then lowered his head and looked at his own wrists. It was indeed only him who tied two. The frozen atmosphere around him gradually dissipated. Several people watched his expression change, and finally fell on embarrassment, and smiled and said, Oh, so that's how it is. I wronged you. Hee hee. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and secretly gave a thumbs up to Tujia's ability to find differences. At this time, Ji Che was still twisting around shyly. I really didn't know you valued me so much. He was happy here, which made everyone feel guilty of deceiving a child. Although part of it was to protect him, and the other part. But when everyone was going back to rest, Ji Che suddenly stretched out his hand to Shen Shenfu. Give it to me. Shen Shenfu was still feeling guilty and didn't react. Ah. What? He looked at her unhappily, pouted and said, of course it's the new recognition glasses you mentioned. Are you going to give me a fake one? Shen Shenfu nodded quickly, and quickly took out a small box of invisible recognition glasses from the space world. Here. That's about right. You guys, don't be too nervous about me. I'm a 2S after all. I'm still willing to help. Believe me, with my joining, it will be twice the result with half the effort. After Ji Che took it, he went downstairs with satisfaction, leaving Shen Shenfu messy in the wind. She was still on Shueching Star, so after she asked him where he was, she teleported over, handed him new glasses, and told him all the recent discoveries. But Shiyu asked for more glasses. I think maybe Yu Jianya and the others can join us at that time, in case of any emergency. They can't tell which one is the puppet, which is too dangerous. Shen Shenfu now has a lot of invisible recognition glasses in the space world, so he gave him 10 pairs. Ning Ting has heard that they are most likely not related to the rebels. You can decide for yourself. I will also arrange to send Xian over. Xian and the others just said they want to change the location. Shen Shenfu asked one more question. Where are they going? Just then, the message Xiaofei sent her also arrived. When she clicked it, Shiyu answered her. They are going to Hanyu Star. Xiaofei, sister. We are going to Hanyu Star tomorrow. Are you still on Shueching Star? Shen Shenfu, We are also going to Hanyu Star. Shiyu looked at Shen Shenfu, who was lowering her head to reply to the message, and nodded thoughtfully. After dawn, the team set off for Hanyu Star. This time, they had to wait for the Lange family to find out which partners related to Shuye Company were on Hanyu Star, and then investigate, so they might stay on Hanyu Star for a while longer. When they arrived at the transportation station, Ji Che was unusually excited, seeing a puppet passing by. He was shocked. I saw. He was covered by Lin Xian's mouth. Lin Xian whispered like a ghost. No. You didn't see it. Even if you saw it, you can't shout it out? Everyone was on edge. The guilty conscience and apology that were concealed from him yesterday disappeared completely at this moment. He really shouldn't have known it. But I don't know what Lucier said to him later. He suddenly changed his temper. He was quiet along the way, and looked a little anxious as if he was facing a great enemy. Ning Cheng couldn't help asking him. What did you say to him? This stone has finally come to his senses. Lucier took a sip of ice water and said lightly. Oh, I mean, if you shout again, maybe our actions will be exposed, and the entire galaxy may be just a little bit away from being destroyed, and you will be a big sinner from now on. Ning Cheng, isn't what he said meant to scare the children? No wonder Ji Che face turned pale. Hanyu Star is not far away. It took less than 3 hours to get there. Several people found that there were a little more puppets here than on Shueching Star, but they were still far less scary than on Papant Star. They even wore hats and masks when leaving the station, and the invisible recognition glasses were not so conspicuous. Several people went to the residence that Ning Cheng had booked in advance in a very low-key manner. The landscape of Hanyu Star is also very beautiful, compared with the interstellar design of the capital star. Many ancient buildings are preserved here. The landscape trees are white tassel flower trees, and the feather-like petals fall like snow, which is very holy. What makes people feel more novel is that there are large pink dandelions in the low places. Many children are blowing with pink dandelion seeds in their hands, and the white petals of tassel flower trees falling in the air are intertwined, and their mood becomes erratic when they see them. This time their residence is a house with an exquisite courtyard. After entering, there is a winding stone road. There are no dandelions in the courtyard, only a large weeping cherry tree. There is a narrow corridor at the junction of the courtyard and the house, and there is water beside the corridor. Everyone's room is on the first floor. Now the study tour team is very familiar with it. They check the corners of the house to see if there is anything wrong. They really found a lot of hidden things. First of all, there is a bug in each room, and other public spaces, such as corridors, living rooms, tea rooms, and even the weeping cherry trees in the courtyard. Almost all have hidden cameras. And it is very hidden. Hidden in the handles of drawers, or in the shape of petals, or in the eyes of ornaments. In short, if it is not for their delicate perception, it is difficult for ordinary people to find it. But Ning Chung clearly wrote that only the gate and the courtyard have cameras when he booked the house. Of course, they also saw the cameras in those locations, and even marked the surveillance here. Fortunately, several people are now very skilled, and will not tear off their masks before the inspection. When they came, they first took a flying vehicle to a place 200 miles away, and were teleported by Shinshinfu. It ensures that even if someone recognizes them at the traffic station, they can't catch up with them. But this situation is obviously not right. Chapter 374. They originally thought that they would check those companies while studying abroad and wait for the news of the investigation to arrive before checking those companies. It seems that they have to check this house first. It is obviously not well-intentioned. At first, Lucia removed one and prepared to search for the signal connecting to it. But the moment they clicked on their network, the camera was destroyed and nothing could be found at all. It seems that the person who set it up can only check it from the source. So everyone easily crushed all the cameras. But they were not in a hurry to do anything. If someone has been monitoring, there are only two results. First, they dare not have anyone to come and see, so they pick a time to find the owner of the house. Second, someone comes to check and they are caught. In short, they all have to meet. Even if the other party does not want to spy, but just wants to take pictures secretly, it is not allowed. Taking pictures of residents secretly is against interstellar law. Shinshinfu stood on the corridor outside, listening to the sound of running water, crushed the many leaf-shaped cameras on the trees, the cameras placed in the fish eyes in the water, and several stone cameras, etc., all with space blocks, and waved his hand. The whole house was protected by a large space block to ensure that no one's mental power could detect their situation from the outside. Then she set up an anchor point to facilitate her return later. While the others were resting, Shinshinfu went to find Xiufei and Shen, who had also just arrived at Hanyu Star. They lived not far away, only more than 3,000 kilometers away, and Shinshinfu teleported there quickly. Xiufei hadn't seen her for a long time and was waiting at the door, and Shen was also leaning against the door. He looked no different from usual, but his eyes glanced at the roadside from time to time. After Shinshinfu's figure appeared, although she was wearing a mask, the two still recognized her. Xiufei shouted in surprise and rushed over. "Sister!" Shen also stood up straight. "Sister," Shinshinfu asked Shen, "have you checked the house?" Shen nodded. "I checked it. There are many cameras, but they were all destroyed by us." Xiufei looked up. "Why didn't you tell me about the rebels?" Shinshinfu looked at Shen, and he inadvertently looked away, pretending nothing happened. He also didn't know that she hadn't told Xiaofei about this at all. This guy was very smart. He wore identification glasses and fought with the puppet. After that, the puppet exploded. Everyone was shocked. Only she said to him, "Hey, there is blood on your face." Then he brought a tissue over. He thought she was kind enough to help him wipe it. But she took his identification glasses and put them on herself, and threw the tissue directly on his face. At that time, there were still a few puppets walking in the distance, and she saw them. But she didn't say anything, just smiled at him threateningly with an expression of, "If you don't tell me, you will be in big trouble in the future." There was no way he could only tell her about this. After all, it was because of him that he fought with the puppet. In short, she now knows that the star beasts, the rebels and the puppets are all related. Shinshinfu explained, "I originally thought it would be dangerous if you knew, but based on the puppet's current actions, I think you must know. And I originally wanted to tell you this time." She took out some identification glasses for them. "This is a new model, and you must remember to wear a mask and be careful when you go out." Both nodded obediently. "I know, sister." Shinshinfu felt relieved when she saw that the two got along well. She was always worried that the two children would fight, but it seemed that she was overthinking. But she didn't know that as soon as she left, the two started bickering again. And when she returned and just finished her meal, Lin Xian couldn't wait to find her. "Do you want to go?" Shinshinfu knew that he only needed one more beast to feed the devouring rose. So today she planned to wait for him to finish the fight, and she would harvest on the other side, which was also a part of her training. In fact, after killing Qi Mingyi before, her domain directly increased by 2 levels. And later she would also take time to train. Until now her domain has been opened to the 72nd level. But some things can't be rushed. She knew that her speed was actually very fast. There are many powerful beasts in the forest beside the Black Phoenix's nest. Lin Xian finally chose a golden-haired giant ape with beast patterns on its forehead and arms. It jumped up and down very fast. Shen Fu asked curiously, "Didn't I tell you that the type of beast will also affect the character of the devouring rose?" Lin Xian paused as she was about to step forward. "You seem to have said that. Then why did you choose so fierce and wild? Didn't you want to give Ning Ting a plant because Tuan Tuan is cute? Why do I feel you chose the opposite? Let's not talk about this golden-haired giant ape. It was so jumpy and uncontrollable, with strong strength and high bounce. After all, it was a monkey. But the ones he had fought before were all placed in her space world. Except for the Black Phoenix that fled into the forest when Shen Fu killed all the Black Phoenix. They were all 3-eyed star leopards, dark blue night wolves, landslide giant bears, ice mad bulls, silver-tailed scorpions, thunder lions, etc. Just from the name, you can tell that none of them are easy to mess with. Even if they are powerful, they can't be fed like Tuan. Lin Xian scratched his head. It was rare to see him at a loss. I forgot for a moment. He originally thought Tuan was very cute. But when he chose the alien beast, he unconsciously chose the one with strong attack power, thinking that the stronger the combat power, the better. As a result, the alien beasts he shot down were very aggressive. So that now there are 9 of them, all of which are attack-type alien beasts. Shen Fu saw that he was distressed and comforted him. "It's okay. I have a lot of other types here. When the time comes, you can see how you want to match them. You can exchange with me, and it will still be counted as you shot them down." Lin Xian's expression relaxed when he heard this, and he smiled for the first time. "Thank you." The two nodded at the same time, and then turned into 2 shadows, quickly separated, and hurried to do their own things. At this time, the Bai family, Bai Tingshuren, fought for a whole day, evaluating the forces of all parties, as well as the situation of the families he knew who were already on the side of the rebels, and also analyzed the current situation of the Bai family. As for the current situation of the Bai family, affected by the Bai rewatching incident, its reputation has plummeted. For Interstellar citizens, it seems that stepping on the Bai family has become the current political correctness. Anyone who does business with his family will be labeled as a bad person. The 5 major families are now also frantically snatching his business, especially the Li family. In recent years, the means have been very strong. It is said that the old man has retired to the second line and let his son take over. He is much more powerful than his father. So in the end, he still made a choice. He pressed the number, and after the other party answered, he seemed to know what he would say, and just waited quietly until he heard Bai Tung say, "I have decided to stand on your side." He heard a chuckle in his ear, as if he had expected it long ago. It was a different and elegant young man's voice saying, "Welcome to join." Chapter 375. After Lin Xian caught the last beast, he was extremely excited. In the end, he discussed with Shen Fu to exchange 2 beasts for stronger auxiliary functions. However, he was embarrassed to exchange too many because he had clearly said that he would feed them by himself and had taken all her seedlings. Although Shen Fu said that the seedlings were given by the teacher for free and that she knew the location and could dig them again. For people like them who could capture beasts to feed themselves, the seedlings were the most precious. And Lin Xian's way of thanking him was to let Shen Fu find him whenever he had something to do. However, Shen Fu was still a little confused. "Do you think Ning Ting will take it? I saw that she didn't seem to want it that day." Lin Xian waved his hand, looking like he was not stumped. "It's okay. I have a way." However, when Shen Fu saw his method, he was still silent, because his method was to use lightning steps while Ning Ting was not paying attention. Flash past her at high speed, and stab her with the seedlings of the swallowing rose at the same time. Ning Ting's hair was blown to the front by the wind he brought, like the interstellar horror movie Sadako in the mech, and she couldn't see anything. Shen Fu left quietly while she didn't see. Ning Ting was stunned. Wasn't she just walking normally? Did a cow just run over and prick her hand? Until she lifted her hair and saw Lin Xian, who was pretending to be just passing by. "Ning Ting, hee hee. It turned out to be this lightning cow. For the next 2 days, they traveled normally and waited to see if anyone came to investigate them. But no one did. It seemed that the destruction of these cameras was nothing to them. Shen also spread his mental power and explored several houses nearby. There were also cameras, which meant that they were not targeting them, but had been observing the lives of other travelers all the time. And the placement of the cameras was similar, so they should have been arranged together. In fact, the houses in this area are expensive, because they have a sufficient budget. Ning Chung did not save money, but tried to live and eat well. So they went to find the person in charge of the house. The website for booking houses on the Interstellar website had the address of his company. After they went there, they found that it was a company similar to that responsible for hotel service, outsourcing, and cleaning. In fact, these houses were not theirs. But the way they asked questions was very rough. Lin Xian surrounded him with a dozen lightning balls, and Ning Ting began to listen to his thoughts. But in the end, nothing was heard. In the end, they only knew that the house belonged to the Li family, a local family on Hanyu Star. So they changed their methods and pretended to be innocent students. They really wanted to learn about the design and cultural connotation of the house, because they felt that the rented house was very good during their study tour. Unexpectedly, the head of the Li family heard about this, and directly arranged for someone to bring them into the company. He was very interested and personally introduced the development and implementation process of that area to them, saying that it was designed by the most famous design company on Hanyu Star based on the traditional culture of the planet. But when he finished, Lu Shi asked bluntly, then masterly, I want to ask if it is possible that there are hidden cameras in your house to observe other people's privacy. Boss Li immediately put his hands on his hips and frowned and replied, impossible. Absolutely impossible. We only have cameras at the gate and the courtyard. The big one can be turned off by ourselves, in order to ensure that the manpower of the planet is not completely eliminated. We don't even have a mechanical butler. It's even more impossible to take secret photos. His belly pushed up his clothes, and his honest and round face looked very festive even when he was angry. Ning Ting heard him say in his heart, they actually speculated about me maliciously like this. I'm so angry. But they are still children. I can't scold them. Woo woo. Ning Ting shook his head imperceptibly. And Ji Che suddenly became smart at this moment. He stepped forward. Yes. How is this possible? My family is also in business. And Boss Li is very real at first glance. Master Li was a little happier. But before leaving, Shen asked one more question. Whose company is the most famous design company you mentioned before? Boss Li replied. Oh, the architectural design company under the Luo family. They are responsible for all the design and construction. After getting the key information, the few people left. But why does the Luo family want to see the privacy of these people? Ji Che didn't understand. Lu Shi gave the answer. Of course, to detect information that is beneficial to them. Suddenly, Shen brain received new information, which was the information of the cooperative companies and families of the Xie company that was investigated before. Although there are many companies, there are only 6 in Hanyu Star. Among them, the Luo family's company is prominently visible. She ordered to send her all the company locations and residential addresses of the Luo family in Hanyu Star. This family monitored the privacy of others and had dealings with the Xie company. They were the most suspicious among these companies. So she planned to start the investigation from the Luo family. This time, she received the form in less than an hour. They have many companies and mansions, villas and estates. She arranged for the Lange guards to investigate the Luo family company, while they went to investigate the residence. The old house of the Luo family was on Hanyu Star, but in recent decades, the main house has moved to Sanhua Star. The head of the Luo family is only 40 years old. He has a brother who is 2 years older than him. It is said that he was originally the head of the family, but he disappeared more than 10 years ago. His life and death are unknown. So the current head of the family, Luo Yuan, replaced his brother as the head of the family. Luo Yuan has 3 children. The eldest son is 17 years old. The second daughter is only 8 years old. And the youngest son is only 1 year old. It is said that the eldest son is of a high level, 2S level, and there is less information about the other 2 children, because the Luo family has too many properties. They acted separately and checked one by one. Ji Che was taken by Lu Shi because others felt that they could not control him. But he always had to follow him. Lu Shi just sighed. as if he had a hunch that this person would be himself. Shen Chenfu was still with Ning Ting, while Lin Xian, Ning Chung, and Tu Jia brought Nei with them this time. And they all began to live a sneaky life of going out early and returning late. After a few days, combined with the Luo family's company, they all discovered something very strange. In the Luo family's company, ordinary employees have more puppets, but none of the senior executives are puppets. And the Luo family's residence is completely free of any puppets, which looks clean. But this abnormality makes people more suspicious. As such a large family, the Luo family should have more puppets at the senior executives. Why is there none? On this day, Shen Chenfu and Ning Ting began to investigate the Luo family's former main house on Hanyu Star. And several low-key but luxurious aircraft arrived in the sky. Chapter 376. The two had just arrived. They had heard that no one had lived in this old house for many years. Why would someone come here in such an expensive aircraft? Moreover, there seemed to be many people guarding around. It didn't seem like no one lived there, but rather they seemed to be guarding something important. Shen Chenfu took Ning Ting and carefully teleported to the roof of the main building. Lying down? Yes, lying down without any image, and using a barrier to block others from detecting. The two watched a man walk down from the aircraft. He was wearing a well-fitting and noble suit, with an upright posture and clear facial contours. After the people from the aircraft came down, they followed him and looked up to him. They all had good eyesight and saw that the man was the head of the Luo family. Luo Yuan. Ning Ting looked at Shen Chenfu. Didn't they say that no one lived here? How could the head of the family come? Shen Chenfu, maybe we found the right place? But maybe Luo Yuan felt the sight, and suddenly looked up at the top of the main building. The two of them suddenly lay down until Luo Yuan didn't see anything and retracted his gaze. Just now, it was observed that the head of the Luo family and the people he brought were not puppets. And the people who had been guarding around the house were not puppets. The two had to change to perception and eavesdropping. Now they are already very skilled partners. Ning Ting sometimes even felt that if the two of them were thieves, they would definitely be the most powerful interstellar thieves. With Nei, they would be invincible, just like the three sisters of thieves. But she didn't dare to tell these second-year thoughts to the head of the Lange family next to her, for fear that she would laugh at her. After Shen Chenfu half opened the field, her perspective was more comprehensive. She found that it was indeed not that no one lived here, but someone was imprisoned. Luo Yuan walked to the door of the third-floor suite. There were guards at the corridor and the door of this room. He walked over and knocked twice. There was no response. He opened the door and saw the emaciated man sitting inside. I came to see you. No one responded. The man's hands and feet were tied with supernatural binding belts, and even his mouth was blocked. Sitting on the sofa chair he often sat on, his sunken eyes looked out the window blankly through the slightly curled long hair that almost completely covered his face. As if he didn't hear his voice at all, Luo Yuan said to himself, "Some time ago, my father and mother died. I buried them. But I thought you didn't want to see them, so I didn't take you to the funeral." When he said that his parents were dead, the man's eyes shook slightly, but he still didn't look at him. Luo Yuan seemed a little angry. "What else do you want from me, brother? You made yourself like this, never considering the family. You have always only been for yourself." The man then turned his gaze to him, still carrying some hatred in his trance. The two people upstairs were shocked. Didn't the brother of the head of the Luo family disappear, and his life or death was unknown? He was actually locked up here by him. And the news was actually false. And the man downstairs was indeed Luo Yuan's brother, Luo Heng. Luo Heng's mouth was covered, staring at his brother in front of him, with a very complicated and desperate emotion, as if he wanted to say something. Luo Yuan sighed and took off the restraint on his mouth. Although he took it off, he seemed to know what he wanted to say. "Don't say what I don't like to hear." Luo Heng didn't speak for a long time. His voice was so low and hoarse that it sounded like a saw. "Let me go out. Don't think about it. It's impossible in your current condition. Then, get out." The man closed his eyes after saying that, as if he didn't want to look at him again. Luo Yuan sighed, and before leaving the room, he glanced at the ceiling in the house. Several bodyguards slowly moved to the roof, all holding strange weapons in their hands, quietly approaching the position of Shen Chenfu and Ning Ting. Just when they rushed up and thought they would see someone, they found that the entire roof was empty. Shinfu had already teleported Ning Ting to the back of the old house. Ning Ting, it seems that these people are quite vigilant. Shinfu nodded. I will arrange some people to guard here. And we will come again later. After Luo Yuan walked out of the room, the person who went upstairs to check came down and reported to him. Master, I didn't see anyone. He frowned. Am I really wrong? Finally, he turned his head and looked at the closed door. Shook his head with a sigh. Watch this place more closely recently. Don't let him run away again. If you find something wrong, take him away immediately. Luo Yuan left with his people again. And Shinfu and Ning Ting returned to their residence. Ning Ting said to Shinfu, I just heard the voice of the brother of the locked-up Luo family master. He kept saying, I want to find him. I want to find him. I don't know who to find. But Luo family master said in his heart, I shouldn't let him go crazy. And I'm still thinking whether to ask a psychic to lock his memory again. Lock it up again? It must have been locked up before. But I don't know why. It doesn't look like it's because of family inheritance. If it was because of the family head status, then the younger brother of the family head could have dealt with his brother long ago. But even though he is now in a state of mental problems, he still protects him very well. Well, I also think it's a bit strange. But maybe it's the secret of their family. But the family head has been thinking about his brother. But he didn't think of anything related to the rebels. Shinfu did not miss these clues and ordered the people of the Lange family to find out more about the Luo family head and his brother. At night, after everyone came back, Lin Xian finally started his last feeding of the roes. But he still needed Shinfu help. Fortunately, the yard was big enough, and he placed the roes that only needed to be activated in the middle of the yard. The team members gathered together, and there were 3 flowers, and even Lu Bingbing did not miss the excitement. Ning Ting waited until he moved the flowers out before he realized that Lin Xian was almost fed. But he had already recognized the master, so it was useless to say more. But at this time, she was also a little curious and expectant. Would this new rose be as cute as Tianchuan? It didn't look like it. This flower has dark brown fur, but it has golden beast patterns all over its body, just like the golden-haired giant ape. It looks like an unusual flower, with a bit of evil spirit. Everyone watched Shinfu feed the beasts one by one. The energy fluctuations shook the cherry blossom petals in the yard and made them fly up. But before everyone could sigh at the beauty of the petals all over the sky, they saw this new swallowing rose a bounce and hung on the tree. It was still swinging back and forth, sweeping over the people in front of it. And after staying on Ning Ting for a moment, it cast its non-existent sight on Lin Xian. Then, it struggled to swing from the tree and jumped down, as if to punch Lin Xian to death. The leaves rolled up, and a huge bear paw made of energy appeared in front of it, smashing Lin Xian hard. Chapter 377. Everyone's flowers are well behaved when they are fed. Even the most unsociable Ajin and Lu Bingbing would not fight the first time they meet. It was so fast that it arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Fortunately, Lin Xian dodged it with a lightning step. He couldn't fight with the flower he just fed. He was just a little shocked. But when it wanted to fight again, it was framed by Shinfu. You can't fight. If you break things here, you will have to pay for it. It was still banging inside, as if it wanted to get out no matter what, and then fight to the death with Lin Xian. Lu Shi watched the excitement and handed his cup to the side. Lu Bingbing habitually condensed ice cubes for him. He suddenly felt that Lu Bingbing was really good. At least she wouldn't fight people for no reason. Tianchuan looked slow, but she was not afraid. Instead, she hugged Nai, as if she was worried that she would be scared. What a considerate flower. Ji Che was jealous again. Shinfu said to Ning Ting, who was standing there in a daze. Ning Ting, you are its owner. It should listen to you. Ning Ting was shocked. Ah, this? Can I do this? She felt that if this flower got angry, it could beat her to death. Look! This flower is still beating in Shinfu's space block, releasing ice and lightning. A flower makes quite a noise. But everyone is watching her. She can only try. Well, as a new flower, you can't just do it like this. We are a society ruled by law, which is different from your mountain. Hearing this, the devouring rose actually stopped moving, looked at Ning Ting, and turned his head suddenly, as if glaring at Lin Xian. Shinfu saw that it no longer resisted, so he let it out. Give it a name. I know. Ji raised his hand excitedly. I can give it a name. Among the people present, only Shen knew how Ji gave names. But before he could stop him, everyone asked kindly, what name? Tell me. Even Ning Ting nodded. Yes. Tell me. Shen shook his head helplessly, thinking, you just listen. And he got goosebumps. Sure enough, Ji spoke confidently, Lung Ling Yuchen. There was a dead silence all around. Only Shen shuddered as expected. Ji silenced all the commanders of these military academies by himself, and suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. He also asked, how is it? Isn't it handsome? The handsome devouring rose had calmed down. But after hearing this name, there was a flash of lightning around him, as if he was enduring something. Ning Ting immediately declined. I think this name is still a little long. I'd better choose a shorter one. So she opened the naming assistant and read it one by one, until he heard the word Outyin. He actually nodded. Everyone, This feeling is not too different from Lung Ling Yuchen's feeling. But since it was chosen by itself, it can only be called this domineering name. After the name was chosen, Outyin ran to the tree again, and slept on the tree at night, looking like he didn't want to land. Ning Ting, is this the flower you gave me? Lin Xian, yes. Ning Ting, are you sure this is not a monkey? Lin Xian, I'm not sure now. Sanya Mo's star. Luo's main house. Luo Yuan came back from Hanyu Star, and before he could take off his coat, he heard the servant say, Master, the young lady asks you to come over. No matter which family it is rare for the master to meet the young lady, as if the young lady's status is higher than the master. But the people in this family obviously don't have this concept, and they are very accustomed to asking him to come over. Luo Yuan didn't even change his clothes, and went directly to the study of young lady Luo Su to find her. He knocked on the door until a childish voice of, come in came from inside, and then he opened the door and went in, without the attitude of a master of the family, and looked a little humble. After entering, he saw his daughter Luo Su sitting on the desk, her legs swaying. But he immediately realized who this was, and asked respectfully, what do you want? Luo Su smiled, and her expression was still the same innocent and optimistic look as before. But she was different inside. There is a new mission. You need to cooperate. Please go ahead. Cooperate with my people to assassinate Shen Fu from the Galaxy Military Academy. She is currently studying abroad, but we don't know who her teammates are. And, according to the latest news, she is the current head of the Lange family. Hil Lang. Shen Fu? He also knew this student, the most popular contestant in the league not long ago. 3S space system. Terribly strong. And now has another identity. I'm afraid it's not easy to do. Luo Su seemed dissatisfied with his hesitation. If they wait until they develop something else, it will be even more difficult to do. The adults guessed that they have developed equipment that can identify puppets, so the assassination by the Lange brothers was avoided before. Why now? Her identity is too sensitive. Because the Bai family joined? This is an agreement reached between him and the adults. It should be partly for revenge. Their family's capital is still very strong now. Anyway, the Bai family will also participate in this operation. Luo Yuan finally nodded in agreement. I know. But he also knew that he had no choice but to agree to such things. If the other party already has equipment that can identify puppets, it means that the main attackers this time are the Luo family and the Bai family, because most of their people are not marked with patterns. But you don't have to be nervous. Our puppets will also help, and I will be nearby at that time. I know. Luo Yuan finished speaking and was about to go out to arrange people to investigate Shen Fu whereabouts. But he didn't expect Luo Su to stop him. Xiao Yuan. Come here. Luo Yuan was stunned when he heard this address, but he still walked over. As a daughter, Luo Su suddenly reached out and hugged him, saying, if you want, you can still call me mother. After all, I have watched you grow up for so many years. Although, now she is his daughter again. But Luo Yuan did not feel any motherly warmth, but his heart tightened. I dare not. Humph. Luo Su pushed him away, with a condescending and teasing look in her eyes. You are still so rigid and boring. Your brother is more to my taste. What a pity. You have become so crazy. Ha. You are all trash. The white and cute little girl's face was extremely split with the extremely cold and sarcastic words. Luo Yuan lowered his head and did not dare to say a word of rebuttal. Until she said, "Get out." He then left the study, breathed a sigh of relief, and finally stopped playing the game of pretending to be mother and son or father and daughter with her, and then immediately began to investigate Shen whereabouts. Chapter 378. In the past few days, the team has checked all the residences of the Luo family in Hanyuxing. They only met the Luo family in the old house of the Luo family before. There were only some cleaning servants in other places. However, they found that there were no hidden cameras in the Luo family's own properties except the old house. And there were no cameras even in the public areas. It could only mean that Luo Heng, who was locked up in the old house of the Luo family, was more value than expected. Shen felt that if necessary, he could bring Luo Heng out to see if he could learn something from him. And the people of the Lange family found the barrel processing of the nutrient solution of the Xia company in a factory of the Luo family. However, Lange said that the barrels were normal. She hid for a long time before she saw a man with a few people walking into the factory from a distance, and came out more than 10 minutes later. Lange went to the factory to check it out long after they left. There were more than 100 barrels in the warehouse, placed in a separate area, and they were ready for shipment. She didn't dare to pry it open from the corner, fearing to alert the enemy, but it was most likely the star beast condensate. Now someone has been arranged to watch to see if this batch has been sent to the Little Leaf Company. She just didn't see the man's face clearly, but even if she did, it was likely a mask, and the aircraft had no serial number, and they also erased the whereabouts and didn't track the location. This can be said to be confirmed that the Luo family is related to the rebels, and it is very likely that the man Lange saw at that time was the human body parasitized by the star beast. But it is unknown which color it is. It would be safer to wait until they send it to the alien plant garden through the nutrient solution company and then check it. The Lange family has developed a new system, and all the clues of the investigation and the other parties' actions will be sent to Shen as soon as possible. She always checks every message carefully and seriously. After all, this information involves too many people. All the actions of the team have stopped. In order not to alert the enemy, she did not bring Luo Heng out for the time being, and they started their normal study tour again. But there was still an accident. After they came out of a scenic spot, they saw two aircrafts collided in the air and were about to fall. Shen immediately took action. In full view of the public, everyone saw her space block catch the aircraft steadily. Familiar fans, seeing her figure and combining her familiar skills, also knew that the person wearing a hat and mask was most likely Shen. In short, they almost couldn't get out of the crowd that day. Fortunately, she was the only one who was recognized, and the others were not recognized. On that day, Shen hot search for studying and saving people on Hanyu Star appeared at the top of the list, and the Luo family received the news as soon as possible. Luo Yuan looked at her news on Hanyu Star and couldn't believe it. Did she already find Hanyu Star? Or did she just come to Hanyu Star to play? Why didn't the surveillance system detect her coming? The Luo family started out as a design and construction company. Most of the projects on Hanyu Star are related to the Luo family. Most of the important people and people who come here to play will be monitored by them. Was she discovered from the beginning? The Luo family and the Bai family searched for several days, but could not find her whereabouts. She was captured when she rescued people on Xueching Star last time, but she disappeared soon. The Lange family wiped out her traces completely. Unexpectedly, she would be exposed again because of rescuing people in a spacecraft accident. It was also because of this that he denied her idea of finding Hanyu Star. After all, she was still young and not ruthless enough, so she would expose herself at such a critical moment for the lives of irrelevant people. But the identities of her other teammates are still unknown. According to the video, she was wearing a mask, and the Interstellar study list was arranged by the military region, which was difficult for them to get. Generally, the 6 military academies were randomly divided into groups. If it was the original Freedom 1 team, it would be relatively strong. But if it was a random grouping, he felt that it might not be so comprehensive. Generally, even if it is said to be random, those students with strong abilities will still be singled out and become captains, and the others are truly random. Now that she has arrived at Hanyu Star, it will be more convenient to move. He immediately contacted Bai Tung to hurry up. Otherwise, when she left Hanyu Star, he didn't know when she could find this hidden space system, but he still doubted whether he could kill her. Luosu had just received the news, and saw his worried look as soon as he came. "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Yuan. Seeing her coming, Luo Yuan stood up and shook his head, indicating that he was fine. But Luosu knew what he was thinking. "Isn't it just a 3S? Why are you so scared? It's a 3S after all." Hee. Luosu smiled disdainfully. "What if I tell you that the adults just killed a 3S a few minutes ago?" "What?" Luo Yuan had no idea when the action was taken over there. Luosu stood on the sofa, raised his hand and touched his head, and his mood improved again. "You are too timid. In order to ensure that this operation is foolproof, not only will I go, but the adults will also arrange puppets to help. You know his strength." At this moment, Luosu's young face inexplicably showed a kind smile. Luo Yuan took a look and lowered his head deeply. Han Yuxing, Lu Shi, Tu Jia, and Shen Shenfu all received news from the military district. It was about the murder of 3S psychic ability user Zayu, reminding them to pay attention to safety recently, and that they could choose to go to the military district. Zayu was a person who lived a simple life. He was a teacher in a school, and lived a very strict life. That day, he went home after class as usual. The servant did not see him come back when he should have come back on time, so he went out to find him. But when he found him, he was already full of holes, pierced by other people's abilities. But strangely, the servant said that when he saw him dead in the alley, he looked like a child. But soon, he changed back. But he was dead by then. When Shen Shenfu saw the news that he had turned into a child, he thought of the time system again. Sure enough, the people who saved by rewatching were in the same group as the rebels. Tu Jia asked, "Can the time system turn people into children?" Lu Shi analyzed. "This level of time system has not appeared yet. But it seems that there is a time limit for him to turn people into children. If you turn into a child, it will be effortless to kill anyone. Who can a child beat? But even if it is a time system ability, it will not make people fall into it out of thin air. It must be that even Zayu of the spiritual system was caught off guard and was hit by the skill. Such a high-level time system. Is it still a human? It must be a god." Shen Shenfu remained silent until Tu Jia finished speaking. And then she sighed. "Maybe. It's really not a human." Chapter 379 Battle of Black Beach. Tu Jia understood what she meant instantly. If it wasn't a human, it could be a star beast. Shen Shenfu explained. "Actually, when I killed the blood star beast before, I was almost parasitized by the star beast in the last blow. But time stopped for a while, and I saw golden patterns. Someone or a star beast paused time." Golden patterns? Tu Jia recalled the puppets he had seen during this period, and some of them were golden patterns. But there were far fewer than other colors. Lu Shi thought it was quite right. "I said that I felt time stop for a while. And I was right." Tu Jia asked, "Were you there too?" "Yes. I broke some skin after fighting for a long time. That guy's flesh was too thick." This was a humble statement, because it was about to break the barrier of Qi Mingi, so it tried its best to run at that time. She continued to ask Shen Shenfu, "But if it is a star beast of the rebels, why would it help you?" "I don't know either. It's unheard of that there are star beasts that control time in this world." Lu Shi had never seen one, but that didn't stop him from eating ice cream. "It's okay. We fight whether there is one or not." Tu Jia, have you been a little too Buddhist recently?" "No. I guess." They were sitting on the corridor at this time, with flowing water under their feet, petals floating in the water, and stars twinkling in the sky. Extremely bright. Except for a proud sky on the tree. Everything looked so beautiful. Shen Shenfu leaned back and lay directly on the corridor, completely unlike Lu Shi, who sat on the ground and had to put a piece of cloth on it, and then a cushion on the cloth, and a cooling pad on the cushion, which was very delicate. She just lay there casually, feeling the wind and the sounds of some small insects. Everyone was playing in the house, and there was faint music. Tu Jia and Lu Shi were chatting next to them. Their voices were neither loud nor small, and they were a little sleepy to listen to. Shen Shenfu thought, if there were no star beasts, no rebels, and no blood feuds, she would definitely laugh because she felt happy. But unfortunately, she could only pull the corners of her mouth helplessly. In fact, she didn't like war at all, but the world always pushed her to go. Even from the moment she was born, she had no choice. The team also took the 4 flowers out that day. But the little coal ball also came out. But it didn't want to walk by itself, and Shin had to hold it the whole time, or it would hang on her like a black cat pendant. But Shin always liked it. But before going out, they received news that another 3S was killed in the Interstellar. When the three saw the news, they just looked solemn, but did not stop their original study tour plan. The place they were going to was a famous and very wide black sand beach, because the temperature was too low. It was colder than the winter in the capital star, so they all wore thicker clothes. Although it was early, there were more people here, at least more than when they first watched the promotional video. It was estimated that there were about 3,000 people, and many people were approaching here. The sea water gently hit the coast, bringing water vapor to everyone, and the sleepy thoughts in the morning became much clearer. The edge could not be seen from afar, and the mood became vast. This place is different from the urban area of Hanyu Star. There are too many tassel trees and pink dandelions. Lucier must wear a mask when going out. It was okay at first, but after a long time, I always felt that these many enchanting swaying tassel trees and flying dandelions were too grand. Especially the pink dandelions, which are open all year round. They are obviously pink, but they have a sense of gorgeousness. People on the beach are talking or taking photos, but there are also some puppets among them. But the proportion is normal, and there are all kinds of colors. Ji-Che still has a hat on his head. Even if it is very cold, he is still very happy, and asks everyone to take various photos of him. Shin looked at his smile, and was actually a little worried for him, because she had received news that the head of the Ji family was assassinated. But fortunately he survived. But it seemed that Ji-Che didn't know about it at all, and his parents must have kept it secret. As for why she knew so clearly, it was because the people of the Lange family not only guarded the Bai family, but also the other families were investigating. She even asked the people of the Lange family to help them. Otherwise the Ji family would be ownerless now. Ji-Che would probably cry his nose off. After the assassination of the current head of the Ji family, the military district was negotiating with him, and they needed their support for the rebels. After all, the Ji family was in the energy stone business, and the military district would also provide him with protection. And he had agreed. But these things were unknown to the laughing Ji-Che in front of him. Seeing her in a daze, Ji-Che shouted, "Fu, why don't you come over and take a photo with us?" Shin laughed and walked over. 8 people, 4 flowers, and 1 cat took a photo in the cold air of the black sand beach. But this place is just a beach. Nothing special. They looked at it for a while, and then prepared to leave. But suddenly, the cold air on the sea surface became heavier, almost white, and spread rapidly like fog, and soon reached the feet of several people. Many people on the beach began to shiver after being exposed to the white fog. Shin glanced at the people with white patterns in the crowd and said nothing. The people on the coast felt colder and began to walk back. But as they walked, people fell down. In a few breaths, 200 or 300 people fell down. The people with higher levels were still fine, and they panicked to save people and shouted for help. Ji-Che opened the light brain and took a look and told everyone. The light brain has no signal. It is impossible that there is no signal in this place. So it was blocked by someone. Unlike the past, several people were always busy saving people, but turned around and walked away. The people on the ground glanced at them and cried, "Help! Help!" The people on the beach began to blame them when they saw them leaving. "How can you be so heartless? You just leave when so many people are in trouble?" While saying this, many people fell down. But the team members have deployed barriers around themselves, so there will be no impact. Ji-Che frowned. "What are you talking about? It's not us who caused this. How do you know that we are going to leave instead of going to a location with a signal to call for help?" The man was confronted and could only be stubborn. "You look like students. How can you be so heartless? At least leave a few people to help." But the team members no longer paid attention and continued to walk back, as if they were not willing to help at all. On the cliff in the distance, a large group of people were crawling. The leader showed the scene of the big team and was a little confused. "What's going on? Aren't they very kind? I don't know. Is it a misjudgment?" At this time, Luo Yuan on Sanma Star looked at the projected scene and showed a puzzled expression. If he was not pretending to be kind, then what was the reason? Were they found out? Luo Yuan immediately ordered, "Do it now." Chapter 380. Suddenly, everyone around paused, as if they had received some instructions, and stopped their actions instantly, including those who were poisoned. The poison in their bodies dissipated, and thousands of people turned their heads and looked at Shen and his group. Then, without waiting for their reaction, they attacked together. Even ordinary people with lower levels took out strange weapons or laser guns from their bags or pockets to shoot. After Shen used the space block to protect the team members, he quickly deployed a bubble array with his palms together. This was the first time I saw so many non-puppet rebels. It would be a pity to kill them all. Of course, some of them had to be captured. The bubbles were particularly conspicuous on the black beach, floating in all directions, and picking up people and floating away when they touched them. But there were so many people here. Shen held the space blade and jumped into the air and rushed towards the crowd, taking away the lives of dozens of people in the rotation. And those people didn't even have time to use their skills. The rest of the team was hiding well in the space block of Shen, looking very cowardly. But a few flowers were sent out. Altian seemed impatient, and the 2 leaves beat his non-existent chest frantically. Then he raised his head and shouted silently, and then turned into a flash of lightning and rushed out, smashing into the crowd like a cannonball, knocking away a large area in an instant. Ning Ting covered his mouth in surprise, already knowing that it might be very powerful. But he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Turning his head to look at the teammates beside him, he found that almost everyone covered their mouths in surprise. When Tianchuan spread his 2 leaves, transparent water-like wings made of energy appeared behind him, carrying it, like an angel from another world, flying into the air. Nei knew that these were the wings of the water god Crow she chose. After Tianchuan flew into the air, the 2 leaves condensed energy towards the crowd below and released dazzling golden flames, which was the ability of the burning sky monkey. Seeing this, Lange didn't have time to care about his master, who was speechless because of the abilities of Altian and Tianchuan. He condensed black wings, flew to the other side, and shot the dark ball that only the Black Phoenix had, plunging the rebels into extreme darkness. Only Lu Bingbing, with her leaves overlapping, stood beside her master and watched together. Lu Shi didn't even look at it, but just asked, "Lu Bingbing, don't you want to help?" Lu Bingbing glanced at him and didn't move. "Lu Shi, do you think this is good? Your friends are fighting, and you are standing here watching like a flower." Lu Bingbing was unmoved. "Look, even the most well-behaved Tianchuan went to fight. What about you?" Altian, a newcomer, also went. "What about you?" Lu Shi finally turned his head and showed a shocked expression. "Could it be that you ate 12 strange beasts? But you are not as powerful as Tianchuan and the others. Are you afraid?" After saying this, Lu Shi felt the chill overflowing from the side, and smiled with satisfaction, but without any expression. Lu Bingbing angrily turned invisible and entered the battlefield. Shen was now surrounded by 4 2S superpowers. But her methods were much more ruthless than in the previous ring match. She directly compressed or cut the legs and feet of those people with space blocks, even if they were 2S. As long as their reaction was not as fast as hers, they would fall apart immediately. However, there were still many people around who were heading toward Shen position. They were originally aggressive, but suddenly found that they could not move. They began to condense into ice from the position of their feet. But they only had time to look down, and even their heads were immediately frozen. With a light tap from the invisible Lu Bingbing, the frozen people broke into many pieces and scattered all over the ground. There was no blood. Lu Shi smiled with satisfaction on the side, expressing satisfaction with this clean method that was not like Shen killing method that left blood and flesh flying everywhere. However, when someone came to attack Shen space block and wanted to attack their teammates, they still took out their special weapons and fought against the opponent. Bai Tong, hiding behind the display screen, sneered at the few people who didn't even dare to go out of the space block. "It seems that her teammates are all trash. Not as good as those flowers." The subordinates beside him nodded. "Those flowers should be fed by Shen. There are many discussions about these flowers in their campus forum. But I didn't expect them to be so strong. She even feeds flowers so powerful, worthy of being the daughter of the Lange family and the Shen family." After he agreed to join the rebels, Shen other identity was told to him. At that time, he was a little jealous of Fine Lange. Since he was born, he, Bai Tong, has never won him once in school competitions. But unfortunately, his daughter's life, today, he will decide. In the end, the dead lose, because when they die, everything is empty. He pressed the communicator beside his ear to contact Luo Yuan. These people can't hold on for too long. Her level is too high. And she is a space system. Even if they open a device here that affects her transmission direction, it may not be of much use. If she runs away, it will be difficult to deal with. These people wanted to keep Shen teammates and make it difficult for her to teleport away alone. So they all tried their best and almost climbed onto Shen space block to attack from all directions. Shen took a moment to take a look and could no longer see where they were through the space block. But it didn't matter. She leaned back to avoid the long knife aimed at her neck and moved her fingers slightly, teleporting everyone in the space block into the air. And only air was left in the original space block. Before she could catch her breath, countless supernatural attacks came from all directions. Shen space spikes pierced down from the air and disappeared immediately after piercing people. In such a short time, a quarter of the rebels on the beach had lost their vitality. After a while, more people came from the back of the beach, or more puppets. Most of the puppets in sight were pink, but 1/5 were 4-color puppets, and only a few were gold puppets. Several people were wearing identification glasses. Tujia frowned. It seems that this pink puppet and the golden puppet are taking action for the first time. The puppets that assassinated Shiyu before were all 4-color puppets. They only roughly knew that this golden puppet might be related to the time skill. So they all raised their vigilance. Nai frowned. Why do I feel that so many pink patterns look like the pink dandelions of Hanyu Star? As soon as the voice fell, pink rose from behind those people. Just like when painting watercolors on the paper covered with water. After painting pink paint, it gradually spreads around. Lucier took out a mask from his pocket and put it on. He had had enough of these pink dandelions during this period. Several people in the space block watched the dandelions get closer and closer, and then fell on Shen space block. Immediately grew like a virus. The dense space block based on her was full of new dandelions, and then connected into a large piece, and suddenly exploded with a bang. In this way, a layer was quickly destroyed. Before she returned to their vicinity, she heard a cry for help from the sea. It was a small boat with a man and a girl on it. It seemed like they had accidentally entered a battlefield. Unfortunately, the man was planted with dandelions, and his head quickly grew all over it. As a gust of wind blew, only the body of the man on the boat was left, and his head disappeared. The man fell straight down. The little girl next to her was too panicked and cried and fell into the sea, only uttering a sound, "Help!" Shen frowned and finally teleported over helplessly. When the girl saw Shen teleporting over, she curled her lips imperceptibly. Chapter 381. When Shen stood on the plane and lowered her head to look, the little cold ball that had been clinging to her shoulder cried out. Her eyes flickered for a moment, but she didn't care about the little cold ball that was tickling her. She squatted down, spoke to the little girl in front of her, and stretched out her hand. "Come! I pull you up." The little girl heard it and struggled to stretch out her hand. The hands of the two people got closer and closer, and when the little girl grinned, Shen also smiled. Suddenly, it was as if a piece of black glass was between her and Shen. The people and cats in front of her were like being covered by a filter. Her pupil shrank, and she instantly remembered that this was the skill of Shen. Space annihilation, which she had seen before. Shen had already recognized it. How is it possible? How did she know? She had obviously gathered a lot of energy in her other hand hidden in the water, just waiting to blast her to pieces when she was defenseless. How come she was targeted instead? Isn't Shen afraid of killing innocent people? Is she so sure? She actually just did it. Luo Su hadn't been on the verge of life and death for many years, and it was the first time that she failed so quickly. Even though she had lived for so long as a star beast, she was caught off guard at this moment. And almost the next moment, when the black space block appeared, a golden light flashed between the two of them, unfolding into a golden pattern. And the time on this sea surface was immediately suspended. This is the skill of the puppets with golden patterns on the beach. Although the people on the beach were still fighting, Shen time was stopped. No, it didn't stop. The spatial mental power around Shen was increasing rapidly. She had been prepared for it long ago, so it was clearly time that was paused. But she could still move very slowly. Luo Su was relieved when she saw the pattern, but she immediately raised her breath again. She underestimated the enemy. After all, he was the one who could kill Qi Mingyi. She underestimated him too much. Luo Su used the fastest speed in her life to blast the black space block that Shen had not had time to activate because of his slowness. The pink energy shook the seawater on the sea's surface and sprayed high. But it did not fall because of the pause in time. Fortunately, the skills of the superpowers took time to unfold. So she escaped. And she took the opportunity to take her life. She flew lightly to the sea's surface, as if she had no weight, surrounded by dandelions, and a pink light flashed in the palm of her hand. A pink dandelion with 100 times the energy appeared, and she smiled and sent it to Shen hard. Although Shen speed was getting faster and faster, it was not yet at the normal time flow rate. But suddenly her smile paused, because the black cat on Shen shoulder actually looked up at her very quickly. Luo Su was a star beast, but it seemed to have seen a ghost. Even if Shen could resist part of it, how could he not stop the time of this pet beast with no offensive power? Those golden puppets were controlled by adults behind them. But the fact is that it was not stopped, and even began to fight back. Without any delay, the black cat clawed at the pink dandelion in front of it, and the same golden energy tore her dandelion into pieces. What happened next was even more incredible. The golden pattern on the black cat's forehead and eyes emitted golden light, and it jumped directly to the pattern of the adult's time suspension, and clawed again, and the pattern of time suspension was instantly broken. Shen time resumed normal operation. She had been very vigilant and opened the barrier attached to the surface of her body very strongly. But she still could not avoid the suspension of the time skill. However, she found that the faster the supernatural power flowed, the more she could break free from the control of time. Everything in her eyes was like a movie fast forward, quickly switching to another location, including the small coal ball on her shoulder, which jumped back to her after breaking the pattern. The energy of the small coal ball was strange but somewhat familiar. Luo Su hurriedly retreated, and was surprised to ask Shen "What on earth is this? Why can she feel the energy in it that makes her afraid of adults?" Standing on the beach and looking at the golden pattern puppet on the sea, there was also a puzzled look in her eyes. But even if she didn't understand, she knew that this black cat was the opposite at the moment. Although Shen didn't understand it himself, he didn't answer Luo Su's question. No matter what the small coal ball is, it has never hurt her. As for what it is, she will find the answer herself when the time comes. And now is obviously not a good time. Shen raised his hand and pressed the communicator plugged in his left ear, and said, "The star beast appears. Everyone, start the action." At this time, countless replies came to her ears. It was someone from the team. Okay. Shifu. It was someone from the Lange Guard, yes. Patriarch. It was someone from the military district. Got it. Mission. It was Xian Shiyu and Shiufei. We are here. Sister. No matter where people were, they saw two huge portals appear in the sky at this moment. And coming out of the sky were 3 military district starships and tens of thousands of mechas from the Lange Guard. The small portal on the ground sent the Shiyu team that had come to Hanyu Star silently before, and the Xian team that had originally chosen this place. Luo Su's face showed a fierce look, although it was a child's face. It was so ferocious that Shen felt sick. When did you know? Shen looked at the pink dandelions around her, but just said, "I thought it would be the 4-color star beast that came. But I didn't expect it to be you. The pink star beast. It's really a bit unexpected." A few days ago, Shen received news that someone other than the Bai family was checking her whereabouts. And not only Shen but also Hill Lang's whereabouts. However, her team's whereabouts were the most hidden. Every time she left or arrived at a place, the record would be erased immediately. And she almost always wore a mask. She also deliberately avoided meeting the puppets, so it was difficult to find her. But someone checked both identities at the same time, which might mean that the Bai family found out her identity as Shen and the rebels knew whose daughter she was at this age because of Qi Mingyi, and the two sides cooperated to kill her. If Shenyang and Fei Ong were their big targets before, then as their daughter, as long as they knew where she was, she would be a moving target. At that time, she thought that she could use this to achieve the goal of killing the rebels, just like what her parents had done before. And her team had 3-3s, which was different from the previous fight against the Star Beasts by surprise by Shenyang and his team. And from the beginning, Lu Shi and Tu Jia hid their identities, and no one would have thought that 3-3s would be in the same team. There were even 2s Ning Chung and Lin Xian, who were the commanders of other school teams. And she also sent messages to the 6th Military Region and the Lange Guard. She also wanted to catch the turtle in the jar. She was still young, and had been wandering for so long. Even if she suddenly became the head of the family, those people would not take her seriously. But this was what she wanted. That's why there was a collision between aircrafts. The people in the aircrafts were from the Lange family. She was worried that they wouldn't recognize her. So she used such a large space block. As long as they were not blind, they would know who she was. And today, even if they knew that there might be a time beast, it didn't matter. Even if she died, the plan would continue. Her level couldn't just let humans kill her. As long as the purgatory level star beast appeared, she had to die here. I'm afraid there wouldn't be such a good opportunity to hit the rebels hard in the future. It would be the most difficult to deal with them hiding. And she also arranged for people to record and observe the skills of the golden puppets. The Lange guards were 500 kilometers away from here. The military district starship was above the planet. And she and Shiyu's team had all come to Hanyu Star. Everything was arranged. Even if she couldn't open the portal for any reason, they would come here and kill the star beasts. They started counting with the identification glasses. The puppets of these star beasts were much more than Shi Mingyi. There are 3 purgatory-level star beasts that can control puppets. If one is killed, at least millions of puppets will be destroyed directly. If it is a 4-color star beast, it will be tens of millions. This is a good deal. And now the star beasts are assassinating 3S everywhere. She doesn't think they are acting together. Even if they are rebels, they should choose to act separately at this time for safety, and not expose themselves completely. These people are enough to deal with 1 or 2. There will never be a small boat on the sea here. And there will never be such a white and tender child on that shabby boat. If the girl is an ordinary person, she would have died long ago. So she knew from the beginning that the one who wanted her to save her life must be a star beast who wanted to deceive her. Shen Chenfu finally showed Luo Su the most carefree smile in this period of time. Are you ready to die? Chapter 382. Not only Luo Su and all the rebels present were shocked at this moment, but also Luo Yuan and Bai Teng who were watching the battle behind the screen. At this moment, the 2 family heads realized how much they underestimated the youngest family head of the 5 families and her hatred for the rebels. Even though she had been wandering outside for so long, her awareness of life and death was the same as her parents. Bai Teng suddenly remembered that he was once excluded by his siblings because of his illegitimate status, and avoided the Galaxy Military Academy to go to Sirius. At that time, he faced Shenyang, the commander-in-chief, and her deputy commanders were Fei Hong and Shi Yan. It was just that he lost so badly that he subconsciously avoided thinking about these things. After so long, Shenyang's face was blurred, and Shen Chenfu's style was completely different from hers. So he didn't connect the 2 people. Until now, Shen Chenfu, who had a wild smile on his face for the first time, looked so much like Shenyang who won the championship that year. He underestimated her. Recently, the rebels killed 2 3SS in a row, which made him less respectful of the strength of these 3SS. Especially since Shen Chenfu was the same age as his daughter. But in this situation, they had to fight. He pressed the communicator and connected with the Bai family who had been watching on the cliff. Attack with all their strength. The Bai family jumped down from the cliff directly, and then deployed the mecha, densely occupying a piece of sky. Countless energy cannons of various types, with colorful light spots, went toward Shen Chenfu and the space block of the air protection team like the light of exploding fireworks. These countless dandelions have also broken the 10-layer space block she left behind. Just when they thought that Shen Chenfu's cowardly teammates in the air would be instantly swallowed by the shells and dandelions, a burst of white light spread. A huge white cross appeared on the black beach. After the dandelions came into contact with the white light, they were pushed away and gradually withered. And then everyone heard a burst of music. Hundreds of glowing musical scores floated out of the pink smoke like dandelions, flying towards the people fighting with the devouring rose squad on the beach. The Bai family members who rushed forward, and the puppets behind. One was a series of superimposed explosions, which was the battle song after Tujia's improvement. Anyone who has seen the league can recognize the skills of these 2 people. Tujia and Lu Shi. How is this possible? Didn't they say that there will be no more than 3 2S at most? How could it be? Can the operation still succeed? They even wore combat uniforms under their clothes, which means they were prepared early. Ning Ting and Nai entered the mecha and flew into the air to wait. Lin Xian turned into a flash of lightning and entered the battlefield forcefully, paralyzing everyone wherever he passed. Ning Cheng also entered the new mecha customized for him by the school. mobilized his superpowers, and the unbreakable sword appeared, slashing at the Bai family members in the air. On the other side, Shen and Shiyu's team also began to attack. Shiyu's purple garden is poisonous after it is spread out. Shen's sea of fire makes the cold seaside hot, and beads of sweat appear on the foreheads of the rebels. The many clones appeared without masks, so they quickly saw that this was the Super 2's Eugenia who challenged Lu Shi. Mutua followed, and Jin Peng rose from behind him, making a sharp cry. Xiao Fei white feather arrows flew all over the sky, and Xiao Kai fluttered into the air like a colorful long arrow across the black beach. When moving forward quickly, it rotates in the air, and throws out all kinds of attacks without caring about the image like a mop, including thunder, water balls, ice arrows, fire feathers, and poisonous gas balls. Although it looks sloppy, its attack power is very strong. The soldiers of the military district drove the mecha down from the starship and aimed at the target on the sea, the girl who looked very harmless. At this time, Luo Su was asked by Shen Shenfu words, and the star core in his heart flashed. Are you ready to die? It was the first time it heard such a question, but its intuition told it that she could really do it. What's more, there was a powerful black cat beside her whose origins were unknown. Shen Shenfu raised his hand and pointed at her. The black space block appeared again. Luo Su immediately dodged and sent out a dandelion wind wave. The pink tightly wrapped around Shen Shenfu, and then it looked up at the sky, trying to find a gap for it to escape. But there were too many people coming. The rebels had 3,000 people from the Luo family, 3,000 people from the Bai family, and 5,000 puppets. A total of 11,000 people were ready to kill Shen Shenfu, which was already a lot. I didn't expect that the Lange family guards brought by Shen Shenfu would have tens of thousands, not to mention the people from the military district. The starships were marked with the serial numbers of the 6th military district, the 33rd military district, and the 2nd military district. This was a joint operation. Even if each military district came with 5,000 people, there would be 15,000 people. She could only escape now. A burst of energy around blew away all the dandelions, and Shen Shenfu had already seen its intention. Want to run? After that, a giant hemispherical space barrier covering the entire battlefield appeared. Sorry, you can't leave today. Shen Shenfu pressed 2 fingers on his forehead, and the domain pattern bloomed in circles above the sea. Luo Su showed an extremely fierce expression. This body would limit its ability. At the beginning, it was just because Luo Su, the little girl, awakened 2's mental power, and Luo Yuan's mother's body was really overdrawn. So she had to be replaced quickly. So she was directly chosen, even though she had not awakened her superpowers. Although the child's body is somewhat deceptive, it is too cumbersome to fight. It must return to the star beast state. Instantly, pink patterns spread all over its body, and starting from its feet, the dandelion wrapped it like a pink tornado, quickly rotating and growing, like a long pink dragon flying into the air, and then gradually condensed into a pink sphere with a diameter of about 1,500 meters. Seeing this, Lu Shi and Tu Jia immediately entered the mecha, and flew towards the star beast while unfolding the domain. The 3-3SS were in 3 parties. Their domains partially overlapped, and they could also add bonuses to each other. And the explosions were heard all around like firecrackers. And the attack power of the 4-color puppets was still very strong. Even if the star beast itself should not have come, it still had strength that could not be ignored. However, the golden puppets stood together and looked up silently at Shen Shenfu and others in the air, and finally locked their eyes on Xiao Meiqiu. The fights in other places could not alarm them at all, and they all showed the same curious expression on their faces, and the sadness between their eyebrows was the same. The 5 people spoke at the same time, as if they were talking to each other, or as if they were talking to themselves. What on earth is that? Why does it feel so familiar? It can even be completely unaffected by his time-stop skill. Thinking of this, they raised their hands one after another, and the same golden light condensed in their hands, facing the direction of Shen Shenfu and Xiao Meiqiu. Decided to give it a try. Chapter 383. Shen Shenfu had already pushed his mental power to the limit, so that the barrier around him turned blue. The time she was suspended before made her realize that ordinary barriers could not resist the opponent's time skills, and she had to use more supernatural powers. At this moment, dozens of golden arrows shot towards her from below. The already very alert little cold ball immediately turned around and jumped directly from Shen Shenfu. Shen was shocked. Little cold ball. But the little cold ball not only did not fall down directly as she imagined, but instead stood on a black cloud after tumbling in the air for a week. The six-pointed star pattern on its forehead emitted a dazzling golden light. And then the black tail swung, and the same number of dozens of golden six-pointed stars were thrown out by it, each of which accurately collided with the golden arrows of the puppet below. The energy generated by the explosion made the people around feel a different fluctuation from other star beasts, because this was not a material level ability, and it was very different from the skills played by other types of star beast puppets. The small cold ball stepped on the black cloud and quickly approached the golden puppets below. Shen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was able to resist. He heard the voices of Tujia and Lu Shi. Start attacking. The domains of several people started to operate. Shen kaleidoscope bloomed. Tujia rewrote the battle song, and Lu Shi began to judge. The star beasts felt their attack, and dozens of vortices appeared on the originally silent dandelion shell, and countless pink spiders of 3 or 4 meters in size came out from it. To be honest, if this was not a spider condensed by a star beast, but a strange beast, Shen would be very happy to collect it. The 8 long legs of the pink spider were like white bones, and the joints were like inlaid with light pink gemstones and pearls. The body was furry, and the head had only a large pink vertical pupil eye. They knew who the opponent was and began to spit silk in all directions. Although everyone was wary of these spiders, they still didn't expect that spiders condensed by plant-based star beasts would have such a strong attack power, because the crystal white spider silk that seemed to be spit out casually. It penetrated Shen kaleidoscope after several consecutive attacks on the same position. If she hadn't dodged quickly enough, her mecha would have been shot through just now. At this time, she injected more energy into the space barrier in the air that limited the range. And Tujia, her barrier was penetrated at a point, and it was the mermaid behind her who caught the spider silk. Among the 3, only Lu Shi was better because he had white flames. He attached the white flames to the sword of judgment, and it was not as difficult to deal with the spider silk as the 2 of them. Cutting it was like cutting steel bars, which was acceptable, but the others were not so lucky. Within a few breaths, hundreds of mechas were pierced by the spider silk, and when the spider silk passed through the mecha and strung it in the cockpit, pink dandelions flew out from the spider web. Because they were in the cockpit and couldn't dodge in time, those dandelion seeds fell on people's skin, and instantly grew ahead, and then with a slight vibration, the dandelion flew away, and the head disappeared. Those mechas lost their drivers, and were as powerless as a model hanging on the spider web. When the spider silk was retracted, the mechas fell like scraps of copper and iron. Lu Shi said, flames are useful. Shen connected everyone. We need fire-type superpowers to come up and kill the star beasts. Flames have a natural restraint on them. After she finished speaking, all the fire-type superpowers moved here, including Shen below. After hearing the orders from their masters, Xiao Kai, Tuan, Lange and Aotian all flew up, left the rebels below, and went to the air to help kill the star beasts. Only Lu Bingbing was still stealthily moving to deal with the new puppets, because it was the only flower among these roses that did not eat fire-type superpowers. This was all because Lu Shi didn't like it. Thinking of this, it glared at Lu Shi in the sky. When the fire-type superpowers arrived and used various colors of blazing flames to burn, the spider silk obviously became much more fragile. And Shen took the opportunity to shoot space spikes at these spiders, trying to find the weaknesses of these things. However, she still took the time to look at the little coal ball. It was already on the beach, confronting the 5 people. One of the men said, "What are you?" The little coal ball's eyes, which were usually lazy and didn't want to open, were very sharp at this time, and there was a strong murderous intent. He didn't reply to the other party. The man hooked his lips indifferently, as if he didn't care about its lack of reply and obvious disgust, and continued to ask, "Can you crack the time skill? Are you a star beast?" The black clouds around the little coal ball increased, and the golden forehead pattern shone even more, as if he didn't want to listen to him anymore, and was going to take action directly. The man shook his head, as if he felt a little sorry and a little funny. "But you at least choose someone to live with. Why choose a cat?" He chuckled. "You can't even speak. But I think you are more on our side than humans. Why don't you join us? Our living environment will be better in the future. Why do you have to stand on the side of humans, and that little girl? How long can she live?" At this point, The black mist around the small cold ball completely enveloped it, just like a black cloud with two golden eyes, looking very fierce and murderous. It pounced on several golden puppets. Just when those men raised their hands, a golden hexagram unfolded into a star array. After the golden light spread, the movements of everyone in the outside world and the eyes of the puppets became very slow. The golden puppets finally showed a shocked expression, because as a time skill, although it was on the puppet, it was actually slowed down by the black cat. This is one of its skills. Before they could react, the black cat blew like a gust of black wind and instantly broke the necks of the 5 puppets. They fell to the ground, but they didn't seem to feel much pain. Their eyes were still open before they died, and they kept looking at the little cold ball without closing their eyes. When the golden pattern dissipated, it was as if nothing had happened just now, but the 5 puppets were already dead. At the same time, a young man on a starship far away slowly opened his eyes, showing an interested smile, and turned to the person standing next to him and said, "That black cat is interesting." The other party replied, "It's interesting. Xiao Su is about to be beaten to death. Let the nearest ones go over to support." Well, that's the only way. After all, Xiao Su has only a few fewer puppets than I do. After saying that, he walked to the side of the starship and sent out a burst of energy waves that ordinary people couldn't hear towards the vast universe. Chapter 384. Lange deployed several spherical barriers around the star beast, and superimposed white sacred flames on the barriers. When viewed from below, the star beast in the air seemed to have turned into a white flame star beast. As a result, the spider silk shot by the pink and white spiders crawling all over the body of the dandelion star beast inside was far less tough than before after being baptized by several layers of flame barriers. Even ordinary psychics could cut it off. And the many spiders crawling all over the star beast, under the bombardment of Shen and others, did kill a few of them, because they were shot into the pink single eye and exploded inch by inch. But they did not dissipate after death, but exploded into a pool of mucus, flowing down the outside of the star beast. At first, they did not find any problem with the mucus, but just concentrated on shooting the eyes of the pink spiders, which exploded more and more. But spiders continued to appear in the many whirlpools. After a long time, the star beast was like a candy melted by high temperature, dripping mucus. When someone attacked, they accidentally splashed the mucus onto the mecha, and the mecha shell was corroded in an instant, just like the strongest sulfuric acid in the world poured on the plastic shell, easily and effortlessly. Tujia stepped back a little and warned loudly, "These pink ones are all venom. This is the real barrier of this star beast." And after these pink venoms passed through Lange's flame barrier layer by layer, some of them dripped into the seawater, and soon the seawater turned pink. The fish, shrimps, crabs in the sea, and even many capable sea beasts, all floated up and died. But at this time, they had no time to take care of the situation below. Only Ji-Che was anxious below, because he was a water element. So he discovered the sea water turned pink the fastest, and many creatures were poisoned to death. If more and more venom dripped, it would always affect humans. He suddenly felt like he was called by fate. There was trouble in the water. He, a water element superpower, needed to save him. He immediately drove the mecha to the sea, and during the period, he also avoided several waves of murderous maple leaves. The venom was still flowing down in waves, and the seawater polluted by the venom spread outward very quickly. In the time he was thinking of a solution, countless creatures died. He could only use all his strength to mobilize his superpowers to make all the polluted seawater flow back, gradually gathering towards the low sky and forming a huge water drop. The best way he could think of was to separate this part of the water. But he couldn't keep doing this. He couldn't keep it up for a long time. So he connected the communication. The sea surface needs ice-type superpowers, but it would take time for other people to come over. So he could only ask Lange. "Lange, where is Lu Bingbing? Why didn't I see it? I need ice here. I remember it's very cold." Ji-Che was already talking nonsense at this moment, but Lange knew what he meant, and turned on the mecha's loudspeaker. Everyone on the battlefield heard him shout, "Lu Bingbing, go help Ji-Che on the sea." At this moment, no matter which side people were on, they were all thinking, "Who is Lu Bingbing? Don't everyone communicate with the communicator? Why does Lu Bingbing just rely on shouting?" After Lu Bingbing froze and crushed another 30 or 40 people, he turned around and saw Ji-Che struggling on the sea. and flew over helplessly. While Ji-che was still mumbling, "Why haven't you come yet?" a green crystal-like rose stopped beside him. It wasn't because he saw it with his eyes, but because the mecha detected that the temperature on the right was too low. "Hey, Bing Bing, you're here. Help me freeze everything here. And when I go back, I buy you a hot drink." Although Ji-che usually looks unreliable, he actually remembers everyone's preferences, even those of flowers. He knew that Lu Bingbing, who looked the coldest, liked hot drinks. Lange liked black tea. Tuan Tuan liked grape juice. The newcomer Ao Tian liked peach juice. And Xiaokai liked soda. While Li Yu's A Jin liked red wine. And Shen Yoshing Aim liked iced coffee. Lu Bingbing was satisfied that Ji-che remembered her preferences. So she nodded and began to use skills on the separated pink sea water. A ball of cold energy appeared in front of her, and dozens of ice dragons of the same size as in reality flew out of it. After they flew out, they surrounded the water ball and began to spit out cold air to freeze it. Ji-che took the opportunity to turn the water into a large bowl, so that the mucus that dripped down later could be quickly frozen in the ice bowl, and it would not be so corrosive after being frozen. Ning Chung chopped up dozens of the opponent's mechas, and inadvertently saw Ji-che operation, and praised, "Oh, Ji-che is really a reliable helper today." Ji-che nose almost curled up when he heard this. "Huh? I'm not reliable any day." When the ice-type psychics came over, the place had already been frozen. Even the well-informed military soldiers were shocked by the ice dragon that appeared out of nowhere to help. And Lu Bingbing's ice dragon has been maintained since then, and she doesn't need to do it herself. And the Star Beast battlefield above just called them ice-type psychics to help. Lu Shur asked these ice-type psychics to freeze the venom on the outside of the Star Beast first. And then Shin Fu used the space cone drill made of energy to drill it when dealing with Qi Mingyi before. And the crushed ice was just below. It's like buying shaved ice at an ice cream shop. But it's super big. Fortunately, the people inside were very organized. And even the energy of fire and ice, which counteract each other, was used very well. The ice must apply energy to the venom, and the fire must aim at the pink spider. And the two do not affect each other. Tuga used all his strength to blast the 5-line score of the battle song towards the vortex of the Star Beast, slowing down the speed of the spiders coming out. After the little cold ball beat the golden puppets, it found a reef to lie on. It seemed to know that the situation had developed to the point where it would no longer pose a life-threatening threat to Shin Fu. Apart from that, it didn't care much. In just 1.5 hours, 70% of the puppets and rebels were killed, and only more than 3,000 people were still struggling to support, and they were about to fall. At this time, there were no spiders crawling out of the Star Beasts in the air, and Shin Fu had drilled more than 10 large holes, and the barrier of the Star Beasts was opened. Just as everyone was about to enter from these holes, the 3 starships that had been stagnant in the air issued a huge alarm. A Star Beast appeared. A Star Beast appeared. After the broadcast, 3 completely different Star Beasts appeared outside Shin Fu's large space barrier. Chapter 385. The first one is a fighting fish Star Beast with a pale face. It has no flesh on its body, only a skeleton, but it has long dorsal fins, pelvic fins and tail fins. Only the small part connected to the skeleton is bright blue, and the long fins that are dragged out are dazzling bright red. But it has a huge human head, and its face is as pale as a plaster statue. But there are fish scales at the end of the eyes and the gills. It looks like it is a man or a woman, but it is indeed a human face with delicate facial features. However, anyone who sees this face will be frightened, because it is smiling. It actually grinned, almost laughing behind its ears, revealing long and sharp black fangs. The black and white of its face and the gorgeous colors of its body have a terrifying sense of separation. Not to mention that it slowly rotates and swims its body in the air. Its eyes are wide open, and it looks at everyone and laughs without blinking. The second one looks the most normal, just an uncarved stone, but a little bigger, as if it had just been dug out from a mountain, and it is not known what ability it has. The third one was even more disgusting compared to it. It was a peacock feather screen Star Beast. However, the peacock did not exist, because it only had feather screens. The blue metallic feather screen formed a sphere of 700 or 800 meters, with tail feathers swimming like green snakes, and the pattern that looked like eyes on each tail-covered feather turned into real blue eyes. But these eyes did not blink once in a long time, like the human face fighting fish Star Beast, but blinked very frequently. It looked like a sphere with countless eyes, not only moving, but also blinking every moment, which gave people goosebumps. Shen Shenfu shuddered with this glance, including the mecha. At this time, she couldn't help but complain. How can there be so many eyes? So disgusting. The one-eyed pink spider at least had legs, and was a separate individual. This feather-screened star beast was simply an anti-human star beast. Relatively speaking, the grinning human-face fighting fish star beast was not so scary to her. Everyone on the battlefield was shocked by this change. The rebels saw hope and fought harder. But the people in the military district and the Lange family became solemn. Their appearance now means that the rebels not only have the ability to control puppets, but can also mobilize other star beasts in the universe to come to support. Even if their level is not as high as the purgatory level, it is still very troublesome. And their purpose of coming here now must be to break Shen Shenfu's space barrier and find an opportunity to let this pink purgatory level star beast escape. Shen Shenfu confirmed that his guess was correct at this moment. Only purgatory level star beasts can be puppets. Other star beasts cannot. But these star beasts have their own language system or means of communication, which is one of the reasons why there are more star beasts in the interstellar space recently than before. It is the rebels who made them appear. Or, it is these few purgatory level star beasts of the rebels that made them appear. Bai Tong, who saw the changes on the battlefield through the camera, was also a little afraid when he saw this. He could actually mobilize other star beasts. What a terrible ability. But later he began to secretly rejoice. His choice was always correct. Who knows how many star beasts there are in this vast universe? And each one is so strong. Aren't they much stronger than the Federation? Luo Yuan was a little different from him. He adjusted his perspective and took a look at the star beasts in the air. Then turned his perspective back to the people working for the Luo family on the Black Beach. They are almost dead. They have been like this for so many years. But even Grandpa and Grandma didn't see such a bloody scene at that time. But their family didn't turn back. After all, it has been too long. He finally turned his perspective to the air, hoping that the star beasts could break the barrier and save Luo Su. After all, Luo Su was their family's backer. Other rebel families can't compare anyway. Tu Jia is different from Shen Shenfu. She is extremely afraid of the human-face fighting fish star beast. It grows on the point that she is afraid of. She looks like a 3S, but is actually a 3S who is afraid of ghosts. Isn't this something from an interstellar horror movie? It's even scarier. This head is 700 or 800 meters long. Is this a head? And why is it laughing? What should we do now? Tu Jia's voice was trembling. Should we split up? I can go and hit that stone. Anyway, she would never fight the human-face fighting fish star beast. Shen Shenfu disagreed with this proposal. No. Our primary goal today is the purgatory level star beast. Let others fight the other three. And we will speed up and get out as soon as possible. But her refusal at this time was the sound of nature to Tu Jia. Okay. Shen Shenfu's space barrier was close, so he felt the energy fluctuations when they collided. Among the three, the human-face fighting fish and the stone star beast are disaster level, and the feather screen star beast is vicious. There are also many 2S here, so not everything can be done without them. Shen Yoli has been commanding in detail in the starship. Seeing these three star beasts, he can only reduce the number of people in the internal battlefield and transfer some of them out. There are also Lin Xian, Yu Jianya and others, top-level Super 2S, who need to go out to fight the star beasts. Fortunately, the rebels and puppets have been almost cleaned up at this time, except for 2,000 or 3,000 people who are struggling to resist with injuries. Only the 200 or 300 people in the space bubble that Shen Shenfu used at the beginning are still intact. It's good luck. Otherwise they may have lost their lives now. In the end, except for the 4,000 people assigned to the purgatory level star beast, the other three star beasts only have 2,000 people. The rest are sweeping below, and some are on standby, ready to take over at any time. Lin Xian, Xiao Fei, and Xian went to fight the human-face fighting fish star beast. Yu Jianya and Ning Cheng went to fight the stone star beast. Shi Yu and Mu Tuo were the feather screen star beasts. And the military district and the Lange family also had some 2S, evenly divided into groups to fight with them. And Zui Yu of the Earth system could only deal with the rebels on the ground. After they went out, Shen Shenfu and Lu Shitujia spoke together. Let's go in. In this way, they entered the interior of the dandelion star beast. However, their mecha was too big, and it was very inconvenient to move inside. So they had to get out of the Mecca, each with 100 people. And the 3 of them led the way in front. Other teams also went in at other hole locations. And 1,000 people went in at a time. Others continued to attack from the outside, hoping to dismantle the Star Beast. The inside of the Star Beast did not look as sticky as the outside, but rather like a mysterious world full of dandelions. But no one dared to underestimate these things anymore. They moved forward cautiously, and everyone opened their own protective barriers to the maximum, fearing that they would be pierced through by a pink spider that suddenly appeared at any time. Chapter 386. The passage here is small, so Shen took off her coat. Before they went out, she was wearing combat uniforms. This combat uniform was the first time she wore it. It was the black and gold combat uniform that was customized with the mecha before, and it had a strong defensive function. Dandelions flew up when she walked, and Shen barrier not only wrapped herself, but also kept changing to protect the entire team. But these dandelions still affected her vision very much, and they began to grow again after falling on the barrier. So the fire-type mutants attached the flames to her barrier and burned those dandelions to ashes. Shen couldn't help but sigh as she walked forward. Although it took so many people to open this Star Beast barrier, its barrier was still far inferior to Qi Mingyi. Qi Mingyi's barrier was already the top one among the Star Beasts she had seen. And although this one was more corrosive, because there were many people coming this time, and there were many high-level people, it was very fast to find the right method, and it was just a matter of time to enter the center. Luo Su was at the center of the Star Beast's body. Since it was formed, it rarely fought humans in its body, and it was not as strong as Qi Mingyi. It felt the flames approaching its body, and suddenly regretted calling Qi Mingyi a fool, because humans are really smart creatures, and the space barrier is hard to break. Qi Mingyi was a Star Beast that the adults had just found to cooperate with. It used to run rampant in the universe, and it was tired of playing, so it cooperated with the adults, thinking it would be more fun, so it joined. But after making only 300,000 puppets, it looked down on the human body it parasitized, and had to leave for a better one. It happened that they were attacking the Shen family and the Lange family in the military zone at that time, so they let it go. As a result, it was calculated and died not long ago without leaving any residue. They didn't know, thinking that nothing could trap it, so they didn't have time to send other Star Beasts to save it. Now I think that maybe Qi Mingyi is just like me, and I underestimated the enemy. This level of space system is much stronger than expected. Before, part of her spider silk hit the space barrier in the sky, but it couldn't get through. This barrier is a little different from other people's barriers, trapping it here. However, it knew that 3 Star Beasts had come to save it, so it didn't rush to mobilize all puppets to kill people in the interstellar space, but just let all the puppets on Hanyu Star rush to the black sand beach. The ones that came before were too few. As long as Shen space is opened, they can leave together. Such a small number of puppets is not important, compared with Qi Mingyi's mere 300,000 puppets. It has 20 times, and they are all at least sea level. It doesn't look down on those D and E level ones. And it also decided to make some trouble on Hanyu Star to see if it would make some people in the military leave. So at this time, all the pink dandelions planted on the ground on Hanyu Star, whether there was wind or not, all floated up. When viewed from a distance, the planet was covered with a layer of pink, like a floating gauze. This was planted when the Luo family's master was on Hanyu Star. It was bored and had grown almost all over the planet. The people living on Hanyu Star were used to the pink dandelions being blown up by the wind, so they were just a little confused for a while. Why there were so many dandelions in the sky today, and even the ones on the ground were completely bald, with only flower stems left. But the next second they understood why. After those dandelions fell on passers-by, they easily grew all over their heads, looking like a dandelion with a human body, and even struggling to move around in panic. When a gust of wind blew, there was nothing above the shoulders. Nothing. People screamed shrilly when they saw this. And the aircraft in the sky also saw this scene and did not dare to land. But how could the dandelions let them go? They rolled directly into the sky and chased to kill the people in the sky. The police immediately sounded the alarm and requested more support. And then all came out and used machinery to deploy barriers to deal with these dandelions. Fortunately, the ones planted were far less powerful than those produced directly by the Star Beast itself, and they could not break through a slightly stronger barrier. So the flying robot broadcast in the air, asking everyone to go home and not go out. close the doors and windows, and not leave any gaps for the time being. But the death toll on Hanyu Star was still increasing rapidly, and the people in the culprit's body did not know what was happening in the outside world. After they entered his body through the Star Beast venom barrier, they could not receive any news. Due to the operation of the fire-type mutant, the dandelions always burned in a large area. They moved very fast inside and reached a deeper position in half an hour. But suddenly, the dandelions in front of him could not burn, and they were still moving quickly. Shen Qinfu used a small mental network to check and suddenly realized, these are not dandelions, but small spiders? As soon as the voice fell, the spiders, which were as small and light as a small fluff, spit out spider silk thinner than hair at them, which was like white mist around them. However, these spider silks were more corrosive than the venom of the previous external barrier. Shen Qinfu ordinary space barrier was also gradually corroded, and a puff of white smoke came out. As for many people in other positions, the barriers were directly cut open by these thin silks that were gently put up. When they fell on their bodies, they actually corroded their combat uniforms and melted their flesh, turning into very bad green rotten meat and falling down. Shen Qinfu knew that this was the second level. She quickly circulated her superpowers and opened the field to the strongest at the same time. She sensed the people in other positions from a considerable distance and used her space barrier to protect all the teams including Lu Shi and Tujia. The other two also realized the strength of the inner layer, and also superimposed their own barriers on Shen Qinfu barrier. The 3S barrier was superimposed on 3 layers for each team. The innermost layer was Shen Qinfu. The second layer was Tujia's. And the third layer was Lu Shi's barrier with white flames attached. After doing this, everyone continued to move in. But 200 people were still injured by these tiny spiders, and could not move forward and retreated. Shen Qinfu felt that the super large space barrier she set up outside was constantly being attacked by 3 star beasts, because their primary purpose was to break her space and let the purgatory level star beast run out. The others had been fighting for half an hour. The Yuping star beast was the easiest to fight, because it was only a vicious level star beast, and it was facing Shiyu and Mutua and others. Mutuo's Jinping came in handy this time, because they can peck blind those eyes that can attack the spirit and stop the opponent's actions for 5 seconds. Shiyu used his purple butterfly, and it was like a dream when he used this skill. The butterfly was so fragile that it seemed that a gust of wind could blow it away. However, when they touched those eyes immediately turned gray and could no longer attack the human body. However, each tail feather was not locked on the position of the star beast. They flew in all directions, actually assisting the other 2 star beasts in attacking. So they needed to chase them all over the sky. Even more difficult were the other 2 disaster-level star beasts. Chapter 387. Yu Jianya. Ning Cheng and others dealt with the stone star beast. Before they went up, they thought it was just a stone monster that could throw stones. Unexpectedly, it turned inside out and showed everything inside. Those were layers of evil ghost stone sculptures that were closely connected. Each of them wore a terrifying mask on their face. Before they reached the outside of Shen Qinfu's space barrier, the stone sculptures had already started to jump down one after another. The stone sculptures were very strong and could grow weapons by themselves. They started to attack the space barrier like standing on a hillside. Sometimes several stone sculptures could condense a huge stone and smash it down. When they went up, they were almost hit on the head of the mecha by these stone sculptures. It was really not easy to go up. Ning Cheng's unbreakable sword flew around the stone sculpture star beast, and Yu Jianya used his clone to lift all the evil ghost stone sculptures on the space barrier. Shadow Arrow Rain. The Shadow Wolf also began to attack accurately, especially the Shadow Wolf, which ran wildly on the barrier, biting the evil ghost stone sculpture and not letting go until it fell down with them. Of course, there were other people attacking together, but they had a big problem. That is, they would not die. Even if they were smashed to pieces, the stones could still float up automatically and then close together. And it seemed that there was not even a trace of bumps. And they were not afraid of fire, water or ice. Fortunately, they had 2,000 people, divided into 2 teams. One team dealt with the stone sculptures on the barrier, and the other team bombarded the star beasts in the air. Ning Cheng's unbreakable sword turned into 3 huge purple lights that passed through the star beasts, and then stood steadily in 3 directions. The stone sculptures were immediately broken, but they were separated for a moment and connected again. But this time the damage was still effective. They turned into a taller stone sculpture of 3 or 4,000 meters. Like a person. Standing in the seawater. The seawater submerged to its waist. And it began to smash the space block with both hands. The huge force made the earth shake, and the seawater sway. Ning Cheng's giant sword knocked it back repeatedly. And Eugenia's shadow giant hand also became hundreds of meters in size. When it was pushed back to a position where it could not hit the barrier, the shadow giant hand grabbed the stone star beast's legs from the sea and prevented it from taking a step. There were also shadow thorns that seemed to grow from the sea water. The pure black thorns with spikes tightly wrapped around the hands and feet of the stone star beast. After tying it up, everyone had a chance to find the star beast's weakness. On the other side, the human-faced fighting fish star beast was also constantly fighting with swords and sabers. It's just that there were more casualties here because the human-faced fighting fish's attack method was extremely strange. When they first came up, the star beast was still spitting bubbles. The black bubbles were completely different from those of Shinshinfu's space bubbles, because they were clearly black bubbles, but they could explode into a burst of colorful mist. These colorful mists seemed to have life, like pieces of swimming rainbows, sticking to Shinshinfu's space barrier. And then, that piece of barrier began to vibrate. This was an energy attack, which seemed to be specifically used to break the barrier. But Shinshinfu did not use a common space barrier this time, but a new barrier she had recently conceived. Because last time, Qi Mingyi broke through her 1,000-layer space block and ran away. Although he was blocked by the shields deployed by Lu Shi and Sky Castle. She has been thinking since then whether there is a space barrier stronger than the space block. That is the current multi-layer mental power network space barrier. Unlike the thin mental power of a layer of barrier, this is a space barrier of 80 layers of superimposed mental power networks, which connects to her domain. In fact, it is stronger than the space block of extreme strength. So as to ensure that the situation last time will not happen again, she doesn't want to fall twice in the same place. After all, even the space block of extreme strength is just a layer of space block formed by a part of the ability that is separated independently. After superposition, it is another layer, and it will break after being broken. The mental power network can mobilize energy to repair immediately at the moment of being attacked. Unless there is an attack that penetrates her 80 layers of mental power networks that are as fine as cotton cloth, but extremely tough at one time. Then this space barrier can be broken. But that was only a matter of a moment. She was confident that she could repair it in a moment after it was broken. So when the colorful mist was attached to the barrier, although it quickly broke and offset 3 or 4 layers, it was still quickly repaired by Shinshinfu energy, so that it looked like only some energy shocks. After Shen and the others went up, the human-faced fish actually began to sing a strange song in a language they had never heard of. The melody went up and down, and it sounded like the funeral music for the dead in horror movies. The pale face, black teeth and huge mouth. The eyes were wide open. And singing such a song, it was creepy no matter what, and even made people want to run away immediately. But even if they wanted to, they would not do so, but insisted on attacking the star beast. But the black bubble exploded into colorful mist after it hit the mecha. And then it shattered the mecha. It stuck to the mechanical arm, and the mechanical arm turned into a pile of dust and fell down. It was just like being torn to pieces. After that, they deliberately smashed it before it hit the colorful mist, because in this way, the colorful mist would disappear in about half a minute without finding anything to attach to. However, the tail fin of the human-faced fighting fish flicked its tail, and it fanned a large piece of the mecha far away. So they temporarily chose to attack from a distance. But it kept singing, and after a while, they showed abnormalities. And it was still Shen Yoli, who was commanding from above, who discovered it. His voice was still calm, and there was no anxiety. But the words he asked startled them. Why did the 500 or 600 people who fought against the human-faced fighting fish star beast retreat now? At this time, some people who were more determined in their hearts found that 500 or 600 people in the air had stopped attacking. And not only that, they were retreating. But no one thought they were deserters, but believed they must have been hit by some strange skill. Some people came forward to catch those who retreated, connected the signal, and asked them what happened. But they replied in a stupid voice, saying that I want to go home. My family is waiting for me, and I can't die here. Others said that this thing is terrible. I am scared. I don't want to see this thing anymore. I want to leave. Lin Xian's heart is very firm, so he was not affected at all. Things that would affect him in the past, He also solved them by himself. Now he is calm and unwavering. Because he has no worries. Traveling and investigating with so many friends, who he never thought of before, are all easy and fresh things for him. So he was clear-headed and instantly judged that there was something wrong with the strange singing of this star beast. Chapter 388. Lange used the lightning ball to make hundreds of spherical lightning float around it, and then all connected to form a large lightning ball array. The huge electrical energy broke all the black bubbles around the star beast, and the colorful mist could not interrupt the connection of the electrical energy. The star beast was paralyzed by this huge energy, so it stopped singing, but its big eyeballs seemed to fall out, and it looked at Lange with trembling. Shen took the opportunity to light a big fire, and directly used the fire god to transform the supernatural power into his strongest blue flame. Xiaofei laughed at him. Yo, you are also making grilled fish at this time. Then I won't grill it. Let it sing for you. Then thank you? Xiaofei white feather arrows shot at the star beast continuously. During the time when Lange paralyzed it, it was almost burnt. But when it reacted, it suddenly started crying. The wide eyes flowed with colorful tears. But after dripping, it turned into a colorful cloud, completely wrapping it up. If you want to drive the mecha into the colorful cloud, it will be the same as encountering the colorful fog. Although it can offset part of it, the mecha will also turn into ash at the same time. There is simply no solution. Even if the general attack reaches the colorful cloud, it will be offset, and the disappearance of the colorful cloud will be immediately replaced by the star beast. Shen's fire can't burn into it, and he is quite impatient. What should I do? This thing is very evil. Even when the star beast is injured, it does not forget to release black bubbles to hit the space barrier of Shinshinfu. Not to mention this time, it directly divides these colorful clouds into pieces and lets them float over to offset the barrier. And this guy started singing that ugly song again. In fact, this song has some influence on Shen. He always thinks of his brother and sister, his father and mother, and what happened before. But these things can only be regarded as a spur for him now. The more he thinks about family matters, the more he wants to kill these things quickly. Suddenly, a white light appeared at Xiaofei mecha and wrapped her. Her voice was amplified, and everyone present heard her 3 sentences. Silence. Colorful clouds retreat. Clear your mind. Although these few words sounded like only a few words, they actually drained half of her mental power instantly. Because the range was too wide and the impact was too deep, her mental power was consumed faster. In fact, before this, she had fired so many feather arrows, but she had used less than 1% of her mental power. But with just these few words, half of her mental power disappeared directly. This is the disadvantage of the divine word technique. However, the effect of her words is indeed unmatched. The human face fighting fish that was originally singing again suddenly shut up, and the colorful clouds immediately retreated and disappeared without a trace. And the people who had started to retreat and were affected by the mind also woke up completely. They felt that their souls were stared at by a pale and terrifying big face, and Xiaofei words directly dragged them from the deepest darkness to the human world. But the star beast in front of him, which was originally roasted into a roasted fish by Shen, was wrapped in the colorful cloud and healed to the state before the injury. Xiaofei suggested, "We should be faster. My divine word technique can only limit it for more than 10 minutes. I can only do it once at most." In this way, they began the most violent attack, at least to find its weakness during this time. It would be best if it could be killed. The star beasts in 4 positions, including the one below, were fighting. And in fact Shen Yoli already knew that the people on the planet were being killed by those dandelions. But what these star beasts didn't know was that the military district originally had more than 15,000 people. There were another 5,000 people who had been on standby on the planet, so they could help at this time. In short, the people on the original battlefield could not move. There were too many star beasts here, and it was not known how many puppets this pink purgatory level star beast had. So it had to be killed. The people inside the pink star beast moved forward very quickly, and after passing the group of spiders, they reached the 3rd floor. What came into view were countless white spider webs of all sizes, only occasionally dotted with clusters of pink dandelions. They tried to cut off the spider webs with blades, but the spider webs here were very tough and sticky. The moment the blades touched the spider webs, they were entangled and stuck and could not be removed. Moreover, the blades made of general energy could actually be directly absorbed by these spider webs. The energy gradually flowed into the star beast along with these spider webs, and became its nutrients. There were too many spider webs, and there was not even a gap for people to pass through. Shen Shenfu tried with the space thorn, and the energy was indeed sucked away, but it would take some time for it to absorb. So she came up with the most direct way. The same was true for Lu Shi and Tu Jia on the other side. The method of the three was to broke through. It can absorb as much as it wants, but as long as it's fast, it can't absorb all their energy. Shen Shenfu used the space thorn to push the spider web in front of him to make a path, and the people behind him quickly ran inside and set fire to it. No matter what, the fire still restrained the star beast, even if it could only slow down its energy absorption. Lu Shi used the burning cross and chain to forcibly pull out a path, even if it got stuck. Tu Jia was different. She used sound waves to shake the spider webs apart, except that the people following her felt a little noisy. There was no other problem, and they would not even be absorbed. So the team, following Tu Jia, covered their ears and ran over. The other teams basically did the same thing. But when they ran halfway through the third floor, the spider webs became fewer, and the big spiders that had crawled outside before appeared again. The strong spider silk shot at them unexpectedly from any position on the ground or the top side. Fortunately, there were several people's barrier protection. Otherwise, there would be heavy casualties in an instant. However, there were still too many spiders. They slowed down and fought with the piled spiders. However, they were not so well protected after they got out of the barrier set up by the 3S. Soon, Shen Yoli saw the death toll on the screen increase rapidly. After being pierced by the powerful spider silk, they immediately lost their vitality and lay on the ground, melted by the venom and disappeared, as if they had never been there. Shen Shenfu's space spikes were all attached with fire skills by his teammates, and they shot at the piled spiders, killing a large number of spiders. But new spiders kept appearing. They kept walking on this third floor. Although many people were injured, there were no major problems until she met Lu Shi and Tu Jia's team. They were clearly coming to the center from three directions, but they did not see the star beast center or the star core. They actually met. The three of them were very confused about this. But this pile of spiders was particularly difficult to deal with. They could only fight hard. But more and more spiders died in the middle, and the mucus gathered in the center. So some people could only retreat outward. They thought that since the star core was not in the center, it was very likely that it had become the basic form of the body and was hidden somewhere. So they began to burn the dandelions inside the star beast frantically. But after a while, Shen Shenfu looked at the endless spiders and suddenly felt a little confused. Why would it, as a plant-type star beast, have so many spiders in its body? Especially after entering the interior. Most of the skills are related to spiders. Is this a dandelion star beast or a spider star beast? Chapter 389. Dandelions are everywhere on Hanyu Star, and the skill it first used was dandelions all over the sky. So everyone naturally thought that this thing was a plant-type star beast, and spiders were its companion skills. But maybe it's the opposite? Those dandelions are its companion skills. She said her guess. Tu Jia. Lu Shi. This is not a dandelion star beast. Maybe a spider star beast. After all, she has seen a lot of star beasts, so she has a relatively confident guess about the location of the star core of the body. Its star core should be in one of the spiders. What? The others were stunned. They really couldn't imagine that the dandelion star beast that they had fought for so long was actually a spider star beast. This is indeed a big difference, because the general star core is in the center of the star beast. But if the plant and biological star beasts become the shape of their own body, they can indeed hide. But if they find the wrong direction, they will never be able to kill it in their lifetime. They exhausted their superpowers here and fought the dandelion to death. All the people who were dealing with the dandelion stopped and started to kill the spiders instead. The three of them gathered together, facing each other, and closed their eyes in the center protected by the space block. They ran their domains with all their strength and began to sense the different spiders inch by inch. The domains of the three people overlapped completely. But now Lu Shi's domain was higher than the other two. He had 73 layers, while Shen Shenfu had 72 layers and Tu Jia had 70 layers. But Lu Shi didn't know that Shen Shenfu only knew about the existence of domains a few months ago. Otherwise, he would have been even more sloppy. Yes, even if Lu Shi was sloppy, he would only think about it. The domains of the three people added to each other, almost raising everyone's perception to 200%. In the case of not finding the star core, Everyone needed to maintain a part of their mental power, so they didn't attack recklessly. But Shen Chenfu didn't know when he was sensing that Xiao Fei outside had been swallowed by the human face fighting fish star beast. Before this, Shiyu, Mutua, and others had killed the Yuping star beast. After pecking out all the tail feathers, the star core came out. They quickly destroyed the star core and joined the killing of the other two star beasts. Shiyu went to the side of the human face fighting fish star beast, while Mutua went to the side of the stone star beast. After killing one star beast, Shiyu still felt that the situation was under control, until Xiufei broke through the colorful cloud at some point, just in time with the mouth of the human face fighting fish, and was swallowed up with the mecha. When the two brothers on the other side came, they saw the colorful clouds gradually gathering, and Xiaofei mecha disappeared in the mouth of the human face fighting fish. At this time, the disgusting star beast was still smiling. When Shiyu and Xian saw Xiufei being swallowed, the same thought came to their minds. It's over. Sister will never forgive them for not protecting Xiufei. They are finished. So the star beast immediately suffered the strongest counterattack from the two brothers, and began to desperately throw superpowers at the colorful cloud of the star beast. The blue flames, purple poison, and colorful clouds collided with each other, exploding the front with colors, and almost nothing else could be seen. Yes, because they did not find the star core of the star beast within the time of Xiao Fei divine words. The star beast began to sing and cry again, and the colorful clouds followed. After fighting for more than an hour, they still couldn't find the trick. However, the puppets and rebels on the beach have almost been killed, because there is no better way to deal with the puppets now. They are simply attacking without regard for their lives. At this moment, whether intentionally or unintentionally, they are all real members of the rebels. In this situation, there is no other way for them to stop attacking, because the opponent will not stop until they die, and those who fail to come out of Shinchinfu's space bubble. At this time, just sit in the bubble and watch the amazing battle scene in the sky. The two brothers found that the attack effect was not strong. Everyone come to my position and make a gap together. Xian almost shouted this sentence. He didn't dare to think about what the scene would be like if he, as a team with Xiao Fei, let her be swallowed like this and wait for Shinchinfu to come out. She must not lose Xiao Fei. Even if they were added together, they were no match for Xiao Fei. There were only 1,500 people left from the original 2,000 people, and more than 900 people were assigned from Shiyu. At this time, all of them were in the same position, using pure supernatural powers to attack a piece of colorful cloud. Even if the colorful cloud could offset the attack, it would have to be able to offset it. The attack of more than 2,000 people almost caused a mushroom cloud to appear, and the energy explosion made the mecha tremble a little. Gradually, they actually tore another hole in the colorful cloud under this situation, and saw the star beast. The big mouth was originally grinning upwards, but now it was completely closed, and it was pouting downwards, looking quite sad. In fact, when they collapsed and panicked, they didn't notice that when Xiao Fei was swallowed, Lin Xian beside him was also swallowed. They only saw Xiao Fei in despair. They didn't even have time to think about why the colorful cloud suddenly opened, and why the human face fighting fish stopped singing. Seeing this pouting face, they didn't know why it closed its mouth, because it was Xiao Fei who opened the colorful cloud. Xiao Fei made it open its mouth, and then made it close its mouth. It's just that she needs to use her superpowers on the blade now. So when she wants to try, she only uses the minimum superpowers and opens it for a few seconds. But she didn't expect that Lin Xian, who has been beside her, was so fast. The moment he saw her go in, he turned into a flash of lightning and followed her. And even when she opened the big mouth of the star beast, he went in faster than her. When she passed by her, her mecha showed abnormality. At that time, she was thinking that lightning superpowers were really awesome. Lin Xian's idea was very simple. This was Shinchinfu's sister. If something happened to her, it would be bad. Shinchinfu gave him the swallowing seedlings, and he felt that Shinchinfu was very righteous. He had no ulterior motives when interacting with others. He seemed to be quiet, but he was very straightforward when doing things. He was already a good friend of Lin Xian, and he had said before that if there was anything, just go to him. So he followed as a matter of course, and the two of them entered the mouth of the star beast together. It was just that they were not familiar with each other, so even Xiao Fei felt a little embarrassed. Xiao Fei, you're here. Lin Xian. Yeah. Both of them, But Lin Xian asked first, why did you come here? He saw that a white light suddenly flashed around her, and she should have taken the initiative to come in. I think the star core is in its mouth. After saying that, she added, after all, its body is just a skeleton, and only this big head is left. Linsian, that makes sense. Then you come? I don't have enough mental strength. Xiaofei looked at Linsian. He said nothing more. In this rotten black mouth. He first added a lightning barrier to Xiaofei to prevent her from being struck. Then he unfolded his own ability. The lightning storm. The purple-black lightning suddenly exploded, and the strong light pierced Xiaofei so much that he could hardly open his eyes. The rumble surrounded his ears, and the star beast wailed but couldn't open his mouth, holding back a mouthful of black smoke. When this wave of attacks was completed, a red and blue star core condensed in the star beast's mouth. Chapter 390. So when Shen, Shiyu and others tried their best to open the colorful cloud and were ready to rush over, they only heard a crackling sound coming from the star beast in front of them. The two of them wanted to pry open the tightly closed mouth of the human face fighting fish, but they were stopped by others because they didn't know what was going on inside. Suddenly, a burst of colorful energy surged from the star beast's body, even pushing those who had entered the colorful cloud out again. And then the colorful clouds began to dissipate. The huge head couldn't help but open its mouth, and black smoke billowed out of its nose, eyes, mouth, and even ears. They didn't know what happened, but they felt that the black smoke also symbolized the complete end of Shinshinfu and their family relationship. They were as dead as ashes. Suddenly, a mecha with a lightning pattern opened its big mouth a little, and another black and gold mecha flew out from the side. Linsian came out only after Xiaofei was safe. The two of them were greatly relieved to see that Xiaofei mecha was only slightly damaged, and now they looked at Linsian with more gratitude. Soon after, the two of them came out of the fish's mouth. The colorful clouds used to protect the star beast disappeared. The star beast with smoking features fell from the sky like a dead fish, and the sea water splashed high, but it quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Ji Che on the sea surface was amazed when he saw it. Huh? How unlucky. Lu Bingbing stood beside him and nodded in agreement. After killing this human face fighting fish star beast and going to the stone star beast, Xiaofei explained this situation to Shi and Shiyu. Because the star core of the star beast is usually in its body, although she has only seen a star beast once. That is, the swallow star beast before. She still thinks that the star core should not be on this fish bone. In fact, the main body of this human face fish is this big head, so it is natural to go to its mouth. But the fish keeps singing with its mouth open, probably because the star core will not appear with its mouth open. So she used the divine word to force it to shut up, and then let Lin Xian blow up the star core. Xian was still annoyed. Even if that's the case, couldn't you have said something before you did it? How scary. Like a horror movie. And you even drilled into someone's mouth. You can do that. Shiyu was also frightened. Yes. For your sister's sake, you should think more before you act. Listening to the two people's words of obvious worry and concern, Xiaofei suddenly felt that these two people were not as annoying as imagined. I know. While they were talking, the stone star beast over there was also killed by Yu Jianya and others. The weakness of this star beast turned out to be the soles of its feet after it turned into a human sculpture and stood in the seawater. After piercing its soles, it will return to its original spherical shape, and then break it into the center to see the star core. Yu Jianya and Ning Cheng were so tired that they were speechless, because they chopped the star beast into pieces countless times, but it recovered every time. Moreover, they had no experience in dealing with star beasts. It was Ning Cheng who thought of the thunder cloud star beast before. Lu Shi noticed it in the water at that time, so he focused his attention on it this time. It was also at that time that he realized that no matter how many times the body was chopped into pieces, the feet of this star beast always stood in the water without moving, and it was not seriously injured. So he decided to try it once. In short, it was a close call. Although the mecha was damaged and they almost drowned, they still cooperated with so many people to kill the star beast. However, the people of Lange's family and the military district were indeed different from the people in their school at that time. Even if they were facing thousands of evil ghost stone sculptures, they were still very orderly. Even if someone was injured or died, they would not panic at all. Ning Cheng felt that he had learned something. When he was sighing and returning to the space barrier to help fight the pink star beast, he heard Yu Jianya's lament. What's wrong with you? What went wrong? Yu Jianya sighed. There's a problem. A big problem. Mutua followed him. Hee. His mecha is damaged a lot. I feel bad. Ning Chung, Shiyu, who followed behind, also connected the signal. It's okay. My family will fix it for you. Yu Jianya immediately agreed. Okay. From now on you are also my brother. Mutua, Xian, Since then, all 3 star beasts who came to help have been killed. During this period, they did not open Shinshinfu barrier, although they killed some people from the Federation. For the rebels, they were just giving up their lives in vain. And Shinshinfu and the other 2 in the Star Beast have been using the field to sense for 10 minutes, which is a long time for them. Their mental power is like a scanner, sensing and checking all the abnormalities in the Star Beast again and again. However, because of the long time, the pressure on several people is getting greater and greater. Shinshinfu calmed herself down and put herself in the perspective of the Star Beast. If she were a Star Beast, where would she place her body? With so many spiders? If she were one, she would definitely be the most harmless and inconspicuous one. Yes, the inconspicuous one. Shinshinfu focused her mental power net on the second layer. The spiders there were very small and subtle. She checked from the inside out, gradually approaching the dandelions on the first layer. Finally, when she swept over a dandelion, she felt a slight movement. This was the Star Beast's body, which was originally a spider, turned into a very small spider like a dandelion seed, still staying inside a dandelion. The moment Shinshinfu mental power locked onto it, the spider immediately flew up and was about to run. Shinshinfu used the space block to chase it all the way. And these, Lu Shi and Tujia's domains could also fully perceive. So the 3 of them stood in the center of the Star Beast, purely controlling the domain, and began to chase the Star Beast's true body. It was moving very fast, and everything inside was protecting its safety. Whether it was a dandelion, a small spider, or a big spider, all of them stood behind it so that it could escape. Just before it was about to run out of this huge pink sphere, several space planes finally blocked it. Then came thousands of characters, a floating 5-line battle song, and layers of cutting walls. These things completely surrounded it. And before it could react, they all exploded on its body. This operation directly exploded from the inside to the outside, causing a large piece of the pink sphere to collapse instantly. And what appeared in the air was a pink star core, with a little girl sealed in it, like a bug that could not move in natural amber. The star core dragged a long tail of light and broke through the surrounding mechas unstoppably, and slammed into the space barrier in the air. But because the star core body had left its huge body, there was no restriction on Shinshinfu teleportation. She teleported the 2 of them to midair, in front of the star core. Its violent impact broke open Shinshinfu 20+ layers of mental power network. Fortunately, it was repaired quickly, and it couldn't get out for a while. But Shinshinfu was stunned for a moment when he saw the little body inside with its eyes closed, unconscious as if sleeping. Lu Shi urged. She can't be saved. She knew. Even if the star core was chopped into pieces, she would be blown to death. But she felt that such a young child might not know about these rebels at all, and had been parasitized, and might not have any choice. But suddenly felt a little sad for her. Her life was just a tool. But at this time, all she could do was to let her get rid of it quickly, before the star core hit the barrier again. The 3 layers of black space blocks completely framed it. And then Shinshinfu said to the little girl in the star core, "May you turn into a star. This is the interstellar wish for the dead." With a crisp snap of fingers, all the matter in the black space block was annihilated. Chapter 391 Success. Ding. The sound of space annihilation echoed in the air. Everyone present stopped moving because of this skill. Everyone stared blankly at the dark space in the air, and the 3 people on the space plane. At this time, only the gradually collapsing body of the Star Beast was floating, like a real dandelion, but it disappeared after flying, because the Star Beast had been with the host from beginning to end. Shinshinfu believed that it did not break away from the original host, and try to find a new host when facing the moment of life and death, like Qi Mingyi. The pink spider Star Beast was successfully killed. Millions of people in the interstellar fainted at the same time, and the puppets of Han Yuxing who rushed to the outside of the space barrier also fainted. After waking up, they had no idea what happened. The rebels who were contained in Shinshinfu bubble space saw that all 4 Star Beasts were killed and realized that this operation had completely failed. They were not high-level people. So they actually didn't know what kind of strength the rebels had. So when they saw the star beast appear, they were also surprised. I can't believe that there are people in the world who can control the actions of star beasts. And 4 at a time. But what I didn't expect was that the military district actually killed all 4. And there were so many high-level superpowers around today's target. It was the decision-making mistakes of the top leaders that killed all of them here. The reason why it was all of them. Because at this moment, each of them used their superpowers to condense into a knife, and sat in the space bubble, and cut their necks amid the cheers of the federal soldiers. The opponent was going to live. And they were going to die. Blood sprayed out. And the body gradually became cold. Their eyes quickly dispersed. Many people recalled their unhappy lives, and did not feel regretful. Participating in such things was the most important choice in their originally ordinary and difficult lives. Those people said that as long as they continued to do this, they would achieve a reversal in their lives. They would be happy. And they would be successful. So even if they died now, it would be a contribution. The cameras originally placed in various positions captured these scenes. Bai Tung looked at everyone being killed and cursed them as trash. After that, he leaned back in his chair for a long time, and couldn't speak. Although he was a little hesitant, he couldn't regret it after making the choice. What's more, the Luo family has been partially exposed now. Even if he is a rebel, Bai Tung must take the Bai family as the most important family. If he succeeds in the future, his family may have to compete with the Luo family for credit. Bai Tung has already begun to think about getting deeper into the rebels. As for those who died, what does that count for? On the other side, Luo Yuan looked at the people sent by the Luo family who all died. His eyes sank for a moment. And then he blinked and returned to normal. As if nothing had happened. And he understood that the price of underestimating Shinshinfu was annihilation. These people sent out were easy to deal with, because they had no dealings with the Luo family on the surface. Only Luo Su. Since Luo Su's face was completely exposed, it was difficult for the family to sever the relationship now. Originally, she thought she would definitely be able to kill Shinshinfu. And it didn't matter if she was seen. So she didn't even use a mask. As a result, she was seen by so many people now. And there must be many mechas that recorded her face. Even if they said they were parasitized without knowing it. They couldn't avoid the family being investigated. But the Luo family couldn't stand a deep investigation. They could only run away and hide immediately. So at the moment when the people sent by the Luo family died, Luo Yuan decided to take all the people away. Those important assets had been transferred earlier. And the next step would only cause the star beast condensate here to be unable to be properly delivered. These things can only be done by other families for the time being. And the Luo family will enter a period of relative silence. On the contrary, the winner of this battle was shocked by the scene of those people on the beach choosing to give up themselves. I didn't expect that people who were not controlled by puppets would do this. It's no different from the puppets. But because it was a voluntary choice, it feels more terrifying than the puppets. These corpses lying on the ground in all directions, without any life. They got nothing, but lost their most precious lives. Many people died on the Federation side. But it was different after all. On one hand, they were provoking war. And on the other hand, they were maintaining peace. The military district and the Lange family are now counting the number of people. And they are also recording the rebels. Many of them look very young under their masks. Shinshinfu wondered, do these rebels know that they might be exterminating humans for the star beasts? But before she could continue thinking, Tu Jiao beside her put her arm around her shoulder. What are you thinking about? We won. Lu Shi patted the dust on his hands and body. Hey, this is just the beginning. Suddenly, Ji Che's desperate cry came from the communicator beside them. Come on. We need to take away the pink poison ice bowl here. Shinshinfu looked down and saw that all the poison dropped by the star beasts in this battle was caught by the big ice bowl made by Ji Che and Lu Bingbing. And no poison spread out. She teleported down with the two of them first. And then rushed to Ji Che's side, using the space block to receive it in the space block, and placed it in the most conspicuous position of her star beast shelf. And on this floor, she also left 2 empty spaces. In fact, she didn't expect the fishing effect to be so good. There were actually 4 star beasts at once. And this time, the skills of the other 2 star beasts were also recorded, which was also one of her goals. What can be confirmed is that the golden puppet is indeed a time star beast, which can pause time, and can also temporarily go back to childhood, and can also make people go back in time and come back to life again. But I don't know what the limitations of these skills are. Thinking of time skills, she thought of the little cold ball who saved her. Only then did she connect some points that she had not noticed. If the little cold ball could break the skills of the time star beast, then what was it? Since the rebels could not save her, was it the little cold ball that saved her in Chi Mingya's body before? Could it be a star beast too? But aren't star beasts born disaster bodies? Wherever they go, there will be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Why is the little cold ball not like this? Shen tried to call out. Little cold ball? Meow. It didn't leave. If it was a problematic creature, lurking around her, but not harming her, and even saving her repeatedly, it would not run away now that its abilities were exposed. This is unreasonable. Shen teleported to the reef, and the little cold ball showed a coquettish look, wanting to rub her legs. But Shen took a step back, letting it rub empty. The little cold ball was a little surprised, looking at her with big eyes and grievance. Shen couldn't help wanting to pick it up and comfort it. After all, who can watch their cat being spoiled and not want to touch it? She tried to hold back now, but still got closer, squatted down to create a space block to isolate the sound, and asked it, I have a few questions to ask you. Nod or shake your head. Meow. The little cold ball nodded. Chapter 392 Important. Shen are you on the rebel side? Little cold ball shook his head. Are you a star beast? Little cold ball paused for 2 seconds, then shook his head. Do you have the ability to control time? This time, he nodded quickly without any pause. Then, was it you who saved me in the blood star beast before? Little cold ball snorted, then nodded reluctantly, as if she was angry. She was still doubting it when she had saved her. She felt so wronged. Shen As things developed to this point, she had confirmed that little cold ball was not a creature on the rebel side. Because if it was, she and it had always slept in the same room for such a long time. And it could also control time. Then little cold ball had countless opportunities to kill her. So why did he have to direct and act himself and spend so much effort to save her? She was really a thorn in the eyes of the rebels. And even more so after this time. Shen picked up the little cold ball, and it kicked her unhappily, then collapsed on her hand, without any strength, pretending to be a dead cat, deliberately taking revenge on her. Okay, I was wrong. Okay, I buy you a new bed. The biggest, softest and most comfortable one. It purred. Shen carried the angry little cold ball on her shoulder and teleported into the air to repair the annihilated space and remove the large space barrier. She saw Xiao Fei and the crowd hesitated and didn't dare to come over. And she was a little surprised. So she called her. Xiao Fei, you are not hurt, right? According to Xiao Fei level, there should be no big problem with so many people together. As a result, Shen and Shi beside Xiao Fei bypassed her and rushed towards her. Xiao Fei was a little panicked, and pulled their clothes to stop them from coming over. But they were dragged in front of her. The sand and stones under her feet were dragged out 2 long traces. Shen saw that the relationship between the 3 people seemed to be much closer. But the atmosphere was indeed a bit strange. So he asked, what happened? Before Xiao Fei could speak, Shen complained first. Sister, she actually went directly into the mouth of the human-faced fish. Xiao said. Yes. She opened the mouth of the human-faced fish herself, and went in without telling anyone. Shen was furious. I thought she was eaten. I thought you must be crazy. I hurried to save her. Xiao nodded. I was scared. The 2 complained angrily and aggrievedly. God knows how anxious they were at that time. All 3 of them looked at Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei knew that she was a little careless at the time, so she acted like a spoiled child. Sister, I was a little anxious because we had been fighting for so long. Many people were injured and the mechas were falling down. I thought of it but forgot to say it. So I went in to try it directly. But Lin Xian followed me. So I am not completely without guarantee. Xian sneered. Lin Xian is because he is a lightning type and rushes fast. Otherwise, I don't know if you can blow up the star core in your emergency state. Xiao Fei saw that Shen Fu's face was getting darker and darker, and she became more panicked. I was wrong? Sister, I was really wrong. I will pay attention next time. Shen Fu's expression was very serious, and the atmosphere around him became cold. So much so that Xiao Meiqiu looked up at Xiao Fei. But in the end, she just suppressed her emotions inside. Xiao Fei, there must not be a next time. Okay. Even if you want to go, you must ensure your own safety. Even if it is for the mission. To save people. I also hope that the premise is that you are absolutely safe. Shin Shinfu never thought that he was a person who treated all beings equally. Everyone has an important person in their heart, which is incomparable to others. If someone said that in his heart, parents, children, wife, and any stranger in the world are equally important, wouldn't it be too false and terrible? However, Xiao Fei lowered her head and said after a moment of silence, I know what you mean. But sister, you obviously understand these principles. But you still carried out this plan. Don't you also take your life and death lightly? I heard that those people with golden patterns can stop time. So what if you die? What should I do? Xiao Fei continued to ask. Have you ever thought that you are equally important to us? Why do you always ignore yourself? It was like this a long time ago. When I was in the ruins, I didn't care about my own affairs, but only cared about her affairs. Xian and Shiyu didn't say anything either, because when they knew she was going to use herself to lure the star beast out, their first reaction was also worry. Strictly speaking, she was the only relative they had in the true sense of blood. If she died in the same way as her parents, they probably wouldn't know how to face this cruel world. So they tried their best to come. Shin Shinfu was stunned when he heard this. That's right. She really forgot to think about these questions. She only thought about how important other people were to her. But she forgot that she was also an important person in other people's hearts. She glanced at Xian, Shiyu and Xiufei in front of her. The three of them were obviously younger than her, but they showed worried expressions. She also moved her eyes to Tujia, who was struggling with his long hair that was tangled because of the fight not far away. Lu Shi, who asked Lu Bingbing to make ice water for him. And Ji Che, who pointed at his tiny wound and cried to Ning Cheng. Nai Yi, who collapsed when he saw Tuan Tuan's dirty hair, but was comforted by Tuan Tuan. And Lin Xian, who ran over to ask Ning Ting how he was but was stopped by Aoyan. And the other friends of Freedom 1 team, who were not with her. Although she didn't spend a lot of time with them, she knew that they were all so sincere, and they were important friends to each other. She really forgot that if she really died without caring, these people would be sad. She thought of it all. Ji Che and Liu would cry louder than each other. Shin Yoshing might put on his spiky ball uniform again. Cece would hide in the quilt and cry again. And Grandpa and Grandma. At such an old age, if something happened to her, it would be even more sad to lose and regain again. Indeed, her first thought when she got the news was to use herself. And many assumptions in this plan were indeed based on the assumption that she was dead to consider how to plan and ensure that these star beasts were killed. Because she actually hated it. After receiving the letter that day, although it seemed that she recovered quickly, she didn't. In her dreams, there were scenes of her home. Those warm scenes, and the scenes of killing failing intertwined. It takes her some time to calm down every time. She hated these rebels. Hated them for killing her parents. Hated them for making her hide alone in the corner of the world with misunderstandings. And hated them for forcing her and her brothers to kill their father with their own hands. She hated it so much that even when she felt happy, she felt that she was unworthy. Shouldn't. And couldn't. How could she be happy when she didn't even get her revenge? How could she be happy when the dead hadn't been buried yet? From that day on, her eyes were fixed on the rebels. But she forgot that there were many important people around her who were also worried about her. Shin Shinfu was speechless for a long time. And finally spoke. I'm sorry. I was wrong too. Chapter 393 Dirty Mop. She had opened his mouth unconsciously when he heard this. He had a new understanding of Xiao Fei eloquence. He didn't expect it to be so useful. But in fact, they didn't dare to say it. Even if other friends found that she was a little radical recently, they still supported her and stood on her side. But 3S is also a person and will die. There are only 11 3S in total. 2 of them were assassinated in just a few days. In fact, their situation is quite dangerous. She didn't take her life seriously. Looking at their shocked expressions, Shin Shinfu smiled. I will think more about myself in the future. Sorry. I made you worry. Hearing her say this, the 3 of them also breathed a sigh of relief. She can't use herself to fish every time. And the rebels should not be so easily deceived after this time. Ah! It's too dirty. Ji Che's scream easily broke the slightly heavy atmosphere here. The 4 of them looked over together and understood why Ji Che was so devastated. Because the flower group has become a mop group. First of all, it was dirty. The white fur was turned into a gray-black ball mixed with red, by all kinds of blood and explosions. Shaokai next to it was a dirtier version of it. Aodian didn't know where he went to fight, and his fur was burned off in several places. But he didn't seem to care much. Even Lange couldn't see its gradient blue. Among the 5 flowers, only Lu Bingbing was still as pure as ice and jade. She waved her leaves while standing aside and looking at them, showing disgust. After Jiche screamed, he condensed 4 balls of water, wrapped the flowers in front of him that seemed to have wandered for a while, and crawled out of the garbage dump, and began to roll them up like a washing machine to wash them. Ning Ting looked at Aodian, who was rolling in the water and hitting the water wall, and asked Jiche, "Is this really okay? I feel like Aodian is going to vomit." "Really?" Jiche released his supernatural power, and the water ball fell into the beach below. The flowers in front of him did not become very clean as he imagined, but fell to the ground in a daze, and it took a long time to get up. "It looks even worse." Lu Bingbing watched from the side and shook her head. It couldn't bear to look at it anymore because it was so dirty. It walked to a few flowers, pointed its big leaves at each flower, and instantly a few jellyfish-like, transparent but colorful jellyfish appeared and flew towards them. When the jellyfish flew around them, they actually produced a lot of white bubbles, completely piled up a few flowers inside, and then the jellyfish disappeared. After a while, Lu Bingbing turned her head and glanced at Jiche, motioning him to rinse with water. After Jiche water washed again, everyone returned to their original appearance except Aodian, who had lost a lot of hair. Lu Shi was even more satisfied with this. It was worthy of being his flower. It was so practical. On the black beach, the others were still cleaning up the battlefield. Shen Yuli talked to Shen Chenfu alone and showed her the face of Luo Su that was captured by the camera on Shen Chenfu button and the news he had just found. "This is Luo Su, the second daughter of the head of the Luo family." Shen Chenfu was a little surprised, because she didn't expect that the Luo family would use their daughter to parasitize the star beast. According to the information they found before, the Luo family was not unaware of it. So this child might even be prepared by them specifically for the star beast, just like a sacrifice offered to the star beast. Let them choose. Originally, she saw that the head of the Luo family still cared about his brother in the old house of the Luo family, and thought he was a person who cared about family affection relatively. But she didn't expect that he could even give up his child directly. Thinking of the old house of the Luo family, Shen Chenfu suddenly asked, "Where is the head of the Luo family now? He has not been seen since he went out a few days ago." "Okay. I know." When Shen Yuli was about to leave, he said to Shen Chenfu, "Xiufu, after this time, the rebels have destroyed many puppets. The war should be coming soon. At that time, the military district may have new arrangements for your students who are studying abroad, because it is too dangerous outside. Just now, the puppets running over from outside were verified. The patterns on their bodies turned black and appeared, and the identification glasses could not see the glowing patterns." Shen Chenfu nodded. After being told by her sister just now, she also found her recent problems, and would not be as reckless as before. When she was about to walk back to the team, she was stopped by Ling Shi and Ling Jiu again. "Miss, the Luo family's old house that you asked us to send people to monitor has just received news that they are moving quickly with their people." Ling Shi and Ling Jiu have been observing Shen Chenfu life since she came back, so they are used to her being the eldest lady. And Ling Shi feels that Shen Chenfu seems to prefer everyone to just call her Miss rather than the title of the head of the family. Shen Chenfu thought that Luo Yuan still remembered to move Luo Heng to another place at this time, which shows that he is important. So she is going to take Luo Heng away now to see if she can get any useful information. Shen Chenfu said to the two, "Tell them to share the location with me. I go now." Ling Shi said, "Let's go with you." Mississippi. Shen Chenfu looked at the wounds on the two and refused. "You go get treatment first and help count the casualties of the Lange family. The family will issue pensions and mission money. You've worked hard today." After saying this, she opened the portal and prepared to intercept Luo Heng herself. "Wait!" Ning Cheng called her. "Where are you going?" The rest of the team also ran over, especially Ning Ting, whose eyes were quite resentful. It was as if she was saying, "I have been doing small tasks with you these days. Why are you leaving me alone now? Do you think I am useless?" Woo! Shen Chenfu didn't know why he could read so much from her eyes at once, as if she also had the ability to read minds. But she just understood. She had to explain. "I'm going to catch Luo Heng. The team member showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and made a sound of "oh." Xiao Fei, who followed, didn't know who Luo Heng was, and asked, "Who is Luo Heng? Why do you want to catch him?" Ning Ting had always had a good impression of Xiao Fei, who had helped her before. So she said, "He is the brother of the head of a family related to the rebels." "Oh." Xiao Fei nodded thoughtfully. "That's a big bad guy." She looked at Shen Fu. "Then, sister, go and catch him quickly. Don't let the bad guy run away." The team felt that it was not appropriate for Shen Fu to go alone. What if the other side had more people? So Lin Xian, Ning Cheng, and Tu Jia from the team decided to go together. Ji Che was going to go too, but everyone said that he was injured, his finger was a little cut, so he should have a good rest. And Lu Shi, when everyone looked at him, he had already waved goodbye to them in a farewell gesture, and he felt that he didn't need to go for such a thing. In fact, it was like this. Shen Fu knew that she could take Luo Heng away by herself. But since everyone wanted to go, they must be worried about her. So they decided to go together. Chapter 394, Snatching People. Before leaving, Shen Fu asked Xian and Shi to take Xiaofei and other classmates to the manor. After the group teleported away, Yu Jianya and the others were still wondering. Why did Shen Fu directly arrange Shiyu and the others to take everyone to the manor? Isn't that someone else's manor? And they didn't seem to be unhappy at all, and looked a little obedient? Although he didn't understand it very well, he didn't think much about it. When they were fighting, the communicator signal was not mixed with so many people, so they didn't hear how people on other lines called Shen Fu. 20 aircraft flew quickly over Hanyu Star. Although the transportation stations of Hanyu Star were all blocked at this time and entry and exit were prohibited, the Luo family had a place to park the airship, which could avoid interstellar surveillance from a remote location and break out while it was still chaotic. The Luo family bodyguard looked at Luo Heng, who was knocked unconscious and lying on the chair, and felt that he looked much better now. Over the years, he was sometimes sober and sometimes crazy. Of course, he was crazy more often. No one knew what stimulated him. In short, he was determined to run away. Such a big family business was originally his. But he didn't want it. Not only did he not want it, he also looked very disgusted. They were all ordinary bodyguards, and they didn't know about the family's upper class. Their only mission was to protect and monitor Luo Heng. This was the first time in such a long time that they were arranged to take Luo Heng to transfer, and all the bodyguards were evacuated. They didn't know what happened. When they passed the city, they found something wrong. Originally, every city on Hanyu Star had a large number of pink dandelions and white tassel trees. But now the pink was gone, leaving only white. Hanyu Star became what it was decades ago when pink dandelions were not planted. Originally, they thought that the only place on this planet without pink dandelions was the old house of the Luo family. What's going on? Why are all the pink dandelions gone? Forget about the dandelions. Don't you see a lot of people lying on the ground? The man looked over and shuddered. Heads. Why are they all headless? Is there a beheading killer? On the way, they saw more and more headless people. They felt that the scene below was really creepy, so they sped through the city. Suddenly, the driver notified, "Someone is following us." Although the other party's whereabouts were very covert, the route they took should not be a route followed by someone all the way, which seemed a bit strange. So the people who sent out 2 aircraft began to slow down and intercept the trackers from behind. But after they intercepted one, they found that there was another aircraft that continued to follow from other locations. At first, there was no action, but soon after, it suddenly changed. The aircraft began to intercept and force them to stop. But the order from above was to send Luo Heng away as soon as possible. They couldn't waste too much time fighting, so they rushed forward with the aircraft at high speed in the air, while others attacked the aircraft following behind. After fighting for a while, all the aircraft stopped suddenly. What's going on? Why did it stop? The driver said. There's someone in front. They all looked over and saw several mechas. But only one person was not using a mecha, as if standing in the air. Before they could react, the girl pointed at the aircraft where Luo Heng was, and a blue light flashed, and Luo Heng lay at her feet. The bodyguards panicked and said, "Go and get Mr. Luo back." But then, they saw several light balls appear in front of them with electric current sounds, and then suddenly brightened, and the aircraft and the people all fell to the ground. Fortunately, It was low altitude and not high. Some people who had not fainted climbed out of the aircraft and looked at the sky again. There were no birds. Luo Hung was easily taken away. On the other side, the few people who had said they would act together were still standing on the black beach in a daze. Even before Shen and the others returned to the manor, they had already returned to the vicinity of the black beach, just avoiding most people. After retrieving the mecha, Ning Chung whispered to Tujia beside him, "What did we do just now?" "Tujia, it seems. We didn't do anything?" Joining in the fun, Shen Shenfu asked someone to take Luo Hung away for inspection. And Lin Xian asked, "Then where are we going now?" Because they would not go back to the place where they lived before. Everyone's things had been packed up long ago, and the place was locked by the rebels. So it was not convenient for them to live there again. Shen Shenfu looked at Xian and the others not far away. "Go back to the manor. I call them together later." Lin Xian and Ning Chung felt that the manor must be Xian and Shiyu's home. They must have helped a lot in this operation. So they arranged so many people. So it was reasonable to arrange another place to live, which was generous. The reason why they did not leave immediately and chose to stay on Hanyu Star was that Hanyu Star was now under comprehensive inspection. And the people from the military district did not leave. And even more people came. It was very safe to go to the residence of the Lange family. Shen Shenfu believed that they were implicated by the people of their Lange family when they participated in the operation. So it was necessary to entertain them well. Her identity had been exposed to the enemy now, and she did not need to deliberately hide anything in front of her friends. In fact, she knew that many times Xian and Shiyu were always secretly calling her sister because they were concerned about her mood and plan. In this way, the 3 study tour teams helped here until the evening, and were taken to a manor of the Lange family on Hanyu Star. Everyone was busy all day, and their faces were dirty. So they took off their masks on the aircraft. This place did not follow the convention of this planet's preference for local architectural elements, and it was still built very domineeringly and luxuriously. After the aircraft landed, there were still 3,000 guards following. These guards were part of the participants, who were slightly injured or not injured today. Not all of them. This time, there were 10,000 Lange family members participating in the battle. 15,000 military members. 2,427 Lange family guards died in the battle. 1,841 military members died in the battle. 11,510 opponents were completely wiped out. And 4 star beasts. This number is considered very small for fighting star beasts, especially 4 star beasts. Fortunately, there were enough and strong people to arrange the joint battle. And because the external barrier of the pink spider star beast was far less powerful than that of the blood star beast, the loss of human life is always heavy. Because everyone's life is important. Not everyone in the teams was so rich. So they were still very shocked to see such a manor when they entered. And even a few flowers looked around curiously. "So you asked Shiyu, you all have such a big house here?" Before he could answer, the others said, "This is too good. We will have a lot of big meals to eat." Yes. Yes. For the first time, I felt the charm of the young master's money. They all thanked Xian and Shiyu. But when the door opened, the neatly lined servants inside all leaned forward. "Master." Except for a few people who knew the situation. Everyone else was stunned. "Master? Where did the master come from?" Chapter 395. The head of the family. Everyone looked at each other, looking at the servants who had no intention of getting up, still thinking that they had heard wrong. Aren't there only the 2 brothers Xian and Shiyu here? Head of the family. They all remembered that the 2 young masters were not the head of the family. It was a big fuss at the time. Everyone in the star Interstellar knew that the head of the Lange family was Lange, their sister. Hee. I must have heard wrong just now. Well, your servants must have made a mistake. Your sister should not have come. Xian and Shiyu did not speak. They thought Shen Shenfu was still unwilling to tell others that she was actually their sister. Unexpectedly, Shen Shenfu spoke up. She said to those people, "Get up. You don't have to do this anymore." A group of people stood up straight in unison. "Yes, head of the family." Shen Shenfu glanced at Xian and Shiyu, who didn't dare to say a word, and smiled. "I am their sister." All those who didn't know were shocked. What? When Xian and Shiyu heard that Shen Shenfu was willing to admit that she was their sister in front of others, they both showed a stunned expression. This was too incredible for them. Both of them had tears in their eyes because of her words. This means that all the wrong things they did in the past have been forgiven. and she is really willing to accept them as a family. Right? Xiaofei looked at this and that sideways, and was still happy for her sister. After knowing those things, she only felt that these three people were very pitiful. They were extremely lonely in their own world. She deeply understood what loneliness felt like. But even Lin Xian, who always had a cold face, showed a shocked expression of what are you talking about? Because in his mind, isn't Shen Shenfu the sister of Shen Yoxing? Then she must be from the Shen family. How come she suddenly became from the Lange family? And those Lange family guards before, didn't they come here because of Xiang Ziyu's plan? But it makes sense to think so. If it's not the head of the family, who has such great power to mobilize tens of thousands of people at one time. But he was even more surprised. The child of the martial Shen family, and the richest Lange family? Her parents are really ruthless. The truth that Lin Xian deduced was one step faster than others. A person was shocked silently. Ning Cheng didn't expect it. He originally thought that Shen Shenfu was really a very unpicky person. She didn't pick food or sleep. She seemed to be able to accept anything, thinking that she had suffered a lot. He brought her tomatoes. Does the head of the Lange family need his tomatoes? But he immediately thought, yes, the tomato and egg noodles he made are a must. Even if she is of noble status, it is normal for her to like to eat. Ning Cheng is happy for her. It's a good thing that she is not a wanderer and has a home. Nei excitedly pulled Tuan Tuan aside and thanked her parents again for giving her such a superpower. From now on, if she said that her superpower was weak, it would be nonsense. She couldn't even say it. She was really lucky. Jiche was going crazy. You? Are you Hill Lang? No. I went to your party that day. But you didn't even come down to say hello. Suddenly, he remembered what Liu had said to him. 16 years old. Higher level than him. From the ruins? This was clearly Shen Shenfu himself. So Liu already knew at that time? Jiche was very angry. He clearly thought Shen Shenfu was his important friend. But she told Liu and didn't tell him. Shen Shenfu explained. The enemy didn't know my identity at that time. So I had to keep it secret. Just then, the servant came over. Master, dinner is ready. Shen Shenfu avoided Jiche's sad eyes. Let's go. Let's go eat. But even if everyone knew her identity, no one would tell it everywhere. After today's war, they all knew the importance and danger of Shen Shenfu, and would not bring her new troubles. So everyone kept their mouths shut. In the evening, Shen Shenfu also gave Xiao Meiqiu a bath. And both the man and the cat smelled fragrant. She used the space barrier to protect the entire Lange manor. With her there, she would also protect the Lange guards, who were supposed to protect them. Today's events were a good start for Shen Shenfu. She felt much more relaxed, and got out of the tense mental state she had been in before. Although this matter was no longer just their family's business, she still breathed a sigh of relief. Many times, people were unable to get rid of something because they were hurt, but did not get rid of the bad breath. And Xiaofei's words were also right. She should not only look at hatred, but also look at the warmth around her. The death of her parents was not to create her current misfortune, and her parents would not want her to be unhappy. On the contrary, Feiyong and Shenyang had given everything they had to achieve the current situation. So she should cherish it even more, and live well with their share, and the share of those who died in the war. She first mourned for the dead in silence and prayed that they could turn into stars. Then she opened the window, and the wind from the window blew in, blowing her long hair back. She closed her eyes and opened her arms. Embracing this breeze was like embracing the world for the first time. It was bright and warm on Shen Yoxing's side, but he still broke out in a cold sweat. It was not until everything was over that Shen Yoxing knew about their battle with the star beasts, because they had not been to Hanyu Star in the first place, and were even far away. Shen Shenfu and Shen Yoli felt that there was no need to ask him to come all the way, but he was still afraid. Fortunately, Xiaofu and the others were fine. She actually used herself as bait to capture the star beasts, although she successfully killed 4 of them. What if? His expression kept changing, from the initial nervousness to the later relief, and then gradually became angry and serious. Liu bought a popsicle and handed it to him, but he didn't take it for a long time. What are you doing? Lost your money? Before Shen Yoxing could speak, she continued, let me tell you. Do you know that this soda pop only costs 2 star coins? It's so cheap. I have never eaten something so cheap in my life. And it tastes so good. Shen Yoxing came back to his senses and took the soda popsicle from her hand. Thank you for the reward. Miss. But looking at Liu, who was eating happily beside him, he was a little worried. So he said, "You should make your fake face more ordinary." It was really too high profile. And she changed it every day. Pure today. Charming tomorrow. Cute the day after tomorrow. A different look every day. It seemed that she was afraid that others would not know that she was using a fake face. Why? Didn't I listen to you and put it on? Can't you make me look better? Because it's more dangerous outside than you think. We have to be more cautious. Liu wanted to say something else. But seeing that his eyebrows were so tight that they could kill a fly, it seemed that if she didn't agree, he would become a Buddha on the spot. Okay. I got it. Then you give me an extra 5,000 yuan. No. 3,000. Oh. 1,000 is fine. I'm eating something that costs 2 yuan. Okay. Chapter 396 Madman. Luo Yuan, who was transferred to a remote planet, soon learned about Luo Heng's capture. After those people described the details of the skills of the captors, he soon realized that it was Shen Fu who took him away. This means that she had long found out that the Luo family was related to the rebels, and had been looking for someone to monitor the old house. So she discovered the abnormality as soon as Luo Heng was transferred. Moreover, she had just finished the battle at that time, and she should have a lot of things to deal with. But she came to capture people at the first time, and she should have known who the people in the old house were. Suddenly he thought of the day when he felt that there was a sight in the main building, and it turned out not to be an illusion. They really underestimated her more than a little. From the incident of the Lange family to now, it has only been a month, and she seized the opportunity to fish out another purgatory-level star beast and successfully surrounded and killed it. And all the millions of puppets were invalidated. This was something they had done after lying dormant for 100 years with great difficulty. After that, they must make new puppets as quickly as possible, and all families must keep up with the action. But Luo Heng fell into the hands of the Lange family. It was too difficult to get him back. However, we still had to send someone to look for him and see if there was a good time to do it. Luo Yuan asked the bodyguard next to him, "Is the young master here?" "It will take another day." Luo Yuan pinched his brows. "I know. Go down." The next day, everyone in the Lange manor had a very comfortable night's rest. After getting up in the morning, Shen Fu felt that Ji Che had become strange again. He suddenly coaxed himself and was no longer angry. When he saw her, he seemed to greet her with some regret. His eyes were still swollen and almost unable to open. Others also felt very strange. Only Ning Chung knew why. Because when he was pouting and angry, Captain Ning Chung, as a caring big brother, walked over and asked him why he was so angry. He naturally muttered that he thought he was her good friend, but told Liu not to tell him. Liu must have been very proud in her heart, and laughed at him for being a big fool. But Ning Chung said, "Everyone has their own secrets. And you said she didn't come down to say hello to you. But there must be some inside stories about the banquet that everyone doesn't know. And after that night, her father died. Have you forgotten? How can she still have the mood to pay attention to these details? She will be very sad." Yes, Ji Che's mind only remembered that she became the head of the family. But after a busy and tense day, he really forgot why she became the head of the family. Because both parents are dead. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly became tearful, and he tried to rush upstairs to apologize to her. Ning Chung stopped him, saying that everyone was resting, and she would not be angry with you. So he stopped Ji Che. But at night, he carefully read the news about the Lange family again, thinking about her original life. He had never seen such a tragedy in the world, and he felt more and more miserable. He was like a person in a sad drama and fell into the plot. He cried for a long time before falling asleep. Therefore, as the only son of the Ji family, Ji Che has been serving dishes to Shen Fu attentively during breakfast time, putting everything he thinks is delicious in front of her. "Fu, this is delicious. You should eat more. This is also good. Very refreshing. Eat quickly." Shen Fu looked at the pile of food on the plate and couldn't start for a while. "What's wrong with you? I'm a cow and I should be full." Lu Shi laughed at him. "You can see that you have done something wrong and feel guilty." Ji Che pouted and glared at Lu Shi, but his eyes were too swollen, like a big frog, which made everyone laugh. After Shen Fu finished eating, Ling Shi came in and leaned close to her ear. "Miss." Luo Heng woke up, but Ling Shi showed an embarrassed expression, meaning that she needed to go and see for herself. When she asked Ning Ting to go together, Xiao Fei also followed, saying that he was a divine word, and maybe he could help. The three of them went to the side building with Ling Shi. She did not imprison Luo Heng as an unforgivable criminal, but still let him live in the room. But a large number of Lange guards were also guarding the side building. Before they reached the room, they heard a heart-wrenching roar, shouting, "Let me out!" He was no longer normal and decent as before when facing his brother. Ling Shi opened the door for them, and saw Ling Jiao trying to stop Luo Heng from hitting the wall. He was in an unnatural and crazy state, with messy hair, and he was desperate to rush out. If he couldn't get out, he would hit the wall. He looked like a complete lunatic. Ling Jiao seemed relieved to see her coming over. He grabbed Luo Heng's arms with both hands and said, "Miss, this man seems to have some mental problems. He is not normal." Shen Shenfu walked in, looked at Luo Heng, turned his head, and glanced at Ning Ting. She nodded and started to read his mind inconspicuously, listening carefully to see whether this man's current appearance was real or fake. All his thoughts at this moment were laid out in front of Ning Ting without any defense. "I want to go out. I want to go out. He will die. He will die. I was wrong. I was wrong. Where is this? Who am I? Who am I looking for?" Ning Ting listened to these fragmentary words that did not make sense and shook his head slightly, indicating that he was really mentally confused. But judging from the two sentences he said to Luo Yuan before and his condition at that time, his mind was relatively normal at that time. Although he also said that he wanted to find someone, his inner words were not so panicked and confused, and his behavior was not as crazy as it is now. Perhaps his mental problems were intermittent. So even in the Luo family, he was tied up by the supernatural control belt. But the strange thing is, why didn't he cure his mental problems? Shen Shenfu thought that maybe it was because curing his problems might be more troublesome for the Luo family. So they let him be like this. And the information he got from Luo Yuan's heart before was that they had locked his memory once. Maybe it was because something went wrong when locking his memory before that caused him to become what he is now, because he had already failed once. Luo Yuan did not dare to move him rashly. Otherwise his spirit might collapse more seriously. If he wanted to get some information about the rebels from him, he had to cure his mental problems. Originally, Zhe was the highest level psychic in the Interstellar, but he had been killed by the rebels. Now Shen Shenfu could only think of Irene of 2S, who was now the highest level psychic she knew. So she immediately decided to take Luo Heng to Lange's laboratory and let Irene repair his spirit. Xiao Fei next to him naturally couldn't help a madman. In this case, even if he used the mantra, the other party would only say something like garbled text. So she leaned against the door at the beginning, looking at this madman with some curiosity. But suddenly, he hit his head back and hit Ling Jiao's nose directly. Ling Jiao was hit so hard that he saw stars and his hands unconsciously loosened. He took the opportunity to bury his head and rushed out the door regardless of anything. There were many messy voices talking in his chaotic and noisy spiritual world. Suddenly, a female voice pressed the silence button on all the ghostly voices that entangled him. She said, "Stop." A white light blocked his way, and his world became quiet. Luo Heng, who was hunched over because of being tied up, raised his head and met a pair of beautiful and clear eyes. She continued, "Go to sleep." The next moment, his eyes went dark, and he fell straight down and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 397. Once, Luo Heng fell directly to the ground. Although his mental power was very high, he was bound and had been taking mental inhibitors for many years. So he was now a very weak person. In this case, it was too easy for Xiao Fei divine words to make him fall. Ling Jiao covered her bleeding nose and asked Shen Shenfu, "Miss, what should we do with him now?" Ling Shi outside the door saw his miserable state and showed an expression that was hard to describe. How could someone be hit by a madman in front of the head of the family and bleed from the nose? It was really embarrassing. Shen Shenfu took out a pack of tissues from the space world and handed it to him. "I will take him back to the capital star. You go and deal with it first." It was too risky to let others send Luo Heng back. What if he was kidnapped on the way? What if he was killed by the Luo family? She felt that these crazy rebels were not incapable of doing such a thing. Between family and brothers, not everyone can directly choose brothers, not to mention that they are carrying out this kind of action. It was too chaotic outside these days. So Shen Shenfu suggested that everyone stay in the manor and don't go out. They had no objection. Because even if you play in this manner for a week or two, you can't finish playing. It's too big. So Shen Shenfu sent Luo Heng to the laboratory of Lange's family in the capital Star. When Irene saw her, she didn't look at Luo Heng next to her at all. Instead, she pulled her over, looked up, down, turned over and over, and finally said with lingering fear, "You kid, you didn't tell me about this plan in advance? How dangerous. If something happens to you, how can I explain to your parents?" Although the news has spread, Hanyu Star has temporarily counted more than 800,000 people who died from pink dandelions. She also knows that if it is not discovered and eliminated early, I am afraid that more people will die when dandelions on other planets break out. But in her eyes, she is still a child. Her eyes are full of worry. Although there are still many experiments to be done recently, because there is no need to set up restrictions for Feiyong. Her condition has improved visibly. Shen Shenfu curled his lips, not as straightforward as he had set up the action before, and replied obediently, "Auntie Irene, I know next time." Sorry. Irene was stunned and found that Shen Shenfu's current state was much calmer than before. In fact, she had been a little worried before, because no matter how she behaved, as a high-level 2S psychic, she could always feel the uncontrollable murderous aura in her. But now it has become very calm. Which is good. It's good that you know. She breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Luo Heng on the side. "Is this the Luo Heng of the Luo family you mentioned?" Shen Shenfu nodded. "But his mental state is problematic, so I had to bring him back." At this time, Luo Heng was still asleep. Irene stepped forward and brushed away the hair that covered most of his face. Looking at this completely different Luo Heng, she sighed. "I didn't expect him to become like this now." "Do you know him?" Shen Shenfu was a little surprised. "Yes." Irene nodded. Her eyes became deep, recalling the former Luo Heng. "After all, my family is also a well-known family. Of course, it is not as good as the Lange family, but it is such a family that has more gatherings and banquets with other families. Everyone has some business dealings. It was also at the banquet that I met Luo Heng several times. At that time, Luo Heng was also a very dazzling existence among the children of these wealthy families. Everyone thought that he looked like a noble moon, and the stars around him could not cover his brilliance. He was of high rank, smart, and his family status was only one of the 5 major families. He was also the next head of the Luo family in the eyes of others. Although he had a younger brother, that younger brother Luo Yuan was not bad. But compared to him, he was ordinary. Everyone did not value his ordinary brother as much as they valued him, because this was also a kind of standing in line. And Luo Yuan always followed him silently, and did things in a methodical manner. It turned out that other people also thought that Luo Heng was the same as them, and did not value Luo Yuan. They thought that the relationship between the two of them was not good. After all, they were of similar age, only 2 years apart, and no matter what, they were competitors for the heir. In wealthy families, fighting for the position of heir is common, no matter if they are brothers or sisters. But in reality, it is not like that. Irene once got lost at a banquet and walked to the edge of the garden. She saw Luo Heng, who always looked calm and indifferent, press the person who said bad things about his brother into the pool with one hand. He defended his brother in every word. "You usually say it behind my back, but now you are so bold as to say it directly in front of a Yuan. If you do it again, you will have no good life." When he looked up, Irene saw his expression, as if he had endured to the extreme. Those moonlight beauty were all illusions. In fact, he was fierce and protective of his family, and was quite dark. Irene was only 17 or 18 years old at that time, and she was still shocked when she saw this scene. And Luo Heng also met her gaze, but he was not panicked at all when he was exposed. Instead, he smiled at her, pulled out the person who was almost suffocating in the water, and then put his index finger on his mouth and made a hushed gesture. Then he left lightly. Of course, she would not offend the Luo family for these things. She just looked at the person who was pulled up and found that he was fine, and then left. After that, she met Luo Heng twice again, and he did not show any abnormality. He was at ease and very measured in dealing with various people. But Irene knew that he actually suppressed his true character inside. She thought such a person was a dangerous element, so she never dealt with him. Later, when she had cooperated with Feiyong and had a fake marriage to Lange's house, She heard that he was missing and never heard from him again. Unexpectedly, he reappeared after many years and was involved in the rebels. Now he is in a state of mental disorder and real madness. This was the first time Shen heard of such a thing. Before, he arranged for someone to investigate, but they just said that there was no conflict between the two brothers, and nothing else could be found. I don't know why Luo Heng has become like this. Irene used her supernatural power to condense a ball of white light and inject it into Luo Heng's brain for examination. Soon he showed an uncomfortable expression in his sleep, as if he was suffering from a lot of torture. After she finished the examination, she came to the conclusion he should have been in a bad state. After his memory was locked, he forced himself to break free and was stimulated, so he became mentally disordered. Can it be cured? Irene nodded. Although it is a bit difficult, it shouldn't be a big problem if we give us some time. Chapter 398, Battle. It's fine if he can be cured. We will see if we can get a list of some important members of the rebel army from him. I think he should also know about it. Irene knew the importance of the matter and agreed immediately. But it would take at least 1 to 2 months. Okay. Contact me if you have anything. I'll be back soon. After dealing with these, Shen teleported back to the manor of Hanyu Star. But the man and the monkey in the manor, no, the man and the flower, had already started fighting. 10 minutes ago, Lin Xian saw Ning Ting sitting on the swing in the back garden, not knowing what she was thinking, and seemed to be sighing. So he went up to her and prepared to ask her what was wrong. As soon as the two of them met their eyes, and had no time to say a word, a bald flower suddenly fell from the sky. It blocked the two of them abruptly. Although it has no eyes, judging from its fighting posture, it doesn't want him to get close to Ning Ting. Ning Ting pushed Altian twice. Altian? Altian? Why are you standing here? But Altian's attitude was like Lin Xian was a vicious murderer. If he left, Ning Ting would be torn into pieces. He stood guard tightly and didn't move a step. Lin Xian was so angry that he laughed. The flower he fed was actually against him. So he said, "What kind of ungrateful flower are you?" Altian was even more angry after hearing this, and began to beat his chest frantically. Then he jumped up with energy and punched down again. Lin Xian dodged and said to him, "Let's do this. If I win, you can't do anything to me in the future. If you win, I will avoid you when I see you." Ning Ting really didn't expect that Lin Xian, as a person, would actually challenge a flower. What he didn't expect was that Altian also agreed. In this way, one person and one flower fought in the back garden of Shen house. What's even more outrageous is that other people felt the energy fluctuations and rushed over, holding potato chips and iced drinks in their hands, and started to watch the show. She reasonably believed that if Shen was not there, they would let her take out a chair and sit next to her to watch. But even so, those very considerate servants of the Lange family really immediately brought comfortable sofa chairs for each guest from inside, and did not stop the fight at all. So everyone sat down with satisfaction. Not only that, they watched Lin Xian and Altian fight so hard, and began to point fingers. "Oh, Altian's move is good. Yes, it's full of power. Lin Xian is really fast. I still want to fight him. I didn't fight him last time, and we clearly had an appointment. Then you can make an appointment with him next time. But I also want to fight that monkey-like flower." "That's fine. You can ask it." Even Altian has his own cheering team. Xiaokai pulled Tuan Tuan, but was too shy to pull Lan Ying, and too scared to pull Lu Bingbing. So Xiaokai and Tuan Tuan, two flowers, stood in front, holding red cloth that they had pulled from nowhere, waving it to cheer for Aotian. What was even more bizarre was that Ji Che, who stood aside with the flowers, also cheered for Aotian. "Come on, Aotian, defeat Lin Xian." Xiao Fei sat next to Ning Ting and swung with her. Noticing her expression, he asked mischievously, "Sister Ning, who do you want to win, Lin Xian or Aotian?" Ning Ting originally turned her head to listen to Xiao Fei's words seriously, but she asked her such a question with an expression that seemed to see through her. Somehow, she suddenly felt guilty, and she didn't know what she felt guilty about. So she looked away. Xiao Fei smiled and stopped asking, looking at the small battlefield in front of her with great interest. This was the scene Shen saw when he came back. The back garden was half demolished. Lin Xian's thunder and lightning rumbled. Altian dodged at high speed and fought back frantically. Just when Ning Ting felt embarrassed and was about to apologize for her flowers for destroying her garden like this. Shen immediately took out a chair from the space world and sat down. She was still eating watermelons with a curious look on her face. Why are they fighting again today? It's quite intense. It was as if it was not her garden that was demolished. She was just passing by to watch the show. What was even more speechless was that Ning Chum also grabbed a handful of melon seeds for her. 5 spice. Delicious. Shen really good. Thank you. Ning Ting, It was Shen who stopped Outyan when he first started fighting in the rented house. Why didn't he stop him this time? Suddenly she remembered what she said at the time. Don't fight. You have to pay for breaking things here. So, this time she didn't stop them because this was her own yard and she didn't need to pay compensation. So she just let them beat her? Look. She even applauded when she saw something exciting. Perhaps her eyes were too hot. So Shen hurriedly reminded her. Look. It's exciting. For fear that she would miss the good moves. Ning Ting, good. 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 In this way, they watched happily together for half an hour. Even Lange was smiling and very happy. And Zuiyu even set up a bet. It was half and half between Lin Xian and Outyan. But there was one person who could not participate in this bet. That was Nai. But Nai secretly winked at Shen a few times. And Shen placed the bet. In the end, Lin Xian narrowly defeated Outyan as the end of the game. And Shen succeeded in the bet. Made some money. And was in a good mood. For some reason, seeing Lin Xian succeed, Ning Ting inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, she really realized that she wanted him to win. My heart suddenly beat very hard. And the friends around didn't know why they were fighting. Only she knew that Lin Xian was coming to find her. Thinking of this, she suddenly didn't dare to look at him. In fact, Lin Xian himself was also relieved. He really didn't expect Outyan to be so good at fighting. He was simply a combination of the monsters he had defeated before. But his skills were relatively weakened. However, he never forgot what he wanted to do. So he walked to the front of the swing without any fear. In everyone's eyes. And in the smell of Outyan lying on the ground smoking. He asked, why did you sigh just now? Everyone, Ning Ting was speechless. Do you think it's appropriate to ask this now? She just sighed thinking about these recent things. Why is he so thick-skinned? Is it really not a city wall or something? But Lin Xian only replied thicker and not thicker. What's inappropriate? Didn't I fight it just to ask you this? Everyone was shocked. But before Ning Ting could answer, everyone's light brains were all flashing or vibrating. Everyone clicked on it and saw the same content on it. After careful consideration, the current study tour risk is too great. So it is decided to change the study tour reward to a special training camp set by the military region. The captain is requested to submit the address. And all study tour members will be picked up and sent to the training camp. Ji-Che's gossipy face collapsed instantly. And he collapsed? This is also a leave reward? Isn't this really going to kill him? Chapter 399 Reunion. Everyone who was originally happy fell silent. Especially Lange, who had always been calm and composed. He originally thought that he would just go on a mission. After all, he could go out for a walk during the study tour and have some free time. What about now? He was sent directly to training. And now it means that the elimination of the rebels will be managed by the military region. And students like them will no longer be involved in risky investigations. However, he felt that even if he said that, Shen would at least not give up the investigation. But it's okay if she's not here. Her family will continue to investigate. Ji-Che on the side couldn't help but ask. Those who don't want to study abroad cannot go. But those who don't want to train must go. When he asked, Lange nodded in agreement. Two completely different people stood on the same front for the first time. Tujia replied inexplicably, your music is better than mine. Ji-Che didn't understand. And his head was full of question marks. Even if he learned some basics, he couldn't compare to her. A student with the ceiling of the music department. Tujia explained. You are a first-level backup player. Ji-Che pouted, woohoo. She laughed at me, jokes aside. They still packed their bags and prepared to leave for the training site. The location was also kept secret. Otherwise, they would just go by themselves. However, no matter what area, Shen could leave at any time. So these restrictions were not many for her. And she felt that even if it was a training camp for military academy students, it would not be as strict as that for military district soldiers. After all, The original study tour was a reward, and it would always allow everyone to have good gains. 3 days later, the military district's aircraft took them to the airship, and then transferred to the starship. Lange and Lange were not on the study tour list, so they did not follow them. The two were still responsible for various affairs arranged by Shen in the outside world. Now the news that there were rebels on Hanyu Star had spread everywhere. But they thought that those dandelions were poisonous alien plants cultivated by the rebels. And they did not know that they were the skills of star beasts. It was also this time that the military district issued a warning notice. And everyone who encountered suspicious people must call the police immediately. Everyone in the interstellar world is in danger. Therefore, the actions of the rebels must be more careful and covert, which will also add a lot of trouble to them. Those sneaky people will be caught and investigated, and ordinary criminals dare not walk around freely. When they arrived at the starship, there were already many people there. When Liu saw her coming, her eyes lit up, and she began to feel wronged. She rushed to Shen, pointed at Shen Yoxing and began to accuse. Do you know? He doesn't give me money. I have been having a hard time recently. Shen asked Shen Yoxing. You didn't give me money? If she gave it all on the same day, she could spend it all. She can only give it day by day. So Shen looked at Liu. Then do you want me to give it to you? No. Shen I mean, do you want me to give you something to eat? I feel that you have lost some weight. Liu nodded. Yes. 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 As she said that, she also looked at. She said, why do I feel like you've lost so much weight? You weren't like this in school or in the league before. Look at your face. It can kill people. She frowned. Are you going to study or to fight? Shen Liu is still the same Liu. She always makes her speechless, and can always guess the truth of things. How can this not be considered a skill? Ji-Che covered his mouth and laughed secretly. Because Liu didn't even know that they participated in the action of killing star beasts. He finally got back a victory. After that, the other members of Freedom 1 team arrived one after another. Xiaohua team didn't know where they went. Everyone was tanned and shiny, wearing colorful short-sleeved shirts, smelling like fish. When they saw her and rushed over, she thought she had seen the wrong person. Xiaoshu was still the same. Cici bought her many beautiful clothes and souvenirs. Xiao Lai had become more cheerful recently, and could speak more fluently. Zhao Chengcheng saw that Shen had also brought her a local product, which was a very unpalatable sour fruit, and almost sent Shen away. But Shen held back. She said it was very sweet, and gave it to Nei. After Nei finished eating, he also said it was very sweet, and gave it to Tujia. When the last bag was finished, everyone laughed while drooling. Even Jasmine brought Shen many very beautiful souvenirs, and asked her carefully if she was willing to accept them. She accepted them all, and Jasmine breathed a sigh of relief and returned to her team with a smile. After not seeing each other for a while, everyone was still warm, and shared their experiences and strange things during the journey. Shen received a message from someone during her break. It was from Songku. She invited her to come to Song's house when she had time. It seemed that she had not given up recruiting her. But then she received important information from Lange's family. The head of the Song family passed away, and he didn't have time to make a will before he died. So even if everyone knew that he wanted to give it to his son, it was useless. Songku and her brother Song Fan began to fight for the position of head of the family. The two of them tore each other apart and began to expand their own forces. According to the speculation of the major families now, they still think that Songku has a greater chance of winning. Seeing this news, combined with the message Songku sent her, Shen understood why Songku still didn't give up on her. Because now is indeed an important moment for the Song family to change generations. That is, the fight between siblings. But she would not go. So she just said that she had no time because she was studying abroad. Thanked her for her kindness, and then stopped replying. She did need a period of intensive training, because she had taken advantage of the number of people in the previous battle against the pink spider star beast. And she needed to develop her skills again, especially when she had to face the time star beast later. It was too difficult. If it weren't for the little coal ball, she would have been buried. Fortunately, we can bring our pets with us to the training camp this time. So we also brought little coal ball, as well as Wawawachuan. They are now sitting together. However, Altian looked unhappy, and with his bald hair, he looked like a scrap feather duster. 2 days later, they arrived at a special training planet. The planet had no number. and all the equipment and venues were used for training. No ordinary citizens lived there. Many tests were set up from the outermost circle of the planet, so that people from outside the planet would not find loopholes and sneak into the planet with invisible equipment like ordinary planets. However, it was not completely closed. The adjacent planet was a more remote residential planet, and people were sent out every half a month to buy what they needed. Although the general supplies were available, there were still some small things that everyone liked that could be sent out to buy. As they were military academy students, there were fewer restrictions. Under the condition of ensuring safety, everyone could go out with the military district leader once every 2 weeks. If there was something important, they could also apply to go home. It was relatively humane. The military aircraft took them to a place similar to a military academy, with many buildings, training grounds, etc., and many military soldiers were training. Chapter 400, Homeless. There were all kinds of mechas and aircraft flying around in the sky, which looked very oppressive. Their dormitory was a building with a very good accommodation environment. At least it was bigger than the small apartment-style dormitory prepared by Sirius for the League. Perhaps Liu had suffered a lot recently, hardship for her, so she didn't complain about the small place and quickly accepted it. After entering, they found that although the network here could be used normally and they could contact other people, the positioning was invalid. However, after Shen set up an anchor point in the dormitory, she saw the approximate location of the planet. It was not far from the ruins where she and Shufei lived. She left in a hurry before and didn't think about living in the capital planet for a long time, so she didn't take away many things that were usually placed in the treehouse. Those books were all picked up by her one by one, and they were precious. Shen decided to go back to the ruins after a while. After cleaning up here and understanding the training rules in time, the uncle tried his best to save Shufei before, and she didn't have time to repay him. I should take Shufei back to thank him. They gathered once that afternoon, and Shen Yoxing was stunned when he saw the newcomer. Shen was standing behind him and noticed his change very keenly. Do you know him? The young man who walked up looked about the same age as Shen Yoli, but more haggard. Although he consciously stood up straight, it was not difficult to see his carelessness. Shen Yoxing nodded. This is my brother, good friend when he was studying. Major General Su Ming. Su Ming resisted the urge to yawn, looking at the group of vigorous and clean military school students below, who had not experienced the beatings of the cruel society, and suddenly felt as old as if half of his body was buried in the ground. Look at them one by one. How young and energetic they are. Originally, he wanted to push this matter to that guy Shen Yoli, but he said he was very busy, and there were casualties in the 6th district. The 6th district had few people, and he had to reorganize it. Ridiculous. Although they have many people in the 33rd district, there are also casualties. It's as if they didn't go to the last action. As soon as Shen Yoli asked, he quickly assigned it to someone else. Is there anyone else as loyal as him? In the end, this matter still fell on the head of him. A little bee in the military region. He felt that he had become an old man in his class recently. Ahem. He cleared his throat and looked very serious, maintaining the image of the military region. I am Major General Su Ming. Your training during this period will be arranged by me. I will arrange some special training for you. In short, your abilities will be improved quickly in a short period of time. This is not like school. The lights are turned off at 11 o'clock every night. You can't make noise after the lights are turned off. You can go out with the team once every 2 weeks. The training period is tentatively scheduled to be 4 months. Occasionally there will be training on other planets. In short, I hope you will work hard and contribute your own strength to the Interstellar in the future. Of course, even if you give up coming to the military region in the end, I hope that the abilities you have learned can protect your family and friends. That's all. Disband. He spoke simply and clearly. And he was not like the cultural teacher in the school who always dragged the class. After saying this, he left. Shen felt that Major General Su Ming was more friendly than Shen Yoli at that time, although he deliberately pretended to be very serious. But he could feel it from his words. If it was Shen Yoli today, he would probably say, "You are all children of the galaxy. You have to protect the galaxy." And so on. He walked too fast, and the students who still had questions after the disbandment had to ask the adjutant beside him. They were not afraid at all, and rushed up like asking a big brother on the side of the road. The adjutant looked at the direction where Su Ming left in despair, swallowed a handful of bitter tears, and cursed him in his heart. Shen glanced at the time. It was June 15th, which happened to be the weekend. The next time she went out would be 2 weeks later. Fortunately, she could still contact the outside world here. Otherwise, she would have to teleport out every day to use the network of other planets to see the new progress submitted by the guard team every day. Since this study tour was originally disrupted, everyone got along well after a month of getting along. And they didn't walk in groups from each school. The teams mixed randomly to line up in the cafeteria. And at this time, most of Sirius found that Lin Xian and Ning Ting were actually in the same team, because they walked with Lu Shitujia. It could only mean that they were in the same team. I really want to take pictures, but I can't. But this was not a problem for them at all. No melon in this world could slip away from their hands. They quickly posted a message on the campus website of Sirius in the form of text, without mentioning the time and place, just saying that the two of them were a team. They even ate together, although there were many people together. But it was still together. So on that day, in the early morning of Sirius, the group of people who stayed up late got the latest wave of sugar and were so happy that they couldn't sleep. 480 people randomly formed teams, and they were both in the same team. What does this mean? Destiny. This is the arrangement of fate. Ning Ting now knew that she and Lin Xian were posted on the forum again when she heard the ambiguous laughter of the passers-by. I don't know why so many people are shipping CP. Where did it start? She and he were actually talking and eating normally. And Shen Fu, who was next to him, ate more because of his recent mood changes. Ji Che seemed to be still immersed in Shen Fu's sad incident, and kept picking up food for her. Liu felt that Ji Che, a scheming boy, was trying to steal her friend. And the two of them immediately competed to see whose food was Shen Fu's favorite. Shen Fu held the bowl and dodged to finish eating smoothly. Then she received the daily news from the Lange family, looking at the two people fighting like cocks. She escaped first. She turned to the corner of the cafeteria, and after reading it carefully, she thought about going directly to the dormitory from the back. Although she could teleport, she usually walked like an ordinary person. But she didn't expect that she would step on a person on the ground when she turned a corner. The other party cried out in pain. Shen Fu was a little surprised that she didn't even notice that there was a person lying here, and quickly retracted her legs. There was light coming through the window of the cafeteria, and she saw clearly the person she had just stepped on. He was wearing ragged and wrinkled clothes. His hair was a little long and messy. He was barefoot and lying on the ground in such an unkempt manner. She didn't know whether he was fainted or asleep. So her first reaction when she saw him was, "There are still homeless people in this place? Isn't this a military area?" He is a very tricky homeless person.